Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 355, KWM Chapter 355 You Can Too. Irene's first thought was Tracy, the Vice Admiral ailment, who perfectly fit that description. Her charm truly transcended gender, and it was quite insane. She stood still for 2 seconds, silent, as if recalling something. After a slight hesitation, she said, "Besides Tracy, I have indeed met one other person with extraordinary charm, but she left the Black Death very quickly. She had fiery red hair, like blazing flames, very flamboyant, and she also liked to wear red clothing. She seemed to possess very powerful flame-related abilities." The hunter who had jumped to the Demoness pathway. Irene's description instantly made Leyton think of the Demoness from whom he had snatched the Conqueror characteristic. Was she the only one? Leyton asked again to confirm. "She's the only one I've met," Irene replied, her expression not very good. Leyton nodded slightly. He didn't detect any inclination for her to lie. Before Irene turned to leave, he spoke again. "Tracy genuinely likes you. Why don't you consider her? Only one of you needs to become a sequence 4 of the hunter pathway, and you can be together without obstacles." Irene's face turned red then white then red, filled with both embarrassment and anger. "You actually want to pair Miss Hunter with Mr. Assassin? Be a human." Beside the carriage, Klein, who had just emerged from the carriage, almost couldn't maintain Gehrman Sparrow's image. "What do you mean?" Irene questioned, both embarrassed and annoyed. She had completely forgotten that the other party was a powerful beyonder. Leyton didn't mind her tone, chuckling as he said, "The hunter pathway, upon reaching sequence 4, only exists as males. If a female reaches the sequence, she will be forcibly transformed into a male. Females will be forcibly transformed into males." Irene was stunned. Following the other party's words, her mind instinctively conjured the image of herself, as a sequence 4, pinning Tracy beneath her. She suddenly shook her head violently, as if trying to shake out something unclean from her mind. "Madam, your reaction indicates that you were tempted by his suggestion just now." Klein silently complained in his mind, and then sighed. The charm of a Demoness is truly immense. Danitz, standing nearby, instinctively touched his chest with both hands, letting out a long sigh of relief in his heart. "Good, I was already male. Wait. Why did I touch my chest? Doesn't that make me seem like a pervert?" Danitz was about to glance around to see if the others had noticed his action, when he heard Bugs Bunny's voice, which made him grit his teeth. "If you want to become a female, you can drink the Demoness pathway potion. Anyway, these two pathways are interchangeable." "Thanks, I don't want to become a female at all, I still have to in the ship." Danitz immediately covered his mouth, swallowing the rest of his words. "This rabbit can talk." Irene looked at Bugs Bunny in front of Leyton with surprise. She had thought that the rabbit's owner had intentionally dressed it up like that. It wasn't uncommon for nobles to treat their pets like humans. Leyton maintained a faint smile on his face and said softly, "Aren't you curious that the Demoness pathway turns men into women? Tracy just happens to be a Demoness, you know. She's a woman, a real woman, I know." Irene answered somewhat eagerly, her voice faltering, losing confidence as she spoke. Her voice paused, and Irene, her eyes filled with anger yet not daring to show it too clearly, glanced at Leyton and Klein. She quickly turned, carrying her suitcase, and hurried towards the ship docked nearby. Klein withdrew his gaze from Irene and looked at Leyton, silently complaining in his heart, "This guy, when did he become so perverse?" Leyton withdrew his gaze and casually looked at Klein, saying, "You just let her go like that. Are you planning to cross-dress yourself to seduce Tracy?" Klein maintained Gehrman Sparrow's expressionless face and glanced at Leyton, his left hand, placed behind his back, slightly clenched into a fist. A moment later, Klein's voice was low, as if biting his teeth, as he said, "You can too." "I can't. I can change my appearance and demeanor, but I can't perform with the spontaneity of a faceless," Leyton said, shaking his head slightly, explaining very seriously. "Moreover, demonesses are also skilled in divination. Before I even attempt such an action, it's very likely to trigger their spiritual intuition, thus leaving behind traps." "Faceless, is this the name of the sequence Gehrman Sparrow is in?" "No, it could also be his glove." Danitz instinctively glanced at Klein's left hand. Although nothing appeared to be there, he had seen the changes when Klein used that glove. Leyton's gaze fell on Danitz, and in response to the latter's questioning look, he said, "I will be leaving Byam in the next 2 days. Do you want to return to the Golden Dream? I can take you back with me." "Yes." Danitz replied without thinking. "Finally, I can get rid of this guy Gehrman Sparrow. Staying with this crazy guy, I have to worry every day that he might sell me off for cash if he runs out of money. Tomorrow. Klein interjected, his tone cold. Why? Danitz turned away angrily, but upon meeting Gehrman Sparrow's cold, expressionless face, his tone quickly softened. Klein didn't answer Danitz. He turned and went back into the carriage. Before closing the carriage door, he said calmly, to Pier 6 at the harbor. Okay. Danitz almost instinctively responded, and after replying, he belatedly froze for a moment. Damn it. How did I get so used to this? The carriage driven by Danitz slowly drove away from him. Leyton looked down at Bugs Bunny, who was still curiously gazing at the carriage, and said, let's go. He doesn't want us to see him in women's clothes, he'll be socially dead. What is socially dead? Bugs Bunny asked curiously. It means feeling that you've done something very shameful in your social circle, and you can't hold your head up. Leyton explained with a light chuckle. Bugs Bunny nodded, seemingly understanding. As a rabbit, it had never had such concerns. It extended a paw and rubbed its furry chin for a moment, then turned its head, somewhat conflicted, and asked, Boss, where are we going next? Can we still use the door? I don't want spirit world travel. Leyton chuckled, bending slightly to rub the back of Bugs Bunny's head under its hat, saying, we're going to watch Klein cross-dress. The door I use has no essential difference from spirit world travel. Why do you only get dizzy from spirit world travel? You're a sequence 7 rabbit, after all. I'm just a rabbit. You can't have such high expectations for a rabbit. Bugs Bunny retorted with a pout. Leyton didn't reply. He had already straightened his back and raised his right hand, a slowly rotating cluster of stardust appearing in his palm. One by one, stars emerged, twinkling with light in front of him, outlining layers upon layers of door symbols. The starlight was dense and dazzling, casting forth rays of brilliance that quickly formed a profound, dark door connecting to the spirit world depths. When Bugs Bunny saw the stargate form, it hopped and skipped inside. Chapter 356, KWM Chapter 356, Rabbit of Knowledge. In the spirit world depths, Leyton fell into contemplation as Bugs Bunny was suddenly surrounded by a group of transparent, rabbit-like creatures that looked rather dull. Even though you're all rabbits, you're not the same species. As knowledge rabbits, shouldn't you be surrounding me, who clearly possesses more knowledge? Ah, boss, save me. I'm going to be drowned by these dull rabbits. Bugs Bunny, surrounded by a group of knowledge rabbits, struggled to poke out a gray head and shouted towards Leyton. His tall top hat had already been pushed off to some unknown corner. Did we stumble into a rabbit's nest? Leyton's mouth twitched slightly. He looked at the knowledge rabbits, who had completely surrounded them but were politely not disturbing him, and sighed helplessly. Immediately, he gently rubbed his fingers, creating specks of starlight around him. These starlights quickly flew away from him, casting rays of brilliance that enveloped all the knowledge rabbits. At the same time, a faint purple halo flowed in Leyton's eyes, as if countless shining stars were reflected within them. His eyes became indifferent and cold, yet they gave off an exceptionally sacred and wise feeling. Pairs of cold, indifferent, lashless eyes, as if containing countless brilliant stars, appeared on each knowledge rabbit, overlapping with their own eyes. A phantom light, invisible to most beyonders, appeared in the eyes of every knowledge rabbit. This light seemed to be composed of complex information. As it reflected into their eyes, pure, complex knowledge began to pour into their minds. Wah wah. All the knowledge rabbits simultaneously began to tumble. They uniformly clutched their heads, colliding and twisting into a heap, then quickly scattering. Their dull eyes were filled with pain, and their translucent bodies were stained with some pitch black. Eerie, indifferent eyes, devoid of any emotion, tore open on their bodies. Ah, boss. Don't kill these dull rabbits. They mean no harm. No longer surrounded by knowledge rabbits, Bugs Bunny quickly squeezed out of the struggling rabbit group and leaped towards Leyton, preparing to interrupt his actions. One brilliant star after another appeared around Bugs Bunny, instantly condensing into a solid wall that blocked him in midair. Leyton maintained his posture and said calmly, "They'll be fine. I'm just giving them some knowledge. If it's suitable, I plan to recruit all of them." "Recruit? You're going to keep other rabbits? And a whole bunch of them?" "No. You already have one rabbit." Bugs Bunny was shocked for a moment, then struggled even harder against the wall of condensed starlight. He suddenly felt that these dull rabbits, who were clutching their heads and wailing, weren't so pitiful after all. Annoying dull rabbits, both stupid and annoying. Leyton's indifferent gaze swept over Bugs Bunny, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. He suddenly felt that Bugs Bunny was the greatest help in maintaining his humanity. A moment later, he gently poked his finger, and with a snap, he snapped his fingers. The surrounding starlight quickly dissipated. The wall of starlight around Bugs Bunny also disappeared, and he immediately pounced on Leyton. His weight, which was severely disproportionate to his size, caused Leyton to stumble. Leyton took 2 steps back and, after steadying himself, chuckled and said, I'm not keeping other rabbits. I want to recruit them. I'll pay them with knowledge, and they'll help me with work. Knowledge rabbits love to pursue knowledge, are proficient in multiple languages, can speak and write, and have excellent reading comprehension. They can extract key points from large amounts of knowledge on their own, making them excellent helpers. Besides being too weak, having poor communication skills, and being rigid in their thinking, they have no other flaws. They are very suitable for tasks that are not too complex but require considerable knowledge. Hearing that Leyton wasn't going to keep this group of rabbits, Bugs Bunny finally got off him, picked up the top hat that had been knocked off earlier, then pouted and said disdainfully, Black-hearted boss, trying to exploit dull rabbits without paying them. Has the rabbit learned to change its expression after spending so much time with the faceless? Leyton muttered to himself, then looked at the surrounding knowledge rabbits. The pitch black in their translucent bodies had disappeared, and the eyes that had grown on their bodies had reclosed, returning to normal. Their dull eyes now had a bit more light, shining like the cosmos, but they still looked rather dull. Leyton's gaze swept around. After the knowledge rabbits had mostly processed the knowledge they had just been infused with and recovered, he chuckled and said, Hello, do you accept long-term employment? The reward will be various forms of knowledge within your tolerable range. The surrounding knowledge rabbits all looked at Leyton. Although they were no longer as rigid in their thinking as before, they still looked dull and foolish. Being stared at by a group of knowledge rabbits with dull gazes, Leyton felt like he was about to be assimilated by them. Is a dull gaze contagious? I feel like I'm turning into a silly rabbit. Bugs Bunny, on the side, covered his eyes with his 2 flexible drooping ears. The next moment, all the knowledge rabbits simultaneously looked upwards, towards the spirit world depths. Leyton, whose spiritual perception was triggered, also looked up. He saw a pair of cold, indifferent, lashless eyes, containing countless brilliant stars, quietly emerge. He and these knowledge rabbits stared at each other. The knowledge rabbit's reaction seemed to be half a beat slow. Only after meeting the cold, indifferent gaze above their heads did they react, showing signs of panic. In just a moment, the pair of eyes containing countless brilliant stars abruptly disappeared, just as they had abruptly appeared. After a period of panic, the surrounding knowledge rabbits found that they were unaffected, and the terrifying gaze from the spirit world depths above their heads had also disappeared at some point. They quickly regained their composure. This group of knowledge rabbits seemed to be different. Purple brilliance flowed in Leyton's eyes as he casually observed them. Each of these knowledge rabbits had a pair of eyes on its back, a pair of cold, indifferent, lashless eyes containing countless brilliant stars. Within their translucent bodies, there were also faint starlights floating. Leyton saw some shadows of a mysticologist in them. These knowledge rabbits seemed to have gained the ability to draw power from knowledge. With the advantage of being spirit world creatures, they could fully possess warlock-like magical abilities. Did the hidden sage choose this group of knowledge rabbits as his dependents? These weak spirit world creatures can't withstand his pursuit of knowledge. As he pondered, Leyton's brow gradually furrowed. He couldn't understand why the hidden sage would do this. Leyton looked at the knowledge rabbits surrounding him and Bugs Bunny, feeling a headache. He suddenly didn't know how to reasonably arrange them. Knowledge rabbits have a characteristic of pursuing knowledge, which makes them prone to mutation by mastering some dangerous knowledge. Moreover, the hidden sage's greatest hobby is to infuse others with knowledge. Chapter 357, KWM Chapter 357 Knowledge Favors Rabbits. He hadn't made a move yet, and these knowledge rabbits surrounded Bugs Bunny again. They seemed very interested in this rabbit who was quite different from them. They spoke ancient Fasak, as well as Highland, Lone, and other languages, curiously asking Bugs Bunny all sorts of strange questions. Aside from their somewhat dull eyes, there was no sign of poor communication skills or rigid thinking, which gave Bugs Bunny a headache, and he kept looking at Leyton for help. Suddenly, a clear and pure light surged around them, with red and yellow intertwined. In just a moment, these lights receded, and 2 more figures appeared among the knowledge rabbits. One was a majestic old man in a large red robe, and the other was a lean, gentler old man in a lemon-yellow robe with a long white beard. Good morning, both of you. Leyton greeted the suddenly appearing red light and yellow light with some surprise. Yellow light, Venathan nodded slightly, then spoke in a gentle voice. Good morning, we are here to invite these knowledge rabbits to join the Great White Brotherhood. They are inherently spirit world creatures who love to pursue knowledge, but because their communication skills are truly lacking, they haven't joined us before. However, with the favor of knowledge, their issues in this regard will greatly improve. Leyton nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the group of knowledge rabbits as he asked. Will they be influenced by the hidden sage? Red Light, Ire Moria immediately spoke. That is inevitable. The hidden sage and the Moses ascetic order maintain a certain understanding. He and these knowledge rabbits might also maintain this understanding. Yellow Light, Venathan continued after Red Light. Even though that hidden sage frequently enters and exits the spirit world, we still don't fully understand his state. However, one thing is certain, with your appearance, his state is gradually improving, or rather, becoming normal. However, as long as these knowledge rabbits remain in the spirit world, we can observe their state at the first opportunity and take appropriate action. Leyton nodded slightly. With the care of the 7 lights of the spirit world, these knowledge rabbits should not have any problems in the spirit world. As for appearing outside the spirit world, that would most likely be due to his own summons. Immediately, he spoke to the 7 lights in a sincere tone. Could I trouble you two to be witnesses? I would like to sign a contract with these knowledge rabbits. Yellow Light Venathan chuckled and shook his head. To sign a contract with spirit world creatures, you can choose a better witness. Although that one is not yet a spirit world ruler, he still possesses corresponding traits. Under his witness, you can sign a more extensive and effective contract with these knowledge rabbits. Leyton nodded slightly, then summoned an invisible giant hand to rescue Bugs Bunny from the rabbit crowd. Bugs Bunny clung tightly to Leyton's back, unwilling to get down. He buried his head in Leyton's shoulder and said with lingering fear. The eyes of these dull rabbits are so scary. I feel like I'm about to be assimilated by them, almost turning into a dull rabbit. Boss, let's leave here quickly. Aren't you going to watch Klein in drag? While Bugs Bunny was muttering to himself, Red Light and Yellow Light had already appeased the surrounding knowledge rabbits and successfully invited this large group of knowledge rabbits to join their Great White Brotherhood. With so many knowledge rabbits, will the Great White Brotherhood turn into a rabbit warren? Leyton silently sighed in his heart. On the side, Yellow Light Venathan turned slightly and explained gently. The number of knowledge rabbits is not as high as you think, it's just that their large-scale gathering happened to attract you. Leyton looked at Yellow Light Venathan with a slight doubt and asked. Why do these knowledge rabbits gather together? And, they seem to prefer readers. Why were they able to attract me? Yellow Light Venathan's voice remained gentle and unhurried as he said. They are enthusiastic about pursuing knowledge and have a natural thirst for it. Interacting with each other allows them to acquire a large amount of knowledge in a short period. Although you are no longer a prophet, you are still the blessed of that being. Moreover, they pursue knowledge and thirst for knowledge, and you, to some extent, represent knowledge. Isn't it very reasonable for them to be attracted to you? It was indeed very reasonable, but it felt strange. The hidden sage's appearance was too coincidental, making him suspect it was all arranged. The thought briefly surfaced but was quickly suppressed. He then bowed slightly to Yellow Light Venathan. Thank you for your explanation. I think I understand. As his words fell, he turned his head to look at the knowledge rabbits gathered around him, cleared his throat, and said. Are you willing to sign a contract with me? When I need help, I will pay a certain amount of knowledge to summon you. The knowledge rabbits all looked at Bugs Bunny, who was still on Leyton's back, their dull eyes flickering with light. A moment later, Bugs Bunny, still on Leyton's back, stammered. They said they can't do things that are too dangerous, and the knowledge paid to them can't be too dangerous either. Each time they are summoned, if an agreement isn't reached, they have the right to refuse. Leyton turned his head to look at the rabbit head on his shoulder. He began to doubt Bugs Bunny's breed. Is this really not a distant relative of the knowledge rabbits? Seeing his boss looking at him, Bugs Bunny quickly shook his head. I don't know why I can understand what they want to say. They didn't even speak. Leyton withdrew his gaze, sweeping his eyes over the group of knowledge rabbits. Yellow Light Venathan's gaze swept over Bugs Bunny, and a smile appeared on his face. Haha, little rabbit, perhaps this is a blessing given to you by knowledge. Knowledge particularly favors rabbits. Leyton looked at Yellow Light Venathan with some doubt. Seeing that this 7 Light had no intention of responding, Leyton's gaze fell on the group of knowledge rabbits. After agreeing to their conditions, he immediately began to chant the honorific name of the Fool. The Fool who doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I implore you. In a carriage at Byam-Port, Klein, who had transformed into Irene's appearance, heard layers of illusory prayers in his ears. Who is praying to me at this time? A male voice. Is it Moon or Hanged Man? Klein frowned slightly, and could only instruct Danitz, who was driving the carriage outside, to slow down. He quickly pulled out a bottle of holy night powder from the luggage compartment under the seat, sprinkled it around the carriage, and extended his spirituality to create a wall of spirituality to block prying eyes. Immediately, he nimbly got up, walked 4 steps counterclockwise in the carriage, and entered the ancient and magnificent palace above the gray fog. Upon seeing the crimson star representing Leyton shining, his expression suddenly darkened. Is this guy doing it on purpose? Knowing I have something to do, he still prays to me at this time. Although displeased, Klein still extended his spirituality and touched the expanding and contracting crimson star. Crimson light suddenly erupted, then quickly converged and condensed into an image, simultaneously restoring Leyton's prayer from earlier. The content in the image made Klein somewhat puzzled. The layers of rich colors around were clearly in the spirit world, and the majestic old man in the large red robe in the image looked somewhat familiar to him. Red light, Ire Moria. And the old man in the lemon yellow robe next to him is yellow light. Why does this guy like raising rabbits so much? With a slight sigh, he noticed that red light, and the old man suspected to be yellow light in the image, as well as Leyton, all looked up to the top of the spirit world, looking at him. A premonition surged in Klein's heart. They seemed to be able to observe this gray fog through his gaze. 7 lights being able to observe this gray fog due to the spirit world didn't surprise him, but what about Alista? Why could he also perceive this gray fog? Following his spiritual intuition, Klein recalled the time he used the Conqueror characteristic to establish a mental connection with Leyton. Did he learn some information about the gray fog through this? Klein took a deep breath, rose from the high-backed chair belonging to the fool, picked up the Black Emperor card that was face down on the table with one hand, and held the strange crown full of rust and bloodstains with the other, extending his spirituality to leverage the power belonging to Sapphira Castle. Chapter 358, KWM Chapter 358 Women's Clothing and Peering Eyes. Leyton gazed intently at the uppermost, deepest part of the spirit world depths, where a boundless gray fog could faintly be seen above the slowly flowing pure light. The next moment, light interwoven with crimson and paint black surged out from that gray fog, and in an instant, it arrived before Leyton. These lights mingled, forming a tall, blurry figure. In this instant, it was as if the entire spirit world depths had boiled over, becoming a splash of color behind him and surrounding him. He slowly extended his right hand, sliding it across his front. Instantly, light stained with paint black and crimson emerged, twisting into ancient Hermes words, forming a contract witnessed by the spirit world depths and Sapphira Castle. The moment this contract took shape, the tall, blurry figure vanished, as if everything just now had been an illusion, leaving only the contract, floating with crimson and paint black light, in midair. Gazing at the contract, Leyton, as if sensing something, directly spread out his right hand and pressed it forward. A somewhat ethereal handprint simultaneously appeared on the contract, which was floating with crimson and paint black light. The surrounding knowledge rabbits made the same motion, and paw prints appeared on the contract. As the last paw print emerged, the contract floating in midair transformed into streams of light, drilling into Leyton and the knowledge rabbits. A strange feeling permeated his heart. He seemed to have signed a contract not just with the knowledge rabbits in front of him, but with the entire group of knowledge rabbits. Is this because, under the blessing of Sapphira Castle's authority, the spirit world depths directly treated all knowledge rabbits as my contract targets? Just as he was pondering, 2 pure rays of light suddenly swept past him. By the time Leyton looked up, the figures of red light, Ire Moria, and yellow light, Venethan, had already disappeared. The slightly dazed eyes of the surrounding knowledge rabbits all looked towards Bugs Bunny. After a moment, Bugs Bunny, lying on Leyton's back, spoke. They want to ask for your honorific name, and what incantation you plan to use to summon them. Honorific name? I haven't even thought about that question yet. After a brief silence, Leyton began to seriously consider the honorific name he would use as a sequence 3. Above the gray fog, Klein, who had not rushed to leave, also heard Bugs Bunny's words. He looked at Leyton with surprise. Honorific name? He's already sequence 3. When did he get promoted? Sequence 3, even in the major churches, they are figures at the cardinal level. Although he's a double-crosser, he can at least be considered a genuine saint of the Tarot Club. And I, the fool, still have to rely on using mystical items above the gray fog to maintain my authority and manifest miracles. After muttering to himself for a couple of sentences, Klein decided to stay a little longer above this gray fog. He was also very curious about what kind of honorific name Leyton would use. In the spirit world depths, after a moment of contemplation, Leyton looked at the knowledge rabbits standing in a group before him and spoke slowly. The blessed of knowledge and mysteries, the wise one from the unknown, the eye that peeks into truth, the calamity of the Rcited archipelago, the great Altines. The range within which a sequence 3 can respond to prayers is limited. If a regional restriction is added to the honorific name, then only the things done in the Rcited archipelago, and the impact caused, would be profound enough. Although he felt that the things he had done were far from reaching the point of being called a calamity, the clairvoyant's intuition told him that this honorific name could point to himself. The disaster-ridden Byam. Why would I think of Byam? Leyton shook his head, suppressing the unbidden thoughts in his mind, and looked at the group of knowledge rabbits. After a moment of contemplation, he said softly. Spirits wandering in falsehood, friendly beings that can be communicated with, rabbit-shaped spirit bodies favored by knowledge. Why rabbit-shaped spirit bodies? Bugs Bunny, lying on Leyton's back, asked curiously. Leyton glanced at it and said calmly. If the spirit body restriction isn't added, you could also respond to this summons in the spirit world depths. All right. Bugs Bunny tilted its head, exchanged glances with the group of knowledge rabbits for a while, and then said. They agree to this summoning incantation. Leyton looked at the knowledge rabbits. Meeting his gaze, the knowledge rabbits nodded one after another, then exchanged glances with Bugs Bunny again before scattering in all directions within the spirit world depths. Soon, the large group of knowledge rabbits had completely dispersed. Leyton rubbed his chin, tilted his head slightly towards Bugs Bunny, and asked with great curiosity. These knowledge rabbits seem to treat you as their leader, but you're not even the same species of rabbit, are you? Because I'm the most knowledgeable rabbit. Bugs Bunny slightly tilted its head up and said proudly. Meeting Leyton's doubtful gaze, it nodded vigorously and said. It's true, the silly rabbits all think so. They also think I have a special attraction about me, like the aura of knowledge. The last sentence should be true. But when did it become a blessed of knowledge? I didn't notice it at all. Above the gray fog, inside that magnificent and ancient palace. Klein leaned back in the high-backed chair belonging to the fool, lowering his head and murmuring. The calamity of the Worsted Archipelago. If he really does that, the Church of the Lord of Storms, Sea King, will probably be chasing him across the entire sea, riding a storm. Those knowledge rabbits are interesting too, spirit world depths creatures that love knowledge. When Danitz returns to the Golden Dream, he can summon them to do things like sticking notes on church doors later. After muttering to himself for a couple of sentences, he quickly spread his spirituality to envelop himself and left the space above the gray fog. Inside the carriage, Klein calmly checked his makeup, then half lay on the carriage seat, feigning unconsciousness. Danitz then handed him over to the sea god's believers, along with the fake Irene. Soon, after a few transfers, he was brought before the Black Death's third mate, smooth talker Missile Kane. Then, he was brought aboard the Black Death as Irene. On the Black Death, Klein, disguised as Irene, was led to a cloakroom. He couldn't help but curse inwardly as he looked at the wide variety of women's dresses in the wardrobe. After the maid left the room, he resignedly walked to the wardrobe, casually picked out a golden red long dress, and went to the full-length mirror. His spirituality was suddenly touched. A rabbit with dull, vacant eyes and a translucent body emerged from the mirror. It seemed to be covered in a layer of dim curtain, making its presence very low. Klein hadn't noticed any movement of it emerging from the spirit world depths. If it hadn't appeared directly in front of him, Klein felt he might have even completely overlooked it. Klein stared at this suddenly appearing knowledge rabbit, a bad premonition rising in his heart. He wanted to open his mouth to ask, but he was afraid the maid outside the door would notice the commotion, so he could only quietly watch the knowledge rabbit's actions. Under Klein's gaze, this knowledge rabbit directly jumped onto his shoulder, its eyes covered with a faint layer of starlight. A light purple eyes of mystery prying emerged from its body, then sank into Klein's forehead. The eyes of mystery prying quickly dimmed until it disappeared. Having done all this, the knowledge rabbit leaped forward, its figure directly entering the full-length mirror, returning to the spirit world depths through the mirror world. Only Klein was left standing in the room, his face alternating between white and red, unable to recover for a long time. He tried to use his own spirituality to destroy this eyes of mystery prying, but found that it had directly hidden itself on him, and he couldn't find it at all. Going above the gray fog would definitely clear it, but I don't have the chance now. How come I feel like as his sequence increases, this guy gets more and more mischievous? Once I leave the Black Death, I'll have a Rhodes play a Q&A game with you. As long as everyone is socially embarrassed together, I won't have anything to be awkward about. After giving himself some psychological preparation, Klein began to change into women's clothes. You'd better hurry up for me. The maid's impatient urging came from outside the door. Wait. Klein mimicked Irene's voice and tone, responding with no reaction or change in tone. Not long after, Klein had changed his clothes. Her red hair was unbound, paired with the golden red long dress that perfectly accentuated her figure, making her exceptionally charming. Irene's soft and delicate face was flushed, partly from embarrassment and partly from anger, so much so that Klein didn't even need to rely on his faceless ability to adjust his complexion. She stood in front of the full-length mirror, taking small steps, turning around the room to familiarize herself with Irene's posture and demeanor. Chapter 359, KWM Chapter 359 Elena. In the spirit world depths, Leyton and Bugs Bunny sat side by side on a bench made of condensed starlight. Before them was a mirror formed by converging water, within which a figure floated, Klein, dressed in a golden red gown, her hands bound, being led into the captain's cabin. Bugs Bunny's gaze curiously examined every detail in the mirror until Tracy appeared. He adjusted the hat on his head, turned to Leyton, and asked with some confusion. Do only beautiful people get to be Pirate Admiral? Leyton paused, a few pirate admirals Bugs Bunny had met flashing through his mind, and he chuckled, responding. No, it's just that you've only seen a few of them. As Leyton and Bugs Bunny spoke, the scene in the mirror shifted. Perhaps knowing that Leyton was watching through the eyes of mystery prying, Klein dared not let herself and Tracy continue like this. If things developed beyond a certain point, it would become a lifelong stain on her, the kind that would be recorded and constantly reminded. The moment Klein, in the guise of Irene, approached Vice Admiral Ailment, she directly launched her attack. Her left hand, as if boneless, easily broke free from the ropes. The flesh-colored glove clinging to her palm instantly shimmered with a golden hue, and two dazzling bolts of lightning, piercing to the soul, lit up in her emerald eyes. Tracy's expression became startled, solemn, and disbelieving. The moment Klein touched her body, the illusion of Tracy before him shattered like glass, scattering into fragments on the floor. Mirror substitute. It truly failed. A demoness at the demigod level had been on the Black Death. Being skilled in divination, she likely detected that Tracy was about to encounter misfortune. Although not fatal, there would certainly be a warning. After a moment of thought, Leyton's eyes flashed, becoming incredibly deep, like the sea before a storm. His gaze clearly lost focus, his eyes a vast blank. Some blurry images floated in his mind, the process of Klein and Tracy fighting, and finally, both being injured, with Klein escaping the Black Death. No danger, it's just that Tracy was prepared for the attack. There's no hidden demoness on the Black Death, nor any extra arrangements. Leyton, his eyes clear again, frowned slightly. When his gaze fell upon the Black Death, he felt a faint unease. After a moment of thought, he turned to Bugs Bunny, who was sitting beside him, placed a hand on his neck, and after a slight pause, said, "I'll have a few knowledge rabbits take you to the library in the spirit world depths. If I don't come to pick you up later, you can ask the old men in the library to bring you to pick me up. Will you encounter any danger?" Bugs Bunny looked around anxiously. "Not necessarily, just a bad feeling." Leyton chuckled, rubbing the back of Bugs Bunny's head beneath his hat. He rose from the starlight condensed bench, and as his spirituality spread, ripples of starlight emanated from behind him, revealing a somewhat flawed ring composed of gears. Using the connection between the ring behind him and the spirit world, he skipped the ritual steps and softly chanted. "Spirits wandering in the void, friendly beings that can be communicated with, rabbit-shaped spirit bodies favored by knowledge." His words transformed into information, instantly merging into the spirit world. In just a moment, two translucent, ethereal spirit bodies drifted from afar. If one ignored their translucent bodies, they were entirely ordinary, somewhat dazed rabbits. Bugs Bunny watched the approaching knowledge rabbits for a moment, then spoke with a look of sudden understanding. "There are two dazed rabbits nearby." The two knowledge rabbits quickly approached. Leyton glanced at the normal rabbit size of the knowledge rabbits, then at the clearly plump Bugs Bunny. He somewhat doubted whether these two knowledge rabbits could drag Bugs Bunny through the spirit world. Boss. Your gaze is very rude." Bugs Bunny seemed to have seen through Leyton's thoughts and said somewhat indignantly. Leyton chuckled, rubbing Bugs Bunny's head, ignoring his words, and looked at the two knowledge rabbits, saying, "Do you know the location of that library in the spirit world depths?" The two knowledge rabbits nodded repeatedly. Seeing that the knowledge rabbits knew the place, Leyton breathed a sigh of relief, then pushed Bugs Bunny towards them, saying, "Can you help me take him to that library? As a reward, you can choose any book to read in the library." The two knowledge rabbits nodded with even greater amplitude and speed. Then they each took one of Bugs Bunny's paws and dragged him directly towards the spirit world depths. Bugs Bunny looked at Leyton in a panic. He and the two knowledge rabbits were back to back, completely unable to see what was ahead, feeling as if he had been kidnapped. But the knowledge rabbits moved quickly. Before he could finish shouting, he had already disappeared from Leyton's sight. Those two knowledge rabbits seemed very happy to be with Bugs Bunny. Leyton sighed inwardly and turned to look at the scene in the mirror. Because he failed to tear off the mystical item with strong defensive capabilities from Tracy's hand, the battle between Klein and this pirate admiral fell into a stalemate. On the Black Death, Klein's figure trembled uncontrollably, and black, illusory flames burned from within him. His body rapidly thinned and became brittle, finally turning into scraps of paper burned to ash by the black flames. His figure then appeared from another place. As soon as his figure emerged, he fell into a strange state of paralysis and sluggishness, as if sinking into a soft embrace, bringing a comfortable feeling that made one succumb, impossible to break free from. Something's wrong. Tracy's reaction just now wasn't right, as if she already knew she would be attacked. Klein still maintained Irene's appearance, and as thoughts constantly floated in his mind, his intuition grasped something. Demonesses are also skilled in divination. Did the red-haired demoness Irene mention detect the abnormality in Tracy's fate? Why did I overlook that point at the time? As his thoughts turned, Klein spread his arms, and the glove on his left hand quickly glowed with a layer of golden light. A grand, pure, blazing pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping Tracy and the layers of frost in the room. Tracy stared intently at Klein, or rather, at Irene. Her voice hoarsely said, "Who exactly are you? Where is Irene? What have you done to her?" Klein maintained Irene's appearance, flashing a bright smile at Tracy, and opened his mouth slightly, but a deep male voice emerged. "She went to a place you can't find. Before that, she told me all your secrets, and of course, her own." Tracy's body trembled slightly, her expression distorted by pain. The surface of the glove on Klein's left hand wriggled, quickly retracting its original golden light, and instead, layers of fine, dark golden scales emerged. His pupils also began to shift vertically. The next moment, a strong sense of danger struck. Klein's action of extending his left hand forward stiffened, and an image floated in his mind. Dark red flames continuously surged out, instantly engulfing the captain's cabin, engulfing him and Tracy. No, is she going to drag me down with her? Is this demoness a love-struck fool? As this thought began to form in his mind, the layers of dark red, like a surging tide, quickly swallowed everything in the room. Inside the captain's cabin, dark red flames instantly consumed everything. Klein had intended to use the ability of flame leap through these flames to escape the captain's cabin, but he strangely found himself unable to control these dark red flames. His figure rapidly thinned and became brittle in the flames, turning into a crudely cut paper figure. The next moment, his figure appeared near the captain's cabin door, his clothes and hair instantly catching fire. Using the flames ignited on his body, he activated the flame leap ability. Although he couldn't shift his position, the flame immunity effect that came with flame leap would keep him unharmed. As he used flame leap, a cold, indifferent, eyelashless eye made of brilliant starlight appeared on his forehead. Brilliant rays of light quickly appeared on his body, instantly condensing to form a giant transparent amber, completely enveloping him and isolating him from the outer layer of dark red flames. Chapter 360, KWM Chapter 360 Witch. In the spirit world depths, just after influencing Klein through the eyes of mystery prying left on his body, Leyton felt that he was being locked onto. It really is a trap. The witch's divination shouldn't be this powerful. Is it an influence from a high-level item of the fate pathway? As soon as the thought flickered, the same dark red flames as on the Black Death appeared in front of Leyton. These flames seemed to be able to burn continuously without fuel. While carrying scorching heat, they also had a strong adhesion, more eerie and powerful than the witch's original black flames. Leyton narrowed his eyes slightly, and dazzling starlight fluctuated around him, quickly condensing to form an airtight starlight barrier. He stared at the dark red flames that surrounded him, a smile rising from the corner of his mouth, his voice full of curiosity as he said. The hunter's flame ability greatly enhances the witch. I'm very curious, after you switched pathways to become a witch, do you need to reenact the unexperienced stages of joy and pain? Responding to his voice was an even more intense firelight. The dark red flames that surrounded him rolled up layers of flame waves, slapping against the starlight barrier, scattering fragments of light around him. Leyton lightly raised an eyebrow, his tone still relaxed as he said. It seems that you need to act. Who did you choose to bring joy to? Your competitors? Or enemies? After they fall, you will tell them this cruel truth. Boom. A huge burst of flames erupted, and a dark red light, condensed to near black, landed on the starlight barrier in front of Leyton. These flames quickly retracted inward, condensing into an extremely beautiful female figure. The dark red flames wrapped around her in layers, as if she was wearing a bewitching, exquisite dress. Her fiery red hair was casually pinned up, and under the sweep of the surrounding firelight, strands of hair scattered and fluttered, adding a touch of unique charm to her. Leyton quietly watched her, his eyes changing from appreciation to amazement, and finally with a hint of infatuation. Immediately, his eyes were surrounded by pure, faint starlight, appearing quite indifferent, without warmth, and the infatuation that appeared in his eyes due to the charm instantly dissipated. After regaining his composure, the corners of Leyton's mouth slowly rose, as if greeting an old acquaintance. He opened his mouth and said, "Long time no see, madam. Should I call you former hunter mister? I still don't know what to call you." The witch in the flames had a graceful figure, her eyes blurred as she stared at Leyton. Just looking at her made people feel pity, wanting to embrace her, wanting to gently kiss her lips. Seeing that there was no change in the indifference in Leyton's eyes, she was not disappointed, but instead showed a shy smile at him as if she was more interested. Her red tongue lightly licked the corner of her mouth, glistening with a hint of crystal, full of charm, a charm that was not limited to gender or species. Her gaze lingered on Leyton inside the starlight barrier for a moment, and her voice opened, full of charm. "It's a pity that you didn't become a beyonder of the hunter pathway. You have a very different talent on this pathway. As for my name, Elena Sauron, you are still the only man who knows this name." Elena Sauron's voice was very light, very slow, and every character that came out of her mouth was a kind of charm. Leyton's gaze swept over her wantonly, and she also cooperated, deliberately sticking out her full chest, so that the surrounding dark red flames could not cover it, revealing a bright patch of snow-white skin. The ability in terms of charm has improved a lot, and the string of gemstone necklaces on her neck is also gone. It seems that she is already in demoness of unaging. Losing the Conqueror characteristic did not receive the punishment from the Primordial One, but instead promoted. Is she preparing to redeem herself? I remember that demoness of unaging can perfectly present the charm of every stage of a woman's life, and anyone can see some figures they like in them. So, is this my ideal type? While thoughts were constantly flashing through his mind, Leyton stared at the other party without blinking, his voice flat as he said. The only one. Because everyone else is dead. They have only become one with me. I have brought them true joy, and they have given me their body, mind and spirit. Elena said with some nostalgia and aftertaste in her tone. This former hunter lady doesn't have a very high level of culture. This kind of words is obviously more suitable to describe a shepherd, not a witch. Or, are the people who were drained by her all hunters or assassins? While pondering, Leyton looked at Elena in the flames quite seriously and asked. How did you determine my movements and leave an ambush on the Black Death in advance? The opposite Elena smiled very happily, her eyebrows and eyes softened, with an unspeakable charm, and after a long while, she murmured. There was never an ambush on the Black Death. As for the talisman in Tracy's hand, it was given to her when I met her before, foreseeing that she would encounter certain misfortunes afterwards. In order to track you, we have made a lot of preparations, and for this, we have also used a grade 0 sealed artifact. Leyton nodded thoughtfully and responded. You are lurking in the spirit world. Guarantee that no matter where I show up, you can get there quickly. This must have the help of the concealment. Elena looked at Leyton with blurred eyes, as if she had become a lively and lovely little fangirl, exuding her own charm all the time. She said softly. Do you know the nation of the Evernight? When it was destroyed by the Black Knight, the Demonist sect also took some things from it. I see, thank you for telling me. Leyton nodded to the other party with a chuckle, without any tense atmosphere. After looking around, he slightly raised his right hand and condensed an ancient-style spear, with clusters of blood-red flames burning from the tip to the hilt. His gaze easily penetrated the layers of flames, penetrated the spirit world, and looked at the Black Death. The spear in his hand turned into a dark red streamer and fell straight down, piercing a hole through the layers of flames, and then leaving the spirit world and falling towards the Vice Admiral ailment on the Black Death. He then looked at the witch in front of him and asked in a flat voice. Aren't you going to save her? She doesn't need me to save her. You and I have been stalling for so long just to confirm this. Elena said without concealing her doubts. Leyton nodded without any expression. His figure suddenly became transparent, as if it had turned into a statue made of countless stars, and a little bit of faint green light was quickly stripped away. When he threw out that spear of Longinus, just now, the mysticism virus spread to the inside of the starlight barrier through the gap. As the mysticism virus infecting himself was stripped away, the statue shattered with a crash, and the dazzling starlight surged and scattered. At the same time, the barrier condensed by the surrounding dazzling starlight also shattered, turning into starlight and rushing out of the layers of flames. These starlights had no substance, easily rushing out of the dark red flames, and quickly rushing out of the spirit world. During this process, the flames attached to the starlight were constantly shaken off. Roarsted C, on the Black Death. Tracy's face looked a little distorted and ferocious. She felt a strong sense of crisis coming, the target was herself, and there was no way to avoid it. Taking advantage of the Vice Admiral ailment's distraction, Klein quickly jumped out of the captain's room window. After solving the two pirates who came after hearing the sound, he directly stretched out his left hand, dragging a corpse and jumped into the sea. In midair, he caught a glimpse of a dark red streamer falling from midair, directly towards the Black Death, towards the captain's room. A crystal-clear streamer bloomed from the void, with a bone-chilling chill, instantly enveloping the entire Black Death, turning into layers of transparent ice crystals. Chapter 361, KWM Chapter 361 Escape and Divination. Boom. A massive explosion erupted, sending a blast of ice crystals that quickly turned into mist, filling the air. By then, Klein had already fallen into the sea. He only heard a muffled sound from above his head, and his spiritual intuition told him that the attack had been blocked. A demigod. There was a demigod hidden on the Black Death. Why didn't she appear when I assassinated Tracy? Klein's expression turned grim. He was worried that the strand of hair and button he had left in an inconspicuous corner of the Black Death for divination and positioning would be discovered by this demigod, a demigod-level demoness. She could use these items to pinpoint his location and even directly curse him. As Klein pondered, the corpse he had dragged into the sea with him had already been consumed by creeping hunger. He held his breath and continued to swim downwards. At the same time, a huge marine creature, somewhat resembling a whale, quickly swam up from the depths of the ocean, opening its exaggerated maw and directly swallowing Klein, then swimming towards the deeper parts of the ocean, in the direction of Byam. Klein stabilized himself in the cavity of this enormous marine creature and found the black cloth bag he had prepared earlier for it to swallow, which contained various talismans he had prepared in advance. He merely glanced at it, confirmed nothing was missing, then immediately stood up, chanting incantations and walking 4 steps counterclockwise. On the Black Death, Tracy's expression was extremely distorted. She hadn't expected the demoness talisman to be of such a mutually destructive nature. Due to the close proximity, she was greatly affected and didn't even have the strength to stop the assassin, only able to watch the person disguised as Irene leave. The extreme sense of being locked on made her fear she would be torn to shreds the next moment. She closed her eyes in despair. Her face was contorted in pain, appearing extremely ferocious. Almost in the next moment, her extreme sense of danger and the pain from the surrounding dark red flames completely vanished, replaced by a bone-chilling cold. Boom. A massive explosion echoed above the Black Death, causing the entire ship to shake uncontrollably. Tracy staggered from the violent shaking, her body pitching forward and falling into a warm embrace. She seemed to recall something, quickly breaking free from the warm, tempting embrace that made one want to sink into it, and saw the person who had suddenly appeared on the Black Death, in her captain's cabin. She wore a simple, sacred white robe, had lustrous dark hair, and a pair of blue eyes that seemed both mature and innocent, profound and pure, clear and beautiful. Mother, Tracy's lips mumbled, and only after a moment did she utter a single word. Katerina Pell looked at Tracy, whose body was severely burned, a hint of anger flashing in her eyes. She reached out and gently stroked Tracy's face, her voice soft and extremely alluring as she spoke. Elena's overly eager advancement to demoness of unaging left her with some hidden troubles. Although she appears fine, her sanity has become somewhat distorted. She unconsciously leans towards madness and extremism in her actions. If the conqueror characteristic can be recovered, it will be fine. If not, she might lose control due to emotional instability, even without primordial one's punishment. As she spoke, she cupped Tracy's face with both hands, gently rubbing it, temporarily bestowing some of her demoness of unaging abilities upon Tracy. The wounds on Tracy's body quickly writhed and disappeared at a visible speed. In just a moment, she was fully recovered, though her clothes were torn and ragged, completely failing to conceal her body, which added a hint of an intimate atmosphere between her and Katerina Pell. Above the grey fog, within that magnificent ancient palace, Klein's figure suddenly appeared before the fool's high-backed chair. As soon as his figure materialized, he swiftly picked up the Black Emperor card lying face down on the mottled long table, and at the same time, beckoned, retrieving a crudely cut paper figure from the pile of sundries in the corner. The paper figure landed in his hand. He merely glanced at it before shaking it towards the constantly radiating deep red light of the star. The paper figure expanded, distorted, and grew larger in midair, quickly transforming into the image of a tall angel with 12 pairs of dark wings on its back. The tall paper angel then descended into reality through the connection established by the prayer star, wrapping Klein's body in layers with its dark wings, bestowing a blessing upon him to evade any potential divination curses. Few after completing all this, Klein let out a long sigh of relief. Only then did he have the energy to recall everything that had happened today. There shouldn't have been a demigod on the Black Death before, otherwise, my previous divination there would have directly warned me of danger. Moreover, judging from Tracy's reaction, it didn't seem like an ambush she was aware of. She merely anticipated that she would encounter danger but wasn't clear about its source, which is why she was so surprised at the time. That urgent sense of danger appeared after the dark red flames erupted, or more precisely, after Al provided me with assistance through eyes of mystery prying. The demonist sect is targeting him because of the conqueror characteristic. Klein's gaze fell on the desktop to his left, where a peculiar crown, covered in bloodstains and rust, lay quietly. After a brief pause, he materialized his usual citron pendant in his hand and performed a simple divination. Al is in danger. After closing his eyes and chanting the divination phrase 7 times in a low voice, he reopened his eyes. The citron pendant in his hand was rotating rapidly clockwise. In danger, and the danger is great. As Klein interpreted this in his mind, he extended his right hand towards the pile of sundries again. A crudely cut paper figure flew into his hand on its own. He then infused it with spirituality and shook it out. With the high-level blessing of the Black Emperor card, the paper figure rapidly expanded and distorted, transforming into a tall angel with 12 pairs of dark wings, and merged into the deep red star representing Leyton. Having done all this, he put down the Black Emperor card in his hand and picked up the Sea God Scepter, issuing commands to the marine creatures in the surrounding sea area, ordering them to create chaos in the ocean, interfere with any potential pursuit, and help him quickly move away from the sea area and return to Byam. I hope to return to Byam smoothly. Once there, with the protection of the Church of the Lord of Storms, the demonist sect won't care about a small sequence 6 like me. As he pondered, his gaze fell upon the deep red star representing Leyton. The demonist sect seemed to have been prepared. Regardless of whether I would go to the Black Death to assassinate Vice Admiral Ailment, things would eventually come to this point. Chapter 362, KWM Chapter 362, Disaster in the Rorsted Archipelago. In the Rorsted Sea, on an uninhabited stretch of ocean. Suddenly, stars, one after another, appeared, densely packed and dazzling. These shining starlight rapidly converged into a mass, and Leyton's figure emerged amidst the glittering starlight. As soon as his figure appeared, a dense gray fog surged out before him, rising with a deep red glow, and a tall angel with 12 pairs of black wings on his back emerged. He enveloped Leyton layer upon layer with his wings, like an embrace, a blessing. Moments later, all of it vanished abruptly. It seems Klein has escaped the Black Death, I hope he gets back to shore quickly, I need some help from the fool. Leyton muttered to himself, his eyes suddenly deepening, losing focus, and becoming a vast expanse. He attempted to find the most suitable solution through divination. The next moment, his body instantly became transparent, transforming into a statue made of countless stars, and streaks of crystalline, bone-chilling light fell from high in the sky. Wherever they passed, the air instantly condensed, forming solid frost. These streaks of light shattered the starlight statue into countless pieces, scattering them into sparkling starlight, which, before it could even begin to surge, was swept into the sea by the extremely cold light, then imprisoned by thick ice crystals. Concealment is the most effective counter to divination. Elena Sauron's figure emerged from high in the sky, her fiery red hair falling loosely, covering the critical parts of her body and exposing large areas of pale skin. Just looking at it made one's blood rush and imagination run wild. On her left index finger was a simple-looking ring, with a black, multifaceted gem set on a pure silver base. The gem on the ring reflected a subtle luster, and the next moment, the surroundings suddenly became quiet, even the light instantly dimmed, as if entering a deep night. A sense of peace and tranquility enveloped the surroundings, and even the faint starlight frozen in the ice gradually dimmed, as if about to fall silent. Within the thick ice, points of brilliant starlight flickered, constantly shining with dazzling light, then rapidly dimming, as if resisting some invisible force. The ice quickly turned a ghostly green, as if infected by a mysterious virus, and the constantly flashing starlight also emitted a faint green glow. The next moment, the dazzling stars sealed beneath the thick ice burst forth with pure, blazing white sunlight, reaching an extreme. This light pierced through the deep surroundings, the rapidly rising temperature melted the thick ice, and the vast, pervading sun aura instantly purified all viruses and bacteria in the vicinity. The surrounding light continuously expanded, almost instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness, and a miniature sun, extremely blazing white, enough to illuminate a city, appeared out of thin air. It was composed of countless tiny, blazing white light points, surrounded by countless sacred, fiery, pale golden flames. This sun rapidly ascended, trailing a pure white streak of light in the air, directly colliding with the demoness in midair, encompassing her, igniting her flesh and blood, and dissolving her spirituality. The powerful vitality of the demoness of unaging was dissolved without any resistance under this extremely blazing white sun, shattering like a glass mirror. Those mirror fragments rapidly melted under the intense high temperature, disappearing directly. Elena Sauron's figure emerged in another direction. The high temperature created by the appearance of the blazing white sun seemed to have no effect on her. Her fiery red long hair spread out wildly, each strand connected to an invisible transparent thread, and dark red flames floated with them, forming an exaggerated spider web that encircled the blazing white sun. A blazing white light separated from the sun, transforming into a scorching, dazzling ray attack, striking the red-haired Elena Sauron at an incredible speed. Her figure shattered again, and a small amount of mirror fragments fell into the sea below. Her figure then emerged in another direction, accompanied by another scorching, dazzling ray attack. Crash! Pieces of mirror fragments fell, and what was hit was still a mirror illusion. One scorching, dazzling ray after another was unleashed by the sun, and the sound of mirrors constantly shattering echoed in the air, yet they never managed to hit the opponent's true body. The surrounding sea became restless, and this area was not far from Byam. In the sky above the sea, the exaggerated dark red spider web and the extremely blazing white sun were clearly reflected in the eyes of everyone in Byam City. From time to time, a scorching, dazzling ray would fall towards Byam, but before it could get close, it was dispersed by the exaggerated lightning falling from the sky. Dark clouds were gathering in space, carrying almost solidified wrath. "I found you." A faint, almost inaudible murmur echoed in the air. Elena Sauron, who had been constantly shifting her position through mirror illusions, paused slightly. She frowned slightly, looking at the blazing white center of the dark red spider web, and a strong sense of unease surged in her heart. The next moment, that extremely blazing white sun suddenly split, erupting with unimaginable light, and the blazing white engulfed everything. Whoosh! Invisible winds rapidly gathered and formed, confining the intense temperature within a certain range. The extremely blazing white sun decomposed into a myriad of tiny pure white light points. Some of them converged into a human form, while others continuously swirled, collided with each other, and split into even finer directions under the restraint of the surrounding storm. Moments later, the surrounding temperature had reached an unimaginable level. The whistling, swirling hurricane in the high sky turned blazing white, emitting a scorching, pale golden glow, rendering the entire sky golden red, like the surface of the sun. In Byam's Cathedral of Waves, a whistling hurricane surged out, carrying pale blue ripples that rapidly enveloped every part of Byam City. Sea King John Cotman's figure suddenly appeared in midair, his priestly robe, adorned with patterns of waves and storms, constantly fluttering in the strong wind. He looked up at the golden red sky with a serious expression, gazing at the blazing white enveloped by the storm. His spiritual intuition was warning him that an extremely terrifying attack was brewing within that storm, which would be extremely dangerous, even potentially fatal, for him, who was already sequence 3. "He's grown stronger." This level and range of light and heat are definitely not something a sequence 4 can achieve. Even a demigod of the sun pathway might not be able to use such a method. Knowledge from the sun. As he pondered, a gentle voice with an indescribable charm echoed around him. Compared to those from the eternal blazing sun church, I think he's more like a true sun worshipper. Water vapor rapidly condensed into ice crystals around, reflecting a stunning figure. As soon as this figure appeared, a bolt of lightning instantly struck, shattering the ice crystals. Demoness. Get back to the sea. John Cotman's voice gradually grew louder, finally forming layers of sonic booms, directly forcing back Elena Sauron, who was attempting to approach Byam and compel the Church of the Lord of Storms to help her block the attack. Immediately, John Cotman slightly raised his right hand towards the sea, bright light burst from his deep blue eyes, his knotted hair waved in the wind, and silver-white strands entwined within it. The clouds in the sky gradually gathered and pressed down, and the intense wind collided with the air, producing explosive sounds. Terrifying hurricanes, visible to the naked eye, appeared, swirling and intertwining, with air currents rapidly circling, engulfing clouds, sweeping waves, and forming a grand barrier of wind and water, protecting the entire biome. Having completed all this, John Cotman turned his gaze to the blazing white mass still forming in the distance above the sea. He extended his right palm forward, attempting to seize control of that blazing storm. I cannot let him continue, defense is not what I am good at. Chapter 363, KWM Chapter 363 Solar Flare. In the waters near Byam, a giant whale-like marine creature, suppressing its unease, approached the coast. Even as an ordinary marine creature with low intelligence, it could sense the extremely terrifying danger on the surface of the sea. If not for the command from the sea god, it would have long since fled to the deep sea. Inside its body, Klein felt the fear of this marine creature, and coupled with the vague unease stirring in his own heart, he decided to go to Grey Fog again. On the Black Death, Katarina Pell's expression became serious. She turned her head to look at Tracy, who was sitting beside her, and said in a deep voice, "Move the ship away from this area." "What happened?" Tracy asked with some confusion. Katarina Pell rose from her chair, walked to the bay window, and looked at the sky, which had already been dyed golden red, with a rather solemn expression. Her gaze was profound, and she didn't know what she was thinking. After a moment, she pondered and said, "Their upcoming battle will likely affect this entire sea area. Near Byam, this level of destruction is likely to attract the attention of that one. I hope our plan will not undergo too many changes." In the high sky, Leyton, who was restraining the surrounding light and heat, moved slightly slower. He found that the storm he had created was starting to become unstable. Did Sea King John Cotman intervene? Then so be it. As his thoughts turned, the human figure formed by pure white light points rapidly disintegrated, turning into a tiny, scorching white ball of light. Around it were swirling streams of scorching white light constantly converging towards the center. The light they emitted intertwined with the outer storm, forming a pale golden wind vortex with extremely high temperatures. With the intervention of Sea King John Cotman, the surrounding storm began to become unstable, and the pale gold, which had originally surged into a mass, rapidly spread out. The next moment, a golden-red curtain of light descended from the sky. It was like a giant, wind-floating skirt, gently swaying on the sea surface, covering the entire sea area, bringing scorching light and heat. Besides the immense solar aura pervading the entire sea, this light curtain was more of a physical attack. The extreme light and heat caused the sea surface to not even boil, but directly drop a layer. Wherever the light curtain passed, whether it was reefs or fish in the sea, they were directly melted. A fiery red figure continuously shattered and reappeared in midair. She seemed to be dancing in midair, her constantly floating figure appearing enchanting and alluring. Gradually, this figure became thinner, as if gradually being roasted away. The barrier of wind and water covering all of Byam began to totter. The extreme high temperature caused the strong winds to rapidly evaporate the entrained seawater, and even the wind was dyed golden red. Byam at this moment was like a steamer placed on a boiler. In the dock district, Danitz, who had just returned to the hotel, packed his luggage, and was preparing to return to the Golden Dream tomorrow, stared blankly out the window. He watched as the strong winds, carrying seawater and clouds, that enveloped all of Byam were dyed golden red, and felt the dense sweat seeping from his body, his face turning pale. Shit. When did Byam become so dangerous? Demigods are fighting here every other day. It's all Gehrman Sparrow's fault. If he hadn't stopped me, I would already be back on the Golden Dream by now. Why would I need to be scared here? Danitz pressed his lips tightly, only able to relieve the pressure by constantly muttering to himself. For the first time, he felt how fragile his life was, even the aftermath of battles between those high-sequence powerhouses could easily destroy him. No, this terrifying might could even easily destroy all of Byam. Above Grey Fog, in that magnificent ancient palace, Klein held the sea god's scepter, feeling the prayers of the sea god's believers filled with panic and fear, and unconsciously tightened his grip on the scepter. He tried to maintain stability beneath the sea surface through the sea god's scepter, preventing the marine creature carrying his body from encountering danger. As for the prayers of the sea god's believers, he was truly helpless. At that temperature, he was powerless to change the weather. After some time, through the connection between the sea god's scepter and the believers, he perceived that the terrifying light and heat had finally ceased. He let out a long breath, quickly poured spirituality into the scepter, causing the seawater to rapidly evaporate, carrying a large amount of heat, and at the same time, forming thick clouds, attempting to bring rain to the surroundings. Whoosh! The sound of wind exploded, and centered on Byam, a strong gust of wind quickly arose, carrying the water vapor that had just risen from the sea surface into the high sky. John Cotman's figure also rose with it, disappearing into the sky. A moment later, thick clouds began to appear. With a silver-white rumble, warm rain began to fall in sheets. The rain struck the parched ground, fell into the shallower sea, and diffused a thin mist. Along with the rain, pieces of dark red, dried flesh also fell. They turned scarlet and fresh again in the warm rainwater, and began to twist and squirm like liquid, gathering together. In a moment, these squirming flesh and blood transformed into a beautiful figure. Her hair was fiery red like flames, loosely draped and writhing. Strands of hair intertwined, like scarlet vipers, wrapping freely around her body, just enough to cover her vital areas. On the index finger of her left hand, she wore a ring set with a black, multifaceted gem. The gem in this ring already had many cracks, and the pure silver base rapidly corroded, quickly shattering and falling to the ground. Her gaze swept over the ring that had fallen to the ground, her eyes slightly darkened, then she raised her head again, as if confiding in someone or perhaps speaking to herself, saying, "What a terrifying method, such terrifying light and heat, as if facing the sun directly. If I hadn't known beforehand, I would even have thought he was a light seeker. What a pity. Although this was just a replica, I didn't expect it to break so quickly, and it also consumed the resurrection method I had prepared in advance." Responding to her words were streaks of silver white falling from high above, carrying a strong, almost tangible, tyrannical, and destructive aura, falling densely. On the distant sea surface, dots of pure white starlight suddenly appeared. They quickly converged in midair, revealing Leyton's figure. He reached out his hand, pulled an illusory hat from the void, and placed it on his head. His figure then disappeared, concealing all traces. The next moment, the pattering rain around him abruptly ceased. Leyton's body suddenly stiffened, and a peaceful, tranquil darkness had, at some unknown time, enveloped him. Even his emotions and desires were gradually disappearing. Did even the simulated solar flare fail to drive away the hidden witch? Are there more than one of those mystical items that can make oneself hidden? The prophecy was completely restrained by the night's peace. His thoughts suddenly became difficult to continue. An overwhelming and irresistible sense of weariness swept through every cell of his body. Every command issued by his brain was rejected by his body, as if his body had its own thoughts. It was very tired and wanted a long, peaceful sleep. The power bringing this intense sleepiness was of an extremely high level. He could not resist for long before inevitably entering a state of peaceful sleep. As the power vanished, the sound of rain resumed around him, only these raindrops were tinged with a faint green and black, as if what was falling was not rain, but foul-smelling venom. Leyton's body fell from midair, and just as it was about to touch the sea surface, an invisible spider web bound him. Mystical viruses and bacteria rapidly merged into this body, already in a peaceful sleep, through the invisible spider web, directly affecting Leyton's spirituality and body, bringing various negative statuses such as paralysis, poisoning, and disease, making it even more difficult for him, already in deep slumber, to awaken. Chapter 364, KWM Chapter 364 Chaos. Above the grey fog, within that ancient palace, Klein leaned back in the fool's high-back chair, setting down the sea god's scepter he held. The extensive influence he had exerted over the sea earlier had consumed a considerable amount of his spirituality. Taking a breath, he extended his spirituality to envelop himself, preparing to leave the space above the grey fog. His gaze swept around, stopping when it landed on the high-back chair belonging to the tower. A faint sense of unease settled in his heart. Something is going to happen. A thought flashed through his mind. Klein quickly reined in his spirituality. As a beyonder skilled in divination, especially while on the grey fog, he trusted his intuition implicitly. He then beckoned, summoning a paper figure from the grey fog beside him, and at the same time, picked up the Black Emperor card lying face down on the table with his left hand. He swiftly infused spirituality into the paper figure and flicked it away. The paper figure expanded and distorted in midair, transforming into a tall angel with 12 pairs of dark wings. Following Klein's thought, this tall paper angel quickly merged into the crimson star representing Leyton. Klein's brows gradually furrowed. He felt that the paper figure he had just thrown out seemed to have no effect. Immediately, he extended his spirituality to touch the crimson star representing Leyton. There was no reaction whatsoever after his spirituality touched the crimson star, as if the object establishing contact with the crimson star did not exist. What's going on? Is it being isolated by some powerful force? But, even the forsaken land of the gods, I can reach through this grey fog. Is it some kind of special beyonder ability? As he pondered, Klein swiftly extended his spirituality to envelop himself, simulating the sensation of falling. He needed to return to shore as quickly as possible, find a safe place, and provide assistance to Al, who was in trouble. With a slight disorientation, Klein found himself back inside the mouth of the giant marine creature. He took off the black cloth bag tied around his waist and, relying on the pre-left marks, found the charm that could communicate with marine creatures. Storm. He chanted in ancient Hermes, activating his surroundings. The white tin charm in his hand instantly turned to dust, and a faint blue stream of light shot out from it, entering Klein's body. He felt a peculiar connection established between himself and this enormous marine creature, allowing him to transmit his thoughts into its mind. Approach the coast, float upwards. As soon as Klein transmitted the command to the marine creature through his thoughts, the creature's feedback appeared in his mind. Danger, above, danger. Klein again fumbled for a charm that could increase his affinity with marine creatures, and whispered. Storm. The charm once again turned to dust and vanished. In an instant, Klein felt the goodwill conveyed to him by the marine creature. Taking advantage of the charm's effect, he once again conveyed his thoughts. Take me up, closer to the coast. The giant marine creature again conveyed a sense of great danger, but its body honestly moved closer to the surface of the sea. After approaching the surface, the marine creature refused to go any further up, so Klein had no choice but to make it open its mouth and allow him to leave its oral cavity. Relying on the underwater breathing charm, Klein began to swim towards the surface. Once he left the sea, he could use the levitation charm to move forward. The best way would be to have the fish in the ocean give me a ride. That would be much faster than swimming back myself. Unfortunately, the chaos just now caused all the marine creatures in the surrounding waters that could run to flee. As for the remaining ones, I probably swim faster than them. After swimming towards the surface for a while, his movements suddenly paused. In his line of sight, a layer of yellowish-green foam floated up on the originally shimmering sea surface. His spiritual intuition warned him, making him instinctively move away from the sea surface. Toxins. If this continues, this entire sea area will be polluted. Why hasn't Sea King of the Church of the Lord of Storms made a move yet? As if in response to his thoughts, a fierce gust of wind suddenly swept across the sea surface, carrying warm rain and rising into the high sky. Boom. A terrifying sonic boom suddenly erupted, accompanied by the wailing of the wind domain. The immense impact directly shattered all the invisible spider webs on the sea surface, tearing apart Leyton's body, which had fallen into a deep sleep. A soft groan, like a gasp, came from the void beside them. It was as if an invisible curtain was being torn open, and a figure emerged, dressed in a simple, pure white robe, with glossy, dark hair cascading down. Her ears, eyes, and nostrils were still oozing traces of fresh blood. Her gaze was fixed on the spot where Leyton's body had been torn apart, her eyes filled with bewilderment and disbelief. The next moment, as her figure rapidly moved, she reached forward, trying to grasp a portion of the shattered flesh. The moment she touched the scattered flesh, it disintegrated, turning into light composed of one complex knowledge after another. These lights rapidly converged at Leyton's previous location, restructuring his body with complex and pure knowledge, a body not in slumber, nor affected by negative effects like poisoning or paralysis. A cloak adorned with numerous symbolic patterns and a strange eye draped over Leyton. Relying on the sage's robe's ability to reset its own state within 30 seconds, he successfully broke free from the effects he had suffered. As soon as his figure solidified, he suddenly became transparent, transforming into a transparent statue composed of brilliant starlight. Boom. 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 Loud sonic booms, mixed with the wailing of the wind, rang out one after another. The transparent statue, formed by brilliant starlight, instantly shattered, turning into specks of starlight that were swept towards the distant sea. The demoness figure that had just emerged was also carried away from the sea area by the immense impact. Dark clouds began to gather in layers in the sky. As a silver-white electric serpent shot out, lightning began to strike densely, carrying a substantial, tyrannical aura of destruction, enveloping the surrounding hundreds of meters in a thunder forest. The brilliant starlight broke through the embrace of the airflow, surging in specks into the sea surface, and rapidly moving towards the deep sea. Making the same choice as him was another pure white, graceful figure, or rather, she was chasing Leyton. Under the pressure of the seawater, her proud figure was revealed in its entirety. The simple pure white robe, soaked by the seawater, became faintly transparent, vaguely revealing the charms beneath. Her hair spread out in the seawater like watergrass, extending and growing wildly. Each black strand of hair was connected to an invisible transparent thread, and these threads intertwined to form an exaggerated spider web. Deep, quiet black flames suddenly shot up from the invisible, ethereal threads. They used spirituality as their fuel, burning silently and eerily in the seawater. The brilliant starlight surging wildly in the seawater gradually slowed down, as if being interfered with, and began to converge towards the center. Within the patches of starlight, the brilliant starlight gradually dimmed and became tinged with a deep, dark black. This deep black rapidly spread outwards. In just a moment, the surrounding seawater was dyed black, and a fallen aura instantly permeated the area. The spider webs with deep, quiet black smoke rising around them were coated with a sticky, dark black. They either instantly corroded and broke, or showed signs of becoming fallen, and tried to attack the demoness who had spread her hair. The demoness in the simple white robe always wore a subtle, almost imperceptible smile, seemingly confident in herself. Only when the full extent of the fallen dark black permeated the area did a hint of surprise flash in her deep yet innocent blue eyes. Immediately, layers of frost began to spread around her, directly freezing the threads and black flames that were attacking her due to the fallen influence. The level of this fallen power is very high. Where did he analyze this level of beyonder ability from? As her thoughts began to stir, the surrounding seawater rapidly surged upwards, as if pushed by an invisible hand, rising into the high sky, towards the dense silver-white forest. The dark black, full of fallen aura, which had just spread out, was continuously bombarded by lightning carrying a tyrannical and destructive aura, and quickly began to dissipate, gradually contracting. The dark black, full of fallen aura, surged and converged like water, and soon, it condensed into a human figure 3 to 4 meters tall. Chapter 365, KWM Chapter 365 Wrong name. It was entirely covered in black, cold armor, with only 2 clusters of deep blue, almost purple, light flickering where its eyes should be, giving off an exceptionally sacred and wise feeling, yet appearing quite indifferent and devoid of warmth. In its hand, it held a straight, profound greatsword, like a solemn dark knight. Saintess of White, Katarina Pell. Leyton's flat voice emerged from within the tall dark knight. You know me. It's a pity. If you hadn't stolen that conqueror characteristic, I wouldn't mind having a truly joyful time with you. But now, I can only follow the Primordial One's oracle and bring you back to the Demonist sect. Of course, perhaps your companion would be willing to exchange that conqueror characteristic with us. After all, it's a hunter pathway characteristic, and for both the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom and the Aurora Order, it's not a mandatory item. Her words were met with an upward swing, each movement of the dark, profound greatsword accompanied by an intense fallen aura that corroded the surrounding seawater, causing it to sizzle. Katarina Pell's body distorted at an incredible angle, easily dodging the dark greatsword swing. Her dark hair suddenly expanded, twisting into roots, intertwining with each other like black tentacles or grotesque venomous snakes, striking at the tall dark knight from different angles. Sizzle sizzle. The black tentacles slammed hard against the black armor, instantly corroded by the dense fallen aura, emitting sizzling sounds. Relying on the armor's strong defensive capabilities, Leyton barely managed to entangle with these hair-distorted tentacles. They were extremely flexible, as if each tentacle had its own mind, deftly dodging the dark greatsword swings and seizing the opportunity to wrap around the dark knight's wrist. Leyton controlled the dark knight, using the pulling force of the hair-wrapped tentacles to violently ram into Katarina Pell in front of him. The power from the fallen domain continuously gathered on that dark, profound greatsword, as if it could corrode flesh and obliterate souls. Boom. 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 In the overcast sky, thick bolts of lightning struck down, hitting the entangled demoness and dark knight at an unavoidable speed. These electric lights carried a strong numbing effect. After hitting the dark knight and the long-haired demoness, they quickly disintegrated into countless tiny electric snakes, darting in all directions, illuminating the surrounding seawater as bright as day. Even with the dark knight's concealment, Leyton still felt his body stiffen slightly. The same was true for Katarina Pell, whose hair distorted into tentacles. Leyton clearly felt that the black tentacles wrapped around the dark knight had become soft and weak. With a slight delay, the tall dark knight instantly disintegrated into a profound darkness, and as if conscious, it enveloped Katarina Pell along the tentacles formed by her dark hair. The dense fallen aura instantly corroded and broke her hair, or caused it to develop fallen consciousness and turn to entangle her instead. The dense, profound darkness wrapped Katarina Pell into a giant cocoon, constantly wriggling and deforming, as if something was about to break through the cocoon's confines. Leyton's eyes were surrounded by a deep blue, almost purple, glow, appearing exceptionally cold and sacred. Suddenly, his gaze flickered, becoming extremely profound, then quickly returning to normal. Before the continuous lightning strikes, he summoned an invisible giant hand, sending the constantly wriggling and deforming dark cocoon high into the sky, to the side of Sea King John Cotman. Humph. A cold snort, accompanied by the wailing of wind, exploded around him, forming a terrifying sonic boom. Leyton's body instantly became transparent, shattered, and transformed into countless brilliant starlight surging in the seawater, probing towards the deep sea. Sea King John Cotman's gaze fell upon the dark cocoon thrown before him. It seemed as if countless pythons were wriggling inside, twisting and expanding strangely. He reached out his hand, summoning an invisible wind to firmly restrain it. Chirp. A dark tentacle pierced through the layer of darkness that enveloped it. Chirp. 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 More and more tentacles extended from it. They began to wrestle with the invisible wind, attempting to break free. In just a moment, thick, layered dark clouds covered everything around, and silver electric snakes darted out, carrying a strong, almost tangible aura of tyrannical destruction, densely striking at the tentacles and at the demoness who had not yet fully broken free from the darkness. Katrina's expression suddenly distorted. She had been directly thrown in front of the Church of the Lord of Storms, Sea King. Her eyes were enveloped by dazzling silver light, while invisible wind and the dark, fallen restraints still bound her. Damn it, Elena, that crazy woman, if she doesn't use that item soon, even with the demoness of Unaging's powerful survival ability, it will be very difficult for me to safely leave this sea. In a coastal area to the left of Byam, on the exposed reefs due to the receding sea level, brilliant starlight surged and condensed into shimmering patches, revealing Leyton's figure once more. He reached up and rubbed his forehead. His spirituality was already struggling to maintain the starlight state. Simulating the solar flare earlier consumed too much spirituality. How does the demoness sect possess such a concealment mystical item? Do they control higher-level items from the darkness and artisan pathways? As he pondered, his spirituality was suddenly touched. He looked warily at the reef to his right. Dark red flames suddenly surged, and a vibrant figure emerged from them. Her fiery red hair was singed yellow in places, wildly flaring and twisting within the dark red flames. Invisible transparent threads spread rapidly outwards from her. Some were hard, some soft, carrying invisible mystical viruses and bacteria, attempting to invade Leyton's body. On his back, pure white, illusory feathers condensed, and as the pure, sacred wings unfolded, Leyton's body cracked open with fissures, from which eyes grew out. They were indifferent, cold, bizarre, and distorted, as if each eye was alive and had its own thoughts. Do you have any means of resurrection left? Leyton slightly opened his mouth, emitting a hoarse, low voice, mixed with emotion-stirring and desire, accompanied by complex, useless knowledge. This was closer to a kind of ravings, and although it lacked the corruption of complete living biological forms, through his deliberate influence, this ravings would be even more dangerous. Elena experienced a brief trance. A large amount of complex, useless knowledge was transmitted to her mind with the sound, making her thoughts sluggish, and the surging emotions and desires blurred her judgment, making her forget to act. Every eye that had opened on Leyton's body met her gaze. Those eyes seemed to contain countless brilliant starlight, hazy and dreamlike, making her unable to help but want to look more closely. Those countless brilliant stars continuously magnified in her mind, forming a pair of eyes, cold and indifferent eyes. From these eyes, she saw all-encompassing knowledge. No, he was knowledge itself. Immersed in knowledge, she was completely unaware that her body had begun to mutate. Her flesh continuously cracked open, and amidst layers of crimson, one eye after another opened. These eyes were tainted with a strange aura, rapidly contaminating her own being. Leyton's lips slowly curved into an arc, murmuring in a dreamlike whisper. His voice easily penetrated everything around him, polluting the entire sea area. Sage who perceives the world, eyes that glimpse truth, embodiment of endless knowledge and numerology. Standing on the opposite reef, Elena, immersed in knowledge, had eyes growing on her body that suddenly became active, gazing up at the sky as if in pilgrimage, towards the spirit world depths. Under the influence of the eyes on her body, Elena began to speak in a dreamlike voice. The source of all disasters, the symbol of apocalypse and destruction, the demoness who controls chaos. Chapter 366, KWM Chapter 366 The Will of the Demoness. The murmuring voice of Arena echoed in Leyton's ears, and he was instantly stunned. His scalp prickled, and an unprecedented fear filled his chest and swept through his mind. No, it shouldn't be. Primordial Demoness. He felt his thoughts become difficult, and the pupils of the eyes that had opened on his body contracted strangely, dyed with a hazy color, as if gradually turning to stone. His thoughts and actions became sluggish simultaneously, and his spirituality also began to slow down, as if he was slowly, inevitably turning to stone. He tried to stretch out his right hand, intending to use the Emperor's new clothes to enter a state of non-existence, but it took him a while to make even a small movement. No. My thoughts are fast. Slowed. As his thoughts churned with difficulty, he saw the eyes on Arena's body petrify one by one, along with parts of her flesh falling off her, hitting the reef, and sinking into the sea. Her eyes gradually cleared, revealing an eerie color and an indescribable charm, as if she had become the most beautiful creature in the world, carrying an extremely terrifying oppressive force. Moor, dial, duh. As soon as the thought flickered, the scene in his eyes completely darkened. His eyes had completely petrified, leaving only faint starlight slowly floating, making a final struggle. In the sky, an unseen light surged from an unknown place. The entire Rorsted Sea was distorted to a certain extent, and complex, pure knowledge poured into the minds of every creature that saw this light. On the cliff by the coast outside Byam, Klein used the strong winds created by a floating charm to carry himself above the cliff. He let out a long breath, preparing to find a safe place to go to the grey fog. His spirituality was suddenly touched, and he instinctively wanted to look up at the sky, while his spirituality simultaneously warned him, "Do not look up, there is danger in the sky." A vast aura permeated downwards from high in the sky, carrying a strong sense of oppression and a terrifying presence, as if it would engulf everything. What happened? This coercion, it seems to be the hidden sage. Has he descended? Not the brief, incomplete descent where he concealed himself, like in Backlund, but his true body has descended upon the Rorstad archipelago. Thoughts surged in Klein's mind, and a strong sense of unease churned within him. Above the sea, the originally thick layers of dark clouds were directly dispersed, and the dense silver lightning all disappeared. Katerina Pell's figure emerged in disarray, her thick black hair scorched and distorted, with wisps of black smoke rising from it. The pure white robe she wore had long been completely incinerated by the lightning, leaving only a charred black shell with a burnt smell, which fell off in fragments as silver electric sparks occasionally flickered across her body, revealing the fair skin beneath. A faint light flickered in her eyes, and ice instantly condensed in front of her, forming a mirror that reflected figures. The mirror instantly became dim and dark, as if countless things and layers of space were hidden within it. Her body slipped into it as if it had no physical form, and the layered illusory world within the mirror then converged. The freshly condensed ice shattered instantly, turning into a shower of crystalline snowflakes that scattered with the wind. Humph. Sea King John Cotman noticed this, but merely snorted coldly. The swirling strong winds lifted his body. His expression was extremely solemn, his eyes tightly closed, and he murmured the honorific name of the Lord of Storms. King of the sky, Emperor of the sea, Monarch of calamity, God of storms. Only a true god could contend with a descending evil god. His chanting did not receive a response from the Lord of Storms, but another great existence descended here. Beneath the sea, black tentacles, like pythons, shot out one after another. The tip of each tentacle had an eye, either closed or open. These tentacles extended infinitely, instantly reaching the illusory light high in the sky. The illusory light, composed of complex and pure knowledge, distorted for a moment, showing a hint of grayish-white, but was quickly assimilated by the surrounding knowledge and rapidly recovered. However, the entire sky suddenly brightened the next moment, erupting in a strong electromagnetic storm that destroyed all information structures and dispersed the illusory light like a flood. Boom. 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 Silver bolts of lightning struck down precisely and chillingly, accurately hitting each black tentacle, carrying a tangible aura of furious destruction, scorching all these tentacles black and turning them into ash. Then, strong winds arose, like countless sharp blades, continuously cutting and eroding these tentacles until they were completely gone. As the last silver bolt struck the sea, this area returned to calm. The azure sky was now cloudless, and the sea breeze carried a warm, burnt scent. All of Byam, no, the entire Rorstad archipelago was exceptionally quiet. Everyone was praying, some to the Lord of Storms, some to the sea god. Near Byam, at a rocky reef, the Lord of Storms' final lightning bolt struck here, hitting Arena, who was possessed by the primordial one's will. Her body instantly became scorched and cracked, and her crimson hair, which had flared like venomous snakes, immediately turned black and crumbled, dissipating into a cloud of ash with a gust of sea breeze. The surrounding reefs were cleared by the silver electric light. Leyton's petrified grayish-white statue was flung by the immense impact, falling into the nearby sea and slowly sinking. The faint starlight floating in the eyes of the grayish-white statue rapidly dimmed, almost disappearing. The grayish-white statue gradually sank until it reached the seabed. A broken mirror shard, caught between the reefs, suddenly flashed with a dark light, as if connected to countless things and layers of space, becoming a passage to the mirror world. A fair arm stretched out from it, followed by a body. She effortlessly passed through the mirror as if she had no physical form. Her lustrous black hair was simply tied up, and she had a pair of blue eyes that seemed mature yet innocent, profound yet pure, clear and beautiful. It was none other than the Saintess of White. Katerina Pell, who had returned to this sea area. She was once again wearing a pure white, sacred robe. She tilted her head to look at the grayish-white statue that had sunk to the seabed. As her eyes subtly shifted, some of her simply tied black hair came loose, connected by invisible transparent threads. At her thought, these transparent threads rapidly surged, binding the grayish-white statue and pulling it towards her. She tried to send this grayish-white statue into the mirror world, but she could not succeed. Her eyes darkened. She tilted her head and looked towards the sea. The Sea King was still watching the sea area, so she could only return to the Black Death from under the sea first. Inside the library in the spirit world depths, Bugs Bunny and two knowledge rabbits sat side by side under a bookshelf, each reading a book. Little Rabbit, you should go find him now. Mr. Hughes stroked his withered yellow beard with one hand and held a golden book with the other. Its cover was made of gold, and even the pages inside were light gold, inscribed with many strange symbols, but it had no title. Bugs Bunny looked up in confusion at the gentle old man, then paused before thoughtfully scratching his head and saying, "Boss said he would come pick me up. If he doesn't come, he told you to take me to him. I am the librarian of this library, so I can't just leave. You'll have to go find him yourself." Mr. Hughes shook his head gently and handed over the golden-covered book he was holding. "But..." Bugs Bunny hesitated, then hopped up from the ground. It picked up the staff that looked like a fresh tree branch, then took the golden-covered book and hugged it to its chest. It looked up at Mr. Hughes, about to speak, but before it could, the surrounding environment turned into a blur of richly colored lines that rapidly receded. The intense discomfort made it dizzy and nauseous, its stomach churning as if all the fruit it had eaten that morning wanted to come back up. In just a moment, the surroundings returned to normal. It had returned from the spirit world depths to the outskirts of Byam. Chapter 367, KWM Chapter 367 Seeking Help. Wah! Bugs Bunny whimpered and collapsed directly onto the ground. Klein Moretti looked on with surprise at Bugs Bunny, who had suddenly appeared before him and collapsed onto the ground. His gaze swept around with a serious expression, and only after sensing no danger did he take a few steps forward. Klein Moretti half-squatted, turning Bugs Bunny over. He activated his spirit vision and carefully examined Bugs Bunny for a moment, confirming that it was merely feeling unwell and hadn't sustained any injuries. He then felt a little relieved. Immediately after, he reached out and patted Bugs Bunny's face. Once it was slightly more awake, he asked in Gairman Sparrow's voice, "Why are you here? Where's Al?" Bugs Bunny lay quietly for a while, and after recovering some energy, it looked at Klein Moretti, who was still disguised as Irene and wearing a golden red dress. Its voice was a little weak, but very surprised as it said, Why are you still cross-dressing? Is my cross-dressing more important than your boss?" Klein Moretti silently grumbled with a poker face, then deepened his tone and said, "Why did you suddenly fall out of the spirit world? Where's your boss?" Bugs Bunny suddenly came to a realization and immediately bounced up from the ground. The after-effects of its spirit world travel hadn't completely faded, and its legs went soft, causing it to plop back down onto the ground. "Ouch," it mumbled as it got back up, saying, "I hadn't even asked where to find the boss when that yellowish old man threw me out of the spirit world." As it spoke, it pulled out the cane that was pressed down by the golden-covered book, then poked the golden cover with the cane and said, "Speak quickly, where can I find the boss? This is just a book." Klein Moretti's words were cut short as he saw 3 cracks suddenly appear on the golden cover, as if it had grown a mouth and eyes. Faint yellow light flowed within the cracked eyes. This golden book seemed to have suddenly come to life, floating into the air. It instinctively began to praise the god of knowledge. Bang! Bugs Bunny, with quick eyes and hands, swung the cane it was holding, directly knocking the book messenger back to the ground. Klein Moretti looked at Bugs Bunny in confusion, unsure what it was doing. Bugs Bunny very arrogantly used the cane in its hand to press down on the book messenger, not giving it a chance to float up again. It said in a very serious tone, "Quickly answer my question, or I won't let you get up, and I'll even stuff stones in your mouth so you can't praise the god of knowledge." The book messenger's cracked mouth and eyes distorted. It struggled for a long time, finding that it couldn't float up at all. Moreover, the human, who it couldn't tell was male or female, was already picking up stones on the ground. Only then did it open and close its mouth, emitting a somewhat hoarse and sharp voice. "You dark, ugly, fat, and distorted-minded rabbit. You heretics who don't believe in the god of knowledge. Ow. Stinky rabbit, don't press so hard, my cover is pure gold, you can't treat my face so roughly." Bugs Bunny simply sat down on the book, directly waving the cane in its hand, striking the book messenger's cover again and again. "Ow. My eyes. My mouth. You dark, dirty, wicked rabbit. Ugh. Wah. Stop hitting. I can't speak." Bugs Bunny then stood up from the book messenger. It stared at the now silent book and nodded in satisfaction. Klein Moretti maintained his expressionless demeanor, standing quietly to the side, casually toying with the stones in his hand, as if as long as this golden book made any unusual move, the stones in his hand would smash onto the book's cover. The book messenger's golden, cast-like cover now had many dents, and combined with its cracked eyes and mouth, it was a completely distorted face. It floated up from the ground somewhat unsteadily, glaring at Bugs Bunny, who had just hit it, and said, "Stinky rabbit, cough cough, I can locate him through the contract. He's still in this sea area, but he's moving away. His condition doesn't seem quite right. The connection we established through the contract is somewhat faint." As soon as it finished speaking, it shook the book, and a pale yellow piece of paper fell out. The paper floated directly towards Bugs Bunny, and at the same time, the book messenger continued. "All right, you can use this paper to track it, and you can also use it to contact me, I want to." Bang. Before it could finish speaking, Bugs Bunny directly flung the cane in its hand, knocking the book messenger to the ground again. It kicked off with its legs, leaping into the air, and caught the book messenger. You have to stay until we find the boss. Damn rabbit. Bugs Bunny skillfully slapped the book messenger's mouth with its paw, and the cursing book messenger instantly fell silent. Klein Moretti's mouth twitched at the side. He saw that the golden book's cracked mouth had been directly dented by Bugs Bunny's slap. I have to say, the physical quality of the plantar pathway is indeed good. In terms of strength alone, even if I am one sequence higher than it now, I am still far inferior. With a slight sigh, Klein Moretti quickly collected his thoughts and asked, "Do you have any gold coins or crystals or anything like that that can be used for divination?" Ah. Bugs Bunny looked at its two paws, one holding a cane, the other holding the book messenger. It tilted its head and looked at the left pocket of its swallowtail coat, saying, "There's a gold coin in this pocket." Klein Moretti approached in 2 steps, reached into Bugs Bunny's body, and pulled out the gold coin. His gaze swept over the Phaenopotter gold real. He quickly stood up, collected his thoughts, and silently chanted the divination statement. Al is in danger. After silently chanting the divination statement 3 times, he casually tossed the gold real. As he prepared to catch the gold coin, a howling sea breeze swept by, blowing the coin off course and sending it towards the distant forest. Bugs Bunny stared blankly as its gold coin arced through the air. It turned to Klein Moretti and asked, full of confusion, "How do I interpret this?" Divination failed. Sometimes, no result is also a result. Klein Moretti pondered inwardly. He looked down at Bugs Bunny and said in a deep voice, "Let's return to Biome first and make some preparations. Your boss should be safe for now, at least not in life-threatening danger. We need to find someone to help." This was the conclusion he reached after some analysis. Bugs Bunny appearing before him with this book, which was like a messenger, was likely an arrangement by the god of knowledge. The fact that an arrangement could still be made indicated that there was still room for things to turn around. Biome, inside a hotel in the Dock District. Klein Moretti, who had returned to his Gehrman Sparrow disguise, sat expressionlessly at the desk, holding a round-bellied steel pen, carefully choosing his words as he wrote. "Dear Mr. Azek, I am currently still in Biome. A high-sequence battle just occurred here, involving the Demonist sect, the Church of the Lord of Storms, and a friend of mine, which has also put him in danger. The matter is quite complex, and I find it difficult to fully describe it in a letter at once. I hope you can understand. I have performed some divination, and with my abilities alone, I cannot successfully rescue him. I think I need your help. Klein Moretti." Sighing, Klein Moretti folded the letter. Then, he took out an exquisitely old copper whistle from an inner pocket of his clothes, brought it to his lips, and puffed out his cheeks slightly, blowing hard into the copper whistle, yet no sound was produced. Only when his breath ran out did Klein Moretti stop. He put the copper whistle back into the inner pocket of his clothes. His spiritual perception was suddenly triggered, and he turned his head to look at the corner. Countless white bones were gushing out like a fountain. These white bones quickly gathered and formed, transforming into a tall white bone messenger with eerie fire glowing in its eye sockets. The messenger shrank its tall body into the corner, looking as if it didn't want to see Klein Moretti, nor did it want to be seen by him. Chapter 368, KWM Chapter 368 The Prophet. Seeing that the white bone messenger was still wary and vigilant of him, Klein shook his head helplessly, then said, "I have already found my own messenger, so there's no need for Mr. Azek to give his messenger to me." Upon hearing this, the tall white bone messenger seemed to breathe a sigh of relief as it took a step forward, bent its body, and extended its broad palm towards him. Klein casually picked up the folded letter on the table and handed it into the white bone messenger's palm. After receiving the letter, the white bone messenger, uncharacteristically, nodded slightly at Klein, then its body rapidly disintegrated, turning into individual bones that fell to the ground and entered the spirit world. Klein watched the white bone messenger leave and then self-mockingly muttered, "He really was afraid of being given to me by Mr. Azek." Creak. The door behind him was suddenly pushed open. Just as Klein turned his head, he saw Bugs Bunny turn and close the door. Outside the door was Danitz, who had only managed to step in halfway. Seeing the door forcefully shut, he quickly pulled out his right foot to avoid getting caught and injured by the door. He had a very clear understanding of Bugs Bunny's strength. This dogshit rabbit. Danitz, who was shut outside the door, grumbled angrily twice, then resignedly turned and returned to lie down on the armchair by the fireplace, covering his ears tightly with both hands to resist the noise. Not far from him, the golden book messenger was engrossed in singing praises to the god of knowledge, its voice thin and hoarse. Inside the room, Klein silently watched Bugs Bunny's series of actions. Only when it approached did he softly ask, "What's wrong?" "I just picked this up." Saying this, Bugs Bunny displayed the palm-sized, grayish-white scale, which it had been covering with its paw, to Klein. "Ankwelt's scale. Are you sure you picked this up?" Klein's expression was strange for a moment. Maintaining his current persona, he asked calmly, "Where did you pick it up?" Right on the sofa outside. I just informed the boss's prophet clone, and then the scale suddenly hit my head. Bugs Bunny pointed to its left forehead and said. Klein nodded slightly and fell into contemplation. Is this a hint from the god of knowledge? Does he want me to seek help from the former dragon of imagination? Is the development of events all within his plan? Or is he just going with the flow? Frowning in thought for a moment, Klein refocused his thoughts and looked at Bugs Bunny, asking, how long until he gets here? The clone boss said he's outside the safe passage of the Berserk Sea, so it'll take some time for him to get here. But he can locate the boss on the gray fog with your help using a secret technique. Where is the gray fog? Bugs Bunny grumbled, looking as if this clone boss was very unreliable, then raised its hand and handed the grayish-white scale it was holding to Klein. After Klein took it, he carefully examined the scale, confirming that it was the same one he had used for divination on the gray fog before. He nodded with a solemn expression and looked at Bugs Bunny, saying, do you know how to contact Queen Mystic? If we get more people, the probability of success will be higher. The Demoness sect must have already prepared, just waiting for us to go there. I'll go now. Bugs Bunny's eyes lit up, and it immediately nodded. As it spoke, it had already turned and was hopping quickly towards the door. Klein casually tossed the grayish-white scale in his hand. He quickly found the ritual materials in the room and set up a wall of spirituality around the surrounding walls. Then, by sacrificing to himself and responding to himself, he sent this grayish-white scale to the gray fog. After doing all this, he immediately stood up, walked 4 steps counterclockwise, and chanted aloud. On the gray fog, Klein leaned back in the high-backed chair, gazing at the dim crimson star representing Leyton, silent for a moment. At this time, if I use the connection established through the crimson star to pull out to this gray fog, will it be his main consciousness or a clone? Or will it simply fail? After a moment's thought, he tried to extend his spirituality to touch the crimson star representing Leyton. The crimson light point slightly expanded and contracted, but no ripple-like light spread out, nor did he get any response. As expected, it failed. He extended his spirituality to envelop himself, preparing to have Bugs Bunny contact AL's clone and have him actively chant his honorific name. Just as he made a move, within the boundless gray fog, a new crimson star suddenly lit up. It continuously expanded and contracted, often sending out circles of ripples. A calm male voice echoed in layers across the gray fog, the fool who does not belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who holds good luck. He's finally starting to pray. At least it's you who's in trouble, so why do I feel like you're less anxious than me? Klein sighed audibly, instinctively believing this was AL's clone. He immediately raised his right hand, extended his spirituality outwards, and quickly touched this newly appeared crimson star. A crimson light rose within the grand and ancient palace, and a familiar figure appeared on the seat belonging to the tower. He wore brass-colored spectacles on his nose, a faint smile on his lips, and casually surveyed his surroundings, seemingly in a good mood. Watching the other party's calm demeanor, Klein felt his previously anxious emotions instantly vanish. He leaned back against the chair, saying leisurely, you don't seem to be in a hurry. The prophet clone shrugged helplessly and said, I am only a sequence 4 prophet. With the Demoness sect clearly prepared, there's very little I can do. Besides, their target is the conqueror characteristic that was stolen. The main body definitely won't be killed directly. Even if he accidentally dies, don't I, this clone, still exist? Why do I feel like you're actually looking forward to something happening to your main body? Klein silently mused to himself, then changed the subject, saying, how should I address you? It's a bit easy to get confused. Just call me Prophet, the clone replied with a light chuckle. Klein nodded slightly, then took out the grayish-white scale from Ankwelt. The grayish-white scale floated silently on Klein's palm, inscribed with mysterious and three-dimensional patterns, like incomplete, strange symbols. These symbols tried to extend outwards, to establish some connection with the spiritual world formed by the convergence of living beings' consciousness, yet they were always unable to break through the shackles of this gray fog. The prophet clone was stunned when he saw the scale appear in Klein's hand. His mind constantly diverged, and a guess quickly formed, the god of knowledge wants to take this opportunity to pull Ankwelt into this mess, making him choose a faction. And with your support, he will most likely be able to recover the part sealed in Liveseed. Plus, with Quill of Alzahad, he will begin to contend with Adam for the position of visionary. Conspiracy. No, open conspiracy. This is out in the open, it just depends on how Ankwelt chooses and whether he can withstand the temptation of Sequence 0. The wisest dragon. What a deep-minded god, using both his blessed and his former superiors without any hesitation. Klein leaned back against the chair, pondering expressionlessly for a moment, then said, first, locate your main body, and then try to contact Ankwelt. All right, this will require your help, and this. The prophet clone nodded lightly and casually pointed to the peculiar crown, stained with blood and rust, placed on the mottled long table. Klein only hesitated slightly before understanding the other party's meaning. He then extended his left hand to pick up the peculiar crown and began to infuse it with spirituality. With the help of this grey fog, he easily used the mind communication ability belonging to a war bishop, and a flame-like crimson instantly appeared in his eyes. The prophet clone felt a connection with the grey fog the moment he saw the crimson light flicker in Klein's eyes. My Beyonder characteristic seems to have been directly elevated to the angel level, but it's only the characteristic, without actual power. The prophet's ability has been greatly enhanced. Is it because Sapphira Castle already has authority in this area, so it gave me a certain boost? As he pondered, the prophet clone's eyes glowed with a faint blue light, appearing wise and indifferent. Relying on the boost Klein provided through mind communication, he began to search for his main body by following the connection between himself and his main body. Chapter 369, KWM Chapter 369 Communication Through the Grey Fog. A moment later, the prophet clone nodded almost imperceptibly, then closed his eyes and quickly entered a meditative state, his spirituality beginning to vibrate with a peculiar rhythm. Ripples of faint blue, like water waves, spread outwards, and behind him, a slowly rotating ring made of countless gears emerged. In the center of the ring, an illusory book continuously flipped its pages. As the ring behind him appeared, the prophet clone felt the connection between himself and his true body become clearer. Fortunately, those demonesses hadn't thrown his true body into the concealed world, or he truly wouldn't have been able to find it. It was still a little short, he couldn't determine his true body's current state. As thoughts flickered, the prophet clone softly chanted. Favored of knowledge and mysteries, the wise one from the unknown, the eye that gazes upon true knowledge, the calamity of the Rorsted archipelago, the great El Tynes. With Klein's help, he transmitted his prayer to Tynes through the spirit world. Although his petrified true body couldn't actively respond, it would still automatically respond to prayers. Because he hadn't spread his Sequence 3 honorific name, Leyton wasn't worried that someone would use it to reverse locate him or be disturbed by frequent prayers, so he had never blocked the automatic response to prayers. As the chanted honorific name received a response, the prophet clone almost immediately used it to reverse locate his true body and perceive his current situation. It was a dim region, like being on a dim, illusory, not quite true road, surrounded by many such roads, layered and intertwined, forming a complex and mysterious spiderweb. A blurry gray-white stone statue, as if held up by an invisible force, continuously moved forward on this dim, illusory, not quite true road. In the eyes of the statue, a faint starlight eerily diffused, like a living thing. Mirror world. The prophet clone sighed slightly, and the image in his mind quickly subsided. Observing for too long might alert the surrounding demonesses to an anomaly. In a mind connection state, both parties can share senses. The images that appeared in the prophet clone's mind and his thoughts were all clearly received by Klein. Klein nodded thoughtfully, sighing slightly. He didn't understand the mirror world. The seer pathway also doesn't seem to have abilities in this area. However, I can enter the mirror world in spirit form. But if I directly rush into the mirror world to rescue someone, I'll probably just get my equipment dropped by the demonesses waiting there. As he pondered, his gaze fell on the peculiar crown he held in his hand. He tried to borrow power from the prophet clone to raise his strength to the demigod level. The boundless grey fog around them suddenly surged violently, seemingly responding to Klein, cheering for the appearance of the ruler of this grey fog. Sequence 4 is not only a qualitative change in one's own strength but also the key to gradually controlling this grey fog. As a thought just crossed Klein's mind, he heard the prophet clone's words. At Sequence 4, you should be able to relatively easily borrow some of Sapphira Castle's abilities, and no longer be limited only to the special status brought by this grey fog. Klein nodded gently, his tone leisurely. It's time to contact that former dragon of imagination. As his words fell, he leveraged the power of this grey fog, pouring his spirituality into that grey-white scale. On the grey-white scale, strange patterns began to extend outwards, gradually outlining a complete mystical symbol. Just staring at it made one feel mentally deranged, thoughts distorted, and the spirit body became tainted with various thoughts that seemed to come from within, producing a strong urge for self-destruction. Is this really just a scale? It feels like that drop of mythical creature blood Al analyzed before. As he pondered, Klein, relying on his control over this grey fog, released the restrictions of this space, allowing the scale to successfully establish a connection with the mind world. With the establishment of the connection, another deep red star appeared above this boundless grey fog. It continuously expanded, sending out circles of deep red ripples. Klein then extended his spirituality, touching this newly appeared deep red star. Deep red light instantly surged forth, engulfing most of the palace, then quickly retracted, condensing into a somewhat blurry image. In the image, a grey-white giant dragon was nestled in a deep, dark sea. He looked up at the sky, at the spiritual sky that enveloped everything, that was the spirit world's reflection on the mental level. The fool. A murmuring whisper came from his mouth. Klein tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping to the prophet clone sitting beside him. A self-muttering thought echoed directly in his mind. Let's communicate this way. The demigod power brought by mind connection can only sustain a facade. Once we meet face to face, he can easily detect the problem. Klein nodded thoughtfully. He also thought the same. After making the decision, Klein directly cast the image the prophet clone had just probed through the honorific name and his true body's connection, as well as his own words, into this deep red star. Bring him back. The reward is Grozel's travels, and my promise. After doing all this, Klein and the prophet clone exchanged glances, communicating silently through mind connection. How will my promise be fulfilled? What if he wants me to help him return to Sequence 0? He won't directly make such a request, it's not equivalent. There's a greater chance he'll ask for some help when retrieving Liveseed, where some corruption from Chaos C is sealed. Are you sure I can solve this? Solving the corruption isn't difficult, just throw it into this gray fog. The difficult part is how to extract the corruption. If you have an item of the Diviner or Marauder pathway at the Angel level, it would be easy. I can find some Worms of Time with Angel status for you to try. Amon. When Worm of Time was mentioned, Amon's image automatically appeared in Klein's mind. A chill surged through him, and he quickly erased Amon's image from his mind. In the deep, dark collective subconscious sea, Ankwelt quietly lay coiled on a mental island. His pale golden vertical eyes gazed blankly at the sky. In his vision, boundless gray fog surged around, and in the deepest part of these gray fogs, a blurry figure sat leisurely on a high-backed chair, tall and majestic, as if a god overlooking the world. Even as a Sequence 2 discerner, he could not peer through these gray-white mists to see the other party. Is this Sapphira Castle? A completely different feeling from Chaos C, more mystical, more elusive. As thoughts just began to turn, deep red light suddenly rose from the surrounding gray fog, surging like a tide, quickly condensing into a slightly blurry image. At the same time, a leisurely voice, showing no obvious emotion, echoed. Bring him back. The reward is Grozel's travels, and my promise. A promise. This the fool hopes I can reclaim some of my former power. Not meeting me directly suggests that his state might not be too good. A characteristic of Attendant of Mystery seems to have been missing. Has he come alive? Or has Sapphira Castle come alive? After a brief silence, Ankwelt spoke cheerfully. Yes, but the mirror world is not a domain I understand. To bring him back from there, I need some help to locate him. Granted. As the fool's response fell, an honorific name appeared in his vision. A moment later, the dense gray-white mist around him receded, and his vision quickly cleared. The surroundings were still the deep, dark sea, and islands of consciousness standing in the sea. Favored of knowledge and mysteries. It's not a favorite of this fool or Sapphira Castle. Have the awakened Sapphira also started to cooperate? Did my former subsidiary god, after 2 betrayals, choose Sapphira as an ally? Ankwelt murmured softly, as if talking to himself, or as if mocking something. Immediately, he flapped the 2 gray wings behind him, stirring up ripples on the deep, dark sea surface, splashing drops of crystal-clear water, and flowing out layers of light and shadow. This caused a certain unrest in the subconsciousness gathered around, manifesting in living beings as sudden emotional instability, with inexplicable sadness or joy filling their hearts. Chapter 370, KWM Chapter 370, Continuous Visits. In a hotel in Byam's Dock District, Klein, leaning on the bed, opened his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he quickly stood up from the bed, his gaze sweeping around the room to confirm that no one or rabbit had entered, before he relaxed. As he took a step towards the door, thick, verdant vines suddenly descended around him. These vines intertwined, swiftly forming a forest. A phantom light then appeared before him, as if composed of pure, complex knowledge. They converged in midair, rapidly reconstructing Bernadette's form. The sudden change made Klein's spirit tense, but upon seeing the familiar scene and figure, he relaxed. He bowed to her, and just as he was about to speak, Bernadette's voice sounded faster than his. What did he do? Even the primordial demoness herself descended part of her consciousness here, and it even attracted the Lord of Storm's divine punishment. Klein opened his mouth, unsure how to answer. He didn't fully understand the details of the previous battle either. After a moment of silence, he pondered and said. Back in Backlund, he snatched a conqueror characteristic from the Demoness sect. That seemed to be the reward given by the lone royal family in cooperation with the Demoness sect. Bernadette nodded slightly, asking with unconcealed doubt. Conqueror characteristic. He wasn't even Sequence 4 at that time. It should be Sasra's help, Klein said, weighing his guess. Bernadette nodded noncommittally, directly skipping this topic and saying. He is very important to the Hidden Sage. When something happened to him, the Hidden Sage directly descended, though he quickly retreated under the dual pressure of the Lord of Storms and the primordial demoness. However, I suspect he intentionally retreated at that time. As she spoke, she kept looking at Klein, seemingly observing his reaction. Madam, you don't need to probe like this, I don't know more than you do. Klein sighed inwardly, but showed no emotion on his face. Relying on his faceless ability, he maintained his Gehrman Sparrow persona in front of Bernadette. Wait, her tone when speaking to me is as if we've known each other for a long time. Klein looked at Bernadette with a hint of confusion. She chuckled, seemingly not surprised by Klein's reaction, and said with little change in tone. The identity of Gehrman Sparrow was arranged by Sharon, who entrusted me with it at a gathering in Backlund. And, you also have that rabbit with you. I see. Although his identity had been exposed, Klein still maintained his persona, responding in an even tone. Bernadette glanced at Klein, and continued her previous words in a calm voice. I happened to be in the Rorsted Sea recently and paid some attention to that battle. The hidden sage left too decisively, as if someone had just transmitted a message to him at that time, telling him not to interfere in this matter. Telling the hidden sage not to interfere. The one who could do this must be a true god or an evil god. Most likely the god of knowledge. Thoughts floated in Klein's mind. He vaguely felt that the other party's scheme in this matter was not just because of Ankwelt. The wisest dragon, who knows what he is thinking, it seems everything is within his plan. You seem to have some guesses. Bernadette's voice interrupted Klein's contemplation. He controlled his expression well with his faceless ability, shaking his head slightly and saying. No, just some inferences. Al was taken to the mirror world. Do you have any good ways to rescue him? Bernadette seemed to have no intention of pressing further. She followed Klein's words and replied. You can use that conqueror characteristic to exchange with the Demonist sect. That's what they hope for most. If you don't want to hand over that conqueror characteristic, then you must rescue him before he is taken to the Demonist sect's headquarters. This time won't be too long. As for the mirror world, strictly speaking, it's not a real world. It's more like a collection of doors, connecting different mirrors and different mysterious kingdoms. If you get lost inside, you might directly appear in the abyss, or even the cosmos. You can start from this aspect. More like a collection of doors. The pathway corresponding to Sapphira Castle happens to be the apprentice pathway. If I start from this aspect, can I directly connect that mirror world to the spirit world, or even directly to the grey fog? A general idea emerged in Klein's mind, but whether it could be achieved would only be known after trying in the space above the grey fog. Just being a demigod might not be enough. He would ask for Mr. Azek's opinion after he arrived. While contemplating, Klein saw Bernadette suddenly turn her head to the side. Her eyes still had a deep blue, almost purple glow, as if she was gazing at something. After a slight hesitation, he heard her slightly contemplative voice. Someone is coming, an angel. His state seems not very good, there's a feeling of something missing. He is here for you. Bernadette retracted her gaze and turned to look at Klein, stating this with certainty. Mr. Azek, he came so fast. As thoughts flickered, Klein looked at Bernadette in front of him and nodded slightly. It should be. I wrote a letter asking for help. Bernadette nodded gently. If you need help, you can find me. That rabbit knows how to contact me. As her words fell, the surrounding forest, formed by layered vines, quickly faded in color, transforming into countless pure, complex streams of information that surged into the distance. Klein only felt a blur before his eyes, and when he regained his senses, he was back in his room, in the position he had been standing in. His spiritual perception suddenly stirred, and he turned his head to his right. A familiar figure quickly outlined itself there, Mr. Azek, wearing a black suit and a silk top hat. Klein's lips curved slightly upward. Azek's appearance put him greatly at ease. Was there another presence here just now? I felt some danger from her. Her gaze made me uncomfortable, it felt as if all secrets would be hard to conceal under such a gaze. Azek's gaze swept around the room, then he focused on Klein. Klein nodded gently. It was Queen Mystic. She has already advanced to Sequence 2. I tried to seek her help and consult on some questions. At this point, he remembered Queen Mystic's words just now, and without concealing his gaze, he observed Azek for a moment and said. Queen Mystic just mentioned to me that she said you have a feeling of something missing. I feel this should be more than just a memory loss, there should be other aspects as well. Azek nodded slightly, saying with not much surprise. I had some guesses about that. Once your matter here is resolved, I will go find her and ask her about it. I can help you contact her. She should not be leaving the Rorsted Sea for now. Klein nodded in response, then explained the general course of events and the current situation to Azek. Chapter 371, KWM Chapter 371 Confession. After silently listening to Klein, Azek frowned slightly, instinctively rubbing his fingers as he said, what Queen Mystic said is basically correct. If you want to save your friend, the sooner the better. They have just experienced a battle and should not have fully recovered. I can enter the mirror world, but I'm not confident I can bring your friend out smoothly. Moreover, that place is not suitable for combat. Klein pondered and nodded, expressing his thoughts. The conqueror characteristic is still with me. I want to use it to borrow some of your power, temporarily elevating me to an angel level. This way, I can try to directly connect that part of the mirror world with the spirit world depths. Isaac frowned slightly, not entirely agreeing, and said, this should be a capability only available to the apprentice pathway. Are you planning to switch pathways? I vaguely remember that your pathway seems to only allow switching at sequence 3. No, I have other methods. Klein gently shook his head, carefully choosing his words, thinking about how to explain Sapphira Castle to Mr. Isaac. Isaac saw Klein's hesitation, softened his tone, and chuckled reassuringly, if this involves your secret, you can skip it directly. However, I need to remind you that we are not on the same pathway. Even if I lend you my power through the beyonder power of the conqueror, you would find it very difficult to bear. You might die instantly or transform into an undead. Klein nodded lightly, his voice solemn as he said, I understand. I only need an instant. In that place, I should be able to hold on. Taking a deep breath, as if making a major decision, Klein looked at Isaac and pursed his lips, saying, Mr. Isaac, do you know the fool? The one the Aurora Order used to preach about. They previously sought his blessed and believers. Isaac nodded lightly in response. Klein nodded gently, his tone exceptionally solemn, saying, yes, his honorific name is, the fool who does not belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who holds good luck. Some things are difficult for me to explain directly to you. Reciting this honorific name will give you the answers to many questions. There will be no danger or hidden perils. I can guarantee that. Isaac's brow furrowed even deeper. He stared at Klein with a serious gaze, remaining silent for a moment. Klein felt his heart pounding with tension. He took a deep breath, suppressing the nervousness and unease in his heart, and nodded solemnly to Isaac. Heh. Isaac suddenly chuckled, reaching out to pat Klein's shoulder, saying, you don't need to be so nervous. The fool who does not belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who holds good luck. Is that the honorific name? Isaac directly recited the fool's honorific name, still wearing a gentle smile, as if it was not something he needed to be too concerned about. Klein nodded lightly, a smile also appearing on his face as he said, please wait a moment, I will respond to you immediately. Klein's words made Isaac's gaze pause for a moment, then he said with a smile, I'll leave for a bit. Since it's a secret, others shouldn't know too much. As soon as his voice fell, his figure quickly became transparent and disappeared from the room. Klein nodded gently in the direction where Isaac's figure disappeared. He then rearranged a layer of spirit wall around the room before beginning the 4-step reverse ritual to enter the grey fog. Above the grey fog, within that magnificent and ancient palace, Klein looked into the depths of the grey fog, and a new crimson star began to flicker, constantly expanding and contracting, stirring up ripples like tides. Is this the star representing Mr. Isaac? I wonder what kind of symbolic pattern will emerge. As his thoughts turned, he had already extended his spirituality, touching the newly appeared crimson star. A crimson light rose from within the grey fog. Unlike pulling members into this grey fog before, this time Klein felt a sense of sluggishness, as if the other party could refuse his pull if they wished. Once one reaches the angel level, can one refuse the pull of this grey fog? As soon as this thought flickered, the sluggishness transmitted by this space disappeared, and the crimson light instantly engulfed a chair to his left. As the crimson light faded, Klein saw Mr. Isaac's figure had appeared in front of a high-backed chair. Here. Isaac looked around with a hesitant expression, finally letting his gaze fall on Klein, who was at the head of the mottled long table. Isaac reached out and gently stroked his forehead, his voice hoarse as he said, uniqueness. Sapphira. I seem to recall some things related to the death. Death? Did the death of the southern continent also once possess a portion of a Sapphira? Klein asked with some curiosity. Isaac sighed slightly, directly sitting in the high-backed chair behind him, his voice thoughtful as he said, I'm not sure. It's just that when I saw this grey fog just now, that peculiar feeling made me recall some vague things. That seemed to be a river. As soon as his voice fell, his eyes became extremely deep and profound, a faint, dim glow appearing, like the eyes of the deceased. After looking around for a while, his eyes became clear again. He turned his head to look at Klein at the head, his tone becoming serious as he said, Is this your secret? You need to be careful. The mental imprints left by such high-level matters are extremely strong, and they are often the means used by high-sequence powerhouses to resurrect themselves. Since you can control this place, it means this is something that belongs to your pathway. In my impression, whether it's the seer, or the apprentice and marauder, they are all quite troublesome and have extremely strong survival abilities. You must be wary of the former owner of this item, and even the high-sequence individuals of these adjacent pathways. Influenced by Isaac's words, Klein's expression also became serious. He pondered and nodded, saying, I understand. I will pay attention. After hearing Mr. Azek's admonition and the implicit concern in his words, Klein's suspended heart finally settled, and a slight smile curved at the corner of his mouth. It felt good to have someone he could trust. Bearing heavy secrets alone sometimes made him feel too lonely. As his thoughts turned, he once again extended his spirituality, touching the crimson star representing Leyton's prophet clone. After waiting for a moment, he pulled the other party onto this gray fog. The prophet clone didn't expect Klein to contact him so quickly again. He was still in the library in the spirit world depths, looking up information related to the mirror world. As soon as he appeared in the palace above the gray fog, he noticed a figure in the chair to his left. He immediately turned his head to look, and after seeing who it was, he chuckled and nodded in greeting to the other party, saying, "Mr. Azek, thank you for being willing to help." Azek looked at the newly appeared figure, paused briefly, then sized him up before saying, "A clone created by the spectator pathway." "Yes." The prophet clone nodded gently. Klein, sitting at the head, tapped the table with his finger, then proceeded to explain his plan. Finally, he looked at the prophet clone and asked, "Do you think this is feasible?" The prophet clone frowned slightly and fell into thought. After a long while, he pondered and said, "It has a certain feasibility, but even with the bonus from Sapphira Castle, do you know how to use the door pathway's abilities?" Do you have any relevant knowledge?" Klein was momentarily speechless, then his gaze fell on the prophet clone, and he asked hesitantly. The prophet clone shook his head slightly, leaning back against the chair, saying, "The knowledge I possess can at most allow you to open a door in the spirit world depths, but to accurately overlap with a specific part of the mirror world, I am powerless." Chapter 372, KWM Chapter 372 Action begins. As Klein and the prophet clone fell silent over the problem of how to connect the spirit world and the mirror world, Azek, who was sitting to the side, spoke gently, "I have some knowledge in this area. Every gatekeeper can sense the entrance to the underworld and construct a door where the spirit world and the underworld overlap. As long as there are detailed coordinates, I can also construct a door where the spirit world and the mirror world overlap." The prophet clone leaned his head back against the chair, reached out, and adjusted the glasses on his nose, saying, "Then there's no problem." With that, he turned his gaze to Klein, who was at the very top, and said, "You must act quickly. Even with the gray fog's blessing, your current sequence 6 body strength makes it difficult to withstand overly powerful forces." Klein nodded slightly, then asked, "Do we need to inform Queen Mystic? She is also in the Rorsted Sea." The prophet clone gently shook his head, "No need. If it truly comes to a point where help is needed, she should be able to sense it." Klein nodded noncommittally. He extended his spirituality, touched the deep red star representing Ankwelt, and directly transmitted the coordinates in the spirit world of the ruins where Calvetua had previously hidden. After doing all this, he leaned back against the chair and closed his eyes to meditate, adjusting his state to the best possible. A moment later, he reopened his eyes, looked around, and took a deep breath, saying, "Let's begin." As he spoke, he had already extended his left hand and grasped the peculiar crown, covered in bloodstains and rust. He squinted at it for a moment before pouring his spirituality into it. Mind connection unfolded between them, and the three instantly became mentally linked, like a single entity. Klein felt his power rapidly expanding, with a qualitative improvement every single second. He even felt that an air cannon he casually created could now reach the level of the sonic boom unleashed by the Sea King. The illusion brought by rapidly expanding power, however, a demigod and an angel in poor condition are simultaneously transmitting power to me. I should now be infinitely close to the angelic level, right? As he pondered, Klein saw another ripple spread behind the prophet clone, revealing a ring constructed of countless gears, and heard the other party's prayer to him, "Blessed of knowledge and mysteries, wise one from the unknown, eye that gazes upon true knowledge, calamity of the Rorsted archipelago, great Eltines." Under the mind connection state, Klein and Azek simultaneously perceived a peculiar connection emerge. Following the automatic response of the honorific name, they directly pinpointed Leyton's location in his statue form. Azek tilted his head and glanced at Klein. Seeing him nod, he transmitted all his power and authority. Klein felt his power swell even more, seemingly breaking through a certain limit. His spirit suddenly ascended infinitely. The space above the gray fog seemed to become a part of him. He saw the deepest, uppermost part of this gray fog. There was a door of light, and inside there was. A stinging burning sensation came from his hand, and he instantly snapped back to reality, looking at the peculiar crown he held in his left hand. The rust on it had vanished, and the mottled bloodstains had transformed into crimson flames, constantly leaping, as if cheering, shouting, and clamoring. Klein's emotions surged uncontrollably, becoming fervent and excited, with a boiling fighting spirit churning in his heart. In just an instant, a coldness like death and absolute rationality seized the high ground of his thoughts, restoring his emotions to calm. "Let's begin. Your body is already showing a tendency towards zombification. If we delay any longer, this will be irreversible." Azek's gentle voice sounded in his ear. Only then did Klein notice that his arm was excessively pale, and faint corpse spots were even beginning to appear. I'm still too weak, even enduring this power is so difficult. As thoughts floated, he casually summoned a paper figure from the pile of sundries and flicked it out. The paper figure distorted and expanded in midair. Behind it, pure white feathers woven with mysterious patterns emerged, quickly clustering to form 12 pairs of wings covered in pale flames. The paper angel, wrapped in pale flames, vanished into the grey fog, descending into the spirit world depths, to the location of the ancient elven ruins where Calvetua had once hidden. Klein's eyes slightly lowered as he gazed at the boundless grey fog ahead, as if confirming something. A moment later, he extended both palms and pushed forward forcefully, as if pushing open a non-existent door. The paper angel in the spirit world simultaneously performed this action. Before it, an invisible force surged and converged. In an instant, a bronze-colored door, covered in mysterious patterns and impossible to describe precisely, appeared before it, swaying, creaking, and slowly opening backward. Behind this door, a dim, illusory, and not quite real path seemed to connect with countless things and layers of overlapping spaces. Together, they wove a profound and bizarre world, different from reality. As this door opened, the mirror world and the spirit world overlapped here, without stirring a single ripple, as calm as if nothing had happened. It was clearly a very strange door, with a strong sense of death, yet at this moment, it appeared quite harmonious, as if it should naturally appear here, and upon seeing it, one would instinctively want to step inside. Inside the ancient palace above the grey fog, after connecting the mirror world and the spirit world and seeing Ankwelt's hidden figure, Klein directly threw away the crown burning with crimson flames. He leaned weakly against the high-backed chair, panting heavily. After a long while, he finally spoke, "The great fluctuations in power are truly uncomfortable. I suddenly find it difficult to accept such a weak self now. This is your true self. Do not be misled by the power we transmit to you, as this will affect your mental state. For a Beyonder who is constantly accompanied by madness, this is very dangerous." Azek warned. Klein chuckled and nodded, "I know, it's just that the sudden decrease in power brought a sense of weakness. It's much better now." As he spoke, he raised his left hand to his eyes. His arm, which had been so pale as to be somewhat transparent, and had shown some swelling and corpse spots, had now returned to normal. "Above this grey fog, even if I die, I can be resurrected in the next moment. It's just that the discomfort still remains. If only I could be immune to pain." After resting for a moment and feeling that he had recovered almost completely, Klein gently raised his hand, leveraging the power of this grey fog. Through the lingering aura and influence of the paper angel, he directly cast his gaze over. Deep red light suddenly rose from the surrounding grey fog, rapidly condensing into the scene Klein was observing. In the dim, illusory mirror world, a greyish-white stone statue was bound by invisible threads, being pulled and moved forward. In front of the greyish-white stone statue were two figures, one black and one white. They were both extremely beautiful women, perfect in both appearance and temperament. The lady on the left wore a simple, holy white robe, her lustrous dark hair casually loose, drifting freely in the windless mirror world. Every strand of her hair was connected to an invisible transparent fine thread, and these threads almost wrapped the greyish-white stone statue into a transparent silkworm cocoon. Beside her was another beautiful woman in a black court gown. Her dark hair was neatly pinned up, but a few strands had escaped, falling naturally, creating a touch of charm amidst her seriousness. Her red lips were slightly upturned, making her look endearing. They did not look the same, but they shared a commonality. From them, one could see the charm possessed by women at every age stage. No matter what preferences a being had, they would wholeheartedly acknowledge their beauty. Chapter 373, KWM Chapter 373, Breath of the Soul. The lady in the black court gown slowly turned her head, quite charmingly. Her deep grey eyes, bright yet tinged with sorrow, made one feel an irresistible urge to pity her. Yet, her words carried no emotion as she asked, "Why hasn't Elena caught up yet? Bearing the will of the primordial will cause her already poor condition to deteriorate further. What's more, there was also the divine punishment brought down by the storm at that time," Katerina Pell said, her tone unruffled, dressed in a sacred white robe. "How truly miserable. I hope the next time we hear her name, it's not for us to retrieve her characteristics." The lady in the black court gown's sigh was laced with undisguised schadenfreude, seemingly delighted to witness her companion's tragic plight. Katrina neither agreed nor disagreed with her words, merely walking slowly through this dim, illusory, and not quite true mirror world. A moment later, they exited the illusory path and stepped into another area of the mirror world. The surroundings suddenly brightened, and layers of rich colors replaced the deep gloom. The spirit world. When? A hint of astonishment flickered in Katrina's eyes. As her gaze swept around, her eyes landed on the place they had just exited behind her. There stood a rapidly fading and disappearing bronze-colored grand door, covered in mysterious patterns and filled with an indescribable aura. On the inner side of the door was the dim, illusory, and not quite true mirror world. As this bronze door vanished, the mirror world and the spirit world were once again disconnected. Katrina's loosely draped hair distorted and expanded, standing on end. Each strand intertwined, resembling small snakes dancing in the air. Beside the beautiful woman in the black court gown, wisps of dark, illusory flames flickered, gently floating with the sway of her skirt, like an extension of her black court gown. As soon as they moved, whoosh! Whoosh! Sounds exploded in their ears. An inexplicable, violent wind surged around them, seemingly from reality yet also from illusion. The wind carried various wills, some strong, some despondent, blowing from all directions. Katrina and the lady in the black court gown trembled uncontrollably, as if something extremely terrifying had descended upon them. Their bodies, minds, and spirits were all in an uncontrollable state. An invisible, transparent breath suddenly pierced through the spirit world and landed on them, directly stimulating and harming their mind and spirit bodies. Their bodies instantly stiffened as if struck by lightning, their spirits tore, and their spiritual bodies seemed to be pierced through, unable to even utter a cry of pain. The dark, illusory flames flickered continuously, then suddenly extinguished, and the dark snake-like forms dancing in the air distorted, as if an alien consciousness had been born within them, beginning to intertwine and attack each other. All sorts of thoughts surged in their minds, at times impulsive, at times hesitant, at times brave, at times fearful. These chaotic thoughts prevented them from making correct judgments and actions. At the same time, they caused their spirits to be tainted with various seemingly heartfelt notions, leading to a strong self-destructive tendency, wishing they could tear or destroy themselves right then. In the collective unconscious ocean, invisible to the naked eye, a terrifying storm, laden with fear and panic, instantly formed. The nearby sea surface continuously churned with huge waves, shimmering with layers of light and shadow, carrying complex and chaotic consciousnesses that repeatedly battered the consciousness islands of the two eternal witches, effectively destroying their mental barriers and forcibly cramming fear and panic into their minds. Katrina felt as if every organ in her body had developed its own thoughts. They were each reacting differently, even repelling and opposing each other. "Spectator," she murmured, her eyes slightly unfocused, as if layers of illusions appeared before her. It was a grand and peculiar structure, suspended high in the sky, with towering, gray-white stone pillars covered in strange patterns, like a temple or a palace, surrounded by white clouds and mist. Within the mist, a colossal figure occasionally streaked by. They possessed enormous, bat-like wings, resembling the dragons of myths and legends. "Is this a dream?" Katrina murmured. Around her, wisps of illusory dark flames rapidly shot up, expanding outwards along invisible transparent threads, forming an exaggerated spiderweb wreathed in black flames. These spiderwebs were unstable, constantly shaking and trembling, just like her emotions, extremely volatile and on the verge of collapse at any moment. Her consciousness island and spiritual world were undergoing intense erosion and infection. The plague, which had been hidden in the mental storm, had begun to spread. The intense self-destructive tendency made her tremble uncontrollably. The surrounding transparent threads snapped one by one, and the dark flames flickered, extinguishing and reigniting repeatedly. Katrina collapsed to the ground, emotionally shattered. She pressed her hands tightly against her head, as if only intense pain could bring her a sense of security. The instant her spirit was on the verge of collapse, a grand, warm, and indescribable consciousness descended. The plague that had been raging in her consciousness island and spiritual world seemed to have met its true master, instantly submitting and attempting to counter-infect the ancient dragon who had created them. "Plagues and viruses are all within my authority." A voice, alluring, murmuring, and mocking, echoed through the streamscape. This voice restored some calm to Katrina. She finally saw her surroundings clearly and saw Clarice, who had been standing beside her all along. She recalled her recent internal struggle and her attempts to break through the dream's limitations. Those were clearly attacks between the two of them. How terrifying is the spectator? From the very beginning, without us even realizing it, and before we had even entered the spirit world, we had already fallen into his trap. This must be an angel of the spectator pathway. Amidst her swirling thoughts, she saw the surrounding clouds disperse, and a majestic figure appeared before her eyes. It was a gray-white giant dragon. Its eyes were pale gold, its pupils vertical, exuding immense majesty. The moment he appeared, the entire sky seemed to prostrate itself at his feet. The king of dragons who once ruled the sky, a myth from ancient times, Ankwelt, the dragon of imagination. This thought irresistibly surfaced in the minds of Katrina and Clarice. They instinctively wanted to gaze at this figure that existed only in myths and legends. He was covered in a thick layer of gray-white scales, upon which were inscribed complex and three-dimensional mysterious symbols. They extended inwards into his flesh and outwards into the surrounding void, as if interwoven into something not belonging to the true world. Just by seeing him, their spirits became disordered, their thoughts uncontrollably distorted. The various thoughts that had just been suppressed resurfaced in their hearts, and an intense, destructive impulse swept through their minds. "Do not look, do not listen. All of this is false, there is no need to believe it." A gentle voice echoed in their ears, like a loving mother's admonition to her child. The various thoughts constantly arising in their hearts were suppressed by an incomparably grand and indescribable will. This consciousness seemed to originate from within them, yet was also superior to them, skillfully and powerfully crushing and shattering the consciousnesses and emotions that had arisen from the corruption. Ancient Dragon. Why interfere? The descending consciousness seemed to want to negotiate, but its response was the appearance of another figure. This was another giant dragon, unlike the gray-white of the spectator pathway. He had bronze-colored scales, covered in many intricate and strange patterns, like solidified mercury. Compared to the dragon of imagination, his figure was more slender and lighter. His pupils were encircled by a pale blue glow, appearing cold and rational, filled with wisdom. As this giant dragon's figure appeared, specks of bronze light emerged around him, swiftly moving and outlining one mysterious symbol after another. Dragon of Wisdom. The consciousness that had descended into this dream, upon Katrina and Clarice, hesitated. His voice carried a hint of doubt and questioning. A moment later, the bronze-colored dragon of wisdom's eyes subtly shifted, seeming to become more agile. An aura of madness, destruction, ominousness, and disaster spread along his body, instantly filling the entire dream, as if to encompass the entire dream world within himself. Chapter 374, KWM Chapter 374 Ending and Communication. Amidst the brassy glow, pairs of illusory eyes formed, capable of seeing the weak points of all structures and directly creating them. As the faint light permeated, pairs of eyes emerged, and part of the primordial demoness consciousness, which had descended into the stream, was directly expelled. With the dissipation of the primordial demoness consciousness, the layers of dream, like a labyrinth, also rapidly shattered as if reaching their limit. In the spirit world, a grayish-white figure emerged from the mind world. It was a huge dragon claw covered in thick, grayish-white scales. The mysterious symbols carved on the scales directly caused Katerina and Clarice, who saw it, to fall into a daze. Their thoughts once again plunged into complex and frantic notions, making it difficult to control their body's reactions, and even thinking became arduous. This dragon claw directly grabbed the grayish-white statue bound by invisible transparent threads. Under the Dragon King's power, those threads were as fragile as cotton candy, easily torn apart. The grayish-white statue was directly dragged into the mind world, leaving only the two demonesses in a state of mental disorder, locked in an intense struggle with the invading consciousness in their spiritual world. Deep within their islands of consciousness, a somewhat illusory figure quietly emerged. It was their own appearance, but their eyes were dark gold, their pupils vertical, and layers of grayish-white scales faintly appeared on their bodies. As time passed, their mental state gradually improved, and the figure hidden deep within their islands of consciousness completely shed the features that did not belong to them, fully disguising itself as part of their self-consciousness. Above the grey fog, within that magnificent and ancient palace, Klein withdrew his gaze from the spirit world, turned to look at the prophet clone and Mr. Azek sitting on the left side of the mottled long table, and spoke with a sense of wistfulness. Is that it? He had expected to see an exaggerated battle between high-sequence beings. At the very least, it should have been more spectacular than the previous battles in Biome. Azek turned his gaze to Klein at the head of the table and explained gently. Their battle took place within the mind and dreams, beyond our observation. Although I couldn't directly observe the battle just now, I could sense that the primordial demoness will had descended. She gave me a familiar feeling, perhaps because the primordial demoness and death were once allies. At the same time, another existence of the same level also descended its will. I don't know who it is and cannot observe the specifics. Most likely the god of knowledge. Ankwelt can easily weave the former dragon of wisdom into a dream, and that being can certainly use this to descend a part of his consciousness. The prophet clone leaned back in the high-backed chair, pondering as he stated his guess. The dragon of imagination and the dragon of wisdom, their cooperation always felt precarious, as if they would stab each other in the back at any moment. Klein silently scoffed in his mind. The next moment, crimson light suddenly expanded, creating layers of crimson ripples above the grey fog. Following his intuition, Klein looked over and saw the crimson star representing Ankwelt constantly expanding and contracting. There were no prayers, so how did he contact me? As thoughts flickered, Klein turned to Azek and said ponderously. That dragon of imagination. Don't worry, here, even an angel cannot see through you. Moreover, I am also here. Azek chuckled and nodded to Klein. Receiving Azek's affirmative reply, Klein finally felt at ease. This time, he did not intend to communicate with the dragon of imagination through the grey fog. As he made up his mind, he extended his spirituality to touch the crimson star representing Ankwelt, intending to directly pull the other party above the grey fog. Just like when he pulled Azek before, he felt a resistance, as if the other party could directly refuse his pulling if he wished. Ankwelt responded to Klein's pull with almost no hesitation. A crimson light surged, and his figure instantly appeared above the grey fog. He still maintained his enormous Dragon King form, which did not appear overly large in this magnificent and ancient palace. Instead, it seemed just right, as if this palace was originally prepared for creatures of such immense size. Ankwelt's pale gold vertical pupils scanned the surroundings. After seeing that the few figures sitting there maintained human forms, he gently shook his head, and his figure instantly became transparent, rapidly shrinking and deforming. A grayish-white light flashed, and he had already transformed into an old man with grizzled beard and hair, pale gold eyes, wearing a grayish-white robe. His chiseled features were rather majestic, and he was tall, nearly 2 meters in height. He subtly scanned everyone, then found an empty high-backed chair to the left of Isaac and sat down. After sitting down, he turned his body to face Klein, who was at the head of the table and whose figure was shrouded in grey fog, and spoke in a gentle voice, unlike the former Dragon King, more like a kind old man from next door. Fool. I am the ancient dragon Erihog, and also the former Dragon King Ankwelt. As expected of an angel of the spectator pathway, all his words and actions were perfectly appropriate, without any unnecessary emotions due to the disparity in his identity. However, he seemed to prefer to be called Erihog. Is this the influence brought by his identity? As he pondered, Klein leaned back leisurely against the chair, and spoke in a calm tone, putting the other party on an equal footing with himself. Yes. Grozel's travels will be given to you later. As for my promise, it can be fulfilled at any time. Ankwelt nodded slightly. I am not in a hurry to retrieve Liveseed. It contains corruption from the Chaos Sea that I sealed, and I cannot resolve this part of the corruption now. So, you hope to use my promise to help you solve the problem of Chaos Sea corruption. That shouldn't just be corruption, it should also contain some of his former power. As he pondered, Klein lightly tapped the edge of the mottled long table twice, seemingly thinking about how to answer this question. After a moment, he spoke. I can solve the problem of corruption from the Chaos Sea, but I still need to retrieve some authorities. Hey, otherwise, it will only obliterate that part of your power along with the corruption. Ankwelt nodded towards Klein without any change in expression, and his tone remained gentle as he said. Thank you for your help. I will keep an eye out for news of high-sequence characteristics of the error pathway, but with most characteristics aggregated by Amon, finding an angel-level characteristic is not easy. Even if found, it is very likely to be a trap left by Amon. Amon, who can't be avoided no matter what. Klein silently sighed in his heart, then spoke without any change in tone. No need to worry about traps. If he really gets the characteristic, he just needs to crush it and then re-aggregate it. No trap will be useful anyway. Amon can't directly invade above the grey fog. Klein's calm response in Ankwelt's eyes took on another meaning. He is very confident, believing that Amon cannot contend with him for Sapphira Castle, because he himself is Sapphira Castle. The Sequence 1 characteristics and uniqueness of the error, door, and the full pathways are all held by Amon and Bethel. His true strength is probably not as good as Amon's, but his status is higher than Amon's, plus the home advantage here, so he is not afraid of Amon. Calling himself the Fool is because he wants to start with the full pathway and first retrieve a complete set of authority. The third attendant of mysteries characteristic that Phlegria has never found has been on Sapphira Castle and controlled by the activated Sapphira Castle. As he pondered, his gaze fell on Isaac to his right. The former death consul of the Balam Empire, Antigonus, happened to be sealed by the Evernight goddess. He wanted to reach a certain understanding with the Evernight goddess, exchanging the remnants of death he found for Antigonus. Seeing Ankwelt's gaze fall on him, Isaac looked back with slight confusion and asked with some curiosity. You seem to know me. Ankwelt's gaze lingered for a moment before he nodded gently. The death consul of the former Balam Empire, managing the secular empire for death. Your condition doesn't seem very good. Have you lost your memory? Chapter 375, KWM Chapter 375 Death Card. You know why. Isaac's eyes flickered, looking at Ankwelt, who had transformed into human form, with surprise. Ankwelt gently shook his head, stroking his grizzled beard as he said, I'm not sure, I'm just making some guesses based on your reaction. This is something every spectator is good at. However, I have some guesses about your state. This might be related to the arrangements left behind by death. You are his direct descendant, or an angel of this pathway. You are the best vessel for his resurrection. Furthermore, ever since death fell, the uniqueness of this pathway has been lost. Neither Evernight nor Badheil has been able to find this uniqueness. Uniqueness. Isaac lowered his head, his brows gradually furrowing. His head felt a bit swollen and painful, but he couldn't recall anything more. Seeing Isaac deep in thought, Ankwelt redirected his gaze to Klein at the head of the mottled long table. He asked with a slight hint of doubt that knowledge's blessed isn't truly dead yet. Where do I need to place his stone statue? Klein resisted the urge to instinctively turn his head and look at the prophet clone, speaking leisurely, sacrifice it directly to me. He was worried that the grey-white stone statue might have some lingering methods from the demonisect or this Dragon King, so it would be safer to first bring it above the grey fog for purification. All right. Ankwelt nodded slightly, responding without much change in tone, as if he had already guessed that the other party would say so. His gaze lingered on the prophet clone for a moment with a hint of deeper meaning, then he smiled and nodded at him before retracting his gaze. Klein tapped the edge of the table twice again, his voice calm as he said, "Let's end it here. If you need me, you can directly chant my name." Ankwelt then rose from the high-backed chair, his gaze sweeping around. Seeing that the other two figures had also risen like him, he spoke in a gentle voice to the figure shrouded in grey fog at the head of the table, "Pleasure working with you." "Pleasure working with you." Klein responded with a leisurely posture. As his thoughts stirred, a red light suddenly surged, then quickly dissipated. Ankwelt's figure vanished along with the red light above this grey fog. With Ankwelt's departure, the prophet clone and Azek sat down again. They exchanged glances, a slight smile gracing their lips. Klein dispersed the grey fog shrouding him, looking at Azek and asking with concern, "Mr. Azek, do you know the whereabouts of the death pathway's uniqueness? Could this be related to why you repeatedly lose your memory?" Azek gently shook his head, speaking with a hint of confusion, "I don't know. Perhaps the me who has recovered all my memories would know the reason. I have a feeling that this Dragon King's guess is likely true." The prophet clone tapped the armrest on the right side of his chair twice, a smile on his lips, and said calmly, "The uniqueness of death is left in the Berserk Sea, but I don't know the exact location. Perhaps, once you recover your memories and obtain the relevant item, you can sense it." "Relevant item?" Azek frowned slightly, asking in confusion. The prophet clone nodded gently and said, "Admiral Hell Ludwell, he has a ring that is said to be left behind by Death. He is a member of the Numinous Episcopate, so that item is very likely a genuine relic of Death. Klein leaned back in his chair, his hands naturally crossed, as information about Admiral Hell appeared in his mind. Admiral Hell Ludwell, flagship is the Black Tulip, bounty of £55,000, once a subordinate of the King of the Five Seas, later became independent, connected with the Numinous Episcopate, the highest bounty and strongest among the 7 admirals, cruel and bloodthirsty. I definitely can't beat him, at least not until I advance to Marionettist. Or, just call for help." Klein glanced at Azek and the prophet clone next to him, subtly suppressing his thoughts. Azek reached out and rubbed the bridge of his nose twice, easing the discomfort in his head caused by constantly recalling the past. Then he said softly, "Once I recover most of my memories, I will go to Admiral Hell Ludwell to get that ring left by Death. I have a premonition that this matter needs to wait until I am in a better state." Klein looked at Azek curiously and asked, "Why? Admiral Hell should only be a sequence 5 beyonder. Even with the ring left by Death. It shouldn't pose a danger to you, right?" Azek gently shook his head, his voice without much emotional fluctuation as he said, "I'm not very clear either, it's just an intuition. Perhaps, it's other matters that are pulled into it that bring danger." "Other matters?" Does he mean the uniqueness of Death? Did the former Death also leave some arrangements? Klein mused to himself for a while, then he looked at the empty seats around the mottled long table, chuckling, "Mr. Azek, I've established a gathering here using its special properties. The members come from different places, have different identities, and all came here by chance and established a connection with me. Although most are only low to mid-sequence, they are very broad in scope. If you're interested, you can participate and also post some tasks at the gathering to collect items that will help you recover your memory." Azek nodded gently, a look of interest appearing on his face as he said, "A very interesting gathering. If I have time, I will participate." Klein suddenly felt a surge of confidence after finding a backer. He restrained the upward curve of his lips and said with a smile, "The gathering time is every Monday at 3 p.m. Backlund time. I will notify you before each gathering begins." "Oh, and they use tarot cards as their code names. These are the ones that haven't been chosen yet." As he spoke, Klein gently waved his hand, materializing a deck of tarot cards above the mottled long table, but the chosen cards like the Fool, the World, and White Tower were not among them. "This one." Azek pointed casually. Klein nodded gently while making the other tarot cards disappear, leaving only that one floating in front of Azek. The prophet clone turned his head to look. The card depicted Death, armored and riding a white horse, holding a black banner with a rose painted on it, looking down at the living beings on the ground. It was the Death card from the 22 major arcana. This card symbolizes great change and continuous self-renewal. Regardless of how it ends, embracing the outcome is the beginning of a new journey. The prophet clone spoke with some feeling, beginning his interpretation. This, to some extent, perfectly corresponds to Mr. Azek's experiences. So, when Mr. Azek faces constant memory loss and rebirth, should he look to the future and embrace a new life? As he pondered, Klein looked at Azek. Azek leaned back slightly, resting his head against the chair back, his voice somewhat deep and hoarse as he said, corresponding to the Sapphira of the Seer pathway, plus an interpretation from a prophet. Perhaps this is the revelation given by fate. The prophet clone leaned slightly, resting against the armrest of the high-backed chair, offering his opinion. This card also symbolizes intense change. Letting go of the past allows for a new life to begin. Thump thump, Klein rhythmically tapped the edge of the table in front of him. After attracting the attention of the prophet clone and Azek, he said with a chuckle, "Gentlemen, let's end it here for today. My spirituality is getting a bit strained." No problem. Azek and the prophet clone nodded simultaneously. With a surge of red light, their figures instantly vanished above this gray fog. Chapter 376, New FIC. Check out the new FIC, Fairy Tale, I've been Guildmaster since 100 years ago. Chapter 377, KWM Chapter 376 Speculation. A short while after Azek and the prophet clone left, crimson light surged again from the boundless gray fog. Klein turned his head to look, wondering, did someone who has already established a connection here chant my name again? Slightly puzzled, he extended his spirituality to touch the newly emerged crimson star. As the crimson light expanded, a clear image also appeared. A teenager, about 15 or 16 years old, dressed like a child from a wealthy or noble family in the Intis region, was performing a sacrificial ritual in a dim room. The item being sacrificed was the petrified Leyton. Klein carefully observed the young man who was sacrificing to him. His body of mind and heart was covered in a layer of grayish-white, with strange and three-dimensional runic symbols faintly visible, very similar to the patterns on Ankwelt's scale. Did he just casually hypnotize someone to sacrifice to me out of caution? Or was he too lazy to collect the necessary materials for the sacrifice, so he simply hypnotized an unlucky fellow who liked mysticism and made him change his original ritual into a sacrificial ritual directed at me? After observing the hypnotized youth for a moment and confirming there were no hidden dangers, Klein directly responded to the ritual, taking the grayish-white stone statue of Leyton to the gray fog. I didn't expect the first person to truly reach this gray fog to do so in such a way. Klein couldn't help but mutter as he looked at the grayish-white stone statue in front of him. He could even clearly see Leyton's expression of surprise, astonishment, and fear frozen on the statue. His expression is quite rich. This scene can be kept as a memento, lest he someday pull out the portrait of me disguised as Irene. As thoughts swirled, he had already activated his spirit vision, examining the stone statue more closely. I can still observe the spirit body and astral body, but the body of mind and heart and ether body have completely lost their color. The body is petrified, but the soul is still preserved. How can this be resolved? Klein waved his hand, summoning the sun brooch from the pile of sundries and the Black Emperor card, which was face down on the table. He infused some spirituality into them, creating a very high-level sun-sacred water. A golden translucent liquid floated up and was poured onto the grayish-white stone statue. He waited quietly for a moment, observing no reaction whatsoever. I can't think of any way. I hope your clone knows how to save you. As he spoke, he extended his spirituality, touched the crimson star representing the prophet clone, and transmitted the information. After doing all this, he extended his spirituality to envelop himself, simulating the sensation of falling, and left the space above the gray fog. Only a grayish-white stone statue was left standing alone in the boundless gray fog. In the library deep within the spirit world depths, thick gray fog suddenly surged before the prophet clone's eyes. As crimson light continuously emerged, a somewhat blurry image appeared before him. In the thick grayish-white mist, a grayish-white stone statue stood quietly. Although he couldn't see it very clearly, he could confirm that it was his petrified main body. I can't undo this petrification. You can ask the god of knowledge or the hidden sage for help. Klein's slightly helpless voice echoed directly in his mind. Sapphira Castle can't undo the petrification. That's right, after all, Klein is only a faceless. If he were a miracle invoker, it might be possible. As thoughts floated, the prophet clone put the book he was still holding back on the bookshelf. His eyes glowed with bright, light blue light, and his figure gradually became transparent, like a convergence of countless starlight. As his body completely transformed into a starlight state, his figure instantly shattered, turning into a brilliant expanse of starlight, surging and rushing out of the library, pouring into the real world. Byam, inside the hotel in the dock district. Klein stretched his body, which had been still for a long time, then walked towards the door, ready to tell Bugs Bunny, who was still waiting in the outer hall, that his boss had been rescued. Knock. 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 The sound of knocking on the door rang out. He had just put his hand on the doorknob when the appearance of the person knocking on the door had already appeared in his mind. With a creak, the door was opened by Klein. He chuckled and greeted the person who had just knocked. Mr. Azek, thank you for your help. After Al recovers, you can directly ask him for some information as a reward for helping him. I think even if he doesn't know the answer, he'll know where to get it. Azek nodded slightly with a hint of a smile. I will. Since the matter is over, I plan to leave this place. Some previous events reminded me of some vague past, and I intend to visit the places in my memory. You need to be careful recently. It's best to leave Byam directly. The Church of the Lord of Storms seems to have an angel or a relatively special sealed artifact Zero staying here. He hasn't concealed his existence, which means the events of this period must have provoked them. An angel. The Church of the Lord of Storms is truly enraged. And rightly so, the events that have occurred in the Rorstad archipelago recently have been a repeated provocation to the Church of the Lord of Storms. Klein pondered and nodded. I'll be careful. I also have an official informant identity. As long as my identity isn't found to have any problems, I'm safe in Biome. Azek nodded gently, saying nothing more, only leaving a sentence. If anything happens, write to me. Then his figure instantly became transparent and quickly disappeared from Klein's sight. This ability to freely traverse the spirit world is truly enviable. On the other side, Danitz, who had already risen from the armchair, let out a sigh that matched Klein's thoughts. His eyes were full of curiosity as they fell on Klein, and his throat slightly wiggled, as if he was swallowing saliva, suppressing his somewhat excited mood. Klein maintained his persona, looking at Danitz expressionlessly. Cough, that gentleman just now. Is he also a saint walking the earth? Danitz moved a few steps closer, a fawning smile on his face as he spoke. Klein stared at Danitz with cold eyes. Only after the other party's face changed from a fawning grin to unease did he withdraw his gaze, uttering a few words in a flat voice. Guess my big head. But that gentleman just now spoke very calmly when mentioning the Church of the Lord of Storms angel, just like I mentioned buckets to them. He is very likely a powerful saint close to an angel. Gehrman Sparrow's backing is quite extraordinary. They casually sent out a saint, and he seems to have a very good relationship with Gehrman. Does this blockhead even maintain relationships? After thinking for a while and coming back to his senses, Danitz's gaze shifted. He cleared his throat and said in a fawning tone. Do you know where that rabbit's boss is? I've packed my luggage and can return to the Golden Dream anytime. After speaking, he also observed Klein's expression. After confirming that the other party showed no objection, he added. I've already paid for this hotel and extended it for 3 days. I've also listed some private Beyonder gatherings in Biome. As he spoke, he also pointed to the tea table on the side. Klein followed the direction of his finger and saw a white paper pressed down by a cup. However, these Beyonder gatherings probably won't be held in the short term. Many guys are even planning to escape Biome now. So many high-sequence Beyonder battles have occurred in such a short time. The entire Rorstad Sea will probably become a dangerous place in the mouths of pirates and adventurers. If you dare to stay in this place, you might be affected by a sudden battle and end up reporting to the underworld or the Chasm of Storms. The disaster of the Rorstad archipelago. Indeed, no honorific title is given for nothing, Klein silently sighed in his heart. Chapter 378, KWM Chapter 377, Madness from Instinct. Inside a secluded warehouse in the port of Seville, Fainapotter. Bits of brilliant starlight emerged from the boundary, hovering and merging in midair, and in just a moment, they reformed into a human shape. The human shape formed by starlight walked a few steps on the ground, and amidst the flickering light, the figure of the prophet clone reappeared. The simulated ability is indeed not natural enough. He muttered to himself and walked towards a corner where the ritual materials he had left over from sacrificing food to the grey fog were still present. Taking a deep breath, he began to set up the ritual to receive the bestowal. After preparing the candles, herbal powder, spiritually rich materials, and the symbolic representation of the Fool, he stepped back and simultaneously gently poked his finger to create a few flames, lighting the candles. He summoned an invisible hand to throw essential oils and herbal powder into the candlelight. The candlelight shot up violently and was dyed a quiet green, and the faint scent of herbs instantly filled the surroundings. The Fool who does not belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who holds good luck. Your loyal servant requests your gaze. I request you to open the door to your kingdom. Klein's response was quick. In less than 3 minutes, the grey-white stone statue that Leyton had transformed into appeared before the prophet clone. He gazed intently at the grey-white stone statue before him, a faint blue misting over his eyes. From every angle, this was an ordinary stone, no more, no less. Directly changing the structure of matter from its fundamental level, while unscientific, was profoundly mystical. With a slight sigh, he directly adjusted the existing ritual on the ground, changing it to a ritual directed at the hidden sage, and then chanted aloud. The sage who discerns the world, the eye that probes truth, the embodiment of endless knowledge and numerology. As the incantation was chanted, a layer of gloom suddenly enveloped the warehouse. Both sound and air movement became static at this moment. Concealment. The prophet clone frowned slightly. His intuition gave him a premonition that the hidden sage seemed to have been waiting for this moment. His spiritual perception was suddenly touched, something extremely dangerous, extremely terrifying, and not to be looked at directly had descended. The strong sense of danger made him instinctively close his eyes, sealing off all his perceptions of the outside world with his spirituality. As he moved, illusory light suddenly surged from within the warehouse. This light seemed to be composed of complex and pure information, rushing from an unknown place, directly enveloping Leyton, who had turned into a grey-white stone statue. Knowledge, civilization, truth. Essence Origin Brilliance Truth Keeper. Leyton, whose consciousness had fallen into darkness, suddenly regained some sensation. He heard rustling sounds that inexplicably irritated him. These voices seemed to come from different people, different places, using different accents to pray to some existence. These voices mixed together, sounding somewhat chaotic. No matter how hard he tried to distinguish them, he could only hear fragmented snippets within a blur of words. What's going on? Have I arrived in the underworld? Did I just die so carelessly? As his thoughts spun, he felt his mind become more active, and even the voices echoing in his ears became clearer. The essence of knowledge, the root of mystery, the radiance of civilization. Although the voices were still somewhat layered, at least the clearer parts could be distinguished. These are prayers, prayers to the knowledge Moor. Why are they appearing in my ears? Did I return directly to the knowledge Moor after I died? But shouldn't it still be sealed in the western continent? Following the connection of the prayers, he cast his gaze over and saw figures rising and falling on the sea surface. Were they Nagas? And some shadowy figures with dark yellow skin and clear southern continent blood, wearing black classical robes, dressed like warlocks from the fourth epoch. Among them, one figure was extremely devout, seemingly a loyal believer who had dedicated his body, mind, and soul to a great existence. His praying voice was also the most distinct. As Leyton cast his gaze, he clearly saw the other party's appearance and heard his voice. He wore a black robe with strange symbols and patterns, a black pointed hat, and deep, spirited eyes. He was dressed like a warlock from folk legends, and he seemed to be inside a ship's cabin. Ethan, he's actually a devout believer of the knowledge Moor. Is this the source of the familiarity I felt when I first saw him? As he actively listened and tried to establish a connection, more and more prayers echoed in his ears. An uncontrollable urge surged within him, wanting to forcibly stuff knowledge into these people's minds. He felt his thoughts becoming cold, becoming mad, wanting to tear everything apart, to assimilate everything. This constant assault on his sanity, like the feeling experienced when taking a potion to advance, was the most primitive and instinctive madness and desire contained within the potion and within himself. As his sanity was constantly being eroded and suppressed, those rustling, irritating prayers became the best way to relieve the pressure. These prayers were like anchors fixed in the deep sea, preventing his sanity from being submerged by primitive desires and instinctive madness. Is this the meaning of anchors for angels and gods? As time passed, he gradually found a balance point, like a ship trapped in a storm, swaying but not directly capsizing. In the depths of his consciousness, submerged in darkness, many eyes suddenly grew, cold, indifferent eyes without eyelashes, each eye seemingly containing a brilliant galaxy. Hidden sage. The surrounding eyes stared at him unblinkingly, only the starlight in their pupils flowing and flickering. Just as he thought the other party would not answer him, a faint, emotionless voice echoed directly in his mind. Seek more humanity, create more anchors. If your humanity cannot contend with the madness I have accumulated, divinity will completely replace you. Your remaining time is not much. There was a feeling of talking to himself. A casual sigh floated through his mind, and Leyton was suddenly stunned. Some thoughts he didn't quite want to admit surged in his heart. After a moment of hesitation, he turned to ask other questions. You descended then? But you left quickly and didn't take me with you, was that for now? The indifferent, cold eyes around him calmly gazed at Leyton, reflecting those brilliant galaxies into his eyes, and at the same time, directly transmitting his answer into Leyton's mind. Steam noticed that place. You, who have not recovered all of yourself, cannot be noticed by him yet. Let Ankwelt contend for the authority of the spiritual domain, this can delay the appearance of God Almighty. Recruit a qualified psychiatrist. Increase the power around that fool, the sooner the Lord of the Mysteries appears, the more beneficial it is for us. That omniscient one might have other arrangements, I cannot be sure. He is very wise, a reliable collaborator, but not a completely trustworthy one. After digesting the information the hidden sage transmitted to his mind, he looked up again. The eyes containing brilliant galaxies had disappeared, leaving only fragmented starlight constantly floating and deforming, like tiny pixel blocks stacking downwards. In just a moment, the surroundings turned into a pixelated, blurry wilderness, very illusory, as if in an amorphous state. With enough imagination, one could outline what they saw into any shape. A realization gradually dawned on him. Knowledge has no form, it is concealed between all things. Every piece of knowledge has its weight, so it always stacks from bottom to top, the convergence of all knowledge, the God of answers to the ever-changing universe. Chapter 379, KWM Chapter 378 Leaving Biome. Leyton felt that his understanding of knowledge had changed somewhat, it was no longer the casual attitude he once held. Whether it was acquiring knowledge or spreading it, there should be a process, and both required harvest and pay. My previous approach was closer to the hidden sage, instinctively wanting to spread knowledge and directly gather knowledge I hadn't yet mastered. As he pondered, the overlapping light and shadows around him receded, and Leyton's vision returned to the somewhat dim interior of the warehouse. Outside the warehouse, a cold wind suddenly swept through the ventilation window above the wall, bringing threads of chill into the warehouse. A slightly cool and empty feeling made Leyton instinctively look down, only to see that apart from the sage's robe, he had no other fabric on his body. He uncomfortably wrapped the black robe draped over him tighter. The casualty rate for clothes is a bit high. I can't possibly specialize in creating a mystical item just for clothing, can I? After sighing, he casually reached out his hand, conjuring an illusory hat from thin air and placing it on his head. His figure then vanished, concealing all traces. I'm leaving first, you should also return to the Golden Dream. As a somewhat ethereal voice faded, the prophet clone could no longer detect anyone else in the surroundings. Avatars are indeed the most convenient tools. He sighed to himself, feeling quite speechless, then summoned several invisible giant hands to clean up the ritual remnants around him. After cleaning the warehouse, he looked around, then pressed his hand virtually in midair, slightly turning his wrist. With a flicker of light blue, a door connecting to the spirit world was opened by him. He curled his lips, stepped inside, and a wave-like light blue spread, restoring peace to the warehouse. On Monday morning, in the spirit world area corresponding to Byam, Leyton's figure lingered. After a night of rest, he had adjusted his state and returned to Byam. Upon arriving here, his intuition had been subtly foreboding, as if he would encounter a powerful blow the moment he left the spirit world and descended into the real Byam. Gazing at the real world beyond the spirit world, his eyes suddenly deepened, like the sea before a storm, losing focus and becoming a vast expanse. Through his ability to prophesy, he saw what he might encounter after leaving the spirit world and descending into Byam, the darkness that made one want to fall into slumber and the all-encompassing silvery lightning. Does the Church of the Lord of Storms have a sealed artifact similar to erodes that can directly lock onto me within a certain range? With a slight sigh, Leyton decided to change and conceal his appearance and aura. His gaze swept casually, and through the spirit world, he happened to see an inconspicuous folk herbal shop, a chubby owl, and a chubby beast tamer. Dayquil. He doesn't look too good, but there's no trace of his fate being disturbed. Has he not gotten that probability dice yet? But it should be soon. The moment the thought arose, a strong sense of danger instantly rang out. Without thinking, Leyton immediately reached out and grasped an invisible layer of something from the void in front of him, covering himself with it, transforming himself into a non-existent state. With his other hand, he took out an illusory hat, concealing his figure. As soon as his actions were complete, he saw a pitch-black crow flying through the area he had just been observing. This crow also had a ring of white eyeshadow around its right eye. Amon. His avatars are truly everywhere. Appearing suddenly in the Rorstad archipelago, did he detect something or did he foresee something? Guys who control the domain of fate are truly troublesome. Any unusual changes, and they always detect the problem immediately. Muttering a complaint to himself, he casually took out a piece of letter paper, using the powdered materials he carried with him instead of ink and pen, and left a line of text on the letter paper through a spell. He casually created specks of starlight, wrapping the letter paper in his hand and sending it flying to other areas of the spirit world, then darting into reality. Inside a hotel in Byam's dock district. Danitz was lying on an armchair, looking utterly resigned, still muttering. When can I return to the Golden Dream? Many of the ships traveling to and from Byam have been suspended these past 2 days. If this continues, I'll really become Gehrman Sparrow's personal attendant. Bugs Bunny lay on the nearby sofa, leisurely eating fruit. It had already learned the news of Leyton's rescue from Klein. It deliberately mumbled in Danitz's direction, just loud enough for him to hear, as if showing off. A rabbit's life without worries is truly wonderful. This damned fat rabbit. When I return to the Golden Dream, I'm going to invite everyone on the ship to have a rabbit meat feast with me. Danitz closed his eyes in exasperation. He was afraid that seeing Bugs Bunny's arrogant demeanor would make him unable to resist setting the rabbit's fur on fire. His spiritual intuition was suddenly triggered. Before he could even open his eyes, a light yellow piece of paper had already stuck to his face. What is it? He straightened his back in a panic, leaping up from the armchair. Bugs Bunny also noticed the change, looking over curiously, and saw a familiar light yellow piece of paper floating onto Danitz's face. Boss's letter. It exclaimed, leaping directly from the sofa onto Danitz's body. The latter stumbled, bumping into the glass window in front of him, making the window emit a thudding sound. Danitz took 2 steps back, one hand pulling off the letter paper covering his face, the other rubbing his nose. Damn rabbit, if it weren't for the body control brought by the hunter potion, I would have been directly knocked through the glass and fallen out the window by it. He gritted his teeth, but in the end, he couldn't resist the urge to curse Bugs Bunny. Before he could even open his mouth, the letter paper in his hand had already been snatched by Bugs Bunny, who then jumped off him and returned to the sofa. It unfolded the letter paper in front of it, one paw rubbing its chin, looking like it was seriously reading the letter. This dead fat rabbit, so fond of studying, might as well take it to the Golden Dream and let it suffer through daily morning classes. Danitz curled his lips in disdain, still glaring angrily at Bugs Bunny. A moment later, Bugs Bunny handed the letter paper to Danitz and said, Boss wants you to buy any ship ticket, and once you leave the sea area nearby him, he'll appear and send you back to the Golden Dream. Why not just come directly? Danitz subconsciously repeated. I don't know, Boss didn't say, but Boss wants you to bring me along. Bugs Bunny grinned at Danitz, pulling out a smile that showed its two large front teeth. Danitz's movement to take the letter paper paused, and his good mood, which had been about returning to the Golden Dream, was instantly ruined. In the afternoon, at a dock in Byam, Danitz, carrying one large and one small suitcase, queued up to board the passenger ship. This was the fastest departing passenger ship he could get a ticket for that afternoon, heading to Tiatiwa Island, the westernmost island of the Rorsted archipelago. These sons of bitches, they all chose the cheapest cabins and were so quick about it. Now I can only buy a first-class cabin. I just wanted to stay on the ship for a while. Danitz felt his heart bleeding. This vacation, not only did he gain nothing, but he also lost a lot of money because of Gehrman Sparrow. The only gain is probably that my bounty has increased quite a bit. This dogshit life, thankfully I'm returning to the Golden Dream soon, and I won't have to see that crazy guy again. Also, this damned fat rabbit, why is it so heavy? Is the flesh on its body poured with molten iron? Danitz expressionlessly swapped the positions of the suitcases in his two hands, while stretching his somewhat sore right hand. As the crowded people moved forward, he finally managed to board the passenger ship and, led by a waiter, found his room. He impatiently pushed open the door, put down the two suitcases in his hands, then turned and closed the door. Let me out quickly, it's suffocating in here. Bugs Bunny's voice came from the slightly larger suitcase. Danitz curled his lips, deliberately slowing his movements. Only after Bugs Bunny impatiently thumped the suitcase several times did he open it. As soon as the suitcase was opened, a gray figure darted out, pushed off Danitz's body with a kick, then leaped onto the single sofa placed against the wall. Chapter 380, KWM Chapter 379, Death, at the Tarot Club. It pulled at its vest uncomfortably and grumbled at Danitz. It's too stuffy in here. Why didn't you leave a bigger gap in the suitcase? Danitz imitated Bugs Bunny's mocking expression from earlier, looking at Bugs Bunny with disdain and saying, Stupid rabbit. If I left a bigger gap, wouldn't the passers-by see you? Byam is under such strict guard now. If your identity as a beyonder creature is discovered, you won't even have a chance to gnaw on mud beneath the Cathedral of Waves, you'll directly be turned into beyonder characteristic and reclaimed by them. After speaking, he walked directly to the window, looking out at the passengers still boarding the ship and the bustling dock. He took a deep breath and said with great intoxication. The air of freedom. I've finally escaped that lunatic Gehrman Sparrow. So you chose to return to the Golden Dream and still have to attend classes? Bugs Bunny's voice rang out at an inappropriate moment, making the expression on Danitz's face freeze. Dog shit. If you don't mention classes, we can still be friends. Bah. This stinky rabbit can never be a friend of blazing Danitz. After leaving Klein's side, Danitz completely unleashed his nature, and he and Bugs Bunny would often bicker. After waiting for almost half an hour, the passenger ship finally departed. Danitz watched the port gradually recede outside the glass window, feeling better than ever. Another half an hour passed. After the passenger ship had completely left the waters nearby him, Danitz leaned back in his chair, somewhat bored, staring blankly at the wall clock. A moment later, he turned his head to look at Bugs Bunny, who was sprawled on the single sofa, and asked, When is your boss coming? Did he leave anything to pinpoint his location? This is already the third time you've asked that question. Bugs Bunny glared at Danitz in dissatisfaction, then continued. There's no need for anything to pinpoint his location. The boss can directly pinpoint me. It seems you're already impatient from waiting. Leyton's voice suddenly echoed in the cabin. The light in the cabin dimmed abruptly, and indifferent, cold eyes grew out of the shadows and cracks. As if the cabin overlapped with an unknown, eerie area, Danitz and Bugs Bunny almost simultaneously looked up at the position in front of the glass window. The original glass window had disappeared, replaced by a seat formed from starlight. Leyton was sitting on a high-backed chair made of starlight, holding a steaming cup of coffee in his hand. Bugs Bunny practically leaped from the single sofa the next moment, landing directly on the starlight-formed table. After carefully examining Leyton for a moment, it immediately pounced into Leyton's arms, its voice filled with surprise and happiness. Boss, you're all right. Bits of starlight diffused, recollecting the spilled coffee back into the cup. Then, Leyton extended his right hand and snapped his fingers. Immediately, starlight diffused around, enveloping the entire room, then quickly condensed. Around the existing seats, a carriage shimmering with brilliant starlight formed. After placing Bugs Bunny on the seat next to him, he chuckled softly as he looked at Danitz, who was still in a daze. Take your luggage. We're going to the Golden Dream now. Backlund time, 3 in the afternoon. Inside the magnificent palace above the grey fog, crimson light continuously surged. In just a moment, figures of all kinds appeared seated on both sides of the mottled, ancient bronze long table. After adapting to the changes before him, Leyton immediately looked to his left. A figure had appeared in the previously empty seat beside him. Although the face was somewhat blurry, it was easy to recognize Mr. Azek. Moon Emlyn, who was seated one seat away from Leyton, also noticed that the seat to his right had an occupant. He made no attempt to hide his curious gaze, tilting his chin slightly as he scrutinized this new member. "Good afternoon, the fool." Justice Audrey was still the first member to rise and bow to the fool. Following Audrey's words, the rest of the members also rose and bowed to the fool, then took their seats in order. Audrey observed everyone with great pleasure. She keenly noticed a slight spiritual overflow on the Moon and Sun members. They had been promoted just these past few days. A new member. Audrey noticed Azek, who was seated to Leyton's right. She slightly turned her body, preparing to introduce everyone to the new member by greeting each Tarot Club member in turn, as she had done last time. Tap tap, the sound rang out. Audrey turned her head in surprise, seeing the fool, shrouded by grey fog, rhythmically tapping the edge of the table in front of him. Is the fool going to introduce this new member personally? His identity must be very unusual. Otherwise, the fool would have let me help everyone get acquainted by greeting them, as he did last time. As her thoughts turned, Justice Audrey returned to her seat. She waited with some curiosity for the fool's introduction of this new member. Klein, shrouded in grey fog, let everyone's gaze fall upon him. He leaned back slightly, and his voice, leisurely, began. "This is Mr. Death. He does not participate in gatherings long-term, only occasionally." Amidst their astonished or scrutinizing gazes, he turned to Azek and introduced the members of the Tarot Club. "This is Hangman, this is Justice, this is Mr. Tower, this is..." After the fool Klein finished his introduction, Azek smiled and nodded to everyone in turn. Hangman Alger subtly observed Azek, his expression somewhat complex. The fool places great importance on this new member, and he only occasionally participates in gatherings. His identity is very unusual. Does he represent the will of a certain great figure? No, if that were the case, he wouldn't just occasionally participate. He himself is a great figure. Only occasionally comes. This new member is very special. His attire and temperament resemble a gentle middle-aged gentleman. Justice Audrey also observed Azek, making corresponding interpretations. As a mystery prior, Katlia could see more, but when she looked at Azek, a dangerous intuitive warning always arose in her heart, making her instinctively withdraw her gaze. Katlia casually averted her gaze, not letting Azek appear in her line of sight. "I can't look at him, it's very dangerous. He is an angel. An angel under the fool." Waves of intense emotion surged within Katlia. Her gaze, somewhat excited and astonished, turned towards the figure at the head of the mottled long table. Sun Derek and Moon Emlyn did not pay overly special attention to the new member. One was not very concerned with matters outside the forsaken land of the gods, while the other was still immersed in the joy of being promoted to a blood baron. As everyone quieted down, Hermit Katlia, seeing that no one else was speaking, turned her gaze to the figure at the head of the mottled long table, raising her right hand slightly and saying, "Respected the fool, I have memorized 5 pages of Roselle's diary." This was not her memory limit. As a beyonder of the mystery prior pathway, even memorizing 5 more pages of the diary would not be impossible. Emperor Roselle's diary could not possibly have useful content on every page, and the fool should only be looking for a certain part of it. Hermit Katlia's words made Justice Audrey slightly disappointed as she apologized to the fool at the head of the table. "I'm very sorry, the fool. I haven't been able to contact members of the Psychology Alchemists recently, so I can't provide you with a diary. I haven't been able to collect any new diaries either." Magician Furs followed closely, speaking out. Klein, seated at the head, nodded lightly, his tone as if he didn't care. "Don't worry about it." Chapter 381, KWM Chapter 382 Questions. Hermit Katlia subtly sized up the fool at the head of the long table. Indeed, these Emperor's diaries were not that important to Mr. Fool. What he needed, perhaps, was only the key information recorded on one or a few specific pages. She quickly reined in her thoughts, then requested the fool's help to materialize the diary entries she had memorized and passed them to Klein. Without waiting too long, Klein casually waved his hand, making the diaries disappear from before him. These were all diaries written by the Emperor in his later years, and at this time, he seemed to have had a premonition, leaving behind a lot of important content in the diaries. Hey, Bernadette must have filtered these once. Although she couldn't discern the content of the diaries, she could tell the Emperor's emotions when writing by his handwriting, roughly judging which parts were more important. As he mused, his gaze fell upon Hermit Katlia, and he chuckled, saying, 2 questions, or something else, what do you want to exchange for these diaries? Katlia replied without hesitation, I wish to ask some questions. The fool Klein, at the head of the mottled long table, nodded slightly, leaning back against the chair, waiting leisurely for the hermit's questions. Katlia, as if she had already prepared her questions, pondered and began, "Mr. Fool, are you familiar with Emperor Roselle? My roommate from the next bed." Unfortunately, Klein doesn't know this yet. Leyton, sitting by the side, curved his lips into a smile, his thoughts wandering. Klein was slightly stunned, not expecting the other party to ask such a question. He hesitated, carefully choosing his words, his voice carrying a hint of nostalgic leisure as he spoke. "In some ways, we might be the ones who understand each other best." The fool Klein's answer momentarily stunned Katlia. This was completely different from the answer she had anticipated, and her thoughts couldn't help but wander. Could it be that Emperor Roselle also came to this grey fog, but at that time, the fool had not yet awakened, so it was only a one-sided communication from the Emperor? But even in slumber, a great existence still has some perception and response to the outside world, which is why Mr. Fool began collecting the Emperor's diaries after awakening, to seek some truths. The more Katlia thought, the more reasonable her guess seemed. She suppressed her excitement and asked the second question. "Respected Mr. Fool, did Emperor Roselle anticipate what would happen to him and make preparations?" Katlia lowered her head slightly, feeling a bit ashamed. The question she asked could also be seen as two questions. She hoped Mr. Fool wouldn't mind this. Klein, beneath the grey fog, watched the Admiral of Stars suddenly become even more polite to him, and his mouth twitched. How realistic. More respect if it's related to the Emperor. So, if there was animosity with the Emperor, would she instantly betray him and become a turncoat? No, she wouldn't even need to betray him, she was already a turncoat. Muttering silently to himself, Klein looked at Hermit Katlia and said with a smile, he did anticipate it and made some preparations. However, it most likely failed, or not entirely failed. At least there's still a possibility of resurrection, Klein added in his mind the words he hadn't spoken aloud. Thank you for your answer. Hermit Katlia respectfully bowed to the figure at the head of the table, expressing her gratitude. Justice Audrey, on the side, also withdrew her curious gaze from Katlia, a subtle curve appearing at the corner of her lips. The hermit was indeed connected to Emperor Roselle. Both questions she asked revolved around the Emperor, and she seemed to strongly hope that the Emperor was still alive. Was he a relative of Emperor Roselle? Or a descendant of some loyal subordinate? Emperor Roselle, a novel with him as the protagonist would surely be popular across the northern and southern continents. Unfortunately, I wouldn't dare to write it. Magician Furs also let her thoughts wander. Hangman Alger's gaze subtly swept over Hermit Katlia, a slight ripple in his heart. She was still working for Queen Mystic, and those two questions she asked were on behalf of Queen Mystic. Did she tell Queen Mystic about the Tarot Club? Mr. Fool surely knew, but did not pursue it. Was it out of respect for Emperor Roselle? As everyone fell into contemplation, Klein silently surveyed the room and chuckled, "You may begin your discussions." Leyton turned his head to the world at the far end of the mottled long table, raised his hand slightly, and chuckled, "I'm going to the book world of Groselle's travels next. If you're interested, you can come and see. There's a very interesting place there." Book world? What kind of book world? Justice Audrey, quite interested in the topic, asked, and then added, if it involves confidentiality, then pretend I didn't ask." Although she said that, her emerald eyes still sparkled as she looked at Leyton. Leyton chuckled and nodded slightly to Miss Justice, explaining briefly what a book world was. It's a book that has been passed down since the end of the second epoch, from the dragon race. It tells the story of a giant named Groselle who went to the Frost Kingdom to defeat a frost dragon named Ulyssen. The book world is their adventure experiences, no different from the normal world. If you're interested, you can join too. This book is about to be returned to its owner. Justice Audrey's eyes lit up, and she replied joyfully, "If the timing and my schedule don't conflict too much, I'd be delighted to join this exploration." Magician Furs timely raised her right hand and asked with some anticipation, can I join? A book world, isn't this like my novels becoming reality? No author can resist such a temptation. Furs narrowed her eyes, already imagining the specific appearance of the book world in her mind. Of course you can. Leyton chuckled in response. He glanced around. Aside from the curious Miss Justice and Magician Furs, who was particularly interested in the book world, the other Tarot Club members didn't show too much enthusiasm. This Emlyn fellow is still immersed in the joy of his advancement to Baron. Leyton muttered to himself, subtly shifting his gaze to the world at the far end, awaiting Klein's reply. The world, with a gloomy face, nodded slightly under Klein's manipulation, and said in a hoarse voice, "No problem." Having responded to Leyton's invitation, Klein continued to control his alternate account, Mr. World, to look around at everyone, then slightly raised his right hand and asked, "Who has, or who can obtain, a mystical item with strong offensive power?" As he spoke, he directed his gaze towards Leyton and Katlia, seemingly anticipating their answers. "Does he have some guess about my identity?" Is this a test? Hermit Catlia remained silent for 2 seconds, then shook her head and said, if similar items appear at the Beyonder gatherings I attend, I will keep an eye out for you. Leyton followed Catlia's words and replied, I can craft one, but I lack the corresponding Beyonder materials. Below Sequence 4, the representatives of powerful offense are definitely the Reaper of the Hunter pathway and the Ocean Songster of the Sailor pathway. They can both unleash terrifying damage in a short period. However, if it's just a one-time item, I can provide many. Chapter 382, KWM Chapter 381 Long-Term Entrustment. Justice Audrey, Magician Furs, Hanged Man Alger, and Moon Emlyn almost simultaneously turned their heads, looking at Leyton with surprise, clearly stimulated by Leyton's words, can pass through a lot. Hermit Catlia's gaze swept over Leyton opposite her, and she began to guess in her heart, scrolls professor, or artisan. Relying on a polymath to analyze Beyonder abilities, and then using a mystical item to create scrolls or talismans that can use these Beyonder abilities. Isaac glanced around at everyone. His observations during this period had given him a general assessment of the Tarot Club members. Most of their strength was not high, only at Sequence 5 or Sequence 6, some even lower, but their identities covered a wide range, making them good sources of information. While thinking, he imitated the actions of the Tarot Club members when they spoke, raising his right hand slightly and chuckling, I can also provide some similar methods, but the operation might be a bit more complicated. Mr. Isaac's method wouldn't be to directly summon his more powerful undead subordinates to fight on his behalf, would it? Klein looked at Isaac, who was leisurely leaning back in the high-back chair, and became even more convinced of his guess. Immediately, he manipulated his alternate account, the world, turned his head, and looked at Leyton, asking, what kind of method? How much? What Beyonder abilities does it include? It seems Mr. World and Mr. Tower are very familiar. Should I also buy some of these one-time use items? A psychiatrist itself doesn't have much direct combat ability. Justice Audrey lowered her head slightly and fell into deep thought. Leyton's right index and middle fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest beside him. Hearing Klein's question, he answered without hesitation, scrolls. After chanting the corresponding incantation, I can directly release the abilities I have sealed within them. As for the Beyonder abilities I can make into scrolls, I'll make a list after the Tarot Club ends, and you can choose for yourselves. Due to material reasons, the production time ranges from 3 to 5 days, and the strength is roughly between Sequence 5 and Sequence 4. Each scroll is 100 pounds. Magician Furs lowered her head, once again lamenting her poverty. Moon Emlyn, who had just been promoted to Baron, made the same gesture. He had almost exhausted the gold pounds that the Sanguine had provided him. 1 danitz can be exchanged for 45 scrolls, and solving him only requires 1 scroll. Thinking about it this way, it's quite cost-effective. Why am I using danitz as a unit of measurement? As his thoughts wandered, Klein manipulated the world to respond. 5 scrolls. My only requirement is that they have powerful offensive capabilities. No problem. Leyton nodded happily, accepting the deal. After all, for him, it was a profit no matter what. Justice Audrey also raised her right hand afterward and said, Mr. Tower, I also want to purchase some scrolls, but I might need to select the abilities of the scrolls. You may. Leyton gently nodded in response. As everyone's exchanges gradually came to an end, Isaac sat up straighter. He scanned everyone with his gaze, and after confirming that no one else was speaking, he slightly raised his right hand and spoke in a gentle voice, Everyone, I have what could be considered a long-term commission. What commission? Audrey tilted her head, asking curiously. Isaac weighed his words, saying, Help me collect information or items related to the Death Council of the former Balam Empire on the southern continent. I will reward you based on the value of what you provide. Death Council? Audrey asked back with a hint of doubt. She knew the word council. But with the prefix death, it seemed quite unusual. Was this a special title due to status? This is a Death Pathway Angel, the name of the Sequence 2 Beyonder potion of that pathway, and also the title of the Council of the Balam Empire at that time. Hermit Catlia pondered for a moment before explaining the meaning of Death Council to everyone. Death Council, investigating an angel, what exactly is this new member's identity? Whether it's Mr. Fool's previous introduction or his act of investigating an angel, it all indicates that his identity is extraordinary. Hanged Man Alger subtly frowned. He was becoming increasingly curious about this new member's identity. I will try to collect it, but it's too ancient. The information and items passed down are very difficult to verify for authenticity. I cannot guarantee it will be truly effective. Hermit Catlia's answer was very conservative, and it also carried a hint of probing. It's fine, I can determine it. Isaac replied calmly. Isaac's answer made a strong thought surge in Catlia's mind, he is that Death Council. He can determine. How can he determine? Does he recognize those things? Or does he have a special method of identification? As he pondered, Hangman Alger spoke thoughtfully, I will try to search. I will also try to search for related items. Klein manipulated his alternate account, the world, to respond. The other Tarot Club members also successively expressed that they would pay attention, except for the son Derek, who was in the forsaken land of the gods, completely unaware of the outside world, and unable to help. After everyone fell silent again, Leyton slightly turned his body and looked at Isaac beside him, saying, I don't know much about the Death Consul, only that he was a cold and cruel Beyonder. This was influenced by the uncontrolled madness tendencies contained within the Beyonder characteristic and the influence transmitted from the high level of death. His divinity far outweighed his humanity, far from being as gentle as he is now. Isaac didn't seem too surprised by this. Although his expression was a bit solemn, he remained composed, and his voice was even tinged with a sigh, I am immortal, not ageless. Once a person grows old, they always become gentle. Indeed, the long years can smooth out all rough edges. Leyton sighed and then did not continue the topic. Does that mean Mr. Death is that former Death Consul of the Balam Empire, a Death Pathway angel? I actually saw an angel with my own eyes. Did he appear at the Tarot Club because he chose to become an angel under Mr. Fool? Audrey's thoughts surged uncontrollably, and her entire being fell into a state of extreme excitement. As expected, Mr. Fool's condition is much better than I anticipated. His power has likely recovered to the angel level. Hermit Catlia's eyes flickered, but she lowered her head even further. She tried hard to control her urge to turn her head and look at Isaac. As a mystery prior, she could see more than ordinary Beyonders, and she couldn't control it. Facing an angel, this was quite dangerous. Hangman Alger also lowered his head, not hiding the shock in his eyes. This was indeed a great figure, but far beyond his expectations. This, Mr. Death is an angel. I'm actually sitting with an angel participating in a gathering. Moon Emlyn, son Derek, and magician Furs had almost identical thoughts flashing through their minds. This, Mr. Isaac just revealed his identity. At the head of the mottled long table, Klein, shrouded in grey fog, was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. Mr. Isaac is helping me shape the image of the Fool, a great existence served by an angel. Although the Fool is only a sequence 6, Mr. Death is a genuine angel. Thinking of this, Klein understood. He relaxed and leaned back against the chair, his gaze subtly sweeping over everyone. Seeing that everyone was immersed in their own thoughts and had forgotten to speak for a moment, he chuckled and leisurely said, You may begin free communication. Chapter 383, KWM Chapter 382 The Fat Pharmacist and the Fat Owl. The Fool's words brought back those who were immersed in their own thoughts, and their eyes still held a hint of uncontained shock. Klein saw that everyone was silent, and their gazes occasionally darted towards Isaac. He suppressed the smile on his lips and manipulated the world to speak in a deep, hoarse voice. I received news that the matters in Bansi Harbor have been resolved by the Church of the Lord of Storms. For a period of time, Bansi Harbor will cease to exist. Does Mr. World mean that Bansi Harbor was directly flattened by the Church of the Lord of Storms? That's truly their style. I wonder if the Pope of the Church of the Lord of Storms personally came to the scene. While pondering, Justice Audrey's eyes sparkled as she looked at the world and pressed. Mr. World, do you know the specific process? No one can know, except for the high-ranking officials of the Church of the Lord of Storms. The world shook his head slightly, his gaze inadvertently sweeping towards Hangman. Feeling the world's gaze, Hangman Alger remained silent for a moment before speaking in a hoarse voice. It was an archbishop carrying a Grade 0 sealed artifact. He is currently stationed in Byam, the capital of the Worsted Archipelago, city of generosity. He. An angel of the Church of the Lord of Storms. To resolve the issue in Bansi Harbor, the Church of the Lord of Storms directly dispatched an angel and a Grade 0 sealed artifact. With a slight sigh, Audrey keenly noticed Alger's words that followed. She looked at Hangman Alger with a hint of confusion. I remember, wasn't that area guarded by the Church of the Lord of Storms, Sea King? Her words caused Hangman Alger and Hermit Catlia to fall silent simultaneously. Their ships had been near the Worsted Sea a few days ago. After a brief silence, Hangman Alger glanced at Leyton, failing to observe any reaction from him. He then withdrew his gaze and said with some frustration in his voice. A few days ago, a major battle occurred in the Worsted Archipelago, initiated by a demigod-level witch and a demigod of unknown origin. At the end of this battle, a portion of the primordial demoness will descended, and the hidden sage even briefly descended directly. Finally, the Lord of Storms sent down divine punishment to drive them away. The time they chose happened to be when the Church of the Lord of Storms was dealing with Bansi Harbor, which caused the Church of the Lord of Storms to fail to react in time and make the best response. It wasn't me, it was the witches who chose the time. Leyton defended himself internally. His gaze swept to the top of the mottled long table, meeting Klein's eyes through the grey fog. Was that battle very serious? Although she was asking, Audrey felt it must be true, otherwise an angel wouldn't have been sent there to guard it. Hangman Alger shook his head slightly and said, I wasn't in that sea area at the time, so I don't know the specific situation. However, it is said that the sea surface was melted to a layer at that time, and the aftershocks of the battle affected the entire biome. Now, the merchants, pirates, and adventurers there are scrambling to flee. If it weren't for the sea routes not being fully restored, it is estimated that only locals and official forces would be left in biome now. Indeed, biome is visibly desolate now. Although there weren't many casualties, the economic impact is huge and won't recover anytime soon. No wonder the Church of the Lord of Storms reacted so strongly. If conditions allowed, the Lord of Storms might even personally appear to give him an electrotherapy session. Klein's gaze fell on Leyton, who was seated on the high-back chair, showing no reaction to Alger's narration. He couldn't help but inwardly grumble. The pirate's hasty escape from biome meant he had no chance to earn bounties. The sea is truly dangerous. In less than half a month, so many things have happened. As expected, daily prayers at the Harvest Church, chatting with dolls at home, and learning some herbal knowledge are the most wonderful life. Why did I add going to the Harvest Church? Moon Emlyn pondered for a moment, then suddenly thought of his advancement to Viscount. He cleared his throat and tilted his chin slightly. Ahem everyone, I have a question I'd like to ask. As a vampire, after being promoted to Viscount, do I also need to use the acting method like you humans to promote the so-called digestion and better grasp the Beyonder characteristic? Azek looked at Emlyn, who was tilting his chin and not concealing his arrogance, with interest, then chuckled and said, You need to act, because that pathway is only sequence 7 called vampire, and you are naturally so. Okay, thank you for your answer. In other words, if I want to successfully advance to a vampire Viscount, I still have to act as a potion professor, even though we vampires are naturally the darlings of the moon. Emlyn's slightly tilted chin paused, then he forced a smile and nodded gently towards Azek to express his gratitude, then spontaneously added a sentence, emphasizing the word vampire. Leyton leaned back in the high-back chair, tilting his head, his gaze passing over Azek and landing on Emlyn. He truly is a stubborn vampire. Even when facing an angel, he insists on correcting that he is a vampire, not a vampire. Because Azek directly revealed his identity as Death Consul, the Tarot Club fell into a period of restraint in the latter half. After everyone exchanged a few minutes, Klein directly announced the end of the gathering. Inside Biome's Red Theater, a young man with black hair and eyes, wearing a black hooded robe, about 1.8 meters tall, and quite slender, walked out. His robe was adorned with many symbolic patterns, like stars surrounding a cold, indifferent eye, somewhat resembling a fourth epic wizard's attire, but without the pointed soft hat. A faint smile played on his lips, and his right hand, placed in front of his lower abdomen, casually toyed with a Wheel of Fortune card, a card with a 3-layered circular structure, surrounding a jackal, a sword, a lion, and a snake. This was Leyton, who had changed his appearance, image, and demeanor through the mystical reenactment of Cinderella. He had also deliberately restrained his clairvoyant aura, and relied on a portion of Desire Apostle characteristics he carried with him to disguise himself as a Beyonder of the demon pathway. This made both his appearance and aura completely different from before, used to evade the Church of the Lord of Storms' unknown sealed artifacts screening. Leyton walked with a clear purpose towards the alley diagonally opposite the Red Theater. In this alley, there was a folk herbal shop. This plump apothecary gentleman was quite business-minded, selling aphrodisiacs to customers frequenting the Red Theater while also selling contraceptives and abortion pills to the ladies in the Red Theater. As soon as he reached the entrance of the herbal shop, Leyton saw a plump owl. The owl seemed to have noticed him too, staring at him without blinking. Leyton gave this somewhat plump Mr. Owl a friendly smile. This spectator pathway owl flapped its wings and flew into the herbal shop, landing on the innermost cabinet. Leyton froze for a moment, looking at the owl that had flown into the herbal shop, falling into thought. Am I scary? I always thought I had a good connection with small animals. He lowered his gaze slightly, his eyes falling on a transparent amber pendant hanging from his waist beneath his black robe. Inside the transparent amber, dense black mist surged, and just looking at it seemed to stir one's emotions. It must be due to the Desire Apostle aura clinging to him. Animals' instincts in certain aspects are stronger than humans. While pondering, Leyton had already stepped into the herbal shop. A man in his 30s, with black hair and brown eyes, plump and quite round, stood up from behind the counter. Some unease still lingered on his round face, and his eyes were almost narrowed into slits. After sizing up Leyton for a moment, he pouted and said, You look a bit weak, but there's nothing seriously wrong. Chapter 384, KWM Chapter 383, Die of Probability. Leyton's mouth twitched, and his gaze casually swept around the shop. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the chubby beast tamer bend down and rummage through the counter, pulling out several light blue small bottles and handing them over, winking with an expression that said, I understand. All right, I have something to do outside today, so I'm closing up. Here are a few remaining potions. You know how to use them, just sniff them before the event. It's very convenient. Alternatively, you can pour the medicine into a snuff bottle, so no one will know you need to take drugs for excitement, but this is not convenient for storage and will waste most of the liquid. Leyton was speechless for a moment, then casually took out a few £1 notes from his pocket and handed them over. Hey, buddy. Isn't this too little money? It's only enough for one bottle. He grumbled with some dissatisfaction on his rounded face. Then just one bottle. Leyton said with an even tone. He felt his expression management was about to fail. He shouldn't have come. He should have just waited for this guy to retrieve the probability dice. All right then, honestly, I thought I could clear out all the remaining stock. I can't use all this myself. The chubby apothecary grumbled as he handed a light blue small bottle to Leyton, putting the rest directly into his own pocket. After casually taking the small blue bottle handed over by the chubby apothecary, Leyton turned and left the herb shop, his figure gradually merging into the darkness of the alley outside. The chubby apothecary glanced in the direction Leyton left, pouting and muttering. What an impolite fellow. Are the adventurers on the sea all so rude now? Behind the chubby apothecary, the somewhat plump owl standing on the cabinet lowered its voice and said with a very wary tone. Darkwill, that person just now was very scary. I only observed him for a while, and I felt my emotions starting to rise abnormally. I know. That guy is most likely a beyonder. His vitality and spirituality are very active, far exceeding ordinary people. Byam is getting more and more dangerous. I must leave here, old man. The old man should be fine. He's been arrested for so long, if something were to happen, it would have happened already. Besides, I don't have the ability to rescue him from the governor's mansion. Sigh. Darkwill muttered, then suddenly sighed. He stood quietly in place, dazed for 2 minutes, then, as if making a major decision, he vigorously nodded his somewhat round head. After hastily packing some items into his rural witch doctor's robe, he took the chubby owl, closed the shop door, and walked out of the alley through a patch of shadow. After he left the alley, the shadow where no light reached suddenly distorted, and Leyton, who had just left the folk herbal shop, walked out of it. It seems I arrived just in time. He murmured to himself with a smile, then strode out of the alley. Following his spiritual intuition, he strolled to Enmat Street. Just as he reached the street corner, a carriage quickly drove past him, and an off-white dice tumbled and rolled to his feet, landing with a single dot facing up. Thud. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground rang out the next moment. Leyton slightly raised his eyes and saw Darkwill, who had just sold him aphrodisiacs, trip himself in an incredible posture and fall onto the street, dizzy and disoriented, unable to stand up for a moment. Heh. Leyton chuckled softly, bending down to pick up the dice with the single dot facing up. The moment his fingers touched the dice, Darkwill, dizzy and disoriented on the ground, suddenly shifted forward a distance, and his chubby palm slapped Leyton's forearm. The off-white dice rolled out of his hand, landing 2 or 3 meters away, with that striking single dot stubbornly facing upwards. Rejecting me. It rolled to my feet. I thought you wanted to fall into my hands. Leyton straightened his back, his gaze fixed on the dice with the single dot facing up, while also being wary of any danger that might appear around him. What are you doing? That's my stuff. Darkwill's round face contorted with a somewhat ferocious expression due to pain. He stretched out his chubby right hand and firmly grabbed the hem of Leyton's dark robe. Just now, seeing that the dice he bought for £1 was about to be picked up by someone, he moved his body forcefully in his haste, accidentally twisting his waist. Rumble. Suddenly, a silver-white bolt of lightning shot out from the sky and struck directly. The moment his intuitive premonition sounded, Leyton wanted to leave his current position, but his movement was delayed by Darkwill's tight grip on the hem of his robe. Pale blue flames instantly ignited around him, like a cage. The silver-white lightning then struck, solidified within the pale blue flames, and then exploded violently. Boom. Sizzle. Tiny silver-white electric arcs spread everywhere, creating a sizzling sound. On the ground directly in front of Leyton, there was a scorched patch, and bricks were blown apart. Darkwill, who had been grabbing his lower leg, was already disheveled, his body still trembling, with wisps of white smoke and a burnt smell rising from him. Leyton stood still in his previous posture without moving. Although he had shifted the lightning's strike point, the chaotic electric snake still caused a strong numbing effect. The intensity of this lightning bolt is quite high. It definitely wasn't caused by natural reasons. Was I discovered? It shouldn't be possible, otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as just one strike. As he pondered, the surrounding pedestrians had already skillfully avoided the area, quickly hiding indoors and observing outside through their doors and windows. The people of the Rorsted Archipelago are already skilled at avoiding various sudden situations. In this matter, I deserve credit. Leyton calmly mused inwardly. A police officer patrolling nearby saw this scene and quickly ran over. He cautiously pressed his right hand on the gun holster at his waist and asked from a distance. What are you doing? What happened here? I think we should first send this gentleman to the hospital, he was quite severely injured by the lightning just now. As for what happened, it was probably just being struck by lightning out of nowhere. Leyton looked at the police officer, then pointed at Darkwill, whose hand was still tightly gripping the hem of his robe. The police officer's gaze towards Leyton was full of wariness, as if he was looking at some terrifying terrorist. His legs unconsciously retreated a few more steps, and he said in a serious voice, "You wait here, other police officers and medical personnel will arrive soon. Here on the sea, people generally believe in the Lord of Storms. Being struck by lightning out of nowhere is usually attributed to angering the Lord of Storms, being abandoned by God, and punished." "Okay." Leyton nodded slightly, then casually tugged at his dark robe, pulling the hem free from Darkwill's hand. A somewhat hesitant gaze, mixed with surprise and fear, lingered on him. Leyton turned his head and followed the gaze, seeing a somewhat chubby owl on a lamppost on the side of the street, its eyes full of human-like emotions as it observed him. He smiled slightly at the owl, then took his still somewhat stiff steps towards the gas lamppost where it was perched. When the lightning struck just now, the probability dice was hit again and landed here. Leyton's gaze was fixed on that striking single dot. He could already confirm that this dice was deliberately making things difficult for him. Does it want to drive me away, or even kill me, with a continuous string of bad luck? Did it sense danger from me? Or is there another reason? Stop, don't move any more. Behind him, the police officer who had been wary of him seemed to sense danger and quickly drew the gun from his waist. Chapter 385, KWM Chapter 384 Amon. Bang. Bang. 2 gunshots rang out in succession, and bullets instantly shot out of the gun barrels, striking Leyton. The police officer looked at this scene with a somewhat collapsed expression. He just wanted to warn the other party and had no intention of shooting, but his emotions were too tense just now, causing him to instinctively pull the trigger. Feeling the movement behind him, Leyton didn't hesitate, continuing to bend down to pick up the milky white die of probability under the gas lamp pole. Behind him, an invisible giant hand instantly appeared, directly intercepting the 2 bullets, one after the other, in midair. Bang. The second bullet struck the first bullet, and with a strange coincidence, the first bullet broke through the invisible giant hand's obstruction, grazed past Leyton's right index finger, and hit the milky white die of probability on the ground, sending it flying into the distance. Leyton stood up helplessly. He felt that this die of probability was doing its best to prevent him from getting it. You shouldn't want to fall into the Church of the Lord of Storms' hands, right? Leyton lowered his head and muttered to himself. What a coincidence. We meet again. Eh? You separated the reader pathways beyond her characteristic from your body. Have you finally seen the true face of that betraying dragon? Want to consider becoming my blessed? A somewhat teasing voice came from behind, seemingly greeting Leyton in a familiar manner. Leyton's movement stiffened for a moment. He didn't even need to turn his head. The moment he heard this voice, he had already outlined a figure with a monocle over his right eye in his mind. Heh, I didn't expect you to be so familiar with me. Do you want to consider my suggestion just now? Amon's voice rang out teasingly behind Leyton. Evidently, he had just achieved the effect of mind reading by stealing thoughts and ideas. Leyton turned his body with a complex expression. During this process, pure deep blue to nearly purple light swirled in his eyes, giving him an exceptionally sacred and wise feeling, yet appearing quite cold and devoid of warmth. He tilted his head slightly and said without much emotional fluctuation. To prevent me from getting it, this die of probability really went all out, even dragging you over. As he spoke, he summoned an invisible hand to pick up the die of probability that had rolled to the side. The moment the invisible hand touched the die of probability, a silver-white lightning serpent suddenly struck down from the sky again. I detected an abnormality in the fate of this area. I didn't expect it to be caused by this little thing. How interesting. What do you say, should I hand you over to that dull great serpent? The police officer holding the gun and guarding Leyton tilted his head, then rotated the pistol in his hand. Like magic, the pistol turned into a milky white die of probability in his hand. As his words fell, the milky white die of probability suddenly dropped from his hand. After shaking a few times on the ground, it stopped steadily, with 6 dots facing up. Hey, how interesting. Amon's voice came from the police officer's mouth. He reached his left hand into his pocket and pulled out a monocle carved from crystal, placing it over his right eye. The next moment, his image distorted in Leyton's eyes, like an old television with sudden bad signal. When it recovered, the original police officer's image had transformed into a classical warlock wearing a black robe, with a broad forehead, a thin face, and a tall black top hat. He reached out and pinched the distinctive monocle over his right eye, revealing a very friendly smile and saying, "It seems my luck is much better than yours." As Amon's words fell, Leyton felt the other party's aura suddenly expand greatly, directly raising his own aura to the demigod level. Leyton expressionlessly glanced at the milky white die of probability lying quietly on the ground. He felt this die of probability was asking for a beating. Did this die of probability attract a group of his worm of avatars? Or did it just happen to let a nearby clone find a Marauder pathway item? I recently found an avatar in Biam's Forsaken Squad. He also likes to wear a monocle, and we have a great affinity. Amon's voice answered Leyton's doubts unhurriedly, even though he hadn't asked aloud at all. So, your avatar just happened to get a sealed artifact controlled by the Church of the Lord of Storms. As he spoke, Leyton's gaze fell upon Darkwill, who lay horizontally between them. He gently poked his finger, creating specks of starlight that merged into Darkwill's body. Cough. Cough. Darkwill, who had been lying on the ground unconscious, suddenly coughed violently, coughing up saliva that covered half his face, as if his lungs were about to be coughed out. A moment later, a semi-transparent worm of time, the length of a thumb and with 12 completely transparent segments, was coughed out by him, falling to the ground along his almost imperceptible jawline. As this worm of time was coughed out, Darkwill became quiet again, as if entering a wonderful peaceful sleep, with a trickle of saliva still flowing from the corner of his mouth. Looking at Darkwill, who had gone from unconscious to sleeping, Leyton slightly raised his right hand in exasperation and pushed forward. As he moved, brilliant stars emerged, scattering specks of starlight that intertwined to form a whole. These starlights rapidly surged forward, carrying Darkwill's unconscious body away from this street. Leyton withdrew his gaze, looked at Amon, who stood opposite him, and chuckled. There's no need to parasitize these irrelevant people, is there? Anyway, if we fight, won't you still have to retrieve these worm of time? If that is your request, of course. I am generally very merciful to those I value. Amon responded with a noncommittal smile. Are you sure the person you value isn't your avatar reserve? We've been chatting calmly for so long, how many thoughts have you stolen from me? Without the prophet's beyonder characteristic, it's really inconvenient at times like this. As his thoughts churned, he heard Amon's voice clearly in his ear. Not many, just 12 different coping strategies you listed in your mind. But I don't think that's all. After all, you are still very calm, both in your demeanor and internally. Leyton suddenly felt a startled, bristling sensation. Without him even noticing, Amon had already walked to his side and was speaking close to his ear. Or he had already noticed, but the corresponding reaction had been stolen. His thoughts rigid for a moment, Leyton turned his head and met Amon's gaze, speaking leisurely. There's an angel from the Church of the Lord of Storms currently stationed in Biam, and he's carrying a Grade 0 sealed artifact. So, you want me to steal that Grade 0 sealed artifact from the Folk of Rage's angel? Amon took a step back, looking uninterested as he spoke. Leyton curved his lips slightly and shook his head. Of course not, this is just a demigod-level clone of yours. How about we steal the Cathedral of Waves? Amon's eyes flickered slightly, revealing a hint of danger. Though it was only a demigod-level clone, it gave Leyton the pressure of facing an angel directly. Leyton suddenly froze for a moment, a bad feeling rising in his heart. The next moment, he saw Amon shake the monocle he was wearing, a faint smile on his lips as he said. Ankwelt. Has that short-necked, short-legged fat lizard resurrected? Amon's description subconsciously brought Ankwelt's dragon form to Leyton's mind, and he inexplicably felt that the description was quite accurate. Led by his words, Leyton quickly reacted and erased the thoughts from his mind. Amon didn't care about Leyton's reaction. As if seeing something interesting, he slightly curved his lips and said. It really is like that. Interesting, do any of the remaining ancient dragon have his lingering avatars? Is it Alzahad? Or Erihog? It seems to be Erihog, that talkative old lizard. Amon's words seemed to carry a certain magic, always managing to perfectly stir Leyton's emotions, thereby allowing him to confirm his own guesses. This isn't right. In a nearly sage-like state, I shouldn't be so easily provoked into so many emotions. Connecting the dots, Leyton patted his left hand twice on his waist, not touching the transparent amber pendant. Are you looking for this? Amon chuckled, pulling out a transparent amber containing a mass of black mist from an inner pocket of his classical robe right in front of Leyton. Chapter 386, KWM Chapter 385 Proposal. Leyton stared expressionlessly at the Desire Apostle characteristic in Amon's hand, then reached into his right pocket and pulled out the Wheel of Fortune card, confirming it hadn't been swapped by Amon. Only then did he exhale in relief. The Wheel of Fortune card from the Card of Blasphemy. No wonder you could find this dice. Don't worry, I don't need such a thing. It's useless to me. I understand all 22 god pathways, and as for its convergence ability, it's even more useless to me. As long as I wish, I can find that dull great serpent at any time. Amon chuckled, his eyes full of disdain as he looked at the Wheel of Fortune. Leyton didn't refute Amon's words. At the other party's level, the Card of Blasphemy was indeed no longer useful. Unless it was the Card of Blasphemy corresponding to the Fool and the Door, it might still have some negligible effect on him. Leyton looked at Amon with slight curiosity and asked, do you know where the error card is? I do. If you become my blessed, I will tell you, and I can also help you steal the clairvoyant characteristic from your body, making you a mentor of deceit. Amon's voice was full of seductive temptation as he spoke. The deep blue, almost violet, light in Leyton's eyes flickered slightly, as if he was finding it hard to resist the temptation. After a moment, he managed to block the influence of the desire apostle characteristic on his emotions. He opened his mouth. Rumble. Rumble. Rolling thunder suddenly roared, followed by streaks of silver-white light falling from high above, heading straight for Leyton and Amon's location. The next moment, these silver-white electric lights vanished without a trace, as if they had never appeared. Leyton's gaze fell on the milky white dice on the ground. Its pips had changed to 1 at some point. He looked at Amon and said in an even tone, "This dice is backstabbing you." Amon glanced at the die of probability on the ground and said calmly, "The Church of the Lord of Storms came tracking your aura. No wonder you had no reaction at all to me holding this desire apostle characteristic." As he spoke, the die of probability on the ground struggled and began to spin again. 6 pips up. It seemed to be trying its best to curry favor with Amon. This guy has even less backbone than a Rhodes. Muttering to himself, Leyton turned his head to Amon and said, "The Church of the Lord of Storms angel will soon arrive with a sealed artifact. Most of their attention is on me. Are you really not considering the suggestion of stealing the Cathedral of Waves?" Amon scrutinized Leyton with interest, pinching the crystal monocle on his right eye, a slight smile playing on his lips as he said, "As you said, I am merely a demigod-level clone. Are you sure you want me to steal the Cathedral of Waves, and not send me into the depths of the Cathedral of Waves? Or, can you give me a reason I cannot refuse?" Leyton continuously rotated the Wheel of Fortune card in his right hand. Specks of starlight fell from the card, as if a seal had been lifted, revealing the Wheel of Fortune card's original appearance. His gaze fell on the die of probability on the ground. Seeing that the dice had no reaction to the Wheel of Fortune card in his hand, he took 2 steps closer, holding the Wheel of Fortune upright before his eyes, as if looking through it at something, and leisurely said, "You say, if I were to chant the honorific name pointing to the key of light here, could I establish a connection with it? By then, you might truly come alive, in another identity." The die of probability lying quietly on the ground wobbled and began to spin, continuously spinning, seemingly unsure which pips should face up. Leyton silently watched the dice spin further and further away from him, a smile tugging at his lips. He softly chanted in ancient Hermes. "Endless disorder, incarnation of fate." He had barely chanted 2 lines when the die of probability neatly rolled to his feet, bumped into his shoe, and wobbled backward to a stop, revealing 4 pips. Just as it was about to stop, the dice found some unknown strength and rolled once more, finally landing with 6 pips up. Starlight permeated Leyton's hand, instantly contracting to cover the Wheel of Fortune card, concealing its special nature. He smiled, bent down to pick up the dice from the ground, and turned to Amon, saying, "With this die of probability fixed at 6 pips, I can't think of any reason for failure. Don't you think it would be very interesting to make the Lord of Storms furious to the point of stomping his feet, yet helpless against you?" Boom. 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 Responding to his words was not Amon, but thick bolts of lightning striking down from high in the sky. These lightning bolts carried an almost tangible destructive aura, scattering like rain, yet precisely avoiding Leyton's position. "You have successfully persuaded me, although I had already done such a thing. Not just that folk of rage, but also that dazzling and noisy son, who was also angered by me into pulling his carriage around this planet for more than a dozen laps." Amon's figure suddenly appeared before Leyton, recounting his glorious deeds as if showing off. In a forest outlined by silver-white electric light, Amon, with a playful smile, glanced at the cloud-shrouded sky, then withdrew his gaze and placed a hand on Leyton's shoulder. The next moment, their figures abruptly vanished from their original spot. In the square outside the Cathedral of Waves, Amon and Leyton's figures suddenly appeared, as if they had instantly teleported directly from a distant place. The surrounding pedestrians, whether ordinary people or beyonder, noticed no abnormality whatsoever, as if they hadn't noticed the 2 figures that had suddenly appeared. Leyton's gaze swept around. He was certain that his figure had entered the eyes of the people around him, but they would always subconsciously ignore him. Was this directly stealing presence? And Matt Street isn't close to here. Amon was able to so easily steal and adjust our position to here. Does he have a clone here too? As thoughts spun in his mind, he had already followed Amon's footsteps to the entrance of the Cathedral of Waves. Byam had been somewhat desolate recently, yet the number of believers coming to the Cathedral of Waves to pray had increased rather than decreased. Believers and clergy passed by Leyton, and without exception, they all ignored Leyton, who was standing at the church entrance. Amon's lips curled slightly, his gaze scrutinizing the Cathedral of Waves before him as if it were his possession. The roofs of the church buildings were all spires, like a deep blue arrow pointing straight to the sky, appearing even more majestic and sacred under the oppression of the dark clouds. Amon looked deeply into the Cathedral of Waves, and his voice, tinged with a hint of playfulness, said, "Actually, I'm more interested in stealing the church of that betraying dragon. That cunning old dragon has never truly been angered by me. Leyton toyed with the milky white die of probability in his left hand, responding calmly, people of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom are known for their rationality. Stealing the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom is not as interesting as teasing this group of folk of rage. Indeed, developing you into my blessed is much more interesting than stealing his church. Amon said with a light chuckle, following Leyton's words. Leyton was silent for a brief moment, then skipped the topic and said, do you need me to lure those people out of the church for you? Amon raised a hand and pressed the monocle on his right eye, saying with a tone full of anticipation, no need, that would be even more interesting. It's a pity that Angel of the Folk of Rage isn't here, otherwise the scene would definitely be even more amusing. If that angel were here, we would both be submerged in lightning by now. Leyton muttered to himself. He casually tossed the die of probability in his left hand towards Amon, while simultaneously reaching his right hand into the void to pull out an illusory hat, which he placed on his head. His figure instantly vanished, concealing all traces. Mystical reenactment. An interesting spell. If I were to steal all your spell abilities, it seems I would still need to put in a great deal of effort. Chapter 387, KWM Chapter 386 The Disappearing Church. Amon's gaze landed directly on Leyton, who had already concealed his figure and retreated to the side. His lips curved slightly, seemingly intrigued by the mystical reenactment abilities Leyton possessed. Leyton, whose figure was already concealed, couldn't help but ask, you can't directly steal my spellcasting ability. Or is it that this avatar can't do it? Guess. Amon chuckled, uttering a single word. He then turned his gaze, took 2 steps back, and casually tossed the die of probability in his hand. Clink clink. The die of probability landed on the ground, rolled for a distance, and stopped at the edge of the square, with 6 dots facing up. Amon's lips always carried a faint smile, as if he was doing something very meaningful. He held his monocle over his right eye with one hand, and extended the other hand forward, making a grasping motion while slightly rotating his wrist. Leyton simultaneously extended his right hand, pulling out a tranquil, serene nation of the Evernight in midair, quietly covering the entire Cathedral of Waves. Mystical reenactment, Nation of the Evernight, temporarily concealed the area around the Cathedral of Waves, severing the Lord of Storm's control and connection to the church. The concealment power spread silently. Neither the people inside the church nor those in the square noticed anything amiss, only feeling that the surroundings had suddenly become quieter. But in a place like a church, maintaining silence was already a form of respect for the deity. No one would find this problematic, nor would anyone imagine that someone would be so audacious as to cause trouble in front of the Cathedral of Waves. Who brought the dice from the casino out here? A sailor, who was about to go to the Cathedral of Waves to pray to the Lord of Storms, suddenly stopped. He looked at the milky white dice that had rolled to his feet and asked in confusion. He glanced around, and seeing that no one noticed the dice, he prepared to pick it up first and hand it over to the clergy here after his prayers. He half-crouched, bent down, and reached out, but directly touched the ground. When he moved his hand away, he saw that the dice which had fallen to the ground had disappeared. The middle-aged man dressed as a sailor rubbed his eyes, but still couldn't find any trace of the dice. Damn it. He spat softly, then stepped forward, preparing to go pray at the Cathedral of Waves. As soon as he looked up, he stopped in place again, stunned for a while before seemingly realizing something and rubbing his eyes, confirming whether he was seeing things. Damn it. Where's the church? Where's the Cathedral of Waves here? The location where the Cathedral of Waves once stood was now empty, leaving only a large, slightly sunken pit. Inside, many believers of the Lord of Storms and clergy were either sitting on the ground or standing in a daze. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of violent wind colliding and rubbing against the air rang out, and a figure with graying hair and a relatively sturdy build soared into the sky, carried by the strong winds. It was Jagori, the diocesan bishop of the Church of the Lord of Storms stationed at the Cathedral of Waves. He had just recovered from his daze and realized what had happened. The Cathedral of Waves had been stolen. Stolen right in front of him. He wore a dark blue bishop's robe adorned with symbols of waves and storms. Blue-white light swirled in his eyes, and threads of silver-white light danced on his graying hair. The emotion of rage had almost solidified on him, granting him extraordinary power at this moment, power transformed from extreme rage. Who is it? His voice rubbed against the air, erupting into a wailing sound from the wind domain, creating a terrifying sonic boom in midair. This was both a deterrent to the surroundings and a notification to the Sea King and the angel who had just departed. The strong winds lifted Jagori's body, keeping him suspended in midair. His gaze, imbued with the will of rage, swept across the entire square. Terrifying hurricanes, visible to the naked eye, appeared, swirling and coiling, as air currents rapidly circled, completely enveloping the surroundings. Snap. A crisp snapping sound rang out somewhat abruptly. One by one, cold and indifferent light blue eyes emerged from various parts of the square. They successively collapsed, transforming into an interwoven mass of crimson magma and light blue flames. As if drawn by some unknown attraction, they quickly condensed into chains, some crimson, some light blue, emitting a strong sulfurous smell, and rapidly converged towards the front of the original Cathedral of Waves. "Is this your plan?" Amon's voice suddenly sounded in Leyton's ear, carrying a hint of curiosity and disdain. The chains, which were originally surging towards Amon's previous unknown location, all changed their targets and attacked Jagori in midair. "You only stole the church. Why didn't you steal the basement beneath the church as well?" Leyton took a step forward before turning to look at Amon, his tone very calm, more like a casual inquiry. Amon reached out and pinched his chin, answering seriously, "There are too many sealed artifacts there, and I am merely an avatar barely at sequence 4. I can't resolve so many negative effects in a short amount of time." As Amon spoke, Leyton extended his right hand to the side, seemingly pulling at an invisible object. Just as he succeeded, he felt an empty sensation in his hand. Amon, standing in front of him, slightly raised his right hand, as if holding an invisible object, and spoke leisurely, "Interesting. Invisible objects can transform themselves into non-existent objects. Do you have any more interesting spells?" This taunting ability, it's truly a pity he didn't become a provoker, Leyton muttered to himself, then rubbed his fingers, creating a wailing gust of wind that carried pale yellow powder with a strong sulfur smell, sweeping across the entire square. Before these powders could dissipate, they suddenly burst into patches of light blue flames. The aura from the abyss instantly permeated the entire square. Provocation. Isn't that a very simple thing? Look, that folk of rage is already jumping on the dark clouds. Amon's voice seemed to directly penetrate the wailing wind around them, ignoring distance to directly reach Leyton's ears, the ears of the Bishop Jagori in midair, and even the layers of dark clouds in the sky. As expected of the mischievous child raised by Medici, no one is getting out of Byam alive today. Thoughts flashed through Leyton's mind. His body suddenly became transparent and illusory, turning into a pile of foam. Boom. 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 Heavy, oppressive layers of dark clouds enveloped the entire worsted archipelago. Exaggerated silver-white bolts of lightning directly struck down from the sky, carrying a tangible aura of tyrannical destruction, purposefully striking various locations. Most of the silver-white lightning bolts landed on Byam, at the location where the Cathedral of Waves once stood. They directly pierced through the wind barrier summoned by Jagori, shattered the light blue flames dancing in the wind, and struck the locations of Leyton and Amon. The scattered foam floating around reflected dreamlike colors under the silver-white lightning, instantly being submerged and destroyed by the silver-white light. What an interesting spell. Amon walked leisurely towards the outskirts of the square, as if he were a non-existent entity, completely unaffected by the surrounding lightning and strong winds. When he reached the center of the square, he didn't forget to provocatively glance back at the sky, which was covered by layers of dark clouds. The dark clouds in the sky were almost filled with silver-white lightning, making them look like white clouds. An extremely terrifying storm seemed to be brewing, but it never descended. This was where the Cathedral of Waves was located, and beneath it were many devout believers of the storm and clergy of the church. Chapter 388, KWM Chapter 387 Storm. The whooshing sound of the wind gradually intensified, and the strong wind swept away figures from the surrounding area, moving them away from this region. At the same time, they transformed into invisible restraints, hindering Amon's movements. Amon's gaze playfully swept over the figures being carried away by the strong winds, and he provocatively said to the tall and burly middle-aged men controlling the winds, "Hey, aren't you worried that some of my avatars might be among these transferred believers? My lord's gaze watches over this place, no worm of time can escape. Of course, no speck of starlight can cross the strong winds." John Cotman's voice was exceptionally calm, so calm that Leyton felt this Church of the Lord of Storms cardinal might have just gone mad with anger. His loose Church of the Lord of Storms robes were fully stretched by his well-defined muscles, and bright light burst from his deep blue eyes. His hair was like small worms, with tentacles flailing in the strong winds, intertwining with the lightning falling from high above. Under his powerful oppressive force, the surrounding wind almost solidified, tightly coiling around Leyton's body, making it difficult for him to even lift a finger. Seeing that the surrounding wind had completely locked onto him, Leyton simply revealed his figure, turned his head to look at Amon not far away, and said with a helpless tone, "It seems we underestimated the boost that the state of rage provides to the folk of rage. Is that so? I've never underestimated the rage of these folk of rage. I think you also realize this. However, your idea of using them to get rid of me and completely eradicate all my avatars in the Worsted Archipelago has fallen through. Now, we are survivors on the same small boat." Amon tilted his head slightly, a faint smile still on his lips, seemingly enjoying the thrill of the moment. His calm voice, tinged with a hint of playfulness, clearly reached everyone present. Boom. A huge sonic boom erupted out of thin air, mixed with the wailing of the wind, layer upon layer, directly engulfing the entire plaza. Amon and Leyton's figures, one after the other, thinned and became brittle, turning into crudely cut paper figures, which were directly torn into fragments by the violent sonic boom. Leyton and Amon's figures flickered and floated within the layers of airwaves, occasionally turning into paper scraps, colorful bubbles, or transforming into things that simply didn't exist. Haha, the spells you master are all very interesting. Amon's voice echoed in Leyton's ear, sounding somewhat arrogant. Leyton was a bit speechless. His spells were always stolen by Amon at crucial moments. If it weren't for the significant improvement in his spellcasting ability after advancing to Sequence 3, and the spiritual intuition from the clairvoyant, he wouldn't even have time to cast a spell a second time. Look on the bright side, with my help, your spellcasting ability has seen a qualitative improvement in just a few minutes. Amon silently stole the distance between him and Leyton, instantly appearing behind Leyton. His voice directly echoed in Leyton's ear. Leyton's figure became transparent in the next moment, turning into a statue formed by countless starlights. 2 thumb-sized worms of time appeared on the statue's shoulders, directly falling to the ground. The moment they landed, these 2 worms of time transformed into 2 faint lights and returned to Amon's body. Boom. 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 Streaks of silvery white electric snakes shot out of thin air, carrying a strong, almost tangible aura of tyrannical destruction, densely striking Amon and Leyton, engulfing the surrounding several hundred meters in a forest of lightning. Leyton opened his left hand, and a milky white dice on it spontaneously began to spin, stopping before the lightning struck, with 6 dots facing up. Under extreme luck, the surrounding lightning strikes always avoided this small area due to various coincidences and accidents. Not even splashing debris managed to affect this side. Amon's gaze fell on the die of probability, then quickly withdrew, seemingly having no intention of stealing it. His gaze pierced through the lightning covering the surroundings and looked towards midair, saying calmly, "The angel of the folk of rage has arrived. Are you truly not considering becoming my blessed? I can take you out of here. Blessed. Someone to attract fire for you, right? After stealing the Cathedral of Waves, the Lord of Storms can definitely pinpoint you directly. Those lightning bolts that missed earlier should be clearing out your other avatars in Biome, or even the entire Worsted archipelago. The Angel of Storms and the Sea King are merely blocking us, preventing too much area from being destroyed when the storm's divine punishment descends later." Leyton chuckled in response to Amon, while gently rubbing the die of probability with his left hand, pondering whether extreme luck could allow him to survive the divine punishment. "You've been holding this dice in your hand all this time to gradually bring the surrounding people and objects under its control, turning this surrounding area into a world of probability. But have you ever considered that the folk of rage will not be affected by it, and neither will his divine punishment?" Amon's voice carried a hint of disdain and curiosity as he spoke. He still held a mass of something like black mist in his hand, attempting to obtain more information by influencing Leyton's emotions. The deep blue, almost purple light flowing in Leyton's eyes rippled slightly. Having lost the prophet characteristic, he no longer had such strong resistance to abilities that stirred emotions and desires. Taking a deep breath, he tilted his head slightly and said in a hoarse voice, "Then why have you been constantly trying to parasitize me, and at the same time, stealing the Wheel of Fortune card in my hand? You should know that with the die of probability blessing me with luck, you cannot successfully steal anything from me." "That's not necessarily true." Amon's lips always held a faint smile. As he spoke, he reached into the inner pocket of his classical robe and pulled out a tarot card. Leyton's pupils suddenly contracted. His intuition told him that it was a paper card of blasphemy. He subconsciously turned his head to look at the die of probability in his left hand. It was still 6 dots facing up. How could this be? He subconsciously reached out his right hand to feel his Wheel of Fortune card. Both the tactile sensation and his intuition gave him feedback that it was the true card of blasphemy. He narrowed his eyes slightly, suddenly thought of something, and turned his head to look at the tarot card in Amon's hand, which was facing away from him, saying, "Error card." Amon looked at Leyton with a playful expression and said, "Your reaction is so interesting. I thought you wouldn't be scared. This is a gift from a young occult enthusiast." He relied on some descriptive words on this card of blasphemy to chant a vague honorific name that could point to error, and I responded to him. Amon casually tossed the error card in his hand, revealing the side with 2 naked figures, a man and a woman, and an angel with pure white wings on its back. Leyton raised an eyebrow slightly, then withdrew his gaze. Having mastered the error uniqueness, he was, at certain times and to a certain extent, already able to represent the true god of this pathway. Is he telling me that he can indeed steal items from me even when I'm blessed by the die of probability? Or is this just his deception towards me? You can guess. Or, you and I can play a game. If you win, I'll give you this error card. If you lose, you help me steal the betrayal dragon's church. How about that?" Amon suggested with a smile. Leyton saw no trace of panic on him, seemingly unconcerned about the impending divine punishment of the storm. Leyton did not respond to Amon's words, his gaze falling on the milky white dice slowly rotating in his open left palm. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he felt the dice rotating with increasing difficulty, as if modifying the probability here had become a very difficult task. This dice is almost at its limit. These lightning bolts carry a portion of the folk of Rage's will, so their probability is not so easily modified. Amon's voice clearly echoed in Leyton's ear. As if to respond to his words, this time, after the die of probability turned to 5 dots, it could no longer flip further. 5 dots. Is this the limit? Leyton murmured, his figure instantly becoming transparent, like a statue formed by countless starlights, flickering with specks of starlight, rapidly shattering, and transforming into brilliant starlight surging towards the edge of this lightning forest. Heh! Amon chuckled as he watched Leyton, who had turned into starlight, move away. He raised his hand and adjusted the monocle on his eye socket. The silvery white lightning bolts striking him instantly vanished, as if they had never appeared. He looked towards where Leyton had left, and mused aloud. After talking for so long, I finally stole the concealment effect he had placed on himself. The absolutely lucky die of probability is truly a bit troublesome. Every gift of fate has already been marked with a price in the dark. Will that very unique dice backfire at the most crucial moment? How exciting! With a slight curl of his lips, he sighed. His figure abruptly disappeared and reappeared in the gaps of the lightning storm, passing through by stealing positions. Boom. At the edge of the lightning forest, a terrifying sonic boom, mixed with the wailing of the wind domain, instantly erupted. The surging specks of starlight were instantly scattered, no longer able to completely avoid the lightning falling from the sky. Chapter 389, KWM Chapter 388 Little. After being struck by the silver-white lightning several times in a row, the pervasive starlight could no longer be maintained, converging inward to form Leyton's figure amidst the scattered starlight. Traces of silver-white lightning still flickered on his body, carrying a strong numbing effect that temporarily left him in a rigid state. In the sky, shrouded by thick dark clouds and silver-white lightning, an exaggerated human face, large enough to cover the entire biome, emerged. Its eyes, mouth, and nose were filled with silver-white electric light, exuding an indescribable majesty. A deep, suffocating, almost tangible rage emanated from this human face. With its appearance, the thunderous forest that had originally enveloped everything came to a halt, the surrounding wind and lightning all submitted at the feet of their monarch. At the same instant, Leyton's danger premonition suddenly screamed wildly, as if extreme danger had descended in a way he couldn't perceive. He couldn't even form thoughts of escape or resistance in his mind. He lowered his head, not daring to look up at the human face in the sky. If the Lord of Storms intentionally let him see something, he would directly lose control and collapse on the spot, even without the subsequent divine punishment. He stared intently at the die of probability constantly spinning in his left palm, and with his right index and middle fingers, he pinched the Wheel of Fortune card, holding it upright. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Amon's figure had appeared beside him at some point. He, too, was no longer moving, as if the wrathful gaze from the Lord of Storms had affected this clone. He quickly withdrew his gaze, not paying too much attention to Amon's state, and began to make his final preparations to survive, otherwise he would perish along with Amon's avatar. As his thoughts churned with difficulty, he began to infuse spirituality into the Wheel of Fortune card, while silently chanting in Dragonese in his heart. The essence of knowledge, the root of mysteries, the radiance of civilization, the upholder of truth. Hey, is dying with me something to be ashamed of? Generally speaking, being able to drag a king of angels as clone to mutual destruction is something worthy of being written into legends, painted on murals, and praised and admired by all. Amon's tone was light and frivolous, as if he didn't take the Lord of Storms above him seriously at all. Thank you for your kindness, I'm still young, and I don't want to report to the underworld so early. As the thought emerged, the oppressive feeling from above suddenly intensified, becoming an almost tangible pressure. Leyton's legs trembled slightly, almost causing him to fall directly onto the scorched ground. The die of probability, due to his body's instability, dropped directly from his hand, rolled a few times, and then gradually stopped, with one dot facing up. Leyton's eyelids twitched incessantly, and a strong sense of unease permeated his heart. Amon. A roar came from above the clouds, as if from an infinitely high place, from the chasm of storms of the brilliant astral world. Sizzle. 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 Silver-white lightning poured down like a waterfall, instantly enveloping everything around, drowning and destroying all. The silver-white light, carrying the will of destruction and wrath, instantly enveloped Amon, and likewise enveloped Leyton, who was not far from Amon. Inside the hotel in Byam's dock district, Klein stood in front of the glass window with a grim expression. Amon. Amon is in Byam. And he's provoked the Church of the Lord of Storms. This kind of power definitely isn't something an angel temporarily stationed in the Church of the Lord of Storms in Byam could achieve. It's highly probable that the Lord of Storms has personally intervened. Klein turned his head to look at the bedroom door, hesitating whether to go to the grey fog. No, Amon can sense the aura of Sapphira Castle above that grey fog. If he happens to have a clone nearby, then I'll be walking right into a trap. I hope the Church of the Lord of Storms can directly deal with Amon, although it's highly probable that these are all just avatars. Klein looked out the window at the layers of thick dark clouds with a complex expression. He suddenly regretted not leaving Byam with Danitz yesterday. At a private port outside Byam City, the Pale Avenger was moored. Alger stood steadily at the bow, his eyes deep as he gazed at the large expanse of dark clouds and the constantly striking lightning in the sky. What's happening now? Who would dare to provoke the Church of the Lord of Storms at this time? He had just accepted a mission from the church yesterday, and today, just as he was about to set sail, he encountered such a thing. Alger's brows were almost furrowed into a single line, and his azure eyes became profound and deep. He felt that his mission was about to change again. He turned his head to look behind him. His crew members had spontaneously gathered on the deck, their expressions either worried or tense. But after the exaggerated human face appeared in the sky, they all lowered their heads and quietly prayed to the Lord of Storms. Alger silently gazed at the exaggerated human face silhouette in the sky, and the silver-white lightning pouring down like a waterfall. His heart pounded uncontrollably, and a flame named ambition continuously surged. This is a power that can truly change fate, change the situation. Following the footsteps of Mr. Fool's revival, can I also reach this level, become a legendary angel, or even go further? Sizzle sizzle. The silver-white lightning pouring down from the layered dark clouds in the sky gradually disappeared, leaving behind a massive, scorched deep pit, with silver-white electric arcs constantly darting about. A scorched dice, riddled with cracks, trembled weakly at the bottom of the deep pit. Every silver-white electric arc that darted across the dice splattered some silver-white smoke. Not far from it, a crystal monocle lay quietly, covered in cracks of various sizes and showing traces of having been melted. The next moment, a hand reached out from the void, picked up the monocle from the ground, and under the gaze of many eyes, retreated back into the void with the monocle. A voice full of mockery and playfulness rang out, disregarding distance and echoing in the ears of everyone watching the scene. I'm taking your church with me. Perhaps when I get tired of it, I'll throw it somewhere conspicuous for you to pick up yourselves. Oh. This is. Boom. 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 Several more flashes of lightning struck consecutively, and the surrounding air seemed to twist. As the lightning struck, the already cracked dice completely shattered, transforming into a mercury-like liquid that slowly flowed and converged into a circle. One after another, mercury-colored complex symbols successively appeared in the surrounding void, forming interconnected rotating wheels, each wheel surrounded by different markings. It was as if countless illusory symbols of different rivers of fate converged, flowing backward into reality. The surrounding area destroyed by the lightning became illusory, appearing in layers, with the future fate overlapping with a moment in the past. The next moment, everything around returned to how it was before the lightning strike, including Leyton and Amon's figures, which reappeared here, only without the all-encompassing, destructive silver-white radiance. Fate restart. This dice has this ability too. However, I already left, but it pulled me back again. This is a bit troublesome. Although he said it was troublesome, Amon's tone showed no hint of pressure. He casually put the monocle he was holding in his right hand back to his right eye, as if the previous fate restart hadn't fully affected him, but rather he had actively chosen to return because he discovered something fun. It's already restarted once. Leyton silently lowered his head and glanced at the die of probability in his hand. He felt that the dice had undergone some subtle changes, as if it wasn't so resistant to him anymore. 6 dots, Leyton said casually. The die of probability in his palm spontaneously spun, then quickly stopped, with 6 dots facing up. Indeed. Leyton took a slight step back with his right foot, leaning his body backward, arms outstretched, as if embracing the sun. A magnificent, pure, and blazing light tore through the thick, layered dark clouds in the sky. Pure, clear sunlight instantly illuminated the entire biome, forcibly twisting the surrounding weather. His body suddenly became transparent and illusory, and invisible, sharp wind blades sliced through, plowing furrows and a pile of foam into the surrounding ground. These bubbles, illuminated by the light, reflected dreamy colors, vanishing in an instant. Interesting. Amon remained standing, chuckling softly. The sharp wind blade sliced through his body without causing a ripple, as if he didn't exist there at all. Amon observed the azure figure in midair with interest. He was clearly an old man with white hair and beard, yet his complexion was rosy, and his eyes were as bright as those of a 20 or 30-year-old. He wore a simple light blue robe, and the aura around him was like a bottomless calamity. In just a moment, he withdrew his gaze, chuckling disdainfully. You old men are still alive, you certainly can live a long time. You rebelled with the folk of rage back then, yet you haven't even become a pope, and a newcomer stole your position. How embarrassing. Rumble. 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 Responding to Amon's words was a dense burst of lightning. The dark clouds that had been dispersed by the sunlight quickly reconverged, and thick bolts of lightning struck down, carrying a tangible aura of destruction, densely striking the surroundings and completely engulfing Amon. Chapter 390, KWM Chapter 389 Avatar. In a corner of the Byam Dock district, where warehouses were clustered together, a seemingly dazed, translucent knowledge rabbit emerged from the spirit world. Its eyes were surrounded by a deep blue, almost purple glow, and specks of starlight emanated from its body, forming an illusory symbol made of layers of overlapping doors. This symbol continuously distorted and expanded, sending out ripples of light blue, seemingly interacting with a certain area within the spirit world. The figure of the knowledge rabbit flickered for a moment, then was replaced by Leyton's figure. Few feeling the environment where even the sound of the wind had become muffled, Leyton let out a long breath. The terrifying, suffocating pressure from before had completely vanished. It's a good thing I had my clone try to study the bizarro sorcerer's ability to swap positions with his marionettes. Although this position swap, achieved through ritual magic and the use of doors, is completely different in principle from the bizarro sorcerer's ability. With a slight sigh, he reached into the void in front of him and pulled out a somewhat illusory, jet-black pointed hat, placing it on his head. A curtain-like shadow fell, and Leyton's figure disappeared with it, concealing all traces and aura. This was an enhancement he made to the original mystical reenactment, using the mystical knowledge of the shadow domain he had mastered, allowing him to hide his aura in addition to his physical form. As Leyton's figure vanished, the surrounding shadows seemed to deepen and darken slightly. A crow with glossy black feathers suddenly landed on the warehouse roof nearby. In the position of its right eye, there was a distinctive white eye ring. Its gaze swept around the warehouse area, finally stopping at the spot where Leyton had just appeared and then departed. Interesting. All my parasitism failed. This isn't just due to luck. Does status bring characteristics? Those primeval energies sealed in the western continent have also begun to become active. The crow's mouth emitted Amon's voice, which carried a hint of curiosity and anticipation. After lingering on the rooftop for a moment, it flapped its wings and flew towards the Sonia Sea. In the basement of the original Cathedral of Waves in Byam, many punishers and clergy were gathered. They monitored the situation outside while strictly guarding various areas underground. The Cathedral of Waves was considered the headquarters of the Church of the Lord of Storms in the Rorstad archipelago. Besides the most prominent cathedral, the underground here also held many beyonders who had lost control or were on the verge of losing control, and sealed many dangerous mystical items. When chaos occurred, this was the most dangerous and most defensible place. Once enemies set their sights on the mystical items sealed here, or if the original seals malfunctioned, the mutual influence of the sealed artifacts could very likely trigger an even greater disaster. As the Punisher's deacon of the Rorstad archipelago, Cordoba Roy's brows were almost distorted into a knot, and flames of anger constantly trembled in his mind. He could only rely on reason to suppress his emotions, which left him with almost no energy to think about more things. "Captain, are you all right? You don't look very well." One of his Punisher squad members approached him quickly, stopping 3 meters away, asking with some concern in his voice. Cordoba Roy took a deep breath, and while rubbing his forehead with one hand, he said, "I'm fine. Perhaps it's due to the weather outside, I just feel a bit irritable. It's no big deal. In thunderstorms, beyonders of the Sailor Pathway always tend to be a bit more irritable." Across from him, the Punisher from the Reader Pathway straightened the monocle on his right eye, a casual smile playing on his lips as he said, "Haha, that's very normal. Thunderstorms are inherently oppressive." "Indeed." Cordoba Roy nodded lightly. Feeling the emotion surging in his heart calmed down a bit, he then looked up, his gaze falling on the crystal monocle on the other party's right eye. He said with some confusion, "Ah. When did you switch to a new monocle? Is this made of crystal?" The Punisher's lips slowly curved into an arc. He casually took off the monocle from his right eye and offered it to Cordoba Roy. "Yes, I finally saved up some money. I originally wanted to buy a more gentlemanly tailcoat, but I found that I really wasn't suited for it, so I just used the money to buy a monocle instead. How is it? Doesn't it look good? Doesn't it suit me well?" Cordoba's gaze lingered slightly on the monocle offered to him. He returned a polite smile and nodded gently. "It's indeed good." As he spoke, his gaze locked onto the area beneath the other party's collar. There should have been a section of dark golden chain there, a chain from a pocket watch. "Cheer, where's that pocket watch you always carry? Didn't you always like to leave a section of the chain exposed?" The Punisher, who was called Cheer, froze for a moment, then lowered his head, looking up at Cordoba with upturned pupils. The smile on his lips appeared somewhat sinister in the dim light of the basement. His voice suddenly became hoarse and deep. "You found me out." Cordoba's heart suddenly pounded violently. His mind went blank for a moment, and his voice reacted before his brain. A whooshing sound of wind echoed in the basement. His hair stood on end against natural laws, each strand distinct, crackling with electric light. "Captain, wait, the pocket watch is here. I was just joking. You don't have to dismember me right away. Normally, shouldn't you come up and punch me, then curse a bit?" As he spoke, Cheer took out the dark golden pocket watch from his left jacket pocket. On the cover of the pocket watch, there was a clock pattern made of interconnected links. Cordoba's hair, which had been bristling with electric light, fell back down. He glared at Cheer in annoyance and said, "Don't joke around at a time like this. Also, why did you suddenly put your pocket watch in your jacket pocket?" Cheer said with some embarrassment. "My shirt inside was a bit damaged." Cordoba stared intently at his subordinate for a few seconds, then waved his hand casually and rubbed his forehead, saying, "Don't spend all your money on replacing monocles in the future." Cheer nodded lightly, muttering as he turned to walk back to his original position. "Wasn't I trying to liven up the atmosphere because I saw you weren't in a good mood?" Cordoba stared down blankly. A silver-white surge erupted from him, instantly striking Cheer, making him stiffen on the spot, then disintegrating into countless tiny electric snakes that darted around. "Your emotions and state are spot on, but Cheer would never joke with me at a time like this." Cordoba's voice was hoarse and filled with intense anger. His hair stood on end against natural laws, each strand distinct, crackling with electric light, and his eyes turned a blue-white. The wailing wind howled and swirled in the basement, transforming into an invisible wind restraint that firmly bound Cheer in place. The next moment, Cheer, seemingly unaffected, turned his body to face him, a subtle curve on his lips, and spoke leisurely. "If this clone wasn't destined to be discovered, I really would have loved to play with you all for a bit longer." Before he finished speaking, the monocle on his right eye turned into a streak of white light and darted away, vanishing into the void before it could be intercepted by the Punishers who had reacted. As the monocle disappeared, Cheer's body immediately trembled, and flesh and blood disintegrated and fell from him in pieces, turning into a jet-black substance. In just a few breaths, he completely transformed from a normal person into a pool of jet-black, shadow-like liquid, constantly stretching and contracting like eyes, rapidly spreading outwards. Chapter 391, KWM Chapter 390 Yellow Light Suggestions. Boom. A silver-white bolt of lightning, imbued with a tangible aura of tyrannical destruction, directly pierced through the basement and landed on the black puddle, instantly eroding it away. As the silver-white lightning dissipated, only a large charred pit remained, surrounded by slowly converging, constantly appearing brass-colored faint glows. A figure wrapped in a gale descended into the pit. His thick hair flared in the strong wind, intertwined with flickering strands of silver-white. In the dock district, Klein, who had been observing the changes in the sky's clouds from his hotel room, felt a subtle reaction in his spirituality. "It's over already. I wonder if the Amon here was cleaned up by the Lord of Storms." After pondering for a moment, Klein decided to perform a divination first before deciding whether to go to the Grey Fog. "Given that it involves Amon and an existence like the Lord of Storms, my divination will definitely be inaccurate. I need to rely on the power of a third party, and it must be someone skilled in divination." As he pondered, information about the 7 lights of the spirit world naturally surfaced in Klein's mind. Yellow light Venethan was a symbol in the field of astrology, and his divination ability might be the most powerful among the 7 lights. Having decided on his target for help, Klein quickly turned back to his bedroom, rummaged for ritual materials, and began to set up a simple ritual on the floor. The gem corresponding to yellow light Venethan is an emerald, and I don't have anywhere to find one right now. I can only substitute it with the Evernight Goddess's Nightshade essential oil. I hope yellow light doesn't mind. He muttered to himself, then casually rubbed his fingers together, creating a few flames to light the candles arranged on the ground, before dripping a few drops of nightshade essential oil and hydrosol into them. The entire room was instantly filled with the scent of nightshade, naturally soothing one's emotions and spirit. Klein placed the mirror in his hand in front of the candles, then stepped back and chanted in ancient Hermes. "The never-fading light of the spirit world, the embodiment of endless knowledge, the yellow of reason and adaptability. I implore you for help. I implore for the power of divination." No sooner had he finished his prayer and before he could state the question he wanted to divine, Leyton saw the surrounding light suddenly dim, the candlelight becoming profoundly deep, flickering with the swirling wind. The figure of a thin old man in a lemon-yellow robe with a long white beard suddenly appeared in the mirror placed on the ground. He smiled gently and bowed to Klein, greeting him. "Good afternoon, Your Highness." "Good afternoon, Mr. Venethan. Let's just use normal addresses, no need to be too polite." Klein also bowed to the other party and greeted him. With his previous experience facing red light Ire Moria, he appeared very calm and composed when facing yellow light. "Your Highness, what would you like to inquire about? Or divine?" Yellow light Venethan asked naturally after they exchanged greetings. Klein glanced at the thick dark clouds outside the window, which hadn't completely dispersed, and said with a somewhat solemn voice. "What just happened in Byam? Is it completely over?" In the mirror, yellow light Venethan's eyes seemed to deepen for an instant, as if sifting through information from the spirit world. After only a moment, his eyes became clear again, and he nodded slightly to Klein before saying, "Your Highness, just now your friend and Amon stole the Church of the Lord of Storms Cathedral of Waves in Byam. The Lord of Storms sent down divine punishment, destroying most of Amon's avatars throughout the Rorstad archipelago, but he failed to recover the stolen Cathedral of Waves. They stole the Cathedral of Waves. What good does that do them? To provoke the Lord of Storms. It sounds a bit ridiculous, but why does it also feel quite normal? Klein couldn't maintain Gehrman Sparrow's cold expression, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Taking a deep breath, he regained control of his expression, then pressed on. How did they do it? And what's the point of stealing the Cathedral of Waves? Yellow Light Venathan shook his head slightly, responding calmly. Amon is the ancient sun god's second child, born with the uniqueness of the error pathway. Theft and deception are what he excels at. Whether it's concrete objects or abstract concepts, as long as they exist, he can steal them. His deception can even fool natural laws and inherent rules. He naturally enjoys adventure and seeks excitement. To him, this might just be an interesting thing. The ancient sun god left a prophecy when he was born. He is the god of cunning, the god of mischief, and the light when the apocalypse arrives. Except for the last sentence, which no one has correctly interpreted to this day, the first two have been fully manifested in Amon. This is a giant mischievous child, and a very powerful one at that, the kind that most people can't do anything about. Klein made an assessment in his heart. Yellow Light Venathan's voice continued to come from the mirror. From what I've observed, your friend did some guiding in this matter. Because of some abnormal changes in fate, he encountered Amon. To get rid of Amon and also solve the problem of that die of probability, he suggested to Amon to steal the Cathedral of Waves. I just rescued him from the witches, and then he immediately ran into Amon. What kind of absurd luck is this? Klein sighed slightly in his heart, then asked in confusion. Die of probability. Also, Amon agreed so easily. He couldn't possibly have failed to see through Alista Tudor's true intentions, could he? Yellow Light Venathan nodded gently, explaining to Klein in an unhurried voice. That is a sealed artifact held by the Life School of Thought, an item evolved from the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune pathway. It possesses the ability to manipulate the probability of every event and has certain living characteristics. As for Amon, as long as the matter is interesting enough and appealing enough to him, he won't mind following the other party's ideas to take certain actions. They had the favoritism of fate, magnifying the probability of successfully stealing the Cathedral of Waves to the extreme. Although subsequent mutual confrontation prevented them from escaping the scene in time, after enduring a round of the storm's wrath and divine punishment, they ultimately escaped Byam. They withstood a round of divine punishment and successfully escaped Byam. Did the Lord of Storms go easy on them, or is their luck truly that absurd? After hesitating for a moment, Klein continued to ask. Are there still any of Amon's avatars in Byam? No, there won't be any more of Amon's avatars throughout the Rorstad archipelago for a short time. Even if the Church of the Lord of Storms people can't discover items parasitized by Amon, the Lord of Storms will personally patrol the sea area. Your Highness, you need to pay attention to that die of probability. I couldn't ascertain specific information when the Lord of Storms sent down divine punishment, but after that, that dice underwent some subtle changes. It is still alive, but it is no longer its original self. Yellow Light Venathan shook his head slightly, and after answering Klein's question, he reminded him solemnly. No longer its original self. Klein murmured thoughtfully. Yellow Light Venathan still shook his head. This is an intuition, even I, as one of the 7 lights of the spirit world, cannot observe more. I understand. Klein nodded with a slight frown, then asked. Has Alista Tudor escaped Amon now? In the somewhat dim mirror, Yellow Light Venathan's eyes deepened again for an instant, then he calmly answered Klein's question. Not yet. Amon seems very interested in him, they are still in a tug-of-war. Thank you for your answer. Klein nodded gently, bowing politely to the other party in thanks. It is my honor. Yellow Light Venathan bowed slightly to Klein in the mirror, then his figure dispersed, actively severing the connection with the ritual. Klein let out a long breath, then gently rubbed his fingers, creating small air bullets that directly extinguished the still quietly burning candles. It seems no matter what ritual I use to establish contact with the 7 lights of the spirit world, they will directly descend to respond to me. Is this what it feels like to borrow someone else's prestige? However, the die of probability is actually a sealed artifact managed by the Life School of Thought, and it evolved from the uniqueness of the fate pathway. It must be very important to Willa Septon. I have a premonition that I'll be dreaming again tonight. After sighing to himself for a moment, Klein began to clean up the remnants of the ritual. Chapter 392, KWM Chapter 391 Chase. Inside an unoccupied hotel room on Toscat Island, in the middle of the Sonia Sea. Specks of brilliant starlight suddenly surged from the spirit world, rapidly converging to form Leyton's original appearance amidst the shimmering starlight. His gaze casually swept around the room, and his spiritual intuition wasn't triggered. Leyton let out a sigh of relief and walked straight to the round table by the window, pulling out a wooden chair with a soft cushion and sitting down. He couldn't help but exclaim. I've circled the Rcited archipelago in such a wide arc, and the spirit world's relevant information has been interfered with by me. Amon should no longer be able to track me. Are you talking about me? Then you might be disappointed. I've always been watching you. Amon's voice suddenly rang out, as if he was speaking right next to his ear, causing his hair to stand on end uncontrollably. Leyton's eyes darkened slightly, and his gaze fell on the chair opposite the round table. His vision blurred for a moment, and a familiar figure was sitting there. Amon leaned back leisurely in the wooden chair, his right hand continuously tossing and playing with a transparent amber encased in black mist. Leyton paused, and some forgotten memories began to surface in his mind. It seems you've almost remembered. Then I don't need to return the corresponding memories and thoughts to you. Don't just throw things away, especially things that are part of your power. Otherwise, I'll find them. Amon's lips always carried a smile. He playfully handed the transparent amber in his hand to Leyton, saying, "How annoying. Why didn't the Lord of Storms strike this guy dead just now?" Leyton expressionlessly glanced at Amon opposite him, his eyes suddenly deepening, with deep blue light swirling around them. Under his gaze, the transparent amber in Amon's hand instantly disintegrated into specks of brilliant starlight, dissipating completely in a very short time, leaving only a mass of black mist in Amon's hand. Amon chuckled indifferently, casually flipping his fingers, and like magic, he concealed the black mist, conjuring a slightly cracked monocle. Amon said with a voice full of pleasure. "Although I lost a batch of avatars, the Cathedral of Waves has truly been stolen by me, and this is all thanks to your mystical reenactment. I'm in a good mood today. As a reward, I intend to tell you some true and effective concealment knowledge. I think no mystery prior would dislike this kind of concealment mystical knowledge." Amon's lips gradually curved into a smile, completely disregarding Leyton's expression of rejection. He chuckled and said, "Do you know about Rose Redemption? It seems you know. It certainly wasn't Haraburgen, that treacherous dragon, who told you. They would only basely conceal the true history." The light in Leyton's eyes gradually brightened. His thoughts became increasingly calm, not allowing a single superfluous thought or emotion to surface in his heart. Amon casually glanced at him, smiled indifferently, and continued. "This was an organization summoned by Night and Sasra to assassinate my father. Among them were the current 7 gods, the king of angels who once served my father, and some other fellows. They conspired together in the giant king's court and murdered my father. What is the magic you created by drawing power from this story called? What is its effect?" Leyton looked at Amon expressionlessly, his voice flat as he said, "Do you think I would use this mystical reenactment?" Amon's face showed no extra expression, and he raised an eyebrow slightly, saying, "Why not use it? Don't you think it would be more interesting to use this mystical reenactment on them personally?" Leyton was silent for a moment. The image of the Lord of Storms trying piercing him subconsciously appeared in his mind. In just an instant, he composed himself and cleared away the thoughts that had suddenly surged in his mind. "So that's the effect. It's very fitting for that group of traitors," Amon said in a low voice. The slightly tear-stained monocle in his hand had turned into a ball of black mist at some point. "When was I stolen of relevant thoughts again?" Leyton had just begun to ponder when he heard Amon's voice. "Am I the kind of thief who frequently steals other people's things? I merely performed a little bit of deception." Leyton controlled his urge to complain, shifting his gaze from the desire apostle characteristic in Amon's hand, and casually said, "Can your deception turn non-existent things into truly existing ones?" "I only deceive, I cannot imagine things out of thin air." Amon chuckled and shook his head, then continued. "Would you like me to tell you some secret stories about steam? Guaranteed secret, guaranteed true ones." Leyton spoke as if he hadn't heard him, saying, "Can you, through the rules of deception, or even deceiving the world, make people believe that what happens in their dreams is true, and have some feedback truly manifest on them?" Amon reached out and pinched the monocle at his right eye, slowly curving his lips, like a child who had found his favorite toy, and said with some anticipation in his voice, "Very interesting idea. When I become heir, I must try it. This is truly interesting. Currently, I can easily deceive rules, but it's still a bit difficult to deceive the world. It's just a bit difficult, not impossible." Leyton's gaze swept over Amon, unable to discern any reaction on his face. When steam became a true god, he hadn't yet digested his sequence 1 potion. He was under pressure from the Moses ascetic order. Thump thump. Leyton tapped the table rhythmically with his fingers, interrupting Amon's words. The next moment, deep blue, almost purple, eyes emerged from all around. They peered out from shadows, from crevices, from every dark corner. They shimmered with pure light, yet were quite cold and devoid of warmth. In the pupil of each eye, layers of illusory symbols constructed from doors appeared, each establishing a connection with different parts of the spirit world. Amon narrowed his eyes, his voice carrying an imperceptible emotion as he said, "You want to play hide and seek with me?" Interesting. How about we raise the stakes? No sooner had Amon's words fallen than Leyton's figure suddenly became transparent, transforming into a statue composed of countless starlight. The statue shattered instantly, and brilliant starlight surged, scattering into each of the surrounding eyes. As the starlight began to surge, the surrounding eyes started flickering on and off, as if constantly disappearing and reappearing. Amon slowly curved his lips, gripping the ball of black mist tightly with his right hand. Illusory, viscous black liquid continuously surged from his hand, rushing to cover the surrounding starlight. The moment these black liquids, condensed from various emotions and desires, appeared, they instantly tainted the surrounding cold and indifferent eyes with a frantic emotion, and the speed of their flickering on and off suddenly accelerated. Hey, this kind of completely random spirit world coordinate can indeed largely shake me off, but do you really dare to step into it? Amon's voice, obscure and indistinct, echoed in the room, stirring up layers of restless emotions. The surrounding eyes suddenly burst open, transforming into clusters of brilliant starlight that directly covered the viscous blackness, obscuring Amon's figure. Leyton's figure reformed amidst the shimmering starlight. He held a white jade chess piece between his index and middle fingers, one above the other, and gently pressed it down in front of him. Amon's speed in reaching to pinch the monocle at his eye position suddenly slowed, as if the flow of time around him had been reduced. It only lasted for an instant before Amon's movements returned to normal. Interesting. He sighed softly, and the surrounding starlight that permeated the area instantly dissipated, as if it had never appeared. Leyton was not surprised that Amon could resolve the situation he created so quickly. He took a small step backward, and a door instantly formed behind him. This door had no fixed connection points, anyone stepping through it could appear anywhere in the spirit world. With the backward movement, Leyton's figure instantly vanished into the door. He smiled slightly at Amon, watching the distance between them disappear, and Amon entering the door with him. The surrounding scenery instantly transformed into layers of richly colored blocks, as if entering a constantly twisting passage, continuously changing direction and receding. Amon's voice echoed in Leyton's ears, completely unimpeded. This randomness cannot get rid of me. I can easily modify my appearing location. Chapter 393, KWM Chapter 392 Church of Knowledge. A moment later, the layered, rich colors around them receded, and they arrived at a prayer hall, predominantly brass-colored and filled with tables and chairs. On both sides of the hall, there was a neat row of bookshelves, and at the deepest part of the hall, in front of Leyton and Amon, there was a holy emblem composed of an open book and an omniscient eye, the holy emblem of knowledge and wisdom. Leyton instantly reacted, ignoring the gazes cast his way, and turned his head to look at Amon, bowing slightly to him with a gentle and somewhat playful tone. Welcome to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Mr. Amon. Hey, we just stole the Cathedral of Waves together, and now you're bringing me to steal the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Amon said with an unchanging tone. His right hand, placed behind his back, glowed with a faint white light, and he squeezed it forcefully. Whoosh, an illusory shattering sound echoed through the prayer hall, and wisps of black mist instantly permeated the air, causing all kinds of dark, negative emotions and desires to rapidly surge within people. The surface of the holy emblem of knowledge and wisdom was brushed by a faint yellow light, and immediately, the sound of rustling pages turning filled the surroundings. Illusory books suddenly appeared in midair, each with a brass-colored eye, as if capable of knowing into all things. Tiny specks of brass-colored light rapidly moved, outlining mysterious symbols and eyes one after another. During this process, the wisps of black mist permeating the surrounding hall were rapidly dissolved, and a power-carrying purification and soothing effects spread throughout the hall. Where the brass-colored light moved, a small, thumb-sized worm with 12 transparent segments was occasionally forced out of the void. Leyton's gaze fell on Amon beside him, his clone was rapidly dissolving. Before being completely dissolved, he reached out and pinched the monocle over his right eye, then took it off and threw it away. The monocle transformed into a stream of white light, breaking through the blockade with an unstoppable momentum and flying into the distance. Boom. 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 Streaks of silver-white lightning, imbued with a tangible, tyrannical, destructive aura, suddenly appeared in the prayer hall. Just as Leyton raised his hand, these lightning bolts suddenly froze, as if a pause button had been pressed directly. Specks of brass-colored light were tinged with silver-white, directly disintegrating these lightning bolts from within. Collapsing along with these silver-white lightning bolts was Amon's body beside him. Phew, well done. Leyton sighed lightly, casually tossing the milky white die of probability he had been holding in his palm. The die of probability tumbled in midair before falling back into his hand, showing 4 pips facing up. Putting the die of probability back into his coat pocket, he then turned to the devoutly praying priest beside him and chuckled. Sorry for the trouble. Do you need my help to clear their memories? No need. The priest gently shook his head, refusing Leyton's kind offer. As soon as he finished speaking, the priest's eyes were suddenly enveloped in a faint blue glow, which quickly turned dark gold. An imperceptible spiritual wave emanated outwards from the priest, sweeping over every believer with a calming power. As the priest walked forward, he said in a gentle and calm voice. You will subconsciously ignore what you just witnessed, and after you go back and sleep, you will completely forget what happened. A sequence 6-level hypnosis. Is this priest a polymath who has mastered a lot of knowledge of psychology, or a mysticism magister? As thoughts flickered, an imperceptible glow shimmered in Leyton's eyes. He sealed his spirituality, isolating himself from the priest's hypnosis and influence. Leyton sat before the holy emblem of knowledge and wisdom, praying earnestly to the God of knowledge. A moment later, the priest, who had calmed the believers and sent them out of the church, sat down next to Leyton. His tone was devoid of emotional fluctuation, yet exceptionally calm as he said. You don't have to worry about this. I had already received a premonition from the Lord before, knowing that you and Amon would appear in this church. Premonition, can the God of knowledge also predict this in advance? Or did he just randomly choose a church, and under the impetus of the die of probability, I would naturally walk into this best choice? It's most likely the latter. While deep in thought, Leyton turned his head to carefully observe the priest beside him, and at the same time asked, How should I address you? And where is this place? He wasn't too old, probably in his 30s or early 40s. Although he had restrained his spirituality, judging from his performance when using his beyonder abilities just now, he was most likely a polymath. His skin was yellowish and rough, not like a scholar who often sat indoors reading. He should have been an adventurer or something similar before. This is Toscat Island. The church only recently started proselytizing here a few years ago. I am the bishop here, and I also serve as a priest and pastor. You can call me Bishop Leros, or Father. So, I came here from the beginning. An accident? Or a coincidence? I should have just come directly if I had known. Hey, if I had known earlier, it wouldn't have achieved the current effect. As thoughts flooded his mind, Leyton nodded gently, then introduced himself. Hello, Bishop Leros, my name is Altines. I know you. The Tyrant's Church's bounty on you has spread throughout the 5 seas, and perhaps soon it will spread throughout the nations, the one who dared to steal the Cathedral of Waves with Amon. They always claimed you were a member of the church, and I didn't really believe it at first. Laos responded with a light laugh, his gaze filled with undisguised admiration and praise. Leyton shrugged helplessly. If I don't find something fun for Amon to do, I'm afraid he'll just treat me like a toy. Laos offered a polite smile and offered no comment, instead saying, You can read a book here, or rest for a while. This is the Temple of Knowledge, the Lord will protect every one of his believers. Leyton nodded gently, then rose from his seat and walked towards the clergy lounge behind the prayer hall. Although it was a lounge, the layout here was more like a study, with many books on the surrounding bookshelves and 2 opposing long study tables. Leyton casually picked up a copy of Southern Continent Chronicles from a bookshelf by the window, dragged over a chair, and quietly enjoyed the afternoon sun. His fingers tapped lightly on the book cover, making a soft thudding sound. His spirituality became active, scrutinizing himself again and again. The Wheel of Fortune card is gone. Was it stolen by Amon when I wasn't paying attention? It couldn't have been during the divine punishment, although I was cursed with ill fortune by the die of probability then, Amon wouldn't have had time to bother with me. As he pondered, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the milky white die of probability. Resisting the urge to roll it, a deep blue, almost violet, glow flashed in Leyton's eyes, then became extremely profound, resembling the sea before a storm, losing focus, a vast expanse. As he peered into fate, a somewhat blurry image soon appeared in his mind. In a vast expanse of white, his body instantly dissolved, and the Wheel of Fortune card also began to thin and become brittle, falling to the ground, landing on the gradually disintegrating die of probability. They both transformed into a silvery white liquid. The scene abruptly ended there. Leyton's eyes became clear again, and his gaze towards the die of probability in his hand became subtle. Coincidence? I'm more inclined to believe that in the mystical world, all coincidences are a kind of inevitability. He used his eyes of mystery prying to observe the die of probability for a moment, and quickly understood its positive and negative effects. The positive effects remained unchanged, but a new negative effect was added. It would constantly attract its holder, and even those nearby, to roll it, and this effect would strengthen with the duration of possession. Does it need to be sealed? He stared at the die of probability in his hand, speaking to himself. No sooner had he spoken than his left thumb suddenly cramped, and the die of probability in his hand fell directly to the ground. Ding! Ding! After rolling a short distance on the ground, the die of probability gradually stopped, finally landing with 5 pips facing up. Just 5 pips to buy me off. Aren't you a bit too cheap? Leyton muttered softly. The die of probability on the ground seemed to understand, as it wiggled twice more, showing 4 pips facing up. Damn it. This die of probability isn't just smarter, it also has a worse temper. Muttering to himself, Leyton bent down and picked up the die of probability. The die of probability was taken by me. I wonder if a certain unborn baby will go to Klein and cry about it. Am I bullying a child? As he mused, he took a small square tin box from his pocket, found some paper in the lounge to fill it, ensuring that the die of probability wouldn't spontaneously roll inside the tin box due to movement. Only then did he confidently tuck the tin box into his pocket. After dealing with the die of probability, he then flipped through the book in his hand while reviewing the day's events. Although he unluckily encountered Amon, at least he escaped. The unluckiest was still the Church of the Lord of Storms. Even the Cathedral of Waves was stolen. I should try my best not to show up at sea during this time. The Church of the Lord of Storms members are probably angry old pigeons now. And Amon, his clone, definitely has the Sequence 3 level. There should also be many low sequence avatars hidden around. I don't know how he dodged the Lord of Storms' divine punishment. The moment the divine punishment descended, I was annihilated, and I have no corresponding memory. There is no irreconcilable conflict between me and him. He is more interested in me, which is why he agreed when I suggested stealing the Cathedral of Waves. This aligns with his interests. Next time I can invite him to bomb the Eternal Blazing Sun's church, and I'll take the Knowledge Emperor characteristic while he's distracted. Chapter 394, KWM Chapter 393 Dream. Night, in a hotel in Byam's Dock District. Klein lay on the hotel bed, pondering where to go after leaving Byam, and unknowingly fell asleep. In his dream, he arrived in front of a somewhat familiar high tower. His originally somewhat bewildered eyes suddenly cleared, and he instantly woke up. Am I dreaming? Is this from the Church of the Lord of Storms' investigation of Byam? Or is it Wields? It should be the latter. The former requires the use of mystical items, and the Church of the Lord of Storms is not skilled in dreams. As he pondered, the wooden door in front of him creaked open, and an empty baby carriage wobbled out from within. Inside the baby carriage, there was only a silver-gray blanket, on which crooked loan words were profusely written in blood. Why your friend stole my stuff? He even stole something from an unborn baby. That's too much. That despicable, filthy, hateful little thief, burglar. Those who hang out with Amon are indeed not good people. It's so embarrassing that Leotaro, that guy whose body moves faster than his brain, didn't strike those two thieves dead and even let them escape with the Cathedral of Waves. Looking at the words on the blanket, Klein felt as if he saw a baby crying loudly in front of him, accusing him of his tragic experience. You know a lot. Klein sighed softly. Inside the baby carriage, on the silver-gray blanket, the blood-red words wriggled for a while and quickly formed new sentences. The little die of probability that has been with me for thousands of years is gone. If I wasn't already in Mama's belly, I would have almost risen from the dead to settle accounts with them. Just by looking at these words, I can feel Will's immense resentment. Klein sighed inwardly, then comforted him. Look on the bright side, anyway, that die of probability couldn't be accommodated by you for thousands of years, so just pretend it never existed if it's lost. On the silver-gray blanket, scarlet words, still with some undried bloodstains, wrote. Why is that how you comfort people? How about I go and ask him for you? Klein said casually, a little helplessly. As soon as he finished speaking, new writing appeared on the silver-gray blanket in the baby carriage. Good. He's already here. Already here? Klein asked in confusion, turning his head to look behind him, following his intuition. Specks of brilliant starlight surged from outside the dream, directly crossing the dream's boundary and appearing beside him. The starlight quickly converged into a mass, and Leyton's figure materialized from among the shimmering stars. Good evening, he paused briefly on Klein, nodded slightly, and greeted him. Then he looked at the baby carriage beside him. Inside the empty baby carriage was only a silver-gray blanket covered with sprawling loan words. You shameless thief. You even take advantage of unborn children. That's my uniqueness. It's mine. Mine. What did you do to the die of probability? I feel that opportunity has completely disappeared. Whoa. Leyton reached out and gently rubbed his forehead. He didn't know why, but even though he only saw some words, he felt as if Wields had been making a big fuss in front of him. Ahem, he cleared his throat and said calmly. This matter is influenced by a higher level of fate. The die of probability resisted, but failed, and my Wheel of Fortune card was also eaten by that dice. The die of probability is in my hands now, but it has undergone some subtle changes. I think if you want to accommodate it now, any time might be the right opportunity. Inside the baby carriage, the words on the silver-gray blanket distorted for a while before reforming. After accommodating the current die of probability, will I still be me? Leyton held his left arm across his body and rubbed his chin with his right hand, saying in a deep, hoarse voice. As long as your luck is good enough, you can directly become the key of light in one step. Moreover, the die of probability has been by your side for thousands of years, and it has already begun to become active, yet you haven't found an opportunity to accommodate it. This already speaks to your luck. You shut up. Whoa. The words appearing on the silver-gray blanket became very large and distorted, like a child throwing a tantrum. Septon's reaction was somewhat unexpected by Leyton. He raised an eyebrow slightly as he looked at the empty baby carriage in front of him. It has already begun to restart, and there's no way to stop this process. So it can only communicate with me in this way. As he pondered, he extended his right hand and, by manipulating the dream, directly materialized the die of probability in his hand. He held the die of probability in front of the baby carriage and said, "Do you want to try your luck? As long as it gives you 5 or 6 points, I think you can still try to accommodate it." New words quickly appeared on the silver-gray blanket inside the baby carriage. "I'm just an unborn child. Also, keep it away from me, not even in a dream." Leyton's outstretched hand stiffened for a moment, then he calmly withdrew it. After the materialized die of probability in his hand disappeared, he said casually, "Anyway, you won't have a chance to accommodate the die of probability, so just sell it to me. How about I find an opportunity to snatch a snake of fate's characteristic for you later? Okay, it's a deal. No lying to children." This time, the words appeared very quickly on the blanket, as if they were already prepared, not giving Leyton a chance to react. The words disappeared, and new ones immediately appeared. Long-term communication is not conducive to a baby's growth. I'm going back to mama's belly to sleep. Also, don't forget your promise. As the loan words appeared one by one, the baby carriage retreated directly into the high tower. As the wooden door creaked shut, the dream shattered with a crash. At the moment the dream shattered, thick, green vines suddenly shot up, covering the surrounding area like a downpour. They intertwined and quickly formed a forest, layer upon layer, reaching so high that the top was invisible. This space, composed of pea vines, temporarily replaced Klein's previous dream, keeping the two of them in place. Klein looked around, then turned to Leyton and asked, "Have you completely gotten rid of Amon?" Leyton nodded gently, not questioning how Klein knew about the struggle between him and Amon. He gently rubbed his fingers, creating brilliant starlight, which instantly condensed into 2 high-backed chairs. He leaned back leisurely in the starlight-condensed high-backed chair, his voice tinged with a hint of emotion. "Sort of. He followed me into the church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom and was directly purged of all remaining worms of time by the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, leaving only that monocle to escape. Unfortunately, the Wheel of Fortune card I borrowed from Bernadette was swallowed by the die of probability, and I don't know where to find a new card of blasphemy to return to her." The Black Emperor card?" Klein tentatively asked. Leyton chuckled and shook his head. "No need. I'd rather find the card of blasphemy corresponding to the Demoness pathway and return it to Bernadette. To some extent, it's not without reason that you can get along with Amon." Klein silently grumbled to himself, then changed the subject. "Is the Key of Light the Sapphira corresponding to the Fate pathway? Did it corrupt that die of probability?" Leyton nodded gently, his hands clasped as he mused. "You could say it's corruption, or you could say it deepened the activation level of this uniqueness. The feedback I received after investigating with the eyes of mystery prying is that it is slowly adapting to this world, gradually bringing surrounding things under its control, manipulating their probabilities, and establishing some mysterious connection with the River of Fate. What will be the consequences? Can't it be directly sealed?" Klein frowned slightly. An indescribable premonition surfaced in his heart. This matter seemed to have some connection with him as well. Leyton chuckled and shook his head. The original sealing method for the die of probability was to use specific sealed artifacts to isolate its connection with the spirit world, astral world, and the real world, or to repeatedly seal fate on a small scale to keep it in a dormant or quiet state. But now, its beyonder characteristic has been further elevated. The former method is already very difficult to achieve. As for the latter, I don't know if it's effective, but only the Snake of Fate can do it. As for the consequences, if given enough time, it could influence the entire world, making all actions of all living beings determined by the points it rolls, of course, excluding deities. Simply put, it would digitize the entire world, but this would take a very long time. Even if the apocalypse comes, it might not be able to reach that point." Klein lowered his eyes slightly, his voice deep and hoarse as he said, "This is already very dangerous. None of the items evolved from uniqueness are not dangerous." Leyton sighed softly, thinking of Trunsoist's brass book, which interfered with the underlying rules by establishing laws. Chapter 395, KWM Chapter 394 Mission. The two exchanged some information about the sea, and as their conversation was about to end, Leyton said, "We'll go to the world of books these next 2 days. After that, I plan to head to the southern continent. The current sea is no longer suitable for me to stay. All the pirates and adventurers on the sea will thank you for this decision. They finally won't have to worry about waking up in the middle of the night and suddenly finding themselves engulfed by lightning and gales." Klein made a small joke. "Does that include you?" Leyton asked with a smile. Klein looked up at the layers of emerald forest that seemed to stretch endlessly upwards and said with a sigh, "Those storms and lightning don't scare me as much as the Lord of Storms, Amon. Byam's Loanese settlement. Because of the previous battle between Leyton and Mamosi here, the wealthy residents who originally lived here were frightened. After discussing with the Church of the Lord of Storms, they spontaneously raised funds and planned to rebuild a church belonging to the storm here. Thick clouds always covered the sky above Byam, with occasional flashes of silver-white light, as if venting anger. Alger walked under the dim yellow streetlights, his thoughts drifting. Although he hadn't yet been to the Cathedral of Waves, rumors had already reached his ears. The Church of the Lord of Storms Cathedral of Waves in Byam was stolen. It was stolen right in front of numerous punishers, clergymen, and even a bishop. Even under the church's saints, angels, and even divine punishment, the culprit still escaped with the Cathedral of Waves. Recently, one incident after another has occurred on the sea. The church is practically being openly provoked. Even an insignificant person like me feels a bit mentally and physically exhausted. As his thoughts wandered, he had already arrived in front of the newly built Church of the Lord of Storms. He stared blankly at the azure church. Although it wasn't as grand as the Cathedral of Waves, this new church was more magnificent and artistic. Alger strolled into the church. The interior layout made him slightly stunned. Only one of the surrounding walls had a mural, and the hall was illuminated by dim yellow candles. Although the tables and chairs were exquisite, they were clearly not the style a church should have. Except for the storm's sacred emblem, everything here was temporarily moved in. It seemed the dark clouds above Byam wouldn't dissipate for at least a year and a half. With a slight sigh in his heart, Alger walked towards the gray-haired figure kneeling in prayer before the storm's sacred emblem. That was Jagori, the bishop of the Byam diocese, who was responsible for those like him who had infiltrated the pirates. Alger stood behind Jagori and waited for some time. Only after the other party finished praying did he bow respectfully and greet him with a voice filled with sorrow and anger, "Your Grace, Bishop." Jagori then rose from the ground and faced Alger. His eyes had lost their former brilliance, becoming somewhat despondent and filled with rage. After a moment, he spoke in a hoarse, deep voice, "You don't need to call me bishop anymore. I will exile myself for a period of time. This is atonement for my mistakes. During this period, I will no longer hold any position in the church. I called you over so late today because there's a new mission to convey to you, and also to have you hand over to your next contact person." "What mission?" Alger asked in a deep voice. Jagori closed his eyes for a moment, seemingly organizing his emotions. A moment later, he reopened his eyes. Storms seemed to brew within his azure pupils, and his voice became authoritative and angry. "Find 2 people. One has a monocle made of crystal over his right eye. He may not be human, it could also be an animal with a prominent mark around its right eye. When you see him, do not act rashly, and do not have any extra thoughts. Pray directly, and the Lord will cast his gaze. As for the other, he should have the ability to change his appearance, image, and temperament. You need to pay attention to those who always have starlight accompanying them when using beyonder abilities. He is most likely a member of the Moses ascetic order. Amon. If I really encounter Amon, I won't even have a chance to pray. The other one, being able to associate with Amon, certainly won't be weak. This isn't a mission I can complete." As thoughts swirled in his mind, Alger had already decided to slack off. After all, it was normal for such a mission to be uncompleted. After making up his mind, Alger clenched his right fist and struck his left chest, saying, "I understand. May the storm be with you." Jagori nodded slightly, also clenching his fist and striking his left chest, "May the storm be with you." After leaving the Azure Church, Alger followed Jagori's guidance and headed to the original location of the Cathedral of Waves. Along the way, strong winds carried his body, bringing him to Sea Wave Plaza at an extremely fast speed. Although it was already night, there were still many clergymen moving about, and everyone's expression revealed fatigue and busyness. Alger slowed his pace and walked to the edge of the plaza. The area in front, which should have been the Cathedral of Waves, was now empty, and even the ground had sunk in a layer. "Alger Wilson." A steady, deep voice sounded beside him. Alger quickly turned his head and saw a sturdy figure had appeared beside him at some point. He was probably around 40, with sharp, defined facial features and clearly sculpted muscles that filled out his loose Church of the Lord of Storms robes. He had deep blue eyes and hair of the same color that was twice as thick as a normal person's, like small worms or tentacles. "Your Excellency, Sea King." Alger quickly realized who the other party was and bowed immediately, saluting him. A gentle wind supported his body. "Sea King John Cotman said calmly, from now on, I will take over from Jagori and liaise with you." After saying this, he quietly observed Alger. Being stared at so intently by a demigod, Alger unknowingly broke out in a thin layer of sweat on his back. He took a deep breath, preparing to break the silence. However, Sea King spoke before him, "You can already advance to sequence 6 Wind Blessed. I will give you a formula as advance payment for this mission. You can collect the potion materials during this time. If you fail to collect them, you can also directly exchange your accumulated contributions with me for the wind-blessed potion. Yes, Your Excellency, Sea King. Alger's tone suddenly became excited, his face showing uncontrollable joy, an expression of willingness to go through fire and water for the church. Does the church want to cultivate more mid-sequence beyonders? This is good, though. I no longer need to conceal my advancement to wind-blessed. Sea King John Cotman looked at Alger's reaction, nodded with satisfaction, and then said, recently, incidents on the sea have been happening one after another, which has led to a shortage of personnel in the church, especially high and mid-sequence beyonders. This is your opportunity. As Sea King spoke, a glint flashed in Alger's eyes. He clenched his right fist and heavily struck his left chest, saying, "May the storm be with me." Pin Street No. 7, Northborough, Backlund. Shimmering starlight poured out from the spirit world, converging at the doorway and forming Leyton's figure. He took 2 steps forward, and just as he was about to ring the doorbell, the door was opened from the inside. Leonard, dressed in a casual white shirt and black trousers, looked at Leyton with an impatient expression, pouted, and moved aside to make way, saying, "Why are you here again? How rude. I specifically came at night to accommodate your nightmare's rest schedule." As he spoke, Leyton had already entered the house through the passage Leonard had made. He walked directly towards the fireplace in the dining room, casually pulled over a chair, and sat down, saying, "Old man, do you want to guess who I met and what I did before I came here?" "Humph. Don't come here to amuse an old man like me for no reason." Palez's slightly displeased voice came from Leonard's mouth. Leyton smiled indifferently and said, "Old man, you need to learn humor. As fellow angels, don't you think Will Acceptance humanity is much better preserved than yours? That unlucky little snake. If I were like him, I would have been caught by Amon countless times by now." Leonard's face showed an expression of disdain, and his voice sounded old and hoarse. Unlucky little snake. It seems to be common knowledge that Will has bad luck. Leyton sighed inwardly. Chapter 396, KWM Chapter 395 Preparation. After a brief silence, he cleared his throat and said seriously, "I encountered Amon in Byam, and then we stole the Cathedral of Waves together. Of course, he was mostly the one acting, I was just following along." Leonard's expression instantly stiffened, the desire to get angry frozen on his face, and a wary gaze quickly swept over everything around him, not even missing the tiniest speck of dust. Leyton leaned back in his chair, and seeing Leonard's expression soften slightly, he continued. "Amon didn't follow. The Lord of Storm's divine punishment destroyed most of his avatars in the Rorsted Archipelago. The remaining worms of time followed me to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom and were thoroughly cleaned up by the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Only that Monocle escaped. Monocle. The storm couldn't reclaim the stolen Cathedral of Waves. Things are getting interesting. So, you ran back to the northern continent because you couldn't survive at sea anymore?" Palez's aged voice emerged from Leonard's mouth, carrying a hint of schadenfreude. Leyton ignored Palez's words and instead said, "I'm here to inform you that I'm going to the book World of Grozel's Travels. Just let this kid go with you." As soon as Palez's voice fell, Leonard's voice rang out. "Why should I listen to your arrangements?" Then it settled. "Tomorrow night at 8, we'll meet at Tulip Manor in the Backlund suburbs." Leyton left a sentence, and his figure suddenly became transparent, then disintegrated, turning into specks of swirling starlight that shot into the spirit world, moving far away from here. Leonard was stunned for a moment, then tilted his head slightly and said in a low voice, Old man. Above the grey fog, within that magnificent and ancient palace, streaks of crimson light rose, and several somewhat blurry figures appeared on either side of the mottled long table. Leyton sat in the high-backed chair belonging to White Tower, a parchment-bound book resting on the mottled long table in front of him. The deep brown cover had a line of ancient faceac, Grozel's Travels. Justice Audrey curiously examined the book in front of Leyton for a while, but couldn't discern anything special about it, and sighed in a somewhat disappointed tone. "This is Grozel's Travels. It looks like a very ordinary book." Klein, sitting in the world's position, said in a low, hoarse voice. "This is normal. Many mystical items have the characteristic of converging their spirituality and inherent qualities. Without actively triggering them, they look no different from ordinary objects, nor does the feedback their spirituality gives us. Wouldn't that make it very difficult to distinguish them from ordinary items? What if they get mixed up?" Magician Fur subconsciously interjected. Leyton chuckled and explained. "As long as it's not a pathway and sequence with particularly low spirituality, they aren't powerless when it comes to such matters. For example, the Savant pathway has a sequence called Appraiser, who can quickly appraise mystical items without divination. The Mystery Prier's Eyes of Mystery Prying is also very good at discovering these concealment qualities." "Ah. I understand." Furs lowered her head somewhat awkwardly, thinking, How could I ask such a foolish question? Justice Audrey spoke up at the opportune moment, ending Furza's embarrassment. Are we going to start exploring now? How do we enter the book world? Leyton gently shook his head and said. Not now. I plan to explore the book world tomorrow night. Today, I wanted to tell you a few things. What things? Magician Furz and Justice Audrey asked simultaneously. Leyton leaned back, resting against the chair back, and said unhurriedly. This book will directly pull our bodies into the book world. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it's best if we meet in reality first, and then enter the book world together. I will teach you a ritual to summon specific spirit world creatures. I've already informed them in advance. They will have the knowledge rabbits capable of carrying people through the spirit world. Respond to the ritual. Knowledge rabbits? Furz asked curiously. This was a spirit world creature she hadn't seen in the spirit world travelogue. Have spirit world creatures carry us through the spirit world? Audrey's voice was filled with doubt, but even more with delight. Freely traversing the spirit world had always been a beyonder ability she envied. If I can get the knowledge rabbit's consent, will I also have a way to traverse the spirit world in the future? Thinking this, Audrey couldn't help but reveal a hopeful smile. Klein, on the other hand, directly asked in the world's hoarse, low voice. Can I reach an agreement with the knowledge rabbits and ask them to take me through the spirit world when needed? That's what I wanted to ask too. Audrey's eyes flickered, and she turned her head to look at Leyton opposite her, awaiting his answer. Leyton nodded slightly and said with a light chuckle. Yes, but you'll need to discuss the terms with them yourselves. Their minds are relatively slow, and they can't quite understand overly complex descriptions, so try to keep your communication simple. They like to pursue knowledge, so you can exchange knowledge they haven't yet mastered. They usually won't refuse. Furza's eyes lit up, and she asked curiously. They like to pursue knowledge? Is that why they're called knowledge rabbits? They don't look like rabbits, do they? She had seen many spirit world creatures when she previously used the bracelet to traverse the spirit world, but most of them were bizarrely shaped. The word novelty was no longer sufficient to describe the appearance of spirit world creatures. Leyton nodded gently, then continued. I've also invited a nightmare to join this exploration. We'll be going to the mind world within the book world, which is also my main objective. Nightmare. Is that also the name of a certain sequence? I used to think it was a state during sleep, and after becoming a beyonder, I thought it was the name of some kind of monster. Audrey, adhering to the good quality of asking questions when she had them, curiously inquired about the nightmare. This is the pathway corresponding to the Evernight goddess. They can freely enter and exit the dreams of every sleeping person within a large range. The World Klein introduced in a calm voice. Mr. World is also very knowledgeable. He shouldn't be a beyonder pathway centered on knowledge like Mr. Tower. That means he is a mature, even experienced beyonder. Audrey listened, analyzing Klein's alternate account in her mind. Leyton looked around and, seeing no one object to him bringing in someone outside the tarot club, continued. Once we meet, I will apply a certain concealment effect that can blur everyone's judgment, similar to this gray fog, and it won't disappear even when we enter the book world. Okay. Audrey and Furz both nodded in response. After a round of discussion above the gray fog, Mr. Fool directly sent everyone away without appearing in person. Inside Tulip Manor in the Backlund suburbs, Leyton was leaning back on the sofa by the dining room fireplace. As soon as he opened his eyes, his spirituality was triggered. Following his intuition, he turned his head to his left, where a light yellow piece of paper with a sunflower pattern lay quietly. Leyton picked up the paper casually and held it upright in front of him. Good evening, Mr. Tynes. Even I, who am traveling in various places, have heard of your deeds at sea. If I were still young, I would probably find it cool and even become your admirer. Unfortunately, I am old now, and every time I hear such rumors, I only find it too adventurous. I feel it's necessary to remind you that the Church of the Lord of Storms, as one of the Orthodox churches, possesses unimaginable depths in both beyonders and sealed artifacts. Provoking them too frequently is not a wise approach. I have recently returned to Mid-Seashire County. My travels during this period, as well as some of the Abraham family's remaining heritage, have allowed me to record enough beyonder abilities and local customs and scenery, completing the role-playing of a scribe. After too many changes, the Abraham family no longer has the planeswalker characteristic remaining, and beyonder materials for this pathway are relatively rare. I won't be able to collect them all in a short time. I would like to ask for your help in keeping an eye out for two beyonder materials, the Bizarro Bane's accessory eye and the Spirit World Plunderer's tentacles. The Traveler's Advancement ritual requires setting up special coordinates in 4 completely different and distant places deep within the Spirit World. I will be going to the Spirit World soon to find suitable locations. Before that, I want to ask you to record some high-level beyonder abilities to face potential dangers. Lawrence Nord Abraham. Chapter 397, KWM Chapter 396 Prophecy. Leyton slightly raised his hand, sending the paper back to the spirit world, then turned his head to look at the fire in the fireplace, his thoughts gradually drifting. He completed the scribe's acting so quickly. Well, recording beyonder abilities and local customs is indeed not difficult for members of the Abraham family. The only difficulty lies in the ravings from Mr. Door during advancement. As his thoughts drifted, his spiritual intuition was suddenly touched, and his eyes instantly became extremely deep, like the sea before a storm. In such a state, his eyes clearly lost focus, becoming blank. Extremely blurry images emerged in his mind. Dense gray fog spread everywhere, appearing in the past and the future, with many things emerging from it. There was a key shimmering with strange colors, as if cast from light. There were also layers of pixels, ethereal and seemingly made of countless data, constantly deducing all things and simulating the world's operation. An exaggerated, endless long river surged from an unknown place, like the end of life, the ultimate destination of all things. The background was a bizarre sky with twinkling stars, the starlight twisting, roaring, tearing the firmament, carrying indescribable disaster and madness. Hoo-hoo. Leyton's eyes quickly cleared. He instantly leaned forward, his lips constantly parting and closing, gasping for breath. Although the images that appeared in his mind were blurry, they carried an indescribable terror and madness. Just recalling them made him feel his mental state slipping. What's going on? Why did I predict such a scene? This isn't the normal scene one sees when foreseeing the apocalypse. After a moment of pondering and muttering to himself, Leyton felt his mental state recover somewhat. Only then did he lean back against the sofa, rubbing his forehead in deep thought. That dense gray fog should be the historical fog. Does it represent Sapphira Castle, or the seal left by the previous Lord of the Mysteries? As he pondered, he reached into his pocket and took out the small iron box containing the die of probability. He held the die of probability in his hand and muttered to himself. Does Sapphira emerging from the gray fog mean the seal is broken, or that the Sapphira broke through the seal? As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the die of probability in his hand. Ding ding. The milky white dice landed on the ground, rolled a few times, and then stopped with 3 dots facing up. After a moment, it spontaneously rolled once more, turning to 4 dots facing up. Are my guesses inaccurate? Or is it both? Did Klein try to weaken the seal's influence after gaining control of Sapphira Castle, and the Sapphira on the western continent took the opportunity to break out? He then dismissed this guess. My spiritual intuition had no reaction. Perhaps I only guessed a part of it. His gaze returned to the die of probability on the ground. He reached out, picked it up, and continued to mutter. Will the Sapphira breaking through the western continent seal attract the attention of those guys in the cosmos? But they shouldn't be able to directly tear through the barrier left by the primordial one, right? Is it because the time is already very close to the apocalypse? Or has something unexpected happened? After muttering, he casually threw the die of probability down. It made a dinging sound on the ground, rolled for a long time, but never stopped. You don't know the answer either. Leyton muttered, as if complaining. The next moment, the die of probability stopped on its own, with 4 dots facing up. I forgot, you represent the uncertainty of fate. Such a question is clearly better explained by the circle of inevitability or the beacon of destiny. No sooner had he spoken than a flickering, uncertain cosmos subtly appeared before his eyes, carrying a bizarre, indescribably strong corruption. He seemed to see fate. Boom. In the fireplace nearby, the flames suddenly burst, as if some flammable or explosive material had been mixed into the burning wood. The violent sound brought Leyton back to his senses. He quickly reached forward, drawing out a layer of tranquil night, enveloping his entire manner in concealment. Mystical reenactment of Nation of the Evernight. It directly severed his connection with the cosmos. Having done all this, he immediately closed his eyes to adjust his state. The balance between madness and rationality had slipped. The gaze from the cosmos caused the suppressed primal desires and madness within him to stir, leading to a deviation in the rationality of his previously balanced humanity and divinity. A deep blue, almost purple, glow swept past, and Leyton directly entered a state similar to a sage, giving off an exceptionally sacred, wise, yet rather indifferent and cold feeling. This was his application of a state of absolute rationality, with some modifications more akin to a mystery prior, similar to the sage state. After about 2 or 3 minutes, his mental state regained balance. Letting out a long breath, Leyton reopened his eyes. A cold, emotionless light flickered in his eyes, quickly returning to normal. My condition is worse than I expected. In this state, I don't even dare to face a spectator. A single plague storm from them could easily cause me to lose control. More accurately, my humanity would lose control, collapse, and my divinity would directly take over my body. As he pondered, he bent down and picked up the die of probability from the ground, sighing faintly. At least my luck isn't bad. The next morning, Constant City, Mid-Seashire County. Leyton's figure emerged amidst specks of starlight. He looked at the wooden door painted red before him and knocked twice. Dong dong. After a short wait, the wooden door was opened from inside. The warmth from the room wafted out, and Lawrence, wearing a thick woolen overcoat and a semi-tall black top hat, appeared at the doorway. His azure eyes seemed very spirited, and he no longer appeared as frail as before. "Good morning, Mr. Lawrence." Leyton smiled and greeted him. Lawrence returned the smile, stepping aside to let him in. "Good morning, Mr. Tynes, I didn't expect you to come so soon. I happen to be in Backlund, and I'm free today during the day." As he spoke, Leyton stepped into the house. His gaze casually swept around. The furnishings in the room were quite simple, it seemed to be a place not often lived in. After Lawrence closed the wooden door, he walked to the fireplace and began brewing coffee, saying, "This is just my temporary residence. I wasn't sure if I could advance normally, so I chose to stay in a more remote suburb. Even if the advancement failed, no one would be able to trace the Abraham family through clues." Leyton nodded slightly, saying calmly, "I will keep an eye out for the Beyonder materials you need. If there isn't a suitable seller, you can consider hunting corresponding Beyonder creatures, or directly crushing a mystical item that corresponds to a traveler. I was planning to do that. The Abraham family has records of some places where spirit world lurkers frequently appear." Lawrence nodded lightly, explaining that this was also the main reason he needed to record more Beyonder abilities. After chatting for a while, Leyton said with a smile, "Let's start recording the spells." As he spoke, he flipped his wrist like a magician, producing a pea. The pea instantly grew, transforming into thick, green vines that covered the surrounding area like a downpour. They entwined and intertwined, quickly forming a forest, layer upon layer, reaching so high that the top was invisible. In just the blink of an eye, they had moved from the warm indoor space to an unknown, verdant forest. In Lawrence's eyes, a phantom, slowly turning book was reflected. His brain continuously replayed Leyton's movements when he used mystical reenactment, prompting his activated cells to form corresponding symbols, patterns, and marks. After a moment of silence, Lawrence sighed helplessly. Recording failed. The level of this Beyonder ability is very high. With my current knowledge of Mystic, I can only try to memorize it by force, and the probability of failure is very high. It's fine, I'm not short on time. Leyton replied with a smile, his figure instantly becoming transparent, transforming into a statue composed of countless starlight. The statue shattered with a crash, returning to specks of brilliant starlight, surging towards the other side of the verdant forest. During the surging process, the specks of starlight began to condense internally, revealing Leyton's figure once more. Standing by, Lawrence's eyes lit up. The phantom book reflected in his eyes continuously turned. After a moment, he let out a deep laugh. "Success." Leyton nodded slightly, then raised his right hand. A little illusory, deep black began to appear, full of the meaning of degeneration and defilement. Chapter 398, KWM Chapter 397 Audrey's Journey into the Spirit World. In Eastchester County, within a luxurious manor. Audrey quietly stepped out of her bedroom and headed to her alchemy laboratory. Which, despite its name, was actually a study room converted into a place where she usually researched mysticism. She had already planted psychological suggestions in the manor's servants, ensuring no one would disturb her tonight, and her golden retriever, Susie, had been arranged to guard outside. After greeting Susie, she pushed open the door, skillfully rummaged through the room for various ritual materials, and began to set up a ritual to summon a spirit world creature. 2 drops of buttercup essential oil were dripped onto the lit candle, and a faint, elegant fragrance instantly filled the entire room. Buttercup is a flower associated with knowledge. Mr. Tower's ritual should come from the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Church, though it has been modified. The omniscient eye, symbolizing the God of Knowledge, has been replaced by a strange, somewhat cold and indifferent eye. Who does this represent? Audrey lowered her eyes, using her current mystical knowledge to analyze the ritual before her. After a moment of contemplation, she took out a handful of bergamot and goldenrod powder and scattered them into the quietly burning flames. Sizzle. The flames suddenly shot up, tinged with a brassy color, and a calming scent slowly spread. Audrey thoughtfully stepped back and softly chanted in ancient Hermes. Spirit wandering in illusion, friendly creature that can communicate, rabbit-shaped spirit favored by knowledge. As the incantation was recited, a wailing whirlwind suddenly swept through the room, carrying the ritual materials on the ground into the flickering candlelight. Bang. The flames exploded loudly, startling Audrey back 2 steps, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on the front. The spirituality generated by the ritual surged and converged, forming an illusory, layered door connecting to an unknown area of the spirit world. A somewhat dazed, translucent white rabbit emerged from the illusory, layered door. So cute. Audrey's eyes lit up. She took 2 steps forward, lifted her light yellow long dress, half-crouched, and approached the knowledge rabbit, saying softly, "Hello, my name is Audrey. Are you the knowledge rabbit that will take me to Backlund?" The knowledge rabbit tilted its head, its eyes staring blankly at Audrey. After a while, just as Audrey thought it hadn't understood her and was about to repeat herself, it swayed and nodded, looking as if it were drunk, and spoke in a somewhat childish voice. Go to Tulip Manor. Yes, how will you take me there? Audrey nodded gently, then simplified her words, what should I do? The knowledge rabbit did not answer Audrey's question. After a gentle nod, its body suddenly expanded, transforming into a small giant-like rabbit doll. It extended two somewhat plump paws, gently pulling Audrey, and its body, very light, sprang towards the passage created by the ritual. Wait. Audrey hadn't finished her sentence when she was already pulled into the spirit world by the knowledge rabbit. The surrounding scenery suddenly changed, layered and rich in colors, like a world composed of countless color blocks, with strange-looking spirit world creatures passing by from time to time. Is this the spirit world? It's so abstract, an indescribable feeling. The suddenly changing environment made Audrey pause for a moment. She quickly recovered and looked around with great curiosity. The knowledge rabbit did not stop due to Audrey's curiosity. Its body, after expanding, appeared somewhat large. It simply placed Audrey on its shoulder and then swiftly darted into the spirit world depths. This was just like a fairy tale picture book, a beautiful young lady sitting on a giant Mr. Rabbit, or perhaps Miss Rabbit, and they were together, roaming through the wonderful spirit world. Audrey leaned against the knowledge rabbit's head, her thoughts continuously wandering. Her eyes curiously scanned her surroundings. She saw a sun that looked like a child's casual scribble, hanging quietly high in the spirit world, like the sun in the real world, not disappearing as her position changed. As her gaze swept around, she saw a beautiful female figure sailing in a moon boat. As the knowledge rabbit moved forward, Audrey saw the side of this female figure. It had no side, just like a thin painting. Audrey covered her mouth in slight surprise. The next moment, she saw the beautiful female figure, like a painting, look towards her. There was not the slightest emotion in its eyes, it simply gazed quietly, yet it gave Audrey immense pressure, making her instinctively grip the knowledge rabbit's body tighter. Audrey wanted to turn her head and ask the knowledge rabbit if that powerful and terrifying spirit world creature would affect them, but she was also afraid that if she turned her head, the other party would appear directly before her. The next moment, her vision suddenly blurred for an instant, with a water-like sensation appearing and then disappearing, as if she had suddenly passed through a layer of water film. Audrey hurriedly turned her head to look behind her. There, a giant jellyfish-like spirit world creature was moving away, its body constantly shifting with oil paint-like colors. What a big jellyfish! It should be a very strange spirit world creature. Did the knowledge rabbit just take me directly through its body? Is that possible? They didn't even collide. How amazing! As these thoughts floated, Audrey was surprised to find that the painting-like female spirit world creature standing on the moon boat had disappeared. Phew, finally gone. The pressure was so immense just now. That was definitely a powerful spirit world creature. Although the spirit world is magical, it also holds great dangers. It is completely unsuitable for Beyonders below high sequence to explore. When I get back, I must write a travelogue of Audrey's sights in the spirit world. Even if I don't publish it, I can still show off in front of Susie and Viscount Glaint. Audrey cast an anxiety relief on herself to calm her emotions. She continued to curiously observe her surroundings, but she was much more restrained, no longer letting various thoughts pop up casually in her mind. Tulip Manor on the outskirts of Backlund. Leyton sat on the sofa by the dining room fireplace, unhurriedly brewing several cups of coffee. His spiritual perception was suddenly touched, and he turned his head towards the dining table, where two figures, one large and one small, quickly outlined themselves. One was Furs, about 1.65 meters tall, wearing a light yellow, ruffled, high-collared long dress. Her brown hair was slightly curled and draped, and she held a blank, translucent rabbit in her arms. She looked around, realizing she was the first to arrive, and awkwardly nodded slightly to Leyton, saying, "Good evening, Mr. Tynes." "Good evening, Miss Magician. You seem to be getting along very well with it." Leyton nodded gently in response. His gaze fell on the knowledge rabbit in Furz's arms. Stars seemed to twinkle in the knowledge rabbit's blank eyes. "You gave it knowledge about astrology?" Leyton pointed at the knowledge rabbit in Furz's arms and asked. Furs was startled, somewhat slow to react, and nodded hesitantly. "Ah. Yes, how did you know?" Its eyes have changed a bit. Astrology relies on objective information, calculating, inferring, and interpreting the corresponding results, which makes it look even dumber. Leyton chuckled in response. He gently rubbed his fingers, and spirituality spread. In the shadows around the dining room, in the cracks everywhere, cold and indifferent eyes grew out, and in the pupils of each eye, faint, shimmering stars twinkled. A feeling of peace and tranquility instantly spread throughout the dining room, and even the flickering flames in the fireplace became quiet. First tense for a moment, but after realizing there were no further changes, she relaxed and walked over to sit on the sofa opposite Leyton. She was about to speak with some confusion, but Leyton's voice came first. They're here. Here? Who's here? Furs had just felt a flicker of doubt when her spiritual perception was touched. She turned her head towards the spot where she had just emerged from the spirit world, and several figures appeared in succession. Two enlarged, translucent paws released a figure from the spirit world. It was a lady in a light yellow court dress, her jewelry not ostentatious but clearly valuable. Chapter 399, KWM Chapter 398 The World in the Book. Beside her, two figures, one tall and one short, appeared simultaneously, quickly changing from blurry to clear. One was a bipedal, translucent rabbit, and the other was a young man in a double-breasted long formal suit, wearing a semi-tall silk top hat, with an expressionless face. As soon as their figures solidified, the translucent rabbit turned and burrowed back into the spirit world. After all their figures had solidified, Furs realized that everyone seemed to be shrouded in a layer of night, making them hard to see clearly. Were those eyes just now casting a concealment spell here? Could this achieve the same effect as the grey fog in Mr. Fool's Divine Kingdom? As thoughts swirled, Furs rose from the sofa and greeted Audrey and Klein, who had just appeared. Good evening, Mr. World, and Miss Justice. Good evening, Madam Magician. Good evening, Mr. Tower. And Mr. World, good evening to you too. Audrey lightly lifted her skirt and took 2 steps forward, greeting everyone in turn with a very cheerful tone. The moment her figure appeared, she had already keenly noticed the faint layer of night shrouding everyone, as well as the eyes growing from the shadows and crevices around them. Although the scene looked a bit unsettling, the concealment effect should be very good. At least, my spectator ability is severely suppressed. Klein maintained his Gehrman Sparrow persona, nodding slightly to everyone and blandly saying good evening before walking directly to the sofa beside Leyton and sitting down. His gaze lingered for a moment on the book bound with parchment on the table, then quickly retracted. He had already examined this Grosel's travels above the grey fog, and nothing special had happened. One could only say that it truly was a method left behind by the former Dragon King. Even with the grey fog's enhancement, he couldn't detect any problems. Leyton placed the already brewed coffee in front of everyone, then leaned back against the chair, saying, "Just a moment, that nightmare should arrive very soon." No sooner had he finished speaking than a figure abruptly appeared beside them, casually leaning back on the sofa, as if he had been waiting for Leyton's words. Klein's eyes narrowed slightly. He used his faceless ability to control his expression, calmly observing Leonard, noticing the red gloves he wore on his hand. It really is Leonard, but he actually joined the red gloves. Also, the way he appeared just now was definitely not his own beyonder ability. Was it a mystical item that allowed short-distance displacement? Or was it that Zoroast family angel? Leyton expressionlessly pushed a cup of brewed coffee in front of Leonard, saying calmly, "He's here." Leonard leaned casually on the sofa, picked up the coffee in front of him, and took a sip. His peripheral vision inadvertently swept over everyone, but nothing but tranquil, deep darkness entered his eyes. It's a bit like Captain Soist's ability. Is there a beyonder of the darkness pathway here? Leonard put down his coffee, his eyes slightly lowered, hiding his emotions very well. Furs, who was holding a knowledge rabbit, was still trying to recover from Leonard's sudden appearance. As an astrologer who had already roamed the spirit world several times, she was very curious about the way this nightmare appeared. This isn't spirit world traversal, or a similar door ability, there's no trace of using the spirit world at all. How did he do it? Is it the way a nightmare travels through dreams? It doesn't seem like it either. No one here is sleeping, so there shouldn't be any dreams. Audrey, sitting next to Furs, instinctively wanted to glean some information from this suddenly appearing nightmare. After observing for a while, she somewhat disappointedly withdrew her gaze. The concealment effect applied by Mr. Tower is too restrictive for a spectator. I can't observe subtle expressions or movements at all. Leyton's gaze swept around everyone. He leaned forward, picked up the book bound with parchment, Grosel's Travels, and said in a calm voice, "Let's begin. To enter the book world, you need to smear a drop of your blood on the cover. After some time, we will be directly pulled into the book world." As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand above the book. A glimmer of starlight passed over his thumb's nail, then lightly grazed the pad of his middle finger, dropping a drop of bright red blood onto Grosel's Travels. Then he handed the Grosel's Travels in his hand to Leonard, who took it and directly rubbed his gloved right hand over the cover, smearing out a crimson mark. He withdrew his right hand, rubbing his thumb against the pad of his middle finger, feeling no wound. The old man's ability is really useful. Muttering to himself, he casually handed the book to the two ladies opposite him. Furs reached out and took the book, then pulled a pre-prepared translucent glass vial from her neck, which contained blood. After dripping her blood onto the book's surface, she casually put away the glass vial before handing the book to Audrey beside her. After everyone had successively smeared blood on the cover, the restaurant suddenly fell silent. Audrey looked around, wondering how to break the silence, when she heard the nightmare suddenly speak. The Church of the Lord of Storms people have become much more irritable recently. Like, if you just look at them for too long, they'll immediately start fighting you. If the Tinjin Nighthawk Church was stolen right in front of them, you'd be like that too. Klein muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on Leyton. Why is Mr. World looking sideways at Mr. Tower? Does he think Mr. Tower knows something? Or... Audrey's thoughts abruptly stopped. She saw Leyton's figure suddenly vanish from the sofa. What happened? She turned her head, somewhat surprised and uncertain, to look at the world beside her. The next moment, Leonard's figure also abruptly vanished from the sofa. Audrey and Furs, beside her, exchanged glances, then almost simultaneously turned their gaze to the parchment-bound book on the table. They entered the book world. After waiting for a moment, Audrey, not getting a response from her companion beside her, turned her head in confusion, only to find that no one was beside her. It's your turn soon. Get ready, we might be scattered upon entry. Klein maintained his persona, speaking in a flat, emotionless voice. Audrey paused, then smiled and nodded to Klein. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. World. As she looked up, her mind suddenly became dazed. The surroundings quickly blurred and then cleared. When she regained her senses, she was already in a vast expanse of white snow. A mournful cold wind blew, and Audrey shivered, shrinking back. So cold. Why is the book world also winter, and such a snowy, icy place? Audrey looked around. The surroundings were a vast expanse of white, and she couldn't even distinguish basic directions. I should have brought Susie, although she's not a qualified hound, she definitely has more wilderness survival experience than I do. After a brief thought, Audrey decided to find a place to shelter from the wind for a while, then wait for her tarot club companions to come find her. In the real-world restaurant, Klein silently watched the sofa, which had been speaking just moments ago but was now empty. He sighed slightly, picked up the coffee he had set aside, and prepared to take a sip before waiting to be pulled into the book world. His mind suddenly became dazed, and the surrounding temperature instantly dropped, taking him directly from the relatively warm indoors to a world of ice and snow. Klein looked around for a while. Besides snow, there was only snow, he saw no living creature in the vicinity. It really is scattered. With a slight sigh, he looked at the coffee cup he was holding. Because I was holding it, was this cup of coffee also pulled into this book world as part of me? Looking at the coffee, which had completely cooled down, he casually tossed the cup onto the ground beside him, then, while silently chanting a divination statement, discarded the cane he was holding in his left hand. On the other side of this icy land, Leyton had already met with Leonard. To be precise, Palez had directly brought Leonard's body to Leyton. First, let's find the others. After we've gathered, we'll go find your direct descendant. Leyton's gaze swept around, and he said in a calm voice. No sooner had he spoken than his eyes instantly deepened, lost focus, and became a blank white. After a moment, his eyes cleared again, and he said with a slight smile. Let's go, I've found someone. The old man has gone back to sleep, he said he needs to adjust his state. Leonard spread his hands, speaking in a helpless yet calm voice. Leyton nodded lightly, then placed his left hand on Leonard's shoulder. Layers of starlight emanated, substantial as they enveloped the two figures and merged into the spirit world, roaming into the distance. Chapter 400, KWM Chapter 399, Reunion. ACH, Chew. Furs huddled against a rime-covered tree trunk, shivering uncontrollably. I actually caught a cold. This is my first time getting sick since becoming a Beyonder. Why is the weather in the book world so harsh? Shouldn't it be sunny and pleasant? Her spirit had a sudden premonition, and she looked up ahead. Two somewhat blurry figures suddenly appeared and quickly became clearer. Snap. Leyton snapped his right fingers, and the surrounding starlight brightened suddenly, becoming dazzling, like countless tiny, scorching light bulbs flickering around. So warm. Furs exclaimed, then walked out from under the tree and joined the group. Leyton looked at Furs with some confusion and asked curiously, why didn't you create a warm area? With the Beyonder abilities you possess, you should be able to easily dispel the wind and snow and create fire, right? Furs froze for a second, then realized, oh, right. Why am I just sitting here in the cold? After 2 seconds of self-reflection, she ultimately attributed it all to her lack of wilderness survival experience. Is this really an exploration of the book world, or just a picnic? Leonard silently watched this scene from the side, already starting to grumble inwardly. With a sequence 3 demigod present, this so-called exploration is no different from a picnic. Palez's somewhat aged voice directly echoed in Leonard's mind. He's already sequence 3. Is this a normal advancement speed? Is this the special nature of a blessed? While surprised inwardly, Leonard tilted his head slightly, adopting a listening posture, awaiting Palez's reply. After a while, there was still no sound from Palez in his mind. Leonard pouted, this old man is as temperamental as a child. Leyton's eyes, standing nearby, suddenly deepened, then quickly returned to normal. He said calmly, they've already met up. Let's go straight there. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding starlight suddenly condensed, once again enveloping the three and entering the spirit world. Klein, maintaining his Gehrman Sparrow persona, continuously tossed and twirled the cane in his hand, searching for the scattered Tarot Club members through divination. On the collar of his double-breasted long coat, he wore a dark golden sunbird-shaped brooch. The negative effect of this mystical item made him completely oblivious to the severe cold here. In fact, he even felt a bit hot inside. I need to meet up with them as soon as possible. The heat from this brooch will make my body mistakenly believe it's midsummer. Emitting heat for a long time in a place like this, even a beyonder could be in danger. Thinking of this, Klein tightened his clothes and quickened his pace. Following the cane's guidance, he quickly arrived at a sheltered cliffside, where he saw a cave that didn't look entirely natural, and an exaggeratedly large giant. A giant with gray-blue skin, his chest, abdomen, and waist covered in thick beast fur, dragged a great sword the size of a door in his hand, his gaze fixed on Klein's direction. Their gazes met in the air, and Klein unconsciously swallowed. The giant's oppressive presence was simply too strong. I originally thought Father Yutravsky was already tall, but I didn't expect a true giant to actually be as tall as a small mountain. Klein sighed inwardly, a layer of fine dark gold scales emerging on his left hand behind his back, and his pupils also became vertical. Grozel, are there really other people who entered this book world? A beautiful female voice came from the cave behind the gray-blue giant. Grozel. Is he the giant who entered this book first? Klein's gaze passed over the giant called Grozel and landed behind him. It was a woman wearing a brown ancient hunter's coat and trousers. She had lustrous black hair tied into a high ponytail, very soft facial features, and slightly pointed ears, completely different from the races of the northern and southern continents. She looked more like people from East Asia on Earth, with distinct oriental features. Beside her, there was also a man in his 30s. His attire gave off a very uncomfortable feeling, neither coordinated nor symmetrical. He wore a pointed, stiff black hat, and his leather boots curled upwards, somewhat resembling a clown from a circus. Behind him, Audrey followed out, still enveloped in a layer of night, making her appearance somewhat indistinct. The moment she saw Klein, Audrey's eyes lit up, and she explained to the man, woman, and the exaggeratedly large giant beside her with great pleasure, this is my companion. We entered this book world together, but we got separated when we came in. After explaining, she hurried a few steps forward, jogging out of the cave's range, and said to Klein, Mr. World, there are also people who entered this book world from the real world, just like us. However, they entered the book world much earlier than us. I understand. Klein nodded slightly. The fine scales on his left hand behind his back quickly disappeared, and his pupils were no longer vertical. With a snap. He casually snapped his fingers, and as the crisp sound rang out, a ball of flame suddenly shot up beside him, rapidly expanding and engulfing his figure. Outside the cave, a dead branch simultaneously burst into flames, expanding and twisting, and Klein's figure quickly leaped out of it, landing beside Audrey. Audrey watched this scene in surprise, and just as she was about to speak, her spirit was suddenly touched. Following the sensation, she turned her head to look at the entrance of the cave. Under the wary gazes of the man, woman, and giant, shimmering starlight surged, tearing open the barrier between the spirit world and reality, bringing three familiar figures to this place. Good evening, everyone. Leyton was the first to break the silence. Clearly, they don't think it's very good. Leonard chuckled as he chimed in. As he spoke, he subtly retreated 2 steps, maintaining a safe distance from these people of the book world. Furs noticed the nightmare's actions and also retreated 2 steps, though she moved more in the direction away from Grozel. That gray-blue giant was simply too oppressive, I'm not even as tall as his calf. The man whose attire was neither coordinated nor symmetrical spoke with the posture of a high-ranking noble, maintaining a polite smile, so many of you. Are you here for a picnic in this book world? One could say that. Although this is a book world, it is also a real world. Who wouldn't be interested? Leyton took the opportunity to appraise this 4th epic noble, replying in an unhurried tone. Beside the noble gentleman, the elven lady eagerly asked, you know how to enter the book world. Then do you know how to leave? Ciadas, there's no need to be so anxious. Since they came in, they must surely want to leave. The man in the uncoordinated attire had just begun to dissuade her when Ciadas glared him back into silence. Audrey, who had arrived here earlier than Leyton and the others and had already understood some of the situation, stepped forward at the opportune moment and said, let me introduce you to each other. She then proceeded to introduce everyone in turn. This is the giant Grozel, also the first person to enter the book world. This lady is Ciadas, she is an elf who lived during the 2nd epoch of the Twin Era. This is Mobit Zoroast, he was a viscount of the former Solomon Empire. After introducing the distinctive giant, elf, and human, Audrey then turned to introduce the other two who had just emerged from inside the cave. This is the ascetic snowman, a follower of the ancient sun god from the third epoch. This is Frontier Edward, a former lone soldier, but not from the current lone, rather from the time of its founding, over 100 years ago. Chapter 401, KWM Chapter 400, King of the North. When Frontier was introduced, Audrey's voice became noticeably heavier. As a lone noble, she had even stronger feelings for this soldier. Leyton and the others followed Audrey's introduction and looked over. Snowman was a middle-aged man dressed in a plain white robe, his exposed skin covered in various scars. Frontier wore heavy, tough black full-body armor and held a black straight sword that gleamed with a cold light. His black hair hung down, and his facial features were deep, showing clear lone characteristics. After the introduction of the people from the book world was complete, Audrey turned to introduce her own group, starting with Furs. We are companions who came together to explore this book world. This is Miss Magician, this is Mr. Tower, this is Mr. World, and this is Mr. Nightmare. When introducing Leonard, Audrey hesitated for a moment, then temporarily used the codename Leyton had previously used for his sequence. Mobit, a fourth epic noble, subconsciously looked at Leonard and said with some suspicion and vigilance. Nightmare. Are you all believers of the Evernight goddess? Leyton's gaze lingered on this direct descendant of Pallas for a moment, then he chuckled and said. No, it's not particularly difficult to use beyond her abilities from other pathways. Ignoring Mobit and the others' reactions, Leyton continued. We happen to have a member of the Sauron Zoroast family here. Perhaps you can lament your experiences to him and seek some help. As he spoke, he slightly turned his body and looked at Leonard, who had retreated some distance behind him. Klein also looked at Leonard, a sense of vigilance instinctively rising in his heart. The angel from the Sauron Zoroast family also entered the book world. Well, since Leonard came in, the old man parasitic on him must have followed. Is this why he brought Leonard into the book world? Sauron Zoroast family. Him? Who is it? Mobit's tone suddenly became excited. He felt as if he had seen the dawn of escaping this book world. Him? An angel is hidden among us. Audrey's eyes widened, her gaze sweeping back and forth over everyone with disbelief, finally stopping on Leonard, whom she was least familiar with. Is this Mr. Nightmare an angel? It's me, a somewhat aged voice suddenly sounded. Mobit's expression suddenly became excited. This voice was very familiar to him, and his gaze went straight to the direction from which the voice came. Leonard's expression froze slightly as a translucent, ethereal figure emerged from him. It was an old man with white hair and deep brown eyes that carried the weathered look of time. His gaze towards Mobit held a hint of nostalgia and an unidentifiable sigh. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a deep voice. Long time no see, Mobit. Mobit couldn't recover for a long time, just quietly looking at the suddenly appearing somewhat transparent and ethereal figure. After a while, he spoke dazedly. Old man. I couldn't get any news about the Sauron Zoroast family from the people who entered here later, and I thought you had already fallen in the War of the Four Emperors. After all, even His Majesty the Emperor fell in that war. His voice gradually faded until it became silent. After a pause, he continued. Why did you also enter this book? Do you have a way to get out? It would be best if you could take me out too, and my companions. As he spoke, he turned to point at the elf Ciatas and the ascetic snowman behind him. Behind Mobit, everyone watched Pallas with burning eyes. After their long time together, they already knew of the existence of Mobit's great-grandfather, knowing that he was a Sequence 1 angel and their greatest hope for escaping this book world. Pallas slowly shook his head at Mobit's expectant gaze, his voice hoarse as he said. No. If I were at my peak, I could naturally do these things, but now. Roar, a huge roar, accompanied by wind and snow, came from midair. It's you listen. The grey-blue giant Grozel dragged his exaggerated greatsword the size of a door panel, taking 2 steps forward, his gaze vigilantly watching the sky where wind and snow suddenly began to rage. When the story ends, you can naturally leave this book world, but... Pallas' aged voice echoed. Mobit's voice, unhurried and even somewhat leisurely, interrupted his subsequent words. Old man, this northern king is just an ugly little lizard to you. Humph. You've lived for over 1,000 years, and you're still so immature. Pallas glared annoyed at his great-grandson. His ethereal and flickering figure re-entered Leonard's body. Mobit watched as Pallas returned to the stranger's body and immediately became anxious. Old man, aren't you going to help us deal with this ugly lizard? Boom. A huge roar came from high in the sky, as if the howling wind had been violently torn apart. Leyton's eyes glowed with a deep blue light. Following his intuition, he looked up, his gaze piercing through layers of wind and snow, seeing the translucent figure high in the sky. It was an ice-blue giant dragon, resembling a close relative of a lizard, with an ugly face, eerie blue eyes, and a thick, powerful tail. A pair of huge, leathery wings grew on its back, just a flap made the surrounding blizzard much more severe. Its scales resembled ice crystals, shimmering with a translucent glow, the most beautiful and dreamlike part of its entire body. This is a giant dragon from the second epoch. It's a bit ugly, no wonder it can only be a villain in fairy tales. Leyton sighed playfully, then turned and walked out, quickly passing the grey-blue giant Grozel. In the biting blizzard, he leaned back, arms spread, as if embracing the sun. His spirituality surged and released, dyeing him a golden yellow, as dazzling as the midday sun. A magnificent, pure ray of sunlight pierced through the howling cold wind and falling snow in the sky, followed by more sunlight piercing through the clouds, forcibly twisting the surrounding weather and turning the blizzard into a clear summer day. "Oh, so dazzling," Furs moaned, instinctively narrowing her eyes and simultaneously raising a hand to shield them. Except for the giant Grozel and Leonard, who was possessed by Palez, everyone else simultaneously narrowed their eyes and shielded themselves from the sunlight. "Roar!" the ice dragon circling in the sky roared. With its sound, the wailing wind suddenly intensified, and the rising temperature around them dropped again. Leyton retracted his outstretched arms, and as he dragged his right hand, an ancient-style long spear materialized, burning with clusters and specks of blood-red dark light from tip to hilt. A strong sense of danger made you listen. The Northern King, circling in midair, consider retreating. It rapidly ascended, its huge leathery wings scattering a stream of ice-blue light as they flapped. This light instantly shattered, transforming into countless sparkling, translucent snowflakes. As the wailing wind sounded, a terrifying blizzard swept through the air, simultaneously obscuring Ulysson's massive figure. Leyton completely ignored the renewed wind and snow in the air. His gaze was fixed on Ulysson, and the dark red long spear held in his right hand was abruptly thrown. It left a dark red, burning trail in the air, directly piercing through the wailing gale and sparkling snowflakes, striking Ulysson, whose figure had already risen significantly. Ouch! A roar, more like a wail, emanated from the blizzard, and a huge figure uncontrollably fell from the wind and snow. Chapter 402, KWM Chapter 401 Gate and Choice. Its enormous, membranous right wing was almost torn off, and a thick hind leg was also ripped apart. Instead of crimson blood, a layer of azure ice crystals appeared at the wound. The dragon, having lost one wing, could no longer maintain its balance. Its massive body tumbled and fell through the air. Is the dragon's vitality truly this tenacious? Leyton sighed inwardly. A mystical reenactment at Sequence 3 level would instantly kill a seer or a reader of the same level. His figure suddenly turned transparent, transforming into countless shimmering starlight points that surged into the sky, then reappeared amidst the scattered starlight. He raised his right hand, and points of starlight spread out, dispelling all the wind and snow in just a moment. As the wind and snow dissipated, the light blue starlight gradually took on a faint gold hue, beginning to converge on Leyton's raised right palm, drawing in the surrounding sunlight and rapidly accumulating brilliance. The formless sunlight gradually solidified, forming a long spear in Leyton's hand that was pure to the extreme, blazing white to the extreme, seemingly composed of pure sunlight. It had repeatedly condensed light and heat to the extreme, making even the sunlight piercing through the clouds dim. Boom! Ulysson struggled to flap his sole remaining wing, but still couldn't change his fate of crashing to the ground. Its gaze, full of hatred and fury, fixed on the sky, on the figure accumulating brilliance. As it tilted its head slightly, it opened its exaggerated maw, and continuous ice-blue crystalline streams of light converged. The next moment, it suddenly froze in place, forgetting what it was supposed to do, forgetting its movements, forgetting how to breathe. The streams of light converging in Ulysson's mouth rapidly dissipated as if unsustainable, turning into scattered transparent light blue dots. Its ice-blue vertical pupils showed a rare confusion, as if it had fallen into a daze. Thoughts constantly surfaced in its mind only to quickly disappear, leaving only some chaotic thoughts adrift. In the sky, the long spear made of pure sunlight in Leyton's hand had already formed. Without hesitation, he threw the long spear, which turned into a blazing white streak, accurately striking Ulysson's chest, which was covered in fine, pale white scales. The blazing white long spear expanded the moment it touched Ulysson, transforming into a miniature sun that was blazing white to the extreme, scorching hot to the extreme, illuminating everything, and melting everything. Boom! A scorching gust of wind instantly swept through the surroundings, causing the surrounding snow to rapidly melt, form water droplets, and turn into steam. The somewhat hot wind slapped against the faces of everyone at the cave's edge, and the dazzling light made it difficult for them to open their eyes. After some time, the surrounding light and heat gradually receded. Spiritual intuition told everyone that the battle there had ended. The grey-blue giant Grozel quickly strode towards the place where Ulysson had previously fallen. The snow in that area had disappeared, revealing soft, black earth. Ulysson's exaggerated body had vanished, leaving only scattered, crystalline ice-blue glow flowing, spreading, and slowly converging. The Northern King was eliminated. Grozel muttered, a little lost. Expelling Ulysson had been his goal ever since he entered this book world. Under the long-term subconscious influence of Grozel's travels, this had almost become his obsession. Now that Ulyssen had suddenly died like this, the giant felt an emptiness, as if he had lost his purpose in life. The others, some riding the wind, others running, also quickly arrived at the place where Ulyssen had died. Under their gaze, points of ice-blue luminescence gradually converged and solidified, transforming into a 5 or 6 meter tall, deep blue door covered in mysterious patterns. Even Grozel's giant form could pass through it effortlessly. Leyton looked around, his gaze finally settling on Leonard, and he spoke in a calm voice. "This is the door to leave the book world. Why are you looking at me?" As soon as Leonard spoke, his body was taken over by Palez, who looked at Mobit with a somewhat complex expression and said, "Thousands of years have passed outside. Once you leave this book world, you will instantly age and turn into a handful of dust. Why is that? Old man, you must have a way, right? Stealing time and lifespan isn't too difficult for you. Since you're here, you must have a solution, right?" Mobit froze in place, his expression suddenly heavy, his voice hoarse. He looked at Leonard with an almost pleading gaze. He could guess that the problem wasn't with him, but with his companions. Together, they would need at least 6 or 7,000 years of lifespan to offset the long time they had spent in the book world. Audrey unconsciously moved closer to Furs beside her. She felt her mood suddenly heavy. That angel, his condition didn't seem too good. He might not be able to bring all his descendants' friends out of the book world. Separation and choices are always painful. Leonard, controlled by Palez, said in a calm voice. "The lifespan I've collected isn't enough to take all of you, especially the elves and giants who entered this book world from the second epoch. 2,000 years of time, even I cannot easily erase." Mobit stood there in a daze, unsure what expression to show on his face. He turned to look at Ciadas. "Why are you looking at me? Shouldn't you be happy to leave this dreadful place? Have you forgotten? When you first entered this book world, you dreamed of your great-grandfather appearing and taking you out of here. Now, your dream has come true." Ciadas turned her face away, not looking at Mobit's expression. Her tone was as strong as ever, and also a bit irritable. Mobit opened his mouth but ultimately couldn't speak. Palez seemed to have noticed something, and he snorted coldly, saying without much emotion, "Think it over and then tell me." Leyton's gaze darted between Mobit and Ciadas for a moment, then he took out a grayish-white scale from his pocket, tossed it in his hand, and said with a light chuckle, "This door won't disappear for a while. Let's go to the mind world first. This book will be returned to its true owner later, and there probably won't be another chance to come to this book world." "Return to its true owner?" Leonard narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice tinged with a hint of question. "Has that Dragon King returned?" Leyton didn't answer the question, instead saying, "They need some time to calm down and think. Let's not disturb them here." As he spoke, his gaze suddenly became distant, as if searching for something, confirming something. A moment later, deep blue, almost purple, brilliance swirled in his eyes. He then raised his hand forward, and circles of starlight, like ripples, spread out. A illusory symbol composed of layers of doors then appeared. Leyton gently rotated his wrist with his forward-pressed right hand. The surrounding starlight suddenly deepened, and the layered, illusory door quickly became real. On the other side of the door was a deep, dark sea, where every drop of liquid was like a light and shadow, as if representing a point of consciousness, an imprint. The door to the mind world quickly formed, and Leyton looked around before being the first to step inside. The deep, dark seawater beneath his feet had no substance. As Leyton stepped into it, the surroundings suddenly changed, and a spiraling, layered, grayish-white staircase appeared. This staircase seemed to extend endlessly into the deepest part of the mind world, with no end in sight. Behind him, Klein and Audrey, among others, also stepped in one after another. Audrey's gaze swept around. Her eyes quickly took on a dark gold hue, and her voice was gentle and peaceful, carrying a power that soothed the heart. "This is the Sea of Collective Subconscious, also known as the Mind World. It has a subtle and mysterious connection with the Spirit World." Chapter 403, KWM Chapter 402, Live Seed. Audrey looked up slightly, gazing at the very top of the mental world, where the spiritual sky, an ethereal reflection of the spirit world at the mental level, enveloped everything. She quickly withdrew her gaze and sternly warned everyone. "This is a wondrous world woven from the minds and consciousnesses of countless intelligent beings. Not only is it wondrous, but it's also dangerous. A moment of carelessness can lead to losing oneself or experiencing mental problems. For Beyonders, mental state is the most serious concern." At this point, Audrey looked at Leyton and asked, somewhat puzzled, "However, isn't this a world within a book? Why does a mental world also exist here? This is a world born of imagination, but that doesn't mean this world is false. It is equally true, equally mystical, and equally distorted." Leonard spoke as if a bard was reciting a poetic chapter. You're just repeating the words of the old man inside you, why are you reciting them? Klein silently complained about his former colleague in his heart. Leyton walked slowly down the spiraling, gray-white steps, his gaze unconsciously falling on Leonard and Klein. With such close observation, the old man must have already discovered Klein's identity, perhaps even sensing the aura of Sapphira Castle. A world born of imagination. Audrey, not hiding her curiosity, tilted her head and asked Leonard behind her. Leonard didn't answer immediately. He lowered his head and remained silent for a moment before speaking with a feigned profoundness. The items he imagines will materialize, the kingdom he fantasizes about will descend upon the material world, and the future he proclaims will unfold and become reality. I know, that's a description of the dragon of imagination. Is this a true world he fantasized into existence? Even though he has long since fallen, this world can still operate normally. Audrey's voice was quite pleasant, like a student who had perfectly answered a teacher's question in class. Leonard was slightly surprised by Audrey's understanding of the dragon of imagination, but he quickly masked his emotions and responded with little emotion. Hey, indeed. Something is coming. Klein reminded the few people who were focused on conversing and listening, his voice hoarse. Upon hearing this, Audrey tilted her head to look below the spiral staircase. A substantial, inky darkness surged towards them, like an all-consuming dark tide, carrying an indescribable terror. Snap. A crisp snap sounded, and the next moment, brilliant starlight rapidly spread. The dazzling blue glow quickly turned golden, then searing white, like countless small suns. The blinding sunlight directly broke through the surging dark tide. This should be the fear of darkness, or certain things within darkness, in the subconscious of some beings. Their subconscious minds converged in the mental world and remained there. When we stepped into this mental world, we interacted with these subconscious fears, and they manifested as an inky, all-consuming tide. Audrey explained the phenomenon using her knowledge of psychology. Furs nodded, somewhat understanding yet not. Ever since she stepped into this mental world, she felt her imagination wasn't enough. The various sights here challenged her perception. I suddenly have so many ideas in my head, is this the power of the collective subconscious? The cup of great white scales in Leyton's left hand suddenly detached from him, floating in midair. The complex and three-dimensional mystical symbols on it continuously extended outwards, seemingly establishing a connection with a certain part of this mental world. After floating silently for a moment, this gray-white scale suddenly slammed forward, rippling out a large area of waves around it, and layers of colors peeled off from the surrounding space. What is this? Furs asked, puzzled. She subconsciously looked at Audrey, who knew the most about the mental world. Audrey shook her head slightly and said, I don't know either. It's establishing a connection with a certain place in this mental world. Klein explained calmly. This is somewhat similar to the process Mr. Azek taught me before, of overlapping the spirit world with the mirror world. Even in the mystical beyonder world, much knowledge is interconnected. As he mused, Klein saw the strange runes on the gray-white scale continuously intertwine outwards, quickly forming a somewhat illusory pair of double doors, dozens of meters high. Even the giant Grozel would appear like an underdeveloped child before this door. Leyton silently sensed the situation on the other side of the door, then chuckled. Let's go, we can reach our destination directly now. As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to walk towards the illusory double doors. As he approached, the door spontaneously split open, creating a gap wide enough for a person of normal size to pass through. Upon entering the door, the surrounding scenery dramatically changed. He found himself in a magnificent, ancient, and uniquely aesthetic building with a wild, alien feel. This was a colossal floating castle, or rather, a temple. Around it stood enormous gray-white stone pillars inscribed with strange patterns, collectively supporting a series of grand and majestic palaces. Leyton walked forward with familiarity. This place was no different from the liveseed that Ankwelt had manifested in the dream before, except that there were no giant dragons here anymore. Is there's actually a palace deep within the mental world? Or is this also the subconscious residue left by certain individuals? Leonard followed Furs and Audrey into the liveseed. He was stunned the moment he saw the scene here, and the thoughts that had originally floated through his mind unconsciously slipped out in a low voice. Klein followed behind Leonard, and while astonished by the massive palace, he was suddenly moved and blurted out. Miracle City, liveseed. Miracle City. Is this the dragon of imagination's divine kingdom? Audrey quickly reacted. She had exchanged information about the dragon of imagination from the son Derek a long time ago. The moment Klein spoke, she instantly recalled it. The divine kingdom of the dragon of imagination. Old man, we're currently in the divine kingdom of an old god. Leonard didn't hide his surprised thoughts, communicating them to Palez, who was parasitic within him. It's just a divine kingdom. You'll go to the tenebrous heaven of the Evernight one day anyway. Palez replied impatiently. That's completely different. Going to the tenebrous heaven is something that happens after death, and besides, this is the divine kingdom of an old god. Do you think there might be any treasures left behind by the old god? Leonard didn't care about Pallas' not-so-pleasant mood and continued to grumble in his heart. Humph. That old god fell thousands of years ago. Even if there were, it wouldn't concern you. Besides, among this group of people, you're only slightly stronger than that psychiatrist, just a little. Pallas emphasized the little difference, which made Leonard's composure waver. He loudly questioned in his mind. Impossible. Not to mention that gloomy guy behind me, but the lady in the beige dress, she should be the weakest one here, right? She has a very good mystical item. Among items below high sequence, it's pretty much one of the strongest. Pallas briefly explained, then fell silent. No matter how Leonard called out in his mind, he didn't respond anymore. Soon, he followed Leyton into the main hall of Liveseed. As soon as he stepped into the hall, his thoughts quickly echoed around him. Old man. Don't act like a child and just. He looked up in astonishment, not understanding why his voice would echo around him. What's going on? My voice, no, my thoughts. Chapter 404, KWM Chapter 403 Hall of Truth. Leyton glanced at Leonard, whose thoughts were stirring. As soon as the idea surfaced, his voice echoed around him. This hall directly displays the inner thoughts of the surrounding creatures. It's perfect for playing truth or dare. I wonder what would happen if Amon was tricked into coming here. Klein turned his head to look at Leyton, and before he could speak, his voice already echoed around. Truth or dare? I recommend a Rhodes. Tricking Amon. Young people nowadays are truly more arrogant than the last. A slightly aged voice overlapped with Klein's thoughts, echoing. Leonard's old man. He also. As soon as the thought surfaced, Klein was stunned. More thoughts couldn't help but spread out. Is it still too late to retract it now? Calm down, don't overthink it. Leonard looked at Klein behind him in confusion. He knows me. Who is it? Why do I have no impression at all? So afraid of me knowing, could it be some fugitive wanted by the church? Audrey's voice also echoed at the same time. Mr. World knows this Mr. Nightmare. How curious. No, I'm not curious at all, I just. Audrey quickly used her psychiatrist ability to calm her emotions, and the thoughts stirring in her mind instantly settled down. The psychiatrist ability is still very useful. Audrey made a gesture of covering her mouth, applying another pacification to herself. I'm also very curious, are they hidden enemies, or friends who couldn't recognize each other due to an accident? I'm just brainstorming novel plots, please don't mind. Mr. World has completely darkened. How scary, he wouldn't be some crazy, ruthless killer, would he? Calm down, can't think anymore. First closed her eyes and took deep breaths, quickly relaxing her mind and clearing away the constantly stirring thoughts. Do I look that scary? You too, don't come and persecute my character. Klein couldn't help but inwardly complain again, his thoughts instantly turning into sounds echoing around the hall. Leyton was clutching his stomach on the side, and before he could rein in his thoughts, his voice already echoed. Ha, this is too interesting, it was indeed right to call them all over. This hall is a source of happiness. My humanity, oppressed by the madness from the hidden sage, has increased quite a bit. Humanity. Hidden sage. Mr. Tower deliberately called us over. This guy's state is indeed problematic, and also, I'm not happy at all. A bit interesting. Everyone's inner voices echoed simultaneously in the hall, even Pallas couldn't help but sigh inwardly. A deep blue glow flashed across Leyton's eyes, and all thoughts in his mind instantly quieted down. He began to walk deeper into the hall. A moment later, his thoughts dispersed again. Ankwelt's scales disappeared after coming here. Could that old dragon have secretly descended into the spiritual world? Impossible, he, having returned, is only a sequence 2 discerner, unable to easily escape my notice. Pallas' old voice then echoed. Old man is very confident, he should be a sequence 1 marauder. Amon should only be missing this one worm of time characteristic. I didn't say anything. Klein suddenly paused, reining in his thoughts. Pallas' voice, however, already echoed around. Young people nowadays have no respect for elders or love for the young anymore. The sequence 1 of Marauder pathway is called Worm of Time. What a strange name. Audrey muttered to herself with a slight doubt, her voice instantly echoed by the hall. She was silent for a moment, then her voice echoed again. It's very convenient to communicate here, it's just a bit too convenient. Yes, too convenient, I don't even dare to think randomly in my head. Furza's voice echoed around, continuing Audrey's words. Perhaps this place is for the convenience of communication between dragons, or perhaps, it's where Ankwelt treats other dragons' psychological problems. As the voices echoed, Leyton had already walked to the center of the hall. He tried to meditate, and suddenly, many brass-colored, interlocking gears appeared around the hall, along with chains pulling. They rotated either forwards or backward, resembling the intricate internal structure of a machine, and one shining star after another emerged from the gaps, connecting to form a cold, indifferent eye containing countless stars. After only a moment, the scene around the hall suddenly disappeared, and Leyton's voice echoed again. This hall also seems to have a function to aid meditation. It's very easy to outline one's cogitation object in the mind. It can do that too. Klein's voice then echoed, and he tried closing his eyes and began to meditate. Around the hall, one star after another suddenly lit up, densely packed and dazzling. Is this Mr. World's cogitation object? So beautiful. I didn't mean to. No, I really am praising you, Mr. World. Audrey, very unaccustomed, tried to salvage her previous exclamation in her mind. Why can't I imagine such a beautiful cogitation? Do I really not have the talent an author should have? Furz's voice, somewhat self-doubting, echoed around. Leonard's voice also echoed at this time. No, with a group like this, I can't control my thoughts at all. This is clearly your own problem, don't blame everything on others. Klein very skillfully complained about Leonard in his mind, and his inner voice echoed at the same time. Leonard looked at Klein to his left with some suspicion, the hall already echoing his inner voice. Who exactly is this guy? He seems very familiar with me, I definitely know him. Don't guess, you won't be able to. Klein subconsciously replied to Leonard's words in his mind. He paused, then forcefully diverted his thoughts. Can't think any more, calm down, calm down. Why did I agree to explore the world in the book back then? I should have divined it beforehand before making a decision. That's right, why did I agree without even thinking back then? Did that guy influence my judgment while speaking? Leyton turned back to look at the belatedly aware Klein. Before he could speak, his voice already echoed. I was luckier at the time, what I wanted to do naturally succeeded. Die of probability. A thought subconsciously flashed through Klein's mind. Die of probability. What's that? Audrey's and Furz's voices simultaneously echoed around. A dice that can make one lucky. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's look at the murals. Don't keep talking to each other, I feel like you could play until next year. Just pretend you didn't hear that last sentence. Leyton shook his head uncomfortably, his gaze falling on the mural at the deepest part of the hall. Many dragons were depicted on it, the most prominent and tallest of which was a grayish-white dragon, overlooking the entire sky. Its eyes were pale gold, pupils vertical, showing little emotion and no trace of madness. It resembled more a calm, wise sage. Below this dragon, several other dragons of different appearances coiled and clustered. Further below were some more blurred figures. What attracted Leyton the most was the position under the right wing of the dragon of imagination, Ankwelt. Only faint traces were there, as if a dragon should have originally existed here, but for some reason, it was blurred, leaving only a silver-white omniscient eye. Chapter 405, KWM Chapter 404, Hall of Truth. As soon as the thought surfaced, his voice echoed directly through the hall. Who blurred the dragon of wisdom? The dragon of imagination? Or was it himself? Who is the dragon of wisdom? Why was it blurred? Furz and Leonard's slightly puzzled voices simultaneously echoed through the hall. The dragon of wisdom was once a subsidiary god of the dragon of imagination, and is now the god of knowledge and wisdom. Klein's voice resonated around them, answering Furz and Leonard's questions. So that's how it is. I can't believe it. As soon as Furz sighed, her voice immediately echoed, scaring her into quickly reining in her thoughts. Even though she didn't believe in the god of knowledge and wisdom, such a thought could still be considered blasphemous. Leonard's voice echoed with a hint of disdain in the hall. Hey, that god of knowledge and wisdom isn't at all like what the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom proclaims. Is the goddess truly as the Church preaches? Klein subconsciously responded in his mind, and the hall immediately read his thoughts aloud. Leonard looked at Klein with suspicious eyes, his thoughts echoing directly around them. Goddess. Are you a member of the Church? Or were you once a member of the Church? Klein took a deep breath, reined in his thoughts, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. A brilliant, shimmering cosmos once again appeared around the hall. The hall quieted for a moment, then Leyton's slightly playful voice rang out. The honest hall is truly honest, it even restores your tone, haha. The honest hall. Is that the name of this place? It's very fitting. It's just a bit too honest. Sometimes, it's better for people to have some secrets between them. Audrey's voice immediately echoed in the hall. That's right, this place is too torturous, especially for someone like Mr. World. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, really. Furz's expression went from nodding in agreement to one of panic. She had a feeling that from today onwards, she would be on the world's blacklist. Oh, is this the book, Grosel's Travels? Audrey stood curiously in front of a gray-white stone wall, her voice suddenly echoing. Everyone gathered towards her location. The mural there was no longer of dragons, but instead depicted the story of a book. It passed through the hands of various owners, traveled to the northern continent, and also to the southern continent, finally sinking to the bottom of the sea until it was salvaged by a lady sailing a ship. The last image was somewhat blurred, impossible to see clearly. Among those who handled it were giants, elves, and even fourth epoch nobles and ascetics. Is there still someone living in this palace? Has he been continuously recording the journey of this book? Leonard immediately became alert, his voice instantly echoing in the hall. This is the depths of the sea of collective subconscious. This palace is the former divine kingdom of the Dragon of Imagination. The future it proclaimed will surely unfold and become reality. Leyton watched the mural while explaining in his mind. His gaze quickly fell on the blurred part of the last image. Blurred. Because the future corresponding to this mural has changed, it can no longer unfold, so it just blurred and disappeared. Possibly. As Klein's voice echoed, he walked to Leyton's side, also looking at the blurred mural, his thoughts constantly surfacing. If we add another mural behind this one now, will it become reality and unfold? Probably not. The power supporting these murals should come from the Dragon of Imagination's divine power. The Dragon of Imagination no longer has the status of an ancient god, and thus no longer has the ability to turn the content of murals into reality. Leyton shook his head, some other thoughts flashing through his mind. Not necessarily. This should be the ability of an author, through the imprints left deep in the sea of collective subconscious, to make the surrounding creatures, generation after generation, unknowingly complete the content of the murals, regardless of their own status. Ankwelt is currently only a discerner, but he was once the Dragon of Imagination, and coupled with this former divine kingdom, he may very well be able to do such a thing. Author? Is this a sequence one of the spectator pathway? Why is it called author? Audrey's somewhat puzzled voice echoed in the hall. Yes, they are also called fairy tale writers. At this sequence, spectators can already control the sea of collective subconscious, and the stories they write become reality, while also possessing the characteristic of whatever is said will be known. So powerful. I wonder if I'll have the chance to become an author. Audrey's inner thoughts suddenly echoed, making her lower her head slightly in embarrassment. Since becoming a spectator, this was the first time she had experienced such awkwardness today. Leyton chuckled. Before he even opened his mouth, his voice had already echoed. The characteristics of an author are difficult to obtain, but if true creator is the final victor, I can trade a discerner characteristic with him. Just find a characteristic of the same level within the omnipotent and omniscient pathway, and he should not refuse. True creator does not hold any advantage, in fact, he can be said to be the most disadvantaged one. Palez's voice suddenly echoed. The ultimate victor is often the one everyone least expects. After a slight sigh, Leyton immediately reined in his thoughts, no longer pondering questions related to true creator. Klein's gaze withdrew from the mural. He crossed his arms, his thoughts once again diverging. Indeed, from the current situation, the three gods and that. Leyton poked his finger, creating a shimmering starry night sky around them, his voice simultaneously echoing. Don't mention him here. Don't mention anything related to him. He will discover this place, and it's very likely he'll trace it back and find Ankwelt. Spectators are always hard to guard against in this regard, and he is the most formidable spectator right now. Everyone's attention was drawn by Leyton's sudden action, and various voices continuously echoed. He. The most formidable spectator. Spectators are terrifying. Only high-sequence spectators are terrifying. Audrey defended herself in her mind, being a spectator. Klein looked at Leyton in confusion, his voice echoing around them. It's that serious? Having mastered the uniqueness of the spectator pathway, he can, to some extent, be equivalent to the true god of this pathway, and furthermore, this is Liveseed. Leyton's thought flashed by. He didn't reveal too much about Adam, to avoid others subconsciously recalling it in their minds. Then Amon must also be. Klein subconsciously thought of Adam's brother, who was also a king of angels. Leyton made no movement, yet his voice still echoed. He can even modify the knowledge beyonders of Marauder pathway gain upon advancement. This is merely due to the special nature of this pathway's authority. Palez suddenly interjected an explanation. It seems you're all having a lot of fun. A voice different from the others suddenly echoed in the hall, carrying an ability to soothe people's hearts. Even Leyton, who was already a sequence 3, was unknowingly affected, unable to raise any thoughts of vigilance. Leyton instinctively looked towards the center of the hall. The surrounding environment suddenly changed, and they were directly transported from Liveseed back to the sea of collective subconscious in the book world. Everyone was silent for a moment, then voices began to ring out one after another. What's going on? Oh. I need to speak again. Liveseed is gone. Or were we kicked out? Old man, what happened? Leonard continuously called out to Pallas in his mind. Quiet, the dragon of imagination has arrived. Chapter 406, KWM Chapter 405 Mobit's Choice. Pallas interrupted Leonard's silent shouts, then said no more. Leonard vigilantly looked around, and the next moment, he saw the ancient and simple city of miracles deeper in the spiritual world beneath his feet, which resembled both a temple and a palace. On the tallest gray-white stone pillar of Liveseed, a giant gray-white dragon was coiled. He had a pair of light golden vertical pupils, and two misty, leathery wings spread out behind him, with complex and three-dimensional mysterious symbols engraved on his gray-white scales. Just by looking at the symbols on those scales, Leonard felt dizzy and disoriented, with various thoughts constantly emerging in his mind, making him want to tear his body apart. The next moment, all the negative emotions on his body suddenly vanished. Only Pallas' voice echoed in his mind, "Don't look at what you shouldn't look at." Leonard quickly recovered, and when he looked again, the giant floating city had reached a level even with him and was rapidly ascending, as if to return to the sky above. Directly above them, illusory seawater, shimmering with figures, swept and gathered, quickly engulfing Liveseed until not even a trace of its shadow could be seen. "I have retrieved Liveseed. This book will be left to you. It is an item I made using the Visionary's ability. Even though I am no longer the dragon of imagination, items that have already been materialized will not disappear because of that. You can keep the book world here and let those who come in from the outside continue to live here, where you can forge it into a mystical item. You should also be very skilled at making mystical items." Ankwelt's voice echoed in Leyton's mind like rolling thunder god, as if he was whispering in his ear while maintaining his dragon form. It gradually faded after a long while. What does he mean? I should also be very skilled at making mystical items. Did he guess something? While pondering, Leyton looked at the people behind him, curled the corners of his mouth, and chuckled. "All right, the Honest Hall sightseeing tour ends here. I will notify you all if there are similar opportunities in the future." "No need, I don't want there to be such a future." Klein responded with a cold, expressionless voice. Mr. World doesn't seem as gloomy as before. It seems this journey had a significant impact on him. However, this should be a positive impact. Being too gloomy is not good for mental health. Audrey was already exercising her spectator instincts, carefully observing everyone around her. Leyton didn't care about Klein's answer and continued to speak to himself. "It's a pity I didn't see the things sealed by Ankwelt. He might have arrived at Liveseed even earlier than us." "Things sealed?" Klein asked curiously. Leyton pondered and replied. "Corruption from the Chaos Sea underground. That should also include part of his power from when he was the dragon of imagination." Leonard, beside him, narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze had been fixed on Klein, but he still couldn't recall ever knowing such a person. "Old man, do you think his current appearance might be a disguise? I remember there's a sequence called Faceless. They have the ability to disguise themselves as others at will, to the point where even their closest friends can't recognize them. Don't ask me everything. Can't you think for yourself?" Pallas mumbled discontentedly, sounding as if he was disappointed. With their own thoughts, everyone returned in the direction they came from. Without much time, they left the spiritual world and returned to the place where the northern king Ulyssen was killed. As soon as Leonard left the spiritual world, he saw the old man's descendant looking at him with some apprehension. Before he could react, his body was taken over by Pallas. "You don't plan to leave this book world anymore?" Pallas' aged voice made this statement sound particularly certain, as if he was stating Mobit's true inner thoughts. "Anyway, so many years have passed outside now. All those friends from before, and relatives other than you, they're all gone. And, with your current state, I can't help you much." Mobit's voice, like his head, sank lower and lower. Everyone fell silent. Although they didn't quite understand Mobit's choice, no one spoke, all quietly waiting for the King of Angels on Leonard's body to answer. After a moment of silence, Pallas continued to control Leonard's body and spoke again. "All right, perhaps you can live better in this book world. The outside world is not many years away from the apocalypse. Those old things, dead and not dead, have started to become active. At least in this book world, it's safe enough." "Apocalypse? What's going on? How did it suddenly come to the apocalypse?" Furs looked at Leonard with a bewildered expression, trying to discern the King of Angels' expression from his face. "Not many years left until the apocalypse. But I haven't seen any signs." "No, there are some. Recently, almost every tarot club, Mr. Hangman shares some major events at sea, each of which can be considered a major event. Moreover, the former dragon of imagination has returned, Mr. Fool should also be in a state of recovery, plus this King of Angels, and those King of Angels mentioned at the tarot club. I have, without realizing it, directly or indirectly come into contact with such great beings who can be called great existences." Audrey's thoughts surged in her mind. She had subconsciously accepted the talk of the apocalypse. Next time at the tarot club, I'll find an opportunity to ask Mr. Fool. Leyton looked at Mobit and the few people behind him, and spoke in a calm voice. So, is there anyone among you willing to leave this book world? If you want to stay, you can tell me the life you want to live. The Dragon of Imagination gave me this book. I will try to modify the content of this book later. Frunzier, Snowman, and the others all looked at Mobit. If they wanted to leave the book world alive, they would need Palez's help, but the other party was Mobit's elder, not theirs, so there was no reason for him to expend effort to help them. Mobit's gaze drifted towards Leonard, and he said with some apprehension. Old man, can you take these two friends of mine out? Frunzier has been in here for the shortest time, only a few hundred years. It shouldn't be a problem for you. Snowman, he came in a bit earlier than me, probably about. Palez directly interrupted Mobit, saying calmly. Since this book won't be taken back by Ankwelt, you can leave whenever you want. If you all want to leave, then send someone out to collect enough lifespan. After all, I am just an old man being hunted, and it's not suitable for me to move around frequently. Mobit and his companions behind him exchanged glances for a moment. He suddenly felt that Palez's suggestion made a lot of sense. Looking around, he tentatively asked. Who should we send out to collect lifespan? The elf Ciata swept a wisp of dark, shiny hair from her forehead and said with some impatience. Who else could it be but you? Grozel and I have been in this book for too long, at least 2,000 or 3,000 years of lifespan are needed. Frunzier only became a Beyonder after entering here, so even if he goes out, he will instantly become an ordinary person. Mobit mumbled softly, isn't there still Snowman? Ciatas glanced at Snowman, and said without lowering her voice at all. He is completely sealed in his world of faith, even less reliable than you. Snowman did not refute Ciatas's words and calmly looked at Mobit, saying. Your ability is sufficiently strange and covert, more suitable than mine. Mobit looked at Ciatas, the emotions in his eyes unclear. He was silent for a moment before saying. Before advancing to demigod, I don't have very strong combat ability, and exchanging for others' lifespan will inevitably lead to combat. Chapter 407, KWM Chapter 406 Leaving the World in the Book. As the group reached an impasse, Leyton cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention before speaking. Cough, cough, would you like to hear my suggestion? The most suitable places to collect lifespan are the relatively chaotic seas in the southern continent, but currently, the Church of the Lord of Storms at sea is a bit volatile. The southern continent, with its warlords and various colonial powers, is relatively safer. If this ascetic goes there, he can even get help from the True Creator Church there. It should be your best option. Snowman shook his head and calmly explained. I will not deprive others of their lives without reason. Stealing others' lifespans is an evil act, abhorred by the Lord. Heh, a pseudo-god's follower, then you can just rot and stink in this book world. Ciatas mockingly retorted with a hint of irritation. Snowman lowered his head, not minding Ciatas's words, and spoke in a calm, pearl-like tone. The Lord is merciful and great, he created everything and is the source of all greatness. Humph. He's just a pseudo-god who stole the authority of the storm. Ciatas's voice became a bit rougher, and there were signs of electrical sparks leaping from her dark hair. Ciatas, calm down, calm down. Mobit quickly stepped forward to calm Ciatas, while Frunzier, standing beside Snowman, pulled away the ascetic who was still silently praying. Furs and Audrey exchanged glances, momentarily unable to tell if the relationship between these people was good or bad. Leyton shook his head slightly, looked at Snowman, and said. Your lord should need some help now. He is short on manpower, and there are many cultists of evil gods there who need to be cleared out. Most of them are Beyonder of the mutant pathway who indulge in their desires. Snowman looked at Leyton with a steady gaze. After a long while, just as Leyton wondered if he needed to make a notarization, he shifted his gaze to Mobit and said calmly. I do not have the means to steal others' lifespans. Neither do I. This is a method only possessed by a sequence 1 worm of time, but the old man definitely has a way. Mobit patted Snowman's shoulder, a relaxed smile on his face, and said. Leonard's gaze swept over the now calm Ciatas, finally resting on Mobit, and Palez's aged voice emerged from his mouth. I will give you a mystical item, but you had best not leave the sight of your lord. It is very likely to attract Amon's avatar due to the convergence effect. Leyton, standing aside, spoke his plan. I will arrange for him to follow Sasra. After all, he is a person from the 4th epoch, and it will be difficult for him to integrate with others. Snowman's gaze fell on Leyton and Leonard. He pursed his lips and ultimately remained silent. Perhaps the Lord has truly returned, or is about to return. In his thoughts, he once again made a prayer gesture, devoutly praying to the ancient sun god. Leyton looked around, then stepped towards the dark blue door covered in mysterious patterns and said. Let's leave first. After I transform this book world, you can come back and explore again. Don't worry, there won't be a place like the Hall of Truth anymore. Judging from your tone, Mr. Tower, you said that with no sincerity. Audrey said with a pleasant voice, lightly holding up her skirt. In the dining room of Tulip Manor in Backlund, a mysterious door formed by dark blue light suddenly opened, and Leyton, Klein, and others emerged from it one after another. After stretching slightly, Leyton walked to his previous seat and sat down, reaching out to touch the coffee cup in front of him. As expected, it had already cooled down. The flow of time in the book world and reality is the same, Klein said without any change in tone. This was his intuition as a seer. What a dreamlike experience, especially that hall. Fur sighed and then suddenly fell silent. She looked at Klein with some hesitation. Seeing that he had no reaction, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Heh. Leyton watched this scene from the side and couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing that everyone's attention was drawn to him, he chuckled and said, "Miss Magician, you actually control your inner thoughts quite well, at least much better than the two gentlemen next to me." As he spoke, he casually rubbed his fingers, creating specks of fiery white light tinged with golden yellow. These specks of light fell into the coffee cups on the table in front of them. The coffee, which had already gone cold, instantly heated up, and wisps of light white mist rose. Leonard regained control of his body. He leaned casually against one side of the sofa, and his words quite casually shifted the topic to Leyton and their respective code names. "I'm very curious, why do you use tarot cards as code names? Why did no one choose the Emperor card? Is it because it doesn't sound good enough? Are you testing if there's a Black Emperor among us? Even if you know, you won't be able to find any of us." As thoughts flickered, Klein expressionlessly picked up the coffee cup in front of him and held it in his hand. Although he had never felt cold due to the sun brooch, it was also because of this that a large amount of heat was lost from his body. "I must warm my body up properly as soon as possible, otherwise, I estimate I'll freeze solid when I take off the sun brooch." As a mysticism enthusiast, isn't it normal to use tarot cards as code names? Audrey's demeanor and tone were both perfectly appropriate. Leonard looked at Audrey suspiciously. "Did I guess wrong?" "No, she is a beyonder of the spectator pathway, best at discerning others' thoughts. This might just be her deliberate performance." Leyton's inspiration was suddenly touched. He turned his head to look at the light door that had not yet disappeared, and said with a light chuckle, "Someone has come out." As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in an extremely simple white robe walked out of the book world. His face had many wrinkles but was not old. He had short brown hair, and his shoulders, arms, calves, and feet were exposed, covered with various old scars. It was the ascetic snowman. As soon as he appeared, his movements suddenly stiffened, and his face aged at a visible rate. Dong. A phantom bell chime suddenly rang out, echoing in everyone's ears, as if time itself had paused under this sound. The flames in the nearby fireplace stopped leaping. The ascetic snowman, who had been rapidly aging and was almost dying, suddenly stopped aging. Dong, another melodious bell chime sounded. The ancient, mottled clock above Leonard's head rotated one notch counterclockwise, and the mysterious symbols representing time on it flickered with hazy brilliance. Snowman's face suddenly began to grow backward in time. His gray, withered hair returned to a healthy brown, and the age spots, dull pigmentation, and wrinkles on his face rapidly faded. The withered yellow skin exposed on his forearms, shoulders, and calves also quickly recovered. How magical! This is simply a miracle. Is this the ability an angel possesses, to easily reverse a person's life and state? Audrey witnessed the changes in Snowman and couldn't stop exclaiming in her heart. Furs rested her hands on her cheeks, her thoughts wandering slightly lost. Today's experiences are enough for me to write several novels, stories between fourth epic nobles and elves, a knight's adventure with a giant, and the wonderful spiritual world. Inspiration is suddenly flowing endlessly. Stealing time and lifespan, a marauder really becomes strange in the later stages. If I were to encounter Amon head-on, would he directly enter the grey fog through me, or just steal Sapphira Castle? As his thoughts drifted, a thought suddenly flashed through Klein's mind. The old man inside Leonard can easily steal other people's thoughts, and he can certainly achieve mind-reading through this. My mental activities tonight, I have completely exposed my identity as Klein to him. Chapter 408, KWM Chapter 407 Mother Card. The reason I'm only realizing this now is because my previous thoughts were directly stolen. Will he tell Leonard? Klein's heart rate involuntarily quickened a bit. He slightly turned his head to look at Leonard, whose body was controlled by that marauder pathway angel. As everyone's thoughts drifted, Snowman had basically recovered to his previous appearance, though his brown hair had turned a bit gray, and he had more wrinkles on his face. You have 20 years of lifespan left, and even if you advance to a demigod later, it won't increase, unless you become an angel. Palez's aged voice came from Leonard's mouth. Then he reached forward, making a grabbing and pulling motion, and a picture frame about 1/2 meter in size was taken out by him. The back of the picture frame was facing up, showing nothing special. Do not face the front of this picture frame towards anyone, nor towards yourself. When using it, infuse it with spirituality, point the front of the picture frame at a living creature for more than half a minute, and it will take effect. Pales simply explained a few words and then fell silent. Leonard seemed to suddenly wake up, looking around, and after noticing the dark picture frame in Snowman's hand, he subconsciously moved away from that direction. Southern Continent, West Balam, near Paws River Valley. Leyton and Snowman's figures quickly outlined themselves in a house with a dim yellow firelight. Before this, he had already sent Klein, Audrey, and Furs back to their respective residences. This was a study. Across from the desk, Sasser, dressed in a magnificent dark robe, looked up at Leyton and Snowman. His gaze lingered more on Snowman, and on the picture frame in his hand. After a brief silence, Sasser sighed, slightly raised his right hand, and pulled out a layer of illusory shadow curtain, covering the picture frame in Snowman's hand. This is something Amon left behind. Try not to use it, he might notice it, and its negative effects are also very strong. You can stay by my side for now. It's already the 5th epoch, you'll probably need a lot of time to adapt. Sasser said in a calm voice, retracting his gaze from Snowman, as if he had anticipated everything. Yes, Your Excellency Dark Angel. Snowman's words carried a sense of sacredness, like a pilgrimage. Leyton slightly tilted his head, watching Snowman's reaction, and couldn't help but ponder. It seems Sasser, this Viceroy of Heaven, held a very special position in the past, because he could directly represent the will of the ancient sun god. Snowman, with a sense of solemnity and seriousness, walked behind Sasser, quietly standing by, his head bowed, seemingly starting to pray again. Sasser's gaze fell on the map of the southern continent opposite him, which occupied half a wall, and he said in a calm voice, showing no emotion. Where do you plan to start, to intervene in the conflict of the southern continent? Leyton turned to look at the map behind him, his gaze wandering, then he took 2 steps forward and pointed casually to the Paws River Valley area, saying, Paws River Valley. This is a high-quality coffee bean production area, relatively wealthier than other regions, and has a mature economic system. It is currently contested by Intis and Lone, but the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom has also intervened in this conflict. Sasser pondered and sighed, then paused, and continued. This will inevitably attract the followers of the Storm and Sunday. The Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom is not strong enough to directly contend with so many forces, and they may not be willing to participate. Gods and the Churches of Gods are not entirely equivalent. I will have Leo Master help you connect with the local forces of West Balam. You can choose to help them reclaim their land, or provide some necessary assistance. This is the most reasonable way to intervene. Leo Master. Leyton asked in confusion. He had some impression of this name, it seemed to be a saint of the Aurora Order trapped in the War of the Gods ruins. He is the Saint of Darkness, and also the person in charge of the Aurora Order's missionary work in West Balam. Sasser gently nodded and explained. As he spoke, he gently tapped the desk with his right hand, making a dull thudding sound. A moment later, a thick layer of shadow surged from the corners and crevices of the room, quickly gathering into a mass, rising like water, wriggling and twisting in midair to solidify into a human figure. It was a man with a weather-beaten face. His wrinkles on his forehead, eye corners, and around his mouth were quite deep, but his hair was dark and shiny, without a single silver strand, and there was a hint of madness in his deep brown eyes. Your Excellency. As soon as Leomaster's figure solidified, he turned sideways and bowed to Sasser. You two communicate. I'll go deal with the issue of those followers of the primordial moon. Sasser gently nodded, and after a brief exchange, his figure suddenly turned into a patch of darkness, carrying Snowman behind him, and left the room. Leyton turned his head to look at the Saint of Darkness in front of him, and asked in confusion. Followers of the primordial moon. Leomaster sighed and nodded, a hint of weariness appearing in his madness-filled eyes. He walked towards the window as he spoke. Recently, a lunatic claiming to be a dependent of the Great Mother has appeared in West Balam. He should be a classical alchemist, and he holds great hostility towards all foreign forces in the southern continent. Besides his beyonder strength, his most terrifying aspect is the corruption from the primordial moon. He can actively transmit this corruption to surrounding things, whether living or dead. This corruption is extremely high level. If ordinary beyonders are corrupted, they either lose control and become monsters that only know how to reproduce, or they directly fall into the clutches of an evil god. Only Your Excellency Dark Angel can cleanse it. Dependent of the Great Mother. Has the Mother Goddess of Depravity's erosion of this world reached this point? As thoughts flickered, Leyton's spirituality was suddenly touched. His eyes instantly became extremely deep, losing focus, a vast expanse, like the sea before a storm. A blurry image emerged in his mind. It was a tarot card, depicting a plump woman with bared breasts, leaning against a thick tree trunk, holding a baby in her arms. There were many small animals around, a scene full of vitality. This woman had long, slightly curly chestnut hair, blue eyes, a high nose bridge, thin lips, and facial features somewhat similar to Bernadette, with a faint smile on her lips, like a loving mother watching her child. In the upper left corner of this card was written a line of words, Sequence 0, Mother. Leyton suddenly came back to his senses, a tingling sensation assaulting his head, making it difficult for him to even recall the content of the card of blasphemy he had just seen. Something's wrong. This is my spiritual intuition warning me not to recall that mother card. What's wrong? Leo Master looked at Leyton somewhat puzzled, asking in a questioning voice. Leyton took a moment to recover, then gently shook his head and said, Nothing, my spirituality was suddenly touched, allowing me to foresee some images. I probably know what's going on with that dependent of the Great Mother. Oh. Leo Master looked at Leyton with great interest, waiting for him to continue. A card of blasphemy, a corrupted card of blasphemy. I will discuss this matter with the people from the Church of the Earth Mother. They are the most anxious party when it comes to polluting items of their own pathway. Leo Master nodded noncommittally, then began to explain the current situation in West Balam to Leyton. Chapter 409, KWM Chapter 408 Luca Brewster. The next morning, Leyton, dressed as a modern scholar with decorative brass-framed glasses on his nose and a book bound in parchment in his hand, walked through the streets of Enpace City, across the Paz River Valley. This area was occupied by the local warlord Mazanias, and it was also the local force supported by the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom and a portion of the numinous episcopate led by Mr. Pollock Eggers. Due to the presence of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, the indigenous residents here were notably more educated than those in other places. Besides the Dudanese, most of them also mastered some common phrases in Lone and Intis, so there wasn't much communication barrier. In the sky, a crow with shiny black feathers circled and landed on Leyton's shoulder. The surrounding pedestrians seemed not to notice the scene at all, with no curious glances cast his way. Crow Anu leaned his head close to Leyton's ear and quietly asked, Boss, where did that fat rabbit go? I haven't seen it in a long time. I sent it to the Church of Nature in Harvest Plain to deliver a message for me. While it's there, I also told it to ask how to play a harvest priest, as the potion it consumed still hasn't shown any digestion progress. Leyton answered casually, then suddenly stopped. In front of him, in a place that looked like an open-air square, an elder in a plain white robe with brass threads woven into it was lecturing to children and young people seated neatly in several rows. Most of the attendees were young people aged around 10 to 20, though there were also some nearing middle age or already middle-aged. From their attire, they did not appear to come from particularly wealthy families. Children from lower middle-class poor families, and middle-aged individuals who wished to acquire some knowledge to find better jobs. The setting looked a bit makeshift, more like the bishop was taking time out to tutor children willing to learn, gradually attracting more people. I always feel this style doesn't fit the southern continent. Leyton sighed inwardly and quietly walked to the side. Without waiting too long, the bishop of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom announced the end of today's lesson. The previously quiet audience almost jogged away, seemingly having important matters to attend to. They still need to work, or go home to help their parents with some labor. It's already quite difficult for them to spare some time to listen to my lecture. A somewhat aged but exceptionally gentle voice sounded. Leyton turned his head to see that the bishop of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom had already walked over with his self-compiled teaching materials. His hair was completely white and neatly combed, and he had a pair of impressive gray-green eyes. Compared to the title of bishop, Leyton felt he was more like a kind yet somewhat stern and old-fashioned professor at a university. Good morning, Bishop Brewster. Leyton chuckled as he greeted the other party. The other party was a clergyman of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom responsible for West Balam affairs, and also a demigod, a bishop of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Good morning, Mr. Tynes. I have received a divine oracle and will cooperate with your actions in West Balam. Luca Brewster smiled gently, his tone without much fluctuation, giving a feeling of conducting official business. Without waiting for Leyton to ask, he continued on his own. The numinous episcopate has split again. Under the leadership of the saint named Mr. Pollock Eggers, a portion of them advocates developing the southern continent, strengthening themselves, and gradually breaking free from the colonial state. This is where we first attempted cooperation, and the results have been quite good. Ordinary people here no longer reject foreign beliefs as they once did, most of them tacitly accept the spread of knowledge. Leyton nodded slightly. He had already learned these matters from Mr. Pollock. After a moment of thought, he changed the subject and asked, aside from the official forces of Lone and Intis, are there any other local forces involved in the Paz River Valley area? Luca Brewster chuckled and said, every warlord here has a force behind them. Intis and Lone are just the most conspicuous and fiercely contending two on the surface. Besides them, the Highland Resistance, and the Royal Faction, and Artificial Death Faction, within the numinous episcopate, all interfere with the situation here. And the followers of the primordial moon, led by that mad evil god's kin, they reject all forces and are also rejected by all forces. As they talked, the two walked into the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. The area for prayer in the main hall was not very large, Most of the remaining space was filled with bookshelves and rows of long tables and chairs, looking more like a library than a church. Luca Brewster, noticing Leyton's gaze surveying the surroundings, smiled casually and said, after receiving Mr. Pollock's support, many more people are willing to come here to study. The remaining area of the church was far from enough, so I rearranged the layout here. Leyton nodded slightly. As expected of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, such an action, if done in other churches, could be considered disrespect to the deity. The irritable brothers might have directly sent the person to the judgment tribunal. The two casually found a seat and sat down. Leyton looked around and indeed saw many people quietly reading. They each had at least 2 books in front of them. One was a dictionary translating the Dudanese and other languages, and the other was the book they were reading. Leyton observed for a while, then withdrew his gaze, pressing his right hand on Grosel's Travels, tapping lightly on the brownish-yellow cover, and thoughtfully said, "They are all reading books introducing the various countries of the northern continent. Are they planning to go to the northern continent later? They are members of the merchant association established by Mr. Pollock Eggers, mainly engaged in trade between the northern and southern continents." Luca Brewster nodded slightly, explaining. Leyton nodded in understanding, then changed the subject. "Spreading knowledge on such a large scale, the church's manpower here should be insufficient, right?" Luca Brewster nodded slightly, inevitably showing a troubled expression on his face, which was also what bothered him. It was obviously unrealistic to transfer manpower from places like Lemberg and Mason to here. Due to its unique nature, the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom has always been short-staffed, and rashly sending too many people to the southern continent would also cause some overreactions from the Church of the Lord of Storms and the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. Leyton leaned back slightly against the chair, a slight smile on his lips, and said, "I can summon a group of knowledge rabbits. Although they are a bit dull, simple copying, writing, and monotonous repetitive explanations of knowledge are no problem." Knowledge rabbit. Luca Brewster was slightly taken aback. He naturally had some understanding of these spirit world creatures that pursue knowledge. After pondering for a moment, his voice became serious. Summoning spirit world creatures also has limitations. Even weak spirit world creatures like Knowledge Rabbit don't require much spirituality, and it's not something ordinary people can accomplish. Moreover, one person can only summon one spirit world creature at a time. Are you planning to promote that new system in the southern continent now? This will draw the attention of all forces to us. Anyway, it's bound to happen sooner or later, isn't it? Moreover, this is a system unique to knowledge, and we don't mind spreading it to other denominations." Leyton responded with a light chuckle. Luca Brewster lowered his head upon hearing this, a silver-white glint flashing in his gray-green eyes. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, "I will support your decision. You, I, plus Mr. Pollock Eggers, who we are cooperating with, make 3 demigods. As long as no angel directly intervenes, there won't be too much hindrance." Leyton nodded slightly, not lingering on this topic, and instead inquired about information regarding the Moses ascetic order. Luca Brewster recalled briefly and then directly said, "You can ask Mr. Pollock Eggers, he seems to have some cooperation with the Moses ascetic order. I've seen his assistant before, he is most likely from the Moses ascetic order." Chapter 410, KWM Chapter 409, Believers of the Great Mother. After conversing with Luca Brewster of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom for a while, Leyton took his leave. He walked casually down the street, curiously observing his surroundings. This was his first time in the southern continent, and he was curious about everything here. The people of the southern continent generally had deep bronze skin, making Leyton extremely conspicuous here. Curious, malicious, or envious gazes constantly fell upon him. From time to time, local residents would walk by carrying coffin-like vehicles, and sometimes they would stop to invite Leyton to ride. In the shops on both sides of the street, gazes occasionally fell on Leyton, seemingly hoping he would step inside and browse. Why has my spiritual intuition become so sensitive to the emotions contained in the gazes around me? Caw. Lost in thought, he heard the loud cry from Crow Anu above his head. Leyton looked up at the crow circling in the sky, then followed its gaze to a middle-aged man who looked somewhat like a vagrant at the street corner ahead. Leyton's gaze deepened slightly, he noticed some incongruous traces on the man. A strong middle-aged man who appeared to be of normal intelligence did not seem like someone who would become a vagrant. His spirit felt extremely ancient, completely out of sync with his body. As he pondered, he raised his hand and waved at the sky, then quickly followed the departing figure of the vagrant. Crow Anu glided directly from mid-air and landed on his shoulder. "Boss, that person's soul seems to be dying, but his body is very healthy, as if his life was infinitely extended at the moment of impending death. His body and soul are very harmonious, and there are no signs of evil spirits possessing him. Interesting." Leyton mused, quickening his pace. As he passed a corner, he casually pulled out a tranquil night curtain to cover himself, miraculously concealing all his traces and aura. He followed the strange vagrant at a steady pace, going out of the city with him, watching him walk towards the large Paws River in the center of the Paws River Valley as if on a pilgrimage. Boss, he seems to be going to commit suicide. Crow Anu stood on Leyton's shoulder, speaking in a strange tone. Leyton nodded slightly, his figure suddenly blurred, instantly fading and disappearing, then reappearing in front of the vagrant. Before the other party could react, he magically flipped his wrist, conjuring a burning match. The moment the vagrant saw the flame on the match, he fell into an illusion. Leyton gently rubbed his fingers, creating specks of starlight that entered the other's head, influencing his thoughts. In the illusion, he had already arrived at the wide Paws River in the middle of the Paws River Valley. He ignored all inconsistencies, praying aloud as if on a pilgrimage. Great Mother, the source of all things, the unique crimson moon, symbol of life and beauty. As he chanted, Leyton felt that the environment he had created was being affected by some unknown influence, beginning to evolve in an uncontrollable direction. The vagrant prayed as he stepped into the river before him. With his actions, the originally calm river began to undergo unknown changes, seemingly gradually coming alive, establishing a connection with a great existence. Figures began to appear around, also walking into the Paws River as if on a pilgrimage. They were either male or female, but without exception, all had relatively young, strong bodies and ancient souls. The river water glowed with an eerie greenish hue, and distorted human faces constantly floated. The river level began to rise uncontrollably, as if the river was self-replicating. Sizzle Leyton reached out and pinched out the match in his hand, directly interrupting the illusion that was becoming uncontrollable. As the illusion ended, the vagrant in front of him suddenly sobered up. He was bewildered for a moment, then stared at Leyton with venomous eyes, like a fanatic seeing a blasphemer. "Who are you?" His voice was very hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. "A follower of knowledge, and who are you?" Leyton's tone was very gentle, with a seductive quality, his words interspersed with subtle spirituality, disturbing the other's thoughts and influencing his judgment. The middle-aged vagrant in front of him was just an ordinary person. Although somewhat strange, he could still only be considered an ordinary person. He was completely unable to resist the allure in Leyton's words. After only a moment of struggle, he spoke. "I am Rhodes, a follower of the Great Mother. What are you doing?" Leyton continued to ask. Rhodes' expression suddenly became extremely pious and fanatical, even resisting Leyton's influence on his mind. He looked towards the Paws River and spoke with fanaticism. "I am returning to Mother's embrace." "Returning to Mother's embrace to do what?" Leyton continued to ask with little change in his voice, but the spirituality interspersed in his words intensified. "To embrace new life. The Paws River is our mother river, it nurtured the life of this land. We return here when life ends, and we emerge from the river when life begins. She is the Great Mother who nurtures all, the incarnation of this continent, she is the unique crimson moon, the symbol of life and beauty." Leyton's spiritual intuition suddenly warned him. His body suddenly became transparent, transforming into a transparent statue constructed of brilliant starlight, then instantly shattered, turning into specks of starlight, carrying Crow Anu on his shoulder away from his original position. A surgical knife shimmering with a silvery white cold light abruptly appeared at Leyton's previous location. "Oh. Fast reaction. You can even transform yourself into a starlight state. Are you one of those lunatics from the Moses ascetic order? I really want to study how the beyonder of your pathway differ from ordinary people in their structure." The vagrant in front of him suddenly seemed like a different person. His light green eyes flickered with a pathological madness. The veins on his body bulged, as if something was about to burst out. Starlight gathered in midair, and Leyton's figure coalesced from the specks of starlight. A faint purple glow appeared in his eyes. Under the vision of the eyes of mystery prying, he saw the invisible threads extending from the middle-aged man's flesh, coiling around his spirit, wrapping it into a pale white cocoon. A somewhat distorted and ferocious human face faintly appeared on the cocoon. It was like a possessing wraith, easily manipulating this body. These threads distorted into a thick vine that shot straight into the sky, vaguely connecting with a scarlet entity. Leyton then withdrew his gaze, the clairvoyant's intuition was preventing him from prying further. Leyton observed the manipulated puppet in front of him expressionlessly, feigning a sigh as he spoke. To be called a lunatic by a lunatic, it's truly hard to accept. As he spoke, he gently poked his finger, and a layer of shadow descended like an all-encompassing curtain. The originally bright sunlight instantly dimmed, and even the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Cold, indifferent eyes emerged from the shadows, and cold gazes fixedly fell upon the puppet in the center, as if no secrets could hide from these gazes. Fallen and madness instantly permeated, tangibly infecting everything around. The manipulated puppet opposite casually surveyed its surroundings, its eyes full of scrutiny. If the current situation weren't inappropriate, Leyton had no doubt that he would dissect and study every eye that grew out of the shadows around him. Is this a dependence of that mother? No wonder he's called a lunatic, he truly is insane. The method he used to turn this person into his puppet seems to be by planting his own divine flesh in this body. I wonder how many parts he has divided himself into. Even for a demigod, divinity is limited. Once the limit is exceeded, one will instantly lose control and go mad. Is he treating himself like a collection of bugs from the cowardly trio to torment himself? Chapter 411, KWM Chapter 410 Encounter. As thoughts flickered, Leyton saw the blood vessels on the other party's body suddenly burst, and a pool of dark green, almost black liquid splattered everywhere, emitting a strong stench, like sewage from a ditch. Under the eyes of mystery prying, Leyton directly saw through the essence of these sewage. They were simply bacteria and viruses gathered together, reproducing and spreading at an incredible speed, and in just a moment, they had spread throughout the entire area. As the blood vessels burst, the puppet's body instantly withered, as if all its nutrients had been used to supply these viruses. He spoke in a low, hoarse voice. "This is just an expendable clone of mine, consider it a meeting gift. Next time we meet, I'll give you an even bigger gift." Boom. A blazing white spear, trailing a golden-red stream, instantly pierced through the other party's body, exploding instantly and unleashing a wave of crimson fire. The high temperature of the fire wave scorched everything around it, and the black liquid formed by bacteria and viruses on the ground instantly evaporated. Leyton pulled his body higher and waited for a moment, his brows gradually furrowing. It wasn't completely cleared. What did he use to cultivate bacteria with such vitality? As thoughts flickered, Leyton spread his palms downwards, creating shimmering starlight. These stars instantly shone with a pale golden light, spreading out layer by layer, carrying a strong sun aura and purification power, gradually purifying all the bacteria and viruses below. After doing all this, his body distorted in midair and instantly disappeared. On the ground 300 to 400 meters away, a pale purple eye suddenly appeared. The pupil was a phantom symbol composed of layers of door. This eye distorted for a moment, then transformed into Leyton's figure. This was a mark he had left beforehand. As long as he was within a certain range, he could use these marks to teleport his position. In midair, Crow Anu flapped his wings and flew over, landing on Leyton's shoulder as usual. "Boss, where are we going next?" "Let's go to the river and see. I hope that river hasn't been polluted yet, otherwise, the previous plan will have to end prematurely before it even begins." Leyton replied with a slight frown. He had a vague feeling that the situation was about to spiral out of control. Crow Anu nodded in a human-like manner, then said, "That person just now was a bit scary, and there was a very annoying feeling." "Annoying? Why?" Leyton tilted his head slightly, observing the crow standing on his shoulder. "He is someone who disrespects death. I instinctively dislike him." Crow Anu shook his head, seemingly not very clear about the question himself. On Longtail Island, the southernmost island of the Rcited archipelago, Leyton's prophet clone simulated the mystical reenactment ability of Cinderella, changing his appearance, image, and temperament, and appeared there. He was tracking the whereabouts of Aurelina Solon, the demoness of unaging, who was severely injured by the lightning strike from the Lord of Storms last time. Her fellow demoness companions didn't seem to care for her, or perhaps she was avoiding the demoness church, as she had been staying at sea during this time. According to the revelation given by the god of knowledge and wisdom, the demoness of unaging should have been staying in the sea area from Longtail Island to Delineus Island during this period. The prophet clone boarded the passenger ship bound for Delineus Island with a newly bought ticket. This was the first island south of the Rcited archipelago, and the journey took about 10 hours. In fact, the distance between the two islands was not too far, but because it was close to the Berserk Sea, it was somewhat affected, leading to a more circuitous route. He didn't intend to find the other party too eagerly. The demoness is also a pathway skilled in divination, with high spirituality, especially since the other party is a sequence 3 demoness of unaging. Sometimes, letting nature take its course is more efficient than actively pursuing. On the deck of the passenger ship, as his gaze casually swept around, he saw 2 acquaintances at the bow of the ship. He curved his lips into a smile and walked towards them. Phoenix, wearing a black trench coat and with a slightly thin build, stood next to a lady with dark golden eyes and fiery red hair. She wore a pale red long dress with a wide brown cloak over it. Before the prophet clone even got close, the 2 at the bow of the ship had already turned their heads as if they had a premonition. Seeing their gazes fall upon him, he gently rubbed his fingers, dispelling the magical effect he was maintaining on himself, revealing his original appearance. After maintaining it for a short while, he resimulated the magical effect and changed back to his previous appearance. "Long time no see, Mr. Phoenix, and, shouldn't you be on the southern continent? Are you traveling again under the guise of a mission?" As he spoke, his gaze fell directly on Sia, his tone like someone who had discovered a classmate slacking off in class. Sia twitched her lips, revealing a smile without much sincerity. Her spirituality spread, forming an invisible wall of spirituality around her, and then she calmly said, "As a qualified church member, how could I do such a thing? I'm investigating the newly appearing Crimson Queen at sea. She is a follower of the primeval moon, most likely a shaman king." Leyton nodded thoughtfully, staring at Sia's face for a long time. Sia cooperated perfectly, brushing a strand of hair that had been blown to her forehead by the sea breeze, and said in a somewhat lazy voice. What are you looking at? Did you meet someone who looks a lot like me? Sia's casual remark caused a slight stir in the prophet clone's intuition. My encounter with Sia is not a coincidence, she can help me track down the demoness of unaging. The prophet's intuition made him very certain of his guess. After a slight nod, he chuckled and said. I did indeed meet one. I'm currently hunting her down. She calls herself Aurelina Solon. I remember you never mentioned your surname. Is she your sister? The age doesn't quite match. Is she an elder in your family? The smile on Sia's face suddenly turned cold, and her voice became sharp as she said. Hunting her down. She was a demigod-level demoness a long time ago. Are you sure you're hunting her down and not going to your death? The prophet clone nodded lightly, ignoring Sia's words, and continued. To be precise, she is now a demoness of unaging, but she was struck by the Lord of Storms before. Although she didn't die, her current condition is not good either. Let's talk somewhere else. Demoness are very good at divination and have very high spiritual intuition. Too strong a malice might make her aware. Phoenix, who had been standing silently beside them, suddenly spoke. Hearing the word "we" from Phoenix, the prophet clone's gaze lingered meaningfully between him and Sia for a moment, then he chuckled, turned around, and walked towards the passenger ship's cabin. Above the grey fog, within the ancient and magnificent palace, streaks of deep crimson light suddenly rose, degenerating into slightly blurry figures, scattered and seated on both sides of the mottled long table. Leyton leaned back slightly, turning his head to look at Isaac's seat to his left. A blurry figure sat leisurely on the high-backed chair. Hermit Catlia, across the mottled long table, also immediately cast her gaze towards Isaac's position. Seeing that he had also appeared today, she breathed a sigh of relief. He also came today. With our previous conversation, my request for a mythical creature's blood transaction today won't seem too presumptuous. As thoughts flickered, she heard the usual light and pleasant voice of Justice Audrey. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. After Audrey greeted him, everyone else also greeted the fool at the head of the mottled long table in turn. Afterwards, Audrey, Furs, and Catlia each presented several pages of the Roselle diary. Klein didn't spend too long reading the diary. After a short while, he made the materialized diary in his hand disappear, then leaned back against the chair, and said in a calm tone. You may begin. Hermit Catlia looked around. She didn't intend to speak immediately. That would appear too eager. Hangman Alger looked around. Seeing that no one spoke first, he chuckled and said. I need the Ocean Songster's potion formula. Chapter 412, KWM Chapter 411 Tarot Club. The hermit, Catlia, looked at Hangman Alger with a probing gaze for a moment. He was indeed a wind-blessed at Sequence 6, but wasn't he a member of the Church of the Lord of Storms? Why would he seek a potion formula outside? At Sequence 5, very few potion formulas circulated. She was silent for a moment, then nodded gently. I can help you keep an eye out. Ocean Songster. Is that the name for Sequence 5 of the Sailor Pathway? Songster. A bee under good at singing. Audrey, who had some understanding of the hanged man's strength, began to guess the abilities of an ocean songster in her mind. The storm was once a power wielded by the Elf King. In the book World of Grozelle's Travels, there happened to be an elf who didn't seem weak, most likely an ocean songster or a wind-blessed. As he thought, his gaze unconsciously fell on Leyton. He didn't seem inclined to speak. Was that elf merely a wind-blessed? Or was he planning to string the hanged man along for a while, making it easier to raise the price later? That page of Roselle's diary just now mentioned the issue of mindset. Alger seems to be facing this problem now. His personality is somewhat erratic, like a struggle between divinity and humanity. I wonder if he has noticed it himself. I'll remind him when the gathering ends. After a brief silence, the hermit, Catlia, turned her gaze to Isaac. She pursed her lips slightly and said, Mr. Death, my advancement ritual requires a drop of mythical creature blood. I wonder if I can trade with you for it. Isaac looked at Catlia, not too surprised. He had noticed her repeated glances at him just now. Advancement ritual. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a requirement for a mysticologist's ritual. Why don't you seek Queen Mystic? She should already be a sage. Catlia lowered her head slightly, recalling the reply she received after writing to Bernadette earlier. Your fate is not with me. Wait a while longer, and you will have a better choice. She took a deep breath and gently shook her head. She said my fate is not with her. Her fate isn't with her. That sounds a bit like a charlatan. Magician Furs sighed inwardly. The emotion in the hermit's words just now was very strong, seemingly with a hint of grievance. Although she concealed it very well, her relationship with Queen Mystic was quite unusual. Justice Audrey tilted her head slightly, trying to see Catlia's current expression more clearly. She's right. The fate pathway is your best choice. This will lower the difficulty for you to become a sequence 3 clairvoyant in the future. Leyton leaned back in his chair, his tone leisurely as he added. Fate pathway. Katlia pondered. She opened her mouth, wanting to ask where she could find the blood of a fate pathway angel or mythical creature, but then suddenly froze. Mr. Fool's honorific name includes the phrase, King of Yellow and Black who holds good luck. Mr. Fool also controls the authority of fate. Can Mr. Fool provide mythical creature blood from the fate pathway? Or does he have a fate pathway angel under him? As her thoughts churned, Katlia turned her gaze to Klein at the head of the mottled long table. Justice Audrey and Hangman Alger, who had been paying attention to Katlia, were first puzzled, but then quickly thought of Mr. Fool's honorific name and likewise turned their gaze to the figure at the very top. Why are you all looking at me? I'm not a mythical creature. Klein's originally relaxed posture suddenly stiffened, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. The only fate pathway I know of is Septon, and he's still an unborn baby. He just had his uniqueness stolen, does he still have to be coveted for his blood now? Isn't that a bit too pitiful? As thoughts floated through his mind, Klein suddenly relaxed. He tapped the edge of the table twice with his finger, and said in a leisurely voice. Hey, if you are willing to wait for a while, you can choose the blood of the Snake of Fate. Snake of Fate. The one from the Life School of Thought. Or the Aurora Order. And why wait a while? Katlia's mind was filled with swirling thoughts. In just a moment, she collected her thoughts and bowed slightly towards the figure at the head of the mottled long table. Thank you, honored Mr. Fool. I am not lacking in time. Justice Audrey sat in the high-back chair, appearing to listen quietly, but her thoughts couldn't stop wandering. Snake of Fate, I wonder if it's Sequence 1 or Sequence 2 of the Fate pathway. Most likely Sequence 1, as Sequence 2 wouldn't be enough to make Mr. Fool wait. Mysticologist should be Sequence 4 of the Hermit's pathway. Is she about to become a demigod? After Katlia's request concluded, the others temporarily had no urgent needs, and everyone spontaneously entered the free exchange phase. Everyone's gaze fell on Hangman Alger. In the previous Tarot Club gatherings, he would always mention 1 or 2 major events during the free exchange segment, so now everyone habitually looked at him first. Noticing the gazes of the other Tarot Club members, Hangman Alger's mouth twitched slightly. With a strong sense of helplessness, he said. Everyone, I wonder if you've heard, another major incident occurred in the Church of the Lord of Storms, alarming the Lord of Storms, who directly unleashed divine punishment. Divine punishment? I always feel that the Lord of Storms is a very volatile deity. His temper is as unpredictable as a storm at sea. Justice Audrey muttered in her heart. Divine punishment again. Who got struck this time? Moon Emlin's words came out almost without thought. That, again, was used very aptly. Klein sighed silently. Hangman Alger's expression changed for a moment. Although he was talking about the Lord of Storms, he felt as if he had been offended by that vampire. He paused, then said in a low, hoarse voice. The Cathedral of Waves in Byam was stolen by Amon. Amon. He stole a cathedral. Audrey felt this news was a bit outrageous. Why would a king of angels steal a cathedral? Why did he steal the cathedral? Furs immediately asked the question in Audrey's mind. Hangman Alger did not respond. Did the Church of the Lord of Storms recover the cathedral? Katlia also asked curiously. Judging by the recent actions of the Church of the Lord of Storms at sea, they most likely failed to recover the stolen cathedral. No. I don't know the exact details, only that he had an accomplice, and they took the Cathedral of Waves under the Lord of Storms' divine punishment. Hangman Alger took a deep breath, and continued with an uncertain tone. It seems that someone among the punishers within the Church of the Lord of Storms was parasitized by Amon. This was information he had deduced himself. Recently, the Church of the Lord of Storms had been secretly investigating every church member, whether bishops, ordinary clergy, or even members like him who were outside the main organization, all had been subjected to some degree of investigation. Given the personalities of those in the Church of the Lord of Storms, the sea won't be calm for a long time. The hermit, Katlia, sighed inwardly, then she carefully asked. The Amon you mentioned, do you mean the ancestor of the Amon family from the 4th epoch Tudor Empire, the Creator's son? Hey, there has only ever been one Amon. All the others are his avatars. He is the Amon family. Klein, controlling his alternate account the world, answered Katlia's question. There's only one Amon, and he is an entire family. Katlia was stunned for a moment, a chill running down her spine. Everyone continued to discuss Amon and the stolen Cathedral of Waves for a while, until the Fool Klein announced the end of today's Tarot Club. Chapter 413, KWM Chapter 412, News about the Demonis card. After everyone stood up, bowed, and bid farewell, a crimson light instantly flared up, carrying figures away from the space above the grey fog. Leyton turned his head to look around and found that he was the only one left. He then looked at Klein, who was at the head of the table, and asked with confusion, "What's wrong?" Klein pondered and asked, "Have you ever paid attention to your own mental state?" Leyton nodded gently and sat back in his high-backed chair, saying calmly, "I've been wondering if my existence is real or not. I originally planned to ask Miss Justice for some psychological counseling after she advanced another sequence. Actually, Ankwelt would be a better choice, but I don't trust it very much." Klein frowned slightly, remained silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "If you need help, you can come to me, although I'm not very good at psychological counseling. But I can go to the Hall of Truth to experience it, to add some humanity to me." Leyton chuckled as he looked at Klein, seeing the figure shrouded in grey fog visibly stiffen for a moment. He leaned back in his chair and laughed out loud. Hearing Leyton's laughter, Klein shook his head helplessly, then changed the subject. Roselle's diary mentioned the abyss, and he even went in to explore it. It was full of demon corpses, and not a single living demon was seen. "Do you think the place he went to was truly the abyss?" Leyton stopped moving, leaned slightly forward, resting his elbows on the edge of the table, and spoke with a thoughtful expression, "Something unusual has happened to the abyss. It has become unsuitable for even demons to live in. As for the reason, I suspect it's due to the influence of a higher being. That dark side of the universe hasn't exerted influence on the real world for a long time. Its state might not be much better than the chained god hanging on the tree." The chained god hanging on the tree. Klein's spiritual intuition was somewhat stirred, but it didn't lead him to any specific thoughts. "You'll find out once you have more contact with the Rose School of Thought." Leyton nodded slightly, not lingering on this topic. Klein, seeing Leyton's reluctance to say more, dismissed the idea of pressing further. He leaned back against the chair and said calmly, "That's it then." A crimson light rose, and Leyton felt his mind blur for a moment. When he came to his senses, he had already left the space above the grey fog. West Balam, within a coffee bean plantation on the south bank of Paws River Valley. Leyton walked through the vast coffee trees with Puluk. Neither of them spoke until Crow Anu, circling in the sky, landed on a tree branch. Puluk scrutinized it with deep eyes, and Crow Anu's body instantly stiffened. Even without any malicious intent, under the natural oppressive force of a high-level being of this pathway, it still cowered slightly. "Heh, a very good little fellow. It has already digested the spirit medium potion. Do you plan to let it continue to advance?" Leyton glanced at the crow, who dared not move, standing on the branch, and chuckled, "It's up to it. I don't really care about that." As soon as he finished speaking, his spiritual intuition was stirred. With a gentle gust of wind, an invisible nature spirits appeared nearby. It was communicating something with Puluk in the language of the dead. A moment later, Puluk's expression became serious. He waved his hand, letting the nature spirits depart, then turned to Leyton and said, "As you said, there's indeed more than one of those puppets. The spirits I sent out have found their traces in the Paws River Valley area. They are very well hidden. Ordinary nature spirits and wraiths cannot tell the difference between them and ordinary people." Leyton nodded slightly, not very surprised, then said, "The puppet's act of walking into the river water seems to be part of a ritual, to help the primordial moon descend some of its power, or is it his advancement to sequence 3 pallbearer?" Puluk shook his head, his tone uncertain. "I don't know about the pallbearer's ritual, but he didn't advance to classical alchemist too long ago, so it's unlikely he's digested the potion so quickly. Perhaps he received the primordial moon's blessing. After all, the crimson moon is present every day, and occasionally there are blood moon nights." Leyton pondered and voiced his guess. Puluk pondered and nodded, "That possibility cannot be ruled out. I will have people keep an eye on it. Paws River Valley is very important to us, we cannot let that lunatic truly spread the corruption." Before he finished speaking, his figure quickly faded and disappeared, leaving the area through spirit world travel. Crow Anu, on a nearby branch, seemed to come back to life, flapping its wings rapidly and landing on Leyton's shoulder. "Boss, let's go find rabbits. The aura on this person is too oppressive. I feel like I've seen a natural predator." "Natural predator? Is this the influence of the Phoenix bloodline?" Leyton pondered and nodded, his figure suddenly becoming transparent, transforming into a statue composed of brilliant starlight. The statue instantly shattered, and points of brilliant starlight surged, enveloping Crow Anu and directly plunging into the spirit world. Central Sonia Sea, on a passenger ship bound for Delinius Island. In a first-class cabin shrouded in concealment, the prophet clone, a phoenix, and Sia each sat on one side of a round table. "So, that Elena Sauron is your father?" The prophet clone clicked his tongue slightly, repeating what he had just heard. Sia nodded expressionlessly, her dark golden eyes containing restrained emotions, and she narrated calmly, "Yes, he is my father, before he became a woman. We could only be considered a collateral branch of the Sauron family. After the leader of the Sauron family lost control and went mad 200 years ago, the Sauron family declined. I think that uncontrolled Sauron family leader must have had more than one angelic level characteristic." He wasn't a very talented person, otherwise he wouldn't have betrayed the Sauron family to join the witch church. I remember there was a period when he seemed very hesitant, very irritable, very crazy. During that time, I secretly observed him. He seemed to be troubled by a tarot card. Demonis card? The prophet clone blurted out this guess, following his intuition. Sia looked at the prophet clone with some surprise, then chuckled. It seems you've grown a lot during your time away from Feynapotter. You've completely settled down, unlike how impetuous you were before. I wasn't very impetuous before, was I? At most, a little impulsive. The prophet clone defended himself. Really just a little. You were so bold back then, completely unlike what a student of ratiocination should be. I have no doubt that I would receive news of your return to the Divine Kingdom one morning. Sia's voice was a little hoarse, as if she was talking about Leyton, and also as if she was talking about herself. A bronzed hand wearing a black ring inlaid with an emerald gemstone gently placed itself on Sia's hand, which was holding a coffee cup, silently comforting her. You're force-feeding me dog food, aren't you? The prophet clone silently averted his gaze. He felt like he wouldn't need dinner tonight. After a moment of silence, Sia quickly adjusted her emotions and said with a hint of a smile, you guessed correctly. That was indeed the Demonis card among the blasphemy cards made by Emperor Roselle. The gathering effect of the card of blasphemy allowed him to unknowingly collect the materials needed to advance to Demonis of despair. After an unknown number of times his application to the family for advancement to Iron-Blooded Knight was rejected, he chose to change pathways, even if it meant becoming a woman. As for what happened next, you should be able to guess, right? Perhaps he really had a talent for being a woman. As a witch, he seemed to have no confusion or ill effects whatsoever, at least on the surface. Why did the Sauron family reject his application? Were there no extra characteristics? Or was it internal factional infighting? Phoenix asked curiously. Chapter 414, KWM Chapter 413 Nuance. Sia subtly withdrew her hand, taking a small sip of coffee from her cup. After a moment of silence, she answered the previous question. That's not something a normal little girl like me could have known back then, but I think he must have offended too many people, and at the same time, his digestion of the potion couldn't keep up. He wasn't a qualified hunter. The hunter's sequence 8 is called Provoker. They're not very strong, but they're annoying enough to make people hate them. When a group of provokers, or former provokers, gather together, conflicts are always inevitable. The prophet clone's right index finger tapped lightly on the coffee cup he was holding, and he said leisurely. The Iron-Blooded Knight's advancement ritual requires forming a team of at least 30 people, with deep camaraderie and sufficient tacit agreement. Hunters who have gone through the provoker stage will always provoke others with a few nasty words. This ritual is unusually difficult for them. Forming a team. What's the principle behind this ritual? Sia didn't care why the prophet clone knew about the Iron-Blooded Knight's advancement ritual. Instead, she curiously asked about its principle. Leyton shrugged and said, I don't know. I don't know any hunters at that level. Sia nodded slightly, no longer continuing the topic. She casually took out a small dagger from her waist and cut an incision in the palm of her right hand. Blood dripped into the coffee in front of her. After staining the entire cup of coffee red, she put the dagger back, and a blue-white glow swirled in her eyes. Points of faint green light continually floated from the palm of her right hand, carrying a rich life aura, rapidly healing the wound on her hand. After doing all this, she casually pushed the stained red coffee in front of the prophet clone and said, Since you're tracking her, you should be able to use my blood as a medium to find her location, right? The prophet clone nodded, his tone a bit helpless. Yes, I can, but why did you drip it into the coffee? Are there any other cups here? Sia said calmly, without even lifting her eyelids. Compared to a Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom member, you're more like an adventurer. The prophet clone sighed softly, leaning back against the chair, and at the same time reached out to take the stained red coffee in front of him. His eyes immediately became covered with a layer of silver white, becoming deep and calm, losing their focus. Relying on the mystical connection between Sia's blood and Elena Sauron, a scene quickly emerged in his mind. It was a ghost ship floating on the sea, somewhat ancient in appearance and dark in color, like a sunken ship that had been submerged in seawater for a long time. On its raised sails, there was a distorted tentacled sea monster pattern. The scene shifted again, and he saw a robust man. His face, neck, and exposed arms all had scale-like patterns, like the hidden illusory scales of a beyonder under a sailor's skin. He had no beard on his chin but grew green fleshy tendrils about 10 centimeters long, like the tentacles of a marine creature. His eyes were deep blue, he wore a black tricorn pirate hat, and was draped in a loose, dark brown overcoat, seemingly intentionally concealing his physical features. The scene shifted again, arriving in a dimly lit room, like a collection room specifically for valuable items. On the widest wall of the room hung a magnificent golden mirror, clearly in the Intis style. The floating scene in his mind abruptly stopped, and the prophet clone's eyes became clear again. You've advanced to prophet. When? No wonder you dared to chase her. Sia seemed to have recovered from the prophet clone's previous display, asking with surprise in her voice, but quickly regained her composure. Her words made Phoenix frown, his gaze full of scrutiny falling on the prophet clone, and he asked, full of doubt. Aren't you a mysticologist? We are all the same person, just different identities that have been separated. The prophet clone explained with a light chuckle. An ordinary clone wouldn't even change its own pathway. Let's just consider it your little secret, as long as you haven't been turned into a marionette. Sia merely sighed faintly with a calm tone, then quickly moved past the question with her next sentence. She paused slightly before continuing. What did you prophesy just now? Leyton tilted his head back slightly, recalling the images that had flashed through his mind, and said with a subtle hint of teasing in his voice. Deep-sea admiral's nuance, and a mirror placed on that ghost ship, a very magnificent mirror made of gold. Your father, or mother. Or mom. Anyway, she most likely hid in that mirror. The demoness of unaging is skilled in resurrection and rebirth, so that's probably a backup plan she prepared for herself. As for why it appeared on Deep-Sea Admiral's ship, perhaps he's one of her lovers, or perhaps that mirror was just intercepted by him. Sia showed no obvious change in emotion, only chuckling and saying. That was a long time ago. I've long since had no connection with her, or with the Sauron family. I've even forgotten her former name. Of course, I'm still very happy to send her to the underworld. Phoenix's eyes flickered slightly. Being more introverted, he was particularly sensitive to emotional changes. Leyton sat back in his chair with a relaxed posture, offering no comment. Sometimes, the calmer the demeanor, the stronger the inner emotions. It seems her time in the Sauron family was not easy, and a large part of that was due to her father. This shouldn't be enough to make them enemies, were there other reasons? In Empath City, inside a hotel named Soyana. Leyton sat by the window in a sofa seat, holding several pieces of parchment torn from Grozel's travels. On the round table in front of him was also the worm of time he had previously obtained from Flora Jacob. On his shoulder, a cyber hand arm moved flexibly. Each joint of the arm had a strange eyeball, and in the palm of its hand was a fleshy eye without eyelashes. It looked at the materials on the round table with a thoughtful expression, occasionally shaking its palm, as if shaking its head. Inside Leyton's mind, the cyber hand's voice echoed with little confidence. The level of these materials is too high, my ability is insufficient to forge them into perfect mystical items. Leyton nodded, not caring much, and said with a light chuckle. It's fine, just control them so their negative effects aren't too outrageous. It would be best if they had living characteristics. Inanimate objects are hard to deal with, but living things will know how to restrain themselves. Then I'll try my best. The cyber hand replied with little confidence. It directly extended its hand downwards, grabbing a piece of parchment from Leyton's hand. Its mechanical fingers tapped rhythmically on the parchment, and each spot it tapped would reveal a grayish-white strange symbol. They connected to each other, forming a dense, intricate web. In Leyton's vision, blurry light and shadows emerged from the parchment, like suspended droplets of water in midair, reflecting different human faces. The subconscious and collective subconscious within Grozel's travels. That's right, every page here contains parts of the book world and the mind world. However, I can only extract these subconsciousnesses. The book world and the mind world within it will inevitably be damaged. Their existence far exceeds the limits of my ability. It's not something a common machinery specialist like me can operate. The cyber hand flexibly extracted the subconscious from each piece of parchment while answering Leyton's questions. Chapter 415, KWM Chapter 414, Schem Magical Items. Leyton nodded, then raised his right hand and rubbed his fingers together twice, and instantly, eyes opened in the surrounding shadows and crevices. Their gazes intertwined, reflecting the entire room in their pupils, and a layered, illusory door symbol appeared in their eyes. The space within the hotel room was miraculously segmented by them, connecting to a certain part of the spirit world. Then, he summoned an invisible giant hand and directly mixed the worm of time corpse on the table, the subconscious extracted by Cyber Hand, and the crumpled parchment into a ball, continuously compressing it. Under Cyber Hand's beyonder power, they quickly transformed into a light cluster predominantly gray-white, with illusory figures gliding across it, shimmering with dazzling colors. This light cluster, in front of Cyber Hand, was like dough on a cutting board, kneaded into various shapes at will. A deep blue, almost purple, glow surfaced in Leyton's eyes as he quietly gazed at the gray-white light cluster before him, projecting the symbolic representation of hidden sage he had envisioned in his mind onto the light cluster. The originally gray-white light cluster instantly became dotted with sparkling starlight, and a cold, frantic aura permeated the air. After nearly half an hour of manipulation, the gray-white light cluster gradually faded in color, kneaded into a folded, gray-brown book about the thickness of a pinky finger. It's finished. Cyber Hand's voice echoed somewhat wearily in Leyton's mind. Before he could comment, Cyber Hand automatically detached from his shoulder, it bounced directly onto the round table in front of him, lying straight on the tabletop like a tired salted fish. Leyton's eyes were lowered, his entire right arm, along with half of his shoulder, had transformed into a statue composed of countless starlight, and as he reached for the book on the table, specks of rust-like debris fell from the starlight, rapidly dissipating as they dropped, as if the starlight was repelling negative influences that did not belong to it. On the gray-brown cover, there was an ancient, mottled 12-section clock, surrounded by many mysterious symbols representing mind, time, and deceit. A deep blue light flashed in Leyton's eyes, and he instantly understood the positive and negative effects of this mystical item. It is a living sealed artifact, prone to lying, and will instinctively deceive everyone, including its holder. Once deceived by it, the corresponding deception will manifest as reality through coincidence. The more trust placed in its words, the better the effect. Everyone it deceives will provide it with a certain amount of power. When the number of deceived individuals reaches a certain level, it will undergo a qualitative change, and at that point, its influence will be, to some extent, no less than that of a demigod. If no one believes it, then it is just an ordinary, somewhat verbose book. It possesses some characteristics of a parasite, capable of lodging its main body into anything with spirituality and a beyonder pathway below the demigod level, which can be a living or dead object. The person holding it will occasionally lose things. This could be a pen, a gold coin, or even a mystical item, or even the clothes they are wearing, or even thoughts that cross their mind. This is a bit outrageous. Is the marauder's influence that great? Losing things as a negative effect is one thing, but why is the positive effect still deception? Leyton sighed inwardly, somewhat speechless, and casually opened the gray-brown book in his hand. The folded pages inside were completely blank. As Leyton acted, silver-white dragonese words appeared on the gray-brown parchment. I am a warrior of light from Nebula M78, fallen into slumber due to the depletion of light. You, who see this message, are the inheritor of light. Sacrifice 50 gold pounds to me, and you can obtain my remaining light and become an ATM. Leyton took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to burn the book in his hand, and his mouth twitched slightly as he said, "This is another world. Shouldn't your scam messages also keep up with the times?" Seemingly understanding Leyton's complaint, the words on the gray-brown parchment quickly distorted. A moment later, a new message appeared. I am ancient sun god, tragically sealed due to the betrayal of my subordinates. Sacrifice 50 gold pounds to me, and once I am free, you will become my 9th king of angels. Leyton raised an eyebrow slightly, unsure where to begin complaining. Always asking for gold pounds, is it because scams must yield a reward? If many people were truly deceived by it, this book might indeed be able to intercept some of ancient sun god's power. But, these low-grade scam messages wouldn't even bypass the automatic interception function on my old phone. This book will probably only ever be a verbose, ordinary book for its entire life. It's truly a waste of my materials. Nearly half the pages of Grozel's travels were torn out, and all my worm of time reserves. The result is just a book that copies scam messages. You might as well just call yourself Scam Manual. As he spoke, he reached up and touched his chest, feeling a pang of heartache for the materials he had consumed. As soon as his right hand reached his left chest, he suddenly froze. He didn't feel the pocket watch he had placed in the inner pocket of his outer coat. He didn't even need to confirm. Clairvoyant's intuition told him the result. His pocket watch had simply vanished due to the negative effect of the book in his hand. It actually makes items on one's person disappear directly. This negative effect is completely an out-of-control demigod-level stealing ability. Compared to this negative effect, its embarrassing deception ability is negligible. Leyton suppressed the urge to curse, looked down at his clothes, and only relaxed when he confirmed that his clothes had not suddenly disappeared. Casually tossing the Scam Manual onto the table, he spoke in a calm voice. Since you are a living mystical item, you should learn to act on your own and not require a holder. The Scam Manual suddenly flipped open on its own, and a series of somewhat distorted dragonese words appeared. I am just a book, without hands or feet to walk, and without deceivers, I cannot parasite living beings. It even has emoticons. Is Hidden Sage specifically feeding it junk information? Leyton was speechless for a moment, then waved his hand and said, Wait a moment, I'll find a knowledge rabbit to take you wandering. Don't deceive people who are too powerful or too smart. If you mess up, I might not be able to save you. As he spoke, Leyton pulled a wooden whistle from a side pocket. He placed the whistle to his lips and blew gently, but no sound came out. A moment later, a somewhat dull-looking, translucent rabbit emerged from an eye that had opened in the room's shadows. Leyton picked up the Scam Manual from the table and handed it to the knowledge rabbit, then squatted down to instruct it. Help me take this book to different places. Change its location every once in a while. You need to keep an eye on its movements and not lose it. For every day you work, you can come here and read a book for a day. How about it? The knowledge rabbit nodded somewhat sluggishly, took the Scam Manual, tilted its head, and stared blankly for a while, then directly burrowed into the eye behind it, leaving the room through the spirit world. Snap. Watching the knowledge rabbit leave, Leyton snapped his fingers lightly, and the eyes in the room quickly retracted back into the shadows and crevices. The warm sunlight from outside the window shone in again, making the room brighter and the temperature rise. Chapter 416, KWM Chapter 415 Strange Mirror. Inside a red, three-story house in Backlund's Cherwood Borough. Furs lay lazily on a lounge chair, enjoying the warmth from the nearby fireplace. To her right was a small round table with a round-bellied fountain pen, several blank sheets of paper, and a glass of dark red wine. In the adjacent living room, the creak of a door suddenly sounded, followed by the heavier thud of boots on the wooden floor, and then the clang of the door closing. The rustle of changing shoes and clothes lasted for a while, and then relaxed footsteps quickly approached the fireplace in the dining room. Zio, a little over 1.5 meters tall with a somewhat baby-faced cheek, quickly walked to the fireplace. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the small round table to Furz's right, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes, before she spoke. Furz, didn't you say you've had a lot of inspiration lately? It's been most of the day, and you haven't written a single word yet. Inspiration doesn't just run away, I'll write it later. Furz was momentarily stunned, then gave an awkward chuckle as she explained. You said the same thing yesterday, Zio reminded her helplessly. It's all this fireplace's fault, it's too warm. Before Furz could finish speaking, her inspiration was suddenly stirred. She turned her head to look at a silver mirror Zio held in her hand. What is this? She asked, a little confused. It's from a commission I took earlier. Some young masters and ladies who enjoy mysticism performed a ritual haphazardly and attracted a wraith. This is an item left over from that ritual. I saw it had some spirituality, so I brought it back. Zio explained simply. She also noticed the spiritual fluctuation that had appeared on the mirror just now, and hesitated whether to throw it away immediately. The silver mirror reflected the blurry firelight of the fireplace, and the flickering crimson in the mirror distorted into lone words, constantly floating. I am a poor ghost, betrayed by my husband, suspected by my children, and despised by my relatives. I committed suicide because I could not bear such a life. No one grieved for me, and no one shed tears for me. I didn't even have a decent funeral. I suddenly regret it, I never truly lived for myself once in my life. Kind person who found this mirror, could you offer me a bouquet of fresh flowers, a blessing, and a gold pound? I will transform into a night-scented stock and pray for you in the sea of flowers in the tenebrous heaven. Furz didn't know what expression to use to face the words on the mirror. She stared blankly at Zio and said, This? Should we throw it away? Or? Zio frowned, her eyes filled with deep confusion as she said, I haven't sensed any aura or influence related to evil, chaos, or madness. If it were a wraith or a phantom, I couldn't possibly not feel it. What if it's a harmless ghost? Furz mused, speaking. For some reason, she vaguely felt that the mirror truly contained a pitiful ghost, and she couldn't help but feel sympathy for it. I don't know either. Zio paused, suppressing the faint sympathy rising in her heart, and said rationally. But do you really believe its words? Even if what it says is true, would the residual spirit of someone who committed suicide after such experiences truly be harmless? Furz had already automatically assumed the thing in the mirror was the ghost of a pitiful lady. She inevitably felt some empathy for the other party, and said with a hesitant voice. But she only asked for a bouquet of fresh flowers, a blessing, and a gold pound. A gold pound. Why would a ghost want a gold pound? Is this some new type of scam? Furz suddenly froze. As a not-so-wealthy novelist, the mention of a gold pound brought back some of her own thoughts. Zio shook her head and said, I don't know. If it's a scam, it shouldn't just be for 1 gold pound. Of course, it doesn't rule out someone deliberately using special mystical items to accumulate wealth. Perhaps she was just too poor during her lifetime, so she developed this obsession after death. Furz nodded gently, once again lost in her own imagination. She had already envisioned a middle-aged woman tormented by life. Zio paused, looking at Furz with some disbelief and said, You didn't actually believe her, did you? I think we need to take this mirror to the Church of the Earth Mother and have a priest purify it. The Church of the Earth Mother's priests will purify you along with it, or lock you up in the church's basement, never to see the sun again. Furz sat up from the lounge chair and reminded Zio grumpily. Of course I wouldn't take it myself. Don't you have a way to interfere with divination and spiritual intuition now? Just find someone you don't know to do it. Zio explained her plan. But what if everything she said is true? Furz still said with some hesitation. Why don't you do a divination first? Zio reminded her. Furz then realized, and she chuckled dryly twice, saying, I was so busy discussing it with you. As she spoke, she got up and went to her room, took out a crystal ball the size of a baby's fist, and began to perform a divination on the silver mirror that had suddenly displayed writing. A moment later, the brilliant galaxy in her eyes faded, and the light in the crystal ball on the table quickly disappeared. She turned her head to look at Zio, who had been watching her, and nodded slightly. I didn't divine any malice from it towards us, nor did I find any danger. Zio was silent for a moment, seemingly caught in a dilemma. Furs hesitated for a moment before suggesting. How about we try sending her a bouquet of fresh flowers? It's just an ordinary bouquet, even if something goes wrong, it won't affect us much. Zio and Furs exchanged glances, then turned their heads to look at the silver mirror she had placed on the small round table beside her, falling into thought for a moment. West Balam, Pa's River Valley. Leyton, accompanied by Crow Anu, walked upstream along the river in the center of the Pa's River Valley. His figure occasionally blurred, then became clear again, having instantly moved a considerable distance forward. Crow Anu, circling in the air, vigorously flapped its wings. It surveyed the river below while accelerating its flight. When Leyton's figure disappeared and reappeared again, it flapped its wings twice and landed directly on Leyton's shoulder. Boss, why are we investigating upstream along the river? If all those puppets enter this river, then the river water here should be corrupted with something, more or less. As he spoke, faint specks of light flickered in his eyes, as if containing a galaxy. Under the vision of the eyes of mystery prying, everything around him was clearly reflected. Crow Anu's eyes were deep and dark, like the gaze of the dead. It occasionally surveyed the river. There's nothing special about this river except for a few more dead spirits and nature spirits. Crow Anu muttered softly, then flapped its wings and flew into the air again. Leyton's figure suddenly blurred, then became clear again, and he was already 200 meters away. He gazed leisurely into the distance, his voice a low, puzzled whisper. The people here don't have an awareness of environmental protection. This river has been affected by the surrounding plantations and factories, accumulating a lot of toxins and garbage. But this is all within the normal range, and the creatures in the river show no signs of mutation. What was the classical alchemist constantly controlling puppets to sink into the river for? Perhaps the Church of the Earth Mother's people can guess. No one understands the planter pathway better than them. As he muttered to himself, his figure suddenly became transparent, transforming into a human form composed of starlight. As he took steps, specks of starlight surged and shot into the sky, carrying Crow Anu's figure and sweeping towards the upper reaches of the Pa's River Valley. Chapter 417, KWM Chapter 416 Mushrooms. Near St. Samuel Cathedral in North Backlund. After disguising themselves, Zio and Furs used Furs's durability to arrive in a small private room at a restaurant near the cathedral. Zio placed the silver mirror, which was suspected of being possessed by a ghost, on the table. The words on the mirror were still the same as before, as if the ghost attached to the silver mirror was too weak to even change the words on its surface. Furs placed a bouquet of white flowers she was holding onto the surface of the silver mirror, and at the same time, her voice solemn, she said, "Madam, though I do not know your name, I hope you find eternal peace in the tenebrous heaven." As Furs placed the white flowers on the silver mirror's surface, the lone words on the mirror suddenly twisted and changed. A moment later, new words appeared. "Thank you, kind person. These are my favorite jasmine flowers. This is the first bouquet of flowers I've ever received, even though I can no longer smell them. My biggest dream was once to save up £1 to buy a bouquet of my favorite jasmine flowers, eat a delicious Dixie pie, and visit a circus I had never set foot in. Thank you so much. You must be a kind child. I heard your blessing, kind lady, and I will pray for you in the tenebrous heaven." Watching the words continuously appear on the silver mirror, Furs stood dazed for a long while, hesitating. She then took out her wallet, pulled out a £1 banknote, and placed it on top of the bouquet of flowers. Zio, standing beside her, stared blankly at Furs. Although she was also moved by the text on the silver mirror, placing a banknote directly on it was just too. Zio's pupils suddenly widened. She saw the white jasmine flowers and the brand new £1 banknote on the silver mirror's surface vanish simultaneously. Along with them, a line of words gradually faded from the mirror. "I will watch over you in the tenebrous heaven and pray for you. May you live every day of your life in peace and happiness." How did it take the things from right in front of us? Furs was stunned for 2 seconds, then turned her head to Zio, somewhat incredulously, and asked. Zio stared intently at the mirror on the table for a long time before hesitantly speaking. "I don't know, but its beyonder power seems to be exhausted. It's become an ordinary mirror. Let's donate it to the church. Even if there's any problem, the beyonders of the church will surely be able to discover and solve it." "Okay." Furs nodded without hesitation. Just as she was about to reach out and pick up the silver mirror, her spiritual perception was suddenly triggered. She turned her head to look above the mirror. A dazed, somewhat transparent knowledge rabbit emerged from the spirit world, holding a book with a grayish-brown cover. "Knowledge rabbit?" Furs asked in confusion. Just as she was about to greet it, she saw it flee back into the spirit world, clutching the book. What was it doing here? Why did it run? Furs was stunned for 2 seconds, then turned her head to Zio, seeing the same puzzled expression on her face. At the intersection of Paws River Valley and Harvest Plain, specks of starlight enveloped a crow anu with shiny black feathers, appearing as if by teleportation. The specks of starlight surged and converged into a cluster, forming Leyton's figure within them. Walking up along the Paws River Valley, the sky had unknowingly grown dim. Leyton walked casually on the sparsely trodden grass. "Boss, the mushrooms here glow. They look delicious." Crow anu circled in the air before landing on Leyton's shoulder and saying. Leyton's gaze swept over the mushrooms Crow anu mentioned. They were scattered around the bushes and in sparse clumps of grass. Their caps had many circular patterns, emitting a faint blue glow in the dim light. "Although you're an omnivore, mushrooms shouldn't be on your diet," Leyton casually remarked. As he spoke, he had already stepped towards the mushroom closest to him. He half-squatted, reached out, and grabbed the mushroom stem. The sensation in his palm made him pause. It was clearly a mushroom, yet it felt like touching meat when he touched it. He used a little force, gripping the mushroom tightly, and pulled hard. With a tearing sound, damp soil splattered, and the mushroom was directly torn off by him. He looked at the mushroom in his hand. There was still some soil clinging to the underside of the stem, carrying a hint of a rotten smell. Leyton took a deep breath, straightened his back, and looked at the mushroom in his hand. His spiritual perception was subtly stirred, as if it was related to the matter he wanted to investigate. He directly handed the mushroom in his hand to the crow anu and said, "Do you smell anything rotten?" "No, I don't see anything special about it." Crow anu shook its head, responding with a puzzled tone. Leyton felt the texture of the mushroom in his hand. A faint purple glow flickered in his downcast eyes. Under the gaze of the peeping eye, he continuously analyzed the mushroom in his hand. The mushroom, which should have been a fungus, exhibited characteristics found only in animal cells. It also seemed to be mixed with some plant characteristics. "Good thing my biology foundation is solid, otherwise I wouldn't have noticed any problems." Leyton sighed inwardly, then created specks of brilliant starlight, swirling around the mushroom in his hand, instantly condensing into a translucent amber to seal it. After doing all this, he turned his head to the crow anu on his shoulder and said, "Fly around this area in the air and see how many of these glowing mushrooms there are. Figure out their growth range. After you've investigated, go straight back to the inn. I'm going to the Church of the Earth Mother in Harvest Plain." "Okay, boss." Crow anu responded and quickly flapped its wings, flying up. Watching Crow anu's figure circling in the air, Leyton immediately stepped forward. His body instantly became ethereal, transforming into specks of brilliant starlight, surging and darting into the spirit world. Haiti City, the easternmost part of Harvest Plain. This is the headquarters of the Church of the Earth Mother in the South Continent. They have also established a Church of Nature here, overseen by Archbishop Martina of the Church of the Earth Mother, who is responsible for the Church's affairs in the South Continent. In the alley outside the Church of Nature, Leyton's figure quickly materialized. He held a translucent amber in his hand, containing a mushroom glowing with faint blue luminescence. It was already evening, and not many people were coming to the church to pray. Leyton did not hide his figure. After walking out of the alley, he headed straight for the Church of Nature. In the church hall, there was only a priest in a gray-white robe and 3 or 2 scattered believers. As soon as he stepped into the church, Leyton felt a gaze fall upon him. A faint purple glow flashed in his eyes, and he looked back at the gaze directed at him. His gaze penetrated the thick walls, and he saw a figure approaching from the back of the church. She was a mature woman, plump, with bronze skin and light brown hair tied into small braids, neatly draped over her back. She wore a priest's robe embroidered with patterns of flowers and wheat. Beside her, Bugs Bunny, wearing a hooded cloak, followed. Its staff, which it had been holding, was replaced by a carrot the length of a baby's arm. Leyton only glanced, then withdrew his gaze. A glance was curiosity, staring at the other person would be impolite. He casually found a seat in the hall and sat down, closing his eyes slightly as if dozing. A moment later, Leyton felt someone approaching him. The other person carried a faint scent of grass and earth, as if they had just returned from the fields. Leyton slowly opened his eyes and chuckled as he bowed to the other person. "Good evening, you must be Bishop Martina, right?" As he spoke, he glanced at Bugs Bunny, who had already hopped onto his lap, and reached out to rub its soft ears. Chapter 418, KWM Chapter 417 Church of Nature. From the seat opposite Leyton, the plump, mature woman smiled and nodded, her voice very gentle as she said, "It's me. You've come for the primordial moon's favored one." Leyton nodded slightly, then handed over the transparent amber in his hand. After Martina took it, he snapped his fingers, and the translucent amber instantly disintegrated, turning into specks of starlight and vanishing. Martina watched the mushroom, still glowing faintly in her hand, her brows gradually furrowing. She directly reached out and tore the mushroom apart, exposing the mycelium inside to the air. In just a few breaths, the mycelium changed from white to light blue. "Oh, a mushroom that changes color and glows!" Bugs Bunny exclaimed in surprise. It looked at the shredded mushroom in Martina's hand with great curiosity, seemingly pondering what kind of mushroom it was and if it should plant some itself. Leyton kneaded Bugs Bunny's drooping ears and said calmly, "This is a mushroom that blends animal cells with some plant characteristics. Although my peeping eye can discern some of its differences, it cannot directly identify its specific characteristics." Martina nodded lightly, reassembling the shredded mushroom in her hand. Then, some spirituality spread out, and the torn mushroom seemed to come alive, growing back together into a complete mushroom. She sighed softly, her expression grave as she looked at Leyton and said, "It has a scavenging nature, easily accumulating toxins and corruption. It's difficult to tell if it's harmful just by looking at its surface. It has strong reproductive and survival capabilities. As long as there is sufficient water, it can multiply quickly and is very difficult to clear completely. This hybrid mushroom can be said to be quite perfect. Even ordinary druids cannot achieve this. In the South Continent, apart from members of the Church of the Earth Mother, the most likely to do so are the followers of the primordial moon. If many such mushrooms appear, what would they be used for? To compete with surrounding plants for water in the soil? Or to subtly spread corruption?" Leyton asked, a little puzzled. Martina shook her head slightly and mused. "I can't be sure either, but this mushroom only accumulated a small amount of corruption and toxins, not within the harmful range. I will gather people to quickly develop an antidote to eradicate this mushroom. Whatever its purpose, we just need to deal with it in advance." Leyton nodded slightly and brought up another matter. "That follower of the primordial moon seems to have a blasphemy card in her possession, the mother card." Martina's expression instantly darkened. After a long silence, she sighed softly and said, "I will pray to the mother. That blasphemy card likely hides a trap from an evil god. Come back in a few days. By then, the antidote for this strange mushroom should be almost complete." Leyton nodded slightly, stood up, bowed to the other party to bid farewell, and then walked out of the church with Bugs Bunny. Watching Leyton's departing figure, Martina sighed softly as she looked at the mushroom in her hand. Then she stood up and walked to the holy emblem of life at the front of the hall. She sat before the holy emblem of life, her eyes lowered, her hands clasped before her mouth and nose, and devoutly prayed to the Earth Mother. Walking out of the church, Leyton found that the sky had completely darkened. He raised his hand and tugged slightly, pulling out a curtain-like shadow to cover Bugs Bunny, subtly concealing its figure. He was not in a hurry to return to Paws River Valley, planning to stay in Hades for 2 days first to understand the situation in East Balam. The dim streetlights flickered, as if the flames inside could go out at any moment. Leyton walked towards a livelier area, observing the surrounding buildings and pedestrians. East Balam, colonized by Lone, was much more stable than West Balam. The nights here were quite lively, and various vendors enthusiastically greeted customers. In Paws River Valley, once the sun set, people would retreat into their homes and not go out unless necessary, to avoid potential armed conflicts that could erupt at any time. Many buildings here showed signs of renovation, seemingly affected by the city's continuous expansion. Leyton glanced around, found a local restaurant with more lone people, and walked in with Bugs Bunny, whose figure was concealed. This was a barbecue restaurant. Besides common meats, they also brushed vegetables and fruits with special seasonings and grilled them. After ordering his meal, Leyton lightly touched his fingers, spreading out his spirituality to create an invisible ripple. By grasping the mind bodies of the surrounding people, he created psychological blind spots, placing Bugs Bunny in the conscious blind spot of those around him, thereby achieving psychological invisibility. Bugs Bunny hopped on the chair. Seeing that no one noticed it, it directly picked up the fruit on the table that hadn't been brushed with seasoning or grilled yet and began to munch on it. While grilling his own meat, Leyton asked curiously, "Do you know how to digest the Harvest Priest potion now?" Sister Martina said that harvest doesn't just mean an increase in crop yield, but also the satisfaction of one's own spirit. But I think if I find a plantation and use my beyonder abilities to help them expand their planting scale and increase yield little by little, I can achieve a harvest. Increased yield will definitely make people feel satisfied, and then I can digest the potion. A significant increase in yield does not necessarily lead to higher profits, on the contrary, it might even cause prices to fall. Leyton thought of the news he had read before and casually mentioned it, sighing at the same time. "Why? Isn't more always better?" Bugs Bunny asked, very confused. Leyton chuckled softly, his tone flat as he said, "Anything, once there's too much of it, becomes worthless. However, you can go to Mr. Pulluck's plantation to help him grow coffee beans. Now is exactly the coffee bean planting season, and no one would refuse the help of a harvest priest." Bugs Bunny nibbled on a few pieces of South Continent fruit that looked like sweet potatoes, making crisp sounds as it chewed. After eating all the fruit in front of it, it mumbled. Although the climate conditions in Paws River Valley are very suitable for growing coffee beans, it still takes 7 or 8 months to harvest once. That's half a year all at once. Is there a way to digest the potion all at once? Yes, there is. Leyton chuckled and nodded. What way? Bugs Bunny's eyes lit up, looking at Leyton with pleasant surprise. Leyton, while moving his own portion of fruit in front of Bugs Bunny, said with a smile. You can roll the die of probability. As long as it gives you a 6, you won't even need to concoct the potion, you can just chew on that staff and successfully advance to biologist. Bugs Bunny imitated Leyton's thinking posture, extending a paw to rub its furry chin. After thinking seriously for a moment, it slammed both paws on the table in front of it and said in a lively tone. It's decided then, boss. Where's that die of probability? I'll try it now. Leyton raised an eyebrow, reached into the inner pocket of his coat, pulled out the small tin box containing the die of probability, and casually tossed it in front of Bugs Bunny, saying, If you roll a 1 or a 2, you're very likely to turn into roasted rabbit. Think carefully before you roll. It's so close to the Church of Nature, as long as I still have a breath left, Sister Martina can save me. Bugs Bunny said, tilting its chin slightly, a nonchalant expression on its face. Leyton looked speechlessly at Bugs Bunny opposite him. I wondered why this rabbit was suddenly so brave today, turns out it had already thought about who to ask for help. He chuckled softly, leaning back slightly against the chair, eating his grilled meat mixed with fruit, and watching Bugs Bunny take the die of probability out of the small tin box. The milky white dice was held in Bugs Bunny's 2 paws. It mumbled a few words to itself, then gently tossed the dice. Chapter 419, KWM Chapter 418-6. Ding ding. The milky white dice bounced a few times on the table, then rolled to a stop in front of Leyton, with 6 dots facing up. Such good luck. Did the dice give it special treatment? Leyton looked incredulously at Bugs Bunny, who was straining his neck to peek over, then casually picked up the die of probability and put it back in its small iron box. Seeing the die of probability immediately put away by Leyton, Bugs Bunny asked anxiously. Boss, what was the number? 6. Leyton replied softly, then stood up to pay the bill. The restaurant waiter saw Leyton stand up and immediately walked over, smiling as he spoke in not-so-fluent Loan. Respected guest, today happens to be our restaurant's 20th anniversary, and every 20th guest's meal is on us. Leyton looked at Bugs Bunny in surprise. Did his 6 points just get us a free meal? But rabbits don't have to pay anyway, right? Did the luck transfer? After a moment of silence, Leyton smiled faintly and nodded to the waiter in front of him, saying, So that's how it is. It seems my luck is quite good today. The juice here is excellent. Can I take a serving to go? He pointed to the finished juice on the table. It was made from a local fruit called tachina, which resembled a green coconut, with white flesh mixed with something like mint, all juiced together, giving it a sweet and sour taste. No problem, please wait a moment. The waiter responded with a polite smile, then turned and walked towards the counter at the back of the restaurant. Wasn't it my die? Why didn't the luck appear on me? Bugs Bunny asked, with a suspicious expression that suggested he was doubting his rabbit existence. Perhaps, the die of probability doesn't know how to give luck to a rabbit. Leyton said, rubbing Bugs Bunny's head playfully. In a few moments, the restaurant waiter returned with 2 greenish-blue fruits, each with a straw inserted. The waiter smiled and handed the 2 juices to Leyton, saying in somewhat unpracticed Loan. Respected guest, here is your juice. The shop just happened to have 2 servings left. Leyton smiled, took the juice, thanked the waiter, and then turned to leave the restaurant. On the dim street, Bugs Bunny held a greenish-blue fruit with a straw in one paw, sipping the juice and sighing. 6 points of luck only got me 2 juices. Maybe you'll pick up a bag of gold coins just by walking down the street. Leyton said, chuckling as he comforted Bugs Bunny. Ouch. No sooner had he spoken than Bugs Bunny, who had just walked into a shadow, suddenly tripped. The 2 fruit shells containing juice in his hand flew out and landed on the ground with a splat. 6 points of luck is really unlucky. Bugs Bunny complained, kicking away the object that had tripped him. Thud. A heavy metallic thud echoed from the ground ahead. Leyton turned his head to look. What Bugs Bunny had kicked into the lamplight was a dark, rusty metal ring, covered in a lot of mud, as if it had just been dug out of the ground. Bugs Bunny walked over curiously, sniffing it with his nose. Soil with the scent of herbal powder. This was just dug out of a tomb. Leyton summoned an invisible hand, picking up the muddy and rusty metal ring. Spiritual power spread out, forming deep blue waves that quickly washed away the mud from the surface of the ring. The ring was primarily gray-blue and dark gold, inscribed with many strange patterns that were now difficult to discern. It was large enough to fit around Bugs Bunny's waist. Leyton examined it for a moment, then quickly concluded. A very crude style. The craftsmanship is not mature. Perhaps it's an item from the early 4th epoch or even the 3rd epoch. Then isn't it very valuable? Bugs Bunny's eyes lit up, and he immediately jumped up from the ground, hugging the ring to his chest. Leyton didn't mind Bugs Bunny's actions and casually explained. If someone is willing to buy it. It doesn't contain spirituality, or perhaps its spirituality has completely dissipated. In any case, it's just an ordinary metal ring now. I'm going to keep it. This is something I got with 6 points of luck, it must be useful. Bugs Bunny mumbled, hugging the ring. Leyton nodded gently, not refuting Bugs Bunny's words. If nothing else unexpected happened today, this ring might indeed be something brought by 6 points of luck. Even if it wasn't, nothing bad would happen under 6 points of luck. As thoughts flickered, his figure suddenly became transparent, transforming into sparkling starlight that surged forward, carrying Bugs Bunny's figure into the spirit world. Delineus Island, an area of the Sonia Sea close to the Berserk Sea. The prophet clone stepped into a tavern near the docks. His gaze swept around, quickly finding Sia and Phoenix seated in a corner. He first went to the bar to order a glass of rum, taking the opportunity to listen to what the surrounding sailors and adventurers were discussing. Lightning has been striking in the Rorsted Sea from time to time recently. I feel like it's even more dangerous than the Berserk Sea. Heh. Isn't that the truth? I heard that those sons of bitches from the Storm Church had the Cathedral of Waves stolen right in front of them. Those hot-tempered fellows must be furious by now, haha. Jack Black, you're starting to believe those rumors too. That's a cathedral. Who has the ability to just move an entire cathedral? The middle-aged man called Jack Black chuckled twice, speaking with an air of disdain. But the Cathedral of Waves really did disappear. That's a fact seen by everyone who left Byam. Maybe it was destroyed in that terrifying storm. If you're so concerned, why don't you go to Byam and see for yourselves? A provocative voice spoke up, and the surrounding patrons either fell silent or gave disdainful glances. TSK, a bunch of cowards. The young man who had just spoken mockingly let out a disdainful snort. His fiery red hair was as flamboyant as his personality. Dressed in hunting attire, his brownish eyebrows and eyes were exceptionally sharp. As if sensing something, he looked towards the prophet clone. After an arrogant stare, he raised his glass and clinked it in the air with the prophet clones, then drained it. The prophet clone, while being observed by the other party, chuckled and drained the liquor in his own glass, then walked past him towards Sia and Phoenix, who were seated in the corner. He naturally pulled out a chair next to Phoenix and sat down, then looked at Sia, who was sitting opposite him, and asked with a light laugh. Why meet in a tavern? Sia rested one elbow on the table, her palm against the side of her face, and gently tapped a glass with her other hand. Her voice was calm, showing little emotion as she said. This is the best place to gather information. Of course, the most important reason is that I wanted a drink. As she spoke, her own spirituality silently spread out, forming an invisible barrier around them, isolating any potential eavesdropping. The spirit I sent out has already found new ones. There is still a ship in that sea area that can navigate underwater. As Phoenix spoke, he turned his head to look at Sia opposite him, seemingly waiting for her response. The submerged ship. That deep-sea admiral once delved into underwater ruins, excavating relics of some alchemists from ancient times. When the two ships are joined, they can navigate underwater, and when separated, they function as normal ships, the submerged ship. That deep-sea admiral is rumored to have partial sea monster bloodline, allowing him to exert even greater combat power at sea. He can be considered a top-tier Sequence 5 combatant. Phoenix nodded slightly and said. We can go directly through the spirit world. It will be easy to bypass the ships on alert in the outer perimeter. As for the pirates on board, I can summon enough undead to deal with them, allowing you to focus on the injured witch. Chapter 420, KWM Chapter 419, Nuance. Sia did not respond to Phoenix's words, instead, she turned her head to look at the prophet clone and said in an even tone, Mr. Prophet, who has mastered the higher-level mystical knowledge of the Destiny domain, what are your thoughts on this? The prophet clone lowered his eyes, and a silver-white glow appeared. His eyes suddenly became deep and lost their focus. Soon, a scene emerged in his mind. It was a huge pirate ship floating on the sea, with a bronze-colored door covered in mysterious patterns, impossible to describe in detail, standing on the deck. Countless undead surged out of it, fighting with the pirates on the ship. In the ship's cabin, golden liquid flowed everywhere, like melted gold. They seemed alive, wailing and struggling. The scene quickly flipped, becoming extremely blurry, only showing a female figure crawling out of the bronze door. The prophet clone's eyes quickly cleared. He frowned slightly, the last scene he saw leaving him somewhat puzzled. He looked up at Phoenix and Sia, who were staring at him, and mused, no problem. After midnight, there shouldn't be any sleepless pirates who like to stay up late. It's best to go and come back quickly. Once my aura is exposed, it's likely to attract the attention and attacks of the Storm Church. Sia changed her lazy posture and looked at the prophet clone with great curiosity, asking, I'm a bit curious, could the person who stole the Cathedral of Waves with that Amon be you? You know Amon, the prophet clone asked back curiously. This isn't a secret. The Knowledge Church has recorded almost all the information in this world, it's just that due to confidentiality levels, most church members don't fully know it. Sia said with a light laugh, shaking the wine glass in her hand, which had little wine left. Gentlemen, do you mind if I join your discussion? A loud voice rang out, and a figure with a slight smile directly broke through the invisible barrier Sia had created. We do. Phoenix replied coldly, glaring at the sudden intruder with ill intent. The prophet clone turned his head to look at the other party. It was the guy he had clinked glasses with from afar earlier. After a second of thought, he chuckled and said, "May I know your name, Mr. Hunter?" "How do you know I'm a hunter?" "Because of my hair color." The man in hunting attire opposite him raised his brownish eyebrow slightly, asking back with great curiosity. "You possess the temperament of a mature hunter." The prophet clone responded with a light chuckle. "The temperament of a mature hunter?" The man opposite him showed his confusion. Hunters who have passed the provoker stage always become prone to being beaten. The man in front of him seemed not to have expected such a response. He paused for a moment before reacting, chuckling as if he had encountered something amusing. "You seem to know a lot about hunters." "My name is Albus Medici, and I'm currently adventuring at sea." "Medici? Were you living in Bansi before?" The prophet clone sighed and then asked curiously. Albus Medici's eyes flickered, and he showed a curious expression, saying, "Why do you ask that?" "But I was indeed born in Bansi." "Are you always this honest when talking to people?" "Not at all like a schemer." The prophet clone said with a sigh. Albus's spiritual energy was contained, and he could not accurately determine his sequence, only making a guess based on a prophet's intuition. There's no point in lying in front of a beyonder who can easily see through lies. Being honest makes me seem more sincere, doesn't it? Albus Medici spoke eloquently, not refuting the accusation that he was a schemer. Looking at this descendant of the Medici family, the prophet clone felt his inspiration stir. He mused, "In Bansi Harbor, is the god of weather that your Medici family believes in also a family member? Or a living characteristic?" "Why do you think he's a living characteristic?" Albus was stunned, seemingly not expecting the other party to know so much about the Medici family and ask so directly. "Just asking." The prophet clone replied casually, then turned his head to look at Phoenix and Sia, chuckling, "I'm going for a walk outside. Just let me know when you're ready." With that, he got up and left the tavern. Albus reached out and touched his slightly singed eyebrows, then curled his lips and followed him out. When he walked out of the tavern, he could no longer see the prophet clone's figure. He pouted somewhat helplessly inside. "I thought the person Ancestor wanted me to find would be a lot of trouble. I didn't expect to run into him as soon as I arrived at Delinius Island. Although he didn't show any oppressive force, my hunter's intuition kept telling me that this isn't an object to be hunted." After muttering a few words, he quickly walked away in a random direction. A moment later, a pale purple, cold and indifferent eye subtly appeared on the gas lamp post opposite the tavern. Its color quickly faded, as if being continuously erased by an eraser. Around 3 a.m., the prophet clone, accompanied by a nature spirits, moved through the docks. The docks here were not large, and he quickly met up with Phoenix and Sia near the bell tower. A chilling white bone arm emerged from the ground, followed by a skull with eerie green flames, and then the entire body. A giant white bone skeleton crawled out from beneath the ground. When it stood upright, it was roughly the height of a 3-story building. The prophet clone calmly scanned the giant skeleton that had emerged from the ground. It had strength close to sequence 5, likely from the giant pathway. Then he saw the skeleton, at Phoenix's signal, grab his shoulder with one hand and Sia with the other. Their figures quickly lost color, becoming transparent, and then entered the spirit world. Blue and white radiance swirled in the prophet clone's eyes. He simulated the beyonder ability of an constellation's master, allowing his body to decompose into points of surging, brilliant starlight, which surged like a tide into the spirit world. In the richly colored and exaggerated spirit world, the prophet clone's figure condensed from the scattered starlight. A silver-white glow appeared in his eyes, but it quickly returned to clarity. He turned his head to look at the giant skeleton supporting Sia and Phoenix, chuckling, "This way." As soon as he finished speaking, solid azure starlight appeared around him, enveloping his figure and rapidly darting forward. In a sea area near the Berserk Sea, a huge, ancient-looking, dark-colored 3-masted ship, as if long soaked in seawater, was anchored. On its raised sails, a distorted, tentacled giant sea monster pattern was painted. This was the deep-sea admiral's flagship, the Nuans. Under the crimson moonlight, a huge shadow could vaguely be seen moving back and forth beneath the sea surface, like a giant sea monster lurking and waiting for an opportunity. The next moment, a faint spiritual fluctuation appeared at the bow of the ship. Points of brilliant starlight surged out of the spirit world, recondensing into the prophet clone's figure. As soon as his figure appeared, he immediately pulled out a scroll made of grayish-brown fur from his pocket and softly chanted a Dragonese word, "Concealment." As the scroll in his hand was activated, a peaceful and tranquil night silently enveloped the pirate ship. The crimson moonlight in the sky seemed to dim for a moment, and the wailing sound of the sea wind also suddenly quieted down. The next moment, two huge white bone arms suddenly reached out from the void behind him. After placing Phoenix and Sia on the deck, the huge white bone arms did not retract but directly moved their entire bodies out of the spirit world. Chapter 421, KWM Chapter 420 Battle. The skeletal figure stood on the deck, openly exuding the aura of the undead. The massive skeletal figure and the dense undead aura emanating from it quickly caught the attention of the crew members responsible for vigilance and patrols on the ship. Enemy. Quick. Quick. Notify the captain, enemies have boarded the ship. Urgent shouts echoed one after another, accompanied by chaotic footsteps and the sound of guns being cocked. Phoenix expressionlessly extended his palms, pushing forward as if opening a non-existent door. In an instant, a bronze-colored door, covered in mysterious patterns and impossible to precisely describe, appeared on the deck in front of him, swaying and creaking, gradually opening a crack. From the endless darkness within, countless undead creatures surged out, some directly attacked the approaching pirates, some merged with the deck and burrowed into the ship's cabins, while others hovered in midair, their cold, decaying aura of death solidifying into a faint mist in the air. Phoenix's gaze swept around, and he said calmly, "Leave this to me." As he spoke, he gently brushed the emerald-studded ring on his right thumb, and the surrounding rotten, cold, and death aura instantly intensified, as if the underworld had been projected into reality, indiscriminately corroding every living creature on the ship. A faint blue glow flickered in the prophet clone's eyes, and specks of brass-colored light diffused in front of him, quickly converging to form an illusory symbol composed of layers upon layers of doors. A faint blue ripple spread out, and the illusory door quickly materialized, suddenly transforming into a faint blue, indistinct door without a solid feel. On the other side of the door, a dimly lit room could vaguely be seen, seemingly containing many bright golden collectibles. The prophet clone turned his head to look at Sia and whispered, "She's still here." Before he finished speaking, he had already stepped into this illusory and vague door. The surrounding environment suddenly changed, and in just an instant, he arrived in the room he had seen in his previous prophecy. He saw many mirrors hanging on the surrounding walls, of various styles, but all had intricate patterns carved into their edges. Their surfaces were dim and shadowy, and within them seemed to hide countless things and layers of space, reflecting the room into a dark and profound labyrinth. Mirror maze. The prophet clone murmured softly, his eyes instantly turning silver white, his gaze deep and unfocused. This state lasted only a very short time. After the silver white faded from his eyes, he chuckled and clapped his hands a few times. His hands were stained with a brilliant gold, like dazzling sunlight, spreading outwards layer by layer with each clap. Bright, splendid, and pure warm light rippled like water, flowing in all directions. The dark and profound labyrinth reflected by the mirrors around him rapidly melted away under the light. In just a few breaths, the room returned to a dim yellow. The prophet clone's gaze lingered on the mirrors on the surrounding walls. Behind him, Sia, who had not spoken since arriving on the Nuans, stepped directly forward, walking towards the oval mirror hanging in the center of the wall to his left. She looked at her reflection in the mirror with cold eyes, and said expressionlessly, "A qualified hunter would not set such a crude trap." "Hey, it seems you've been a demoness for too long and have forgotten that you were once a hunter." As she spoke, she reached out and touched the seemingly ordinary mirror. From the point where her palm met the mirror's surface, ripples of silver white continuously spread outwards. The bronze color on the mirror gradually faded, revealing a golden mirror surface, and a distorted figure within the mirror. Her eyes were filled with venomous resentment, like a bloodthirsty evil spirit, staring intently at Sia, her mouth constantly opening and closing, yet no sound was emitted. Splat. Sia suddenly pressed down hard with her right hand on the mirror, directly cracking the golden surface. Crimson blood flowed from her hand, spreading rapidly along the cracks on the mirror, covering the entire surface. The crimson blood gradually turned into a golden liquid, continuously gushing out from within the mirror, as if this golden-poured mirror was rapidly melting. Each step Sia took backward, the golden liquid advanced one step, until Sia retreated to the center of the room. The golden liquid surged upwards, twisting and writhing in midair, gradually solidifying into the graceful figure of a woman. Her facial features bore a 3/10 resemblance to Sia's, but her entire body was golden and shimmered with a metallic luster. It seems she really is dead. This is just half an evil spirit, or a rampaging monster, that has returned by relying on the resurrection fallback she left behind. Sia gazed at the figure that seemed to be cast from gold, and sighed with a rather complex tone. The prophet clone looked at the figure before him with deep eyes and responded softly, "Perhaps the lightning bolt struck by Lord of Storms directly obliterated her body, and the primordial demoness will had a significant impact on her spirit, causing some unexpected events during her resurrection process." On the deck of the Nuans, a mournful gale suddenly swept across the entire ship, dispersing the faint mist formed by the condensed death aura around. But soon, the mist recondensed, as if it had taken root in this area. Admiral Deep Sea, Howl Constantine. Phoenix's gaze penetrated the fighting undead and pirates around him, looking at the figure who had just emerged from the captain's cabin, his clothes not yet fully donned. Boom. Howl Constantine slightly parted his lips, mimicking the sound of thunder, carrying a strong deterrent force that could directly interfere with spiritual bodies, and the sound exploded all around. The faint mist that had obscured the crimson moonlight in the air was directly dispersed in part, and the crimson moonlight once again fell upon the deck. The fighting pirates and undead simultaneously paused, but the pirates on the Nuins quickly recovered. They seemed to be accustomed to this sound. The undead creatures summoned by Phoenix, however, showed obvious confusion, and some weaker spirits directly lost their minds. Seizing this opportunity, various Beyonder abilities and ammunition poured onto the stagnant and chaotic undead, quickly turning the tide of the battle. A gatekeeper. Why are you attacking us? Howl Constantine's voice was very loud, even having a deep, rumbling quality. Phoenix rubbed his ears, the other party's voice made his eardrums ache. While rubbing his ears, he slightly parted his lips, as if silently chanting something, like the whispers of the dead, with countless things weeping, wailing, and roaring. With the appearance of the whispers of the dead, the situation on the field instantly reversed. The pirates who were originally pouring out ammunition and Beyonder abilities suddenly stopped. The whispers of the dead directly bypassed the protection of the flesh and blood, establishing a connection with their spiritual bodies. Whether they covered their ears or restrained their spirituality, they could not isolate this sound. The ultimate destination of all death, the hell hidden in the spirit world, the symbol of all things decay, the kingdom belonging solely to death. Phoenix clenched his right hand into a fist and held it to his mouth and nose, softly chanting the honorific name pointing to the underworld through the whispers of the dead. The ring on his right thumb flashed with a subtle glow, and the bronze-colored door in front of him, covered in mysterious patterns, continuously swayed and creaked, as if several terrifying existences were about to burst out from within. Boom. A silver-white bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, directly striking the deck of the Nuins, landing on the swarms of undead, breaking into countless tiny electric snakes that darted in all directions. This lightning was quite effective against the undead. Just one lightning strike directly cleared an area of undead. The undead affected by the lightning either directly perished or were paralyzed and rigid in place, engulfed by the subsequent attacks. The gale wailed as it swept across the entire deck, directly lifting Howl Constantine's body into the air. As he willed it, thin wind blades condensed in front of him, instantly striking Phoenix. A giant hand made of piled pale bones extended from the bronze door, grasping the invisible wind blades, making a bursting sound and scattering many shattered white bones around. Boom. 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 Silver-white bolts of lightning fell, striking the giant bone arm, carrying a strong paralyzing effect, preventing the undead from emerging from within the bronze door. Howl Constantine's gaze gradually became solemn. While continuously summoning lightning, he reached into his pregnant and pulled out a dark red pocket watch, gently flipping open its cover. Faint blue and crimson intertwined flames instantly surged out, completely enveloping him, spreading everywhere with the howling gale, emitting a strong smell of sulfur. Under the embrace of the flames, Howl Constantine's body continuously expanded. In just a moment, his body swelled to nearly 3 meters, a pair of giant bat-wing-like wings grew from his back, directly tearing through his clothes, and curved goat horns extended from his head, covered in countless mysterious patterns. Howl Constantine, now a devil, grinned menacingly at Phoenix. His eyes overflowed with uncontrollable malice, and crimson flames tinged with faint blue wrapped around him. With a wild wail, he rapidly closed the distance between them. Phoenix unhurriedly took a step back. With his movement, countless transparent phantoms flowed out from him, gathering and merging into a soft mass in front of him. They frequently emitted shrieks, direct damage to spiritual bodies, the shrieks of vengeful spirits. On the deck, both the undead and the pirates covered their ears and wailed in pain. The weaker Beyonder and ordinary people directly fell into a coma. The massive devil figure, originally diving down from midair, also uncontrollably slowed down, a painful expression surfacing on his ferocious face. Phoenix again extended his left hand forward, his index finger pointing at the devilized Howl Constantine. A phantom skull, wreathed in black mist, rapidly formed and struck him, carrying a heavy aura of death, as if an emissary sent from the underworld. Howl Constantine in midair extended his right hand forward, a faint blue flame burning in his palm. Like a cage, it solidified the phantom skull once it entered the faint blue flame, continuously eroding it. The tall devil continuously flapped the giant wings on his back, creating an exaggerated whirlwind that rapidly spread, enveloping Phoenix within it. The invisible wind instantly turned into a tangible restraint, pinning him in place. Howl Constantine, with crimson magma in one hand and faint blue flames in the other, grinned as he dove down. As he brought his hands together, he directly pulled out an exaggerated greatsword composed of crimson magma and faint blue flames. Under the augmentation of the strong wind, his speed was so fast that he almost left an afterimage in midair. In just a blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Phoenix, holding the exaggerated greatsword with both hands and striking down fiercely. Boom. The crimson and faint blue intertwined gale violently swept outwards, directly tearing apart the surrounding deck. The nearby undead and pirates also did not escape unscathed. A massive gray-blue arm, covered in black patches and stitching marks, extended from Phoenix's chest and abdomen, firmly grasping the exaggerated greatsword striking down from above his head. This arm was exaggerated, like it belonged to a giant, shimmering with the radiance of dawn, like an unbreakable invisible wall. The crimson and faint blue intertwined flames and the radiance of dawn interwove, yet remained distinctly separate. Sizzling. From beneath the torn deck came the sound of electric arcs jumping. Silver-white electric arcs, like a dense spiderweb, danced across the entire nuance, appearing and disappearing. Howl Constantine's large devil face showed a panicked emotion. He wanted to break free from Phoenix's entanglement, but found that the lava greatsword in his hand was firmly gripped by that strange arm, and he couldn't pull it back at all. Die. He looked at Phoenix, uttering a devil word from the abyss, full of foul and fallen meaning. A pale face emerged from Phoenix's heart, stained with mottled red rust and burning with sulfur-smelling flames. It was as if it was firmly squeezed by an invisible giant hand, unable to make any struggle, and directly dissipated into a black mist full of fallen meaning. Phoenix's eyes instantly became profound. He slightly parted his lips, emitting the whispers of the dead that directly affected the spiritual body. Howl Constantine's foul words, which were about to be uttered, stopped. It was as if countless things were weeping, wailing, and roaring in his ears, causing his spirit to fall into uncontrollable chaos. Chapter 422, KWM Chapter 421 Mirror Image. Inside the cabin of the Nuans, countless silver-white electric lights intertwined around a golden figure, spreading from her hair to the invisible transparent threads around her, continuously leaping outwards, forming a silver spiderweb that covered the entire ship. The silver-white electric lights continued for a long time before completely destroying all the invisible threads on the ship. The prophet clone's gaze fell on the figure entangled by the silver-white electric lights, his eyes covered with a faint silver-white, and he said calmly, "She seems to only have her instincts left, she doesn't even recognize you." Sia's tone was flat, with no emotional fluctuations, as she said, "It's normal that she doesn't recognize me. After all, that was decades ago. For her, the experience in the Sauron family must have been the most humiliating period of her life, huh? How could it be as enjoyable as being a demoness?" The prophet clone did not respond. His eyes were completely covered by silver white. His vision suddenly changed. Every mirror around him became a door, intertwining with each other to form a marvelous whole. Behind these doors was a dimly lit, illusory world. Thump. 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 A faint sound, like a heartbeat, echoed in his ears. It seemed that deep within this dark, illusory world, separated by mirrors, a crimson heart was constantly beating, and the sounds of flesh squirming could faintly be heard. A mystical item was hidden in these mirrors. The door pathway and demoness are incompatible. Normally, she could easily suppress this mystical item with her demigod status, but now, this became the last straw that broke the camel's back. As thoughts flickered, the surrounding silver-white electric lights continuously gathered in his hand, forming a crackling silver-white spear. The next moment, the silver-white spear was thrown directly by him, a blazing white trail streaking across, piercing through a mirror hanging on the wall, and entering the mirror world. ZZZZT. 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 The sound of illusory things shattering constantly echoed in his ears, like someone repeatedly breaking glass. The mirrors on the surrounding walls instantly became covered with cracks, shattering to the ground with a clatter. A pained expression appeared on the face of the golden figure entangled by lightning. The golden color on her body was covered with cracks, turning into flying ash and drifting away, revealing the pale, bloodless flesh beneath. "Sia. Are you looking for me? To kill me?" Elena's voice was hoarse and low, gradually becoming clear from being intermittent, as if she was adapting to this new body. Sia ignored Elena, who was looking at her with a complex expression, and turned her head to ask the prophet clone, "Has she successfully revived?" The silver white in the prophet clone's eyes slowly receded. He shook his head and replied with certainty, "No, this is just a mirror image created by that mystical item, temporarily taken over by her will. My attack just now had some impact on that mystical item, which caused her suppressed consciousness to recover a little. He's right. I'm just a monster on the verge of losing control and going mad." Elena's figure, like an illusory object, easily broke free from the entanglement of lightning and walked in front of Sia. The golden color on her body had completely faded, and she stood there naked, her fiery red hair casually draped, barely covering her vital parts. Sia's eyes glowed with a faint blue light, and golden illusory flames instantly ignited out of thin air around her. These flames emitted a majestic sun aura, sweeping towards Elena's figure in a continuous stream, but they had no effect on her, as if she didn't exist at all. This is just a false mirror image, which possesses a certain ability to interfere with reality by relying on her demigod status. She can communicate with us normally, but she is essentially still just a mirror image. The prophet clone reminded. As he spoke, he walked towards the oval mirror cast in gold, reaching out and taking it off the wall. He turned the mirror towards himself, but it did not reflect his figure. There was only a distorted image, roughly showing a dense spiderweb of threads and a crimson heart. He ran his hand over the golden mirror surface, a silver-white glint in his eyes, then turned his head to Sia and said, "The effect of this mirror should be to record the reflected figure and then restore it to this false mirror image within a certain range, perhaps including some beyonder abilities." This Elena should have had herself recorded by this mirror in advance, attempting to use this mirror image as a means of her own resurrection. However, something must have gone wrong. The Lord of Storm's attack, the primordial demoness will suppressing her spirit, and the negative effects of the mirror itself directly plunged her will into madness. Sia nodded gently, then added, "From the performance just now, it should also have the ability to connect the surrounding mirrors to form a maze." Elena's mirror image, left aside by the two, laughed to herself, opening her mouth as if unable to control her emotions. As expected of the knowledgeable readers, you deduced the effects of this mystical item so quickly. Everything you said is correct. I'm already mad, and perhaps in the next second, I'll turn into a monster and crawl out of this mirror. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Sia calmly glanced at Elena's mirror image, then turned her head to the prophet clone and asked, "Do you believe her?" "Of course not. Whether she's truly mad or faking it, we are enemies, the kind where one of us has to die," the prophet clone said in a calm voice. Sia chuckled and nodded, her words tinged with approval. "Not bad, you weren't tricked by this old woman. This mirror is her backup plan for resurrection, but it doesn't mean her characteristics and flesh are inside. This mirror is clearly an adept pathway item. If she put her characteristics in, they would only be contaminated. Although she's not very smart, she's not that stupid. Her characteristics are probably still hidden in the mirror world nearby." Elena's image seemed truly insane, showing no change in expression due to Sia's words. She continued to laugh to herself, as if she couldn't stop at all. "Haha, old woman. I am an ageless demoness. This is the most perfect, most beautiful stage. I will always be young and beautiful. Ha ha ha. Lunatic." Sia spat lightly, her face full of disdain. "Lunatic. I'm a lunatic. I am indeed a lunatic, but as my daughter, aren't you also a lunatic? You watched me kill your mother and the brother in her belly, yet you didn't make a single sound. Don't you think you're as cold-blooded as I am? You wouldn't think I didn't notice you, would you? How could an assassin's hiding ability possibly hide from a demoness, especially since that mystical item was personally given to you by me?" The more Elena spoke, the more insane she became. Her voice was so hoarse, as if she hadn't drunk water for days, as if she would cough up blood at any moment. Her back was bent, and she swayed back and forth frantically, her chest heaving, her hair scattered in front of her, no longer able to conceal the captivating allure. Her face was twisted in a laugh, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, whether from pain or from the memories in her mind, she didn't know. Sia's expression stiffened, her restrained emotions showing signs of breaking out. Elena, who was like a madwoman in front of her, showed no sign of stopping her words, her hoarse voice sounding exceptionally grating. "At that time, I told myself that whether you made a sound out of fear or chose to bravely rush out, I would kill you too. Because this is not the choice I would make when facing such a thing. Sia, you are the child most like me, and you ultimately made the same choice as me." The prophet clone sighed silently in his heart. He turned his head to Sia, whose emotions were completely restrained. Even as a prophet, he couldn't determine her current state. "If it were me, I would have already rushed into the mirror world to tear apart this blabbering guy. In a sense, she is also a qualified provoker. Indeed, all provokers deserve to die. Let's leave first. It's not easy for Phoenix to stop so many pirates alone." Sia glanced at the mirror in the prophet clone's hand and said calmly, seemingly completely unaffected by Elena's words just now. The prophet clone nodded gently, then extended his right hand forward, slightly gripping his palm and rotating his wrist clockwise. A ripple of faint blue, like water, spread outwards. Layers of illusory doors instantly appeared. As a faint blue light swept over, a blurry, insubstantial large door also appeared. As soon as the door opened, Sia stepped directly into it, seemingly not wanting to stay there for another moment. The prophet clone looked at the golden cast mirror in his hand and raised his hand to draw an omniscient eye symbol on it. His spirituality transformed into specks of brass-colored glimmer, rapidly outlining an omniscient eye with his hand movements, and then quickly faded and disappeared. At the same time, the spirituality of this mirror also receded, making it look no different from an ordinary mirror. After doing all this, he stepped through the door on the deck. The surrounding environment changed rapidly. Before he could clearly see the surroundings, the pungent smell of sulfur, accompanied by strong winds, stimulated his nasal cavity. The prophet clone looked at the faint blue fireballs and accompanying wind blades sweeping towards him, his eyes quickly glowing with a faint blue light, and he softly uttered a word in ancient Hermes, "Exile." An invisible, immense force suddenly exploded in midair, directly pushing away all the incoming attacks. A faint blue firelight exploded in midair, also accompanied by a pungent smell of sulfur. Having dealt with the attacks directed at him, he scanned his surroundings and saw the huge devil figure, held aloft by the strong winds and wreathed in faint blue and crimson flames, as well as the bronze door covered with mysterious patterns standing on the deck, and Phoenix, standing by the door with deep eyes. There weren't many pirates left on the deck who could continue fighting, the weaker ones had either fallen unconscious or died in the previous battles. Similarly, not many of the undead summoned by Phoenix remained, most had been completely annihilated under the bombardment of lightning. Before the prophet clone could speak, he felt a gaze full of anger fall upon him. Chapter 423, KWM Chapter 422, Crazy. Fallen. A demonic word full of defilement and degeneration rang out. A tendency towards degeneration appeared around the prophet clone, and the air seemed to be covered with a slightly viscous black liquid. As soon as the signs of fall emerged, a sacred, bright, radiant, and pure warm light immediately followed, and the power of the sun domain directly purified the nascent fallen aura around him. The prophet clone raised his free right hand, gathering light to condense a pure, blazing white spear, as if composed of pure sunlight. The spear was thrown by him the moment it formed, streaking through the air as a brilliant white light. The dangerous premonition brought by demonization made Hal Constantine feel that he could not escape the impending attack no matter what, so he could only summon a gale to pull his body away while relying on the violent airflow to form a barrier around him. The brilliant white stream of light easily penetrated the barrier formed by the gale, grazed the shoulder of the giant demon, and instantly expanded, illuminating the night sky. The extremely vast aura of the sun domain instantly dispelled the thin mist condensed by the surrounding cold death aura, and also scattered the remaining undead around Hal. They fled back into the bronze door standing on the deck. Bang. The sound of a heavy object landing rang out, the tall demonic figure had disappeared, and Hal Constantine had reverted to his human body with some sea monster features, his left arm a completely blurred mess of flesh, still carrying a charred smell. As a beyonder of the storm pathway, the spear casually thrown by the prophet clone did not cause him extra damage. Relying on his strong vitality, he withstood the attack head-on. His body crashed directly into the ship's cabin, accompanied by a clatter of breaking glass. The prophet clone's movements paused, his intuition was suddenly triggered, as if something bad was about to happen. There's danger, the creatures of the underworld inside me are warning me. Phoenix's voice came after the prophet clone's intuition was triggered. The prophet clone's eyes quickly became covered in white, his vision changed, and his surroundings instantly became dim and eerie. He saw shattered mirrors scattered everywhere in the cabin, and saw Hal Constantine lying amidst these fragments. He looked at the scattered mirror fragments with a dazed expression, as if seeing something extremely alluring through them. He picked up a mirror fragment at some point, holding it with both hands and thrusting it into his heart. Bang. 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 The sound of a heart beating echoed, becoming clearer and louder, reverberating throughout the entire nuance. At this moment, all the pirates on the ship heard pounding heartbeats, whether they were conscious or unconscious. The heartbeats grew more and more violent, as if they were about to burst through their chests. Phoenix's gaze turned cold and deep, like the gaze of the dead. He quickly scanned his surroundings and then said, "Their auras are gradually merging into one, very strange, very crazy." The silver white in the prophet clone's eyes gradually faded, and he already roughly understood what had happened. He sighed softly, looked at the crimson moonlight spilling from the sky, and felt that the concealment effect he had left earlier was about to disappear. He pondered and said, Elena left herself a fallback that wasn't a fallback. She had already unknowingly tainted everyone on this ship. Every single one of them is a medium for her resurrection. When the original methods fail, or when more than half of the pirates on the ship die, this resurrection ritual will begin directly. Of course, once it reaches this point, what awaits her will inevitably be loss of control. Not to mention the conflicting characteristics on these people. With so many wills mixed together, even if she is a demigod, the only outcome is mental collapse. Sia pursed her lips and chuckled scornfully. Hey, taking everyone down with her before she dies, that's certainly something she would do. I was wondering why her projection kept spouting nonsense to us before. Turns out she was saying her last words. Should we leave? Phoenix tilted his head to look at Sia. Sia shook her head slightly, directly skipping the question, and instead said, How much longer can you maintain this bronze door? If there's no fierce fighting, I can maintain it for 10 minutes. The more spirituality I consume, the shorter the duration I can maintain it. Phoenix answered the question almost without thinking. You want to throw it into the underworld? The prophet clone tilted his head and asked. Sia spoke indifferently, without much expression. I said, I am very willing to send her to the underworld. I didn't realize you meant physically sending her into the underworld, the prophet clone muttered to himself. A faint blue glow appeared in his eyes, and he softly chanted in Dragonese, concealment. As he chanted, he directly reached out and pulled out a calm and tranquil night sky in midair, covering the concealment effect that was about to expire. Bang. Bang. One black tentacle after another, like pythons, extended from various parts of the nuance. These tentacles either carried black smoke, or were covered in frost, or entwined with silver-white electric light. Their tips all had an eye, either closed or open, carrying a crazy and tyrannical aura, as if they wanted to destroy everything they saw. Don't make eye contact with those eyes, you'll gradually turn to stone. The prophet clone reminded him. As he spoke, he pushed both hands forward, creating a tide-like pure yellow light, and condensed it into a golden yellow barrier in front. Pounding sounds kept ringing out, the golden yellow barrier constantly swayed, mixing with frost and black flames, scattering flakes of light. The silver white in the prophet clone's eyes flashed and disappeared, he pondered and said. It hasn't fully aggregated its characteristics and flesh for resurrection yet, the characteristics and wills of these pirates are holding it back. 10 minutes. If it's not resolved after 10 minutes, we'll leave directly. Once my aura is exposed, the Storm Church people will quickly notice this place. Sia was silent for a moment, then responded calmly, all right. The prophet clone nodded gently to her, then took 2 steps forward, his arms half open, as if embracing the rising sun. His spirituality surged wantonly, and above the nuance, a huge pure orb of light entwined with countless sacred flames appeared out of thin air, like a miniature sun, emitting terrifying light and heat. Golden red sacred flames rained down like water, falling onto the python-like black tentacles. Whether it was frost, black flames, or lightning, they rapidly melted away. Amidst a sizzling sound, the flesh of the black tentacles ignited, like ignited grease, splattering golden red sparks. Ah. So hot. Save me. Don't. At the tips of the black tentacles, figures of men and women grew out of the eye positions. They wailed in agony in the golden light, like real people. Their wails lasted only a short while. Upon realizing that the person in front of them was unmoved by their performance, they quickly reined in their expressions of pain. Then these tentacles seemed to suddenly fall for each other, intertwining in pairs, the figures at their tips gazing deeply into each other's eyes, their surfaces rapidly covered with a layer of grayish-white. The golden-yellow sacred flames fell on these grayish-white stones, calcining them to a fiery red, but failed to achieve the effect of destroying them. Wisdom. Or instinct. It seems to have a tendency to become a magical item, the prophet clone muttered to himself, then expressionlessly tilted his head to look at Sia and Phoenix, who had their eyes closed, and softly said. Do you have any frost-type spells? Or spells that can create water flow? Yes. Sia responded in a deep voice. As she spoke, she took 2 steps forward, creating a little distance, then softly chanted a dragonese word. Frost. Specks of crystalline brilliance appeared in her hand, rapidly condensing. A moment later, she threw the crystalline stream of light upwards, and the air suddenly rained down streams of sparkling, translucent light. These streams of light were dense and quickly covered the entire deck, falling onto the petrified grayish-white tentacles, instantly hanging icicles on them. Snap. The prophet clone lightly snapped his fingers, and the miniature sun in the air instantly burst forth with terrifying light and heat, pouring down layers of golden red fire. The ice crystals Sia had just created lasted only a second or two, melting directly, without even a chance for water vapor to form. Along with the melting ice crystals, the grayish-white stones also melted. As the ice crystals dissolved, fine cracks appeared in the grayish-white stone statues, and they rapidly cracked further. The prophet clone controlled the brilliant white miniature sun to cast down more golden red sacred flames, completely engulfing all these tentacles. Ah. Help. Save me. I'm in so much pain, who can save me? I'm going to kill you, kill you. The tentacles shrieked again, their voices filled with resentment and hatred, but their voices quickly faded, leaving only the crackling sound of burning grease. The golden red flames continued to burn for a minute or two, until no sound was heard, and only then did the prophet clone stop, allowing the brilliant white miniature sun in the air to gradually dissipate, and the sacred flames scattered around also quickly disappeared. The nuance had already been ignited by the scorching fire, and the crimson flames had spread throughout the entire ship. The prophet clone's eyes flickered, a silver white quickly passing through them. Using the ability of prophecy, he saw some things that were about to happen. In the cabin, all reflective surfaces became deep and eerie, as if countless things and layers of space were hidden within them. Glossy black strands of hair intertwined and flowed out of the mirror surfaces, surging like a tide, submerging everything, devouring everything. Everything they touched inevitably became tinged with grayish-white, and things with flesh would twist, extending limbs and heads, transforming into women of various sizes, with very beautiful appearances. They stretched their enchanting bodies, possessing an irresistible allure. Whether it was unfinished fish meat, or dried fish that had been made into jerky, or even the scattered pirate limbs from the previous battle. At this moment, they all transformed into graceful and charming women, displaying the charm of women at different stages, some pure, some seductive, some bold and open, some shy and reserved, some fiery and passionate, some cold and arrogant, all exuding an indescribable charm that made one want to sink into them from the bottom of their heart. The images that appeared in his mind stopped here, as if any further development would lead to the characteristics and uncontrolled flesh of the demoness of undying in the mirror world directly devouring and assimilating the entire nuance. The prophet clone looked up at the bronze-colored door covered with intricate patterns, and said thoughtfully. Throw all reflective objects around into the underworld. The characteristics and flesh hidden in the mirror world have completely lost control. The will of the primordial demoness once descended upon her, and perhaps some contamination still remains. Chapter 424, KWM Chapter 423 Out of Control. The prophet clone slightly lowered his eyes, and his vision was instantly surrounded by a faint blue glow. With a whoosh, a strong wind rose out of nowhere, sweeping around, picking up all the scattered items, and swirling them into the open bronze door. Sia surveyed the surroundings with a serious gaze, then sighed helplessly. There are too many reflective objects. We can't even dismantle all the glass on this ship alone. Moreover, our eyes can also be considered mirrors. Unless there's a demigod-level distortion ability that can directly negate the existence of mirrors on the ship. We just need to clear our surroundings to ensure that no out-of-control monster suddenly rushes out from beside us. The prophet clone explained in a deep voice, as the wind howled around him, making all the windows on the ship rattle as if they would tear off at any moment. Phoenix closed his eyes slightly, as if communicating with something mysterious inside his body. A moment later, a large mass of transparent, intertwined shadows burst out from within him. It didn't shriek frequently, instead, it constantly swayed, shedding transparent shadows. These fragmented shadows possessed all the characteristics of ordinary shadows. They passed directly through the deck and surged into the ship's cabin. With their mirror jumping ability, they could easily identify items that could be used as mirrors and wrap smaller fragments within themselves, throwing them into the underworld through the bronze door. This ship is quite difficult to dismantle. I almost wanted to sink it directly. The prophet clone sighed in a low voice, as the howling wind carried countless glass fragments into the air, then tossed them into the bronze door. The glass, mirrors, and metal, all reflective objects floating in the strong wind, suddenly became profoundly deep, dim and obscure, as if their interiors were connected to a dark and deep space. The next moment, countless strands of hair burst out from the mirrors, intertwining and twisting into tentacles the thickness of a pinky finger, dancing in the strong wind, like a dark ocean composed of twisted tentacles. Everything caught within it inevitably became tinged with grayish-white, rapidly weathering and scattering into dust. Within this dark ocean, limbs constantly grew out, some large, some small, all belonging to beautiful women. They undulated within the constantly writhing dark tentacles, their expressions varied, some were anxiously calling for help, some were seductively moaning. All exuded an indescribable charm, whether pure, alluring, bold and open, shy and reserved, or fiery and passionate, making one want to sink into them from the bottom of their heart. The prophet clone looked at the black hair almost covering the strong wind and the figures undulating within it, and unconsciously took a step back. In his vision, these figures rising and falling within the hair were entirely a collection of mystical viruses and bacteria. Even as a demigod, touching them would cause him to shed a layer of skin. The faint blue glow in his eyes suddenly brightened, simulating the demigod-level storm ability from the sea god scepter. The surrounding wind suddenly intensified, and the violent wind collided with the air, creating an explosive sound. A terrifying hurricane, visible to the naked eye, appeared, swirling and coiling. The airflow rapidly spun in circles, coiling the dark tentacles twisted from the surrounding hair, along with the figures undulating between those tentacles, all into the air, then quickly sweeping them into the creaking, swaying bronze door in the wind. Cough cough. Phoenix, who was struggling to maintain the bronze door, suddenly coughed uncontrollably, and the coughing showed signs of worsening, even causing the bronze door to become precarious. A faint blue light flashed in Sia's eyes, and she assessed Phoenix, quickly discovering the problem. She slightly furrowed her brows and said in a deep voice. "You're sick. Pneumonia, respiratory infection, and fever. Your blood is also gradually developing lesions. Bear with it for a moment. The purification power of the sun domain will have some effect on you, more or less." Cough. "I'm fine." Phoenix's voice became hoarse. After responding, he stopped speaking. The faint blue in Sia's eyes instantly brightened. She raised her hand upwards, summoning a sacred, descending, clear, brilliant, and pure warm light. Her body quickly became tinged with a faint gold, and her fiery red hair danced freely in the wind, as if bathed in the setting sun, carrying a sacred meaning. A bright yellow radiance radiated outwards in circles from her, purifying the viruses and bacteria in the air while bringing a warmth and strong courage. Cough. Phoenix coughed lightly, frowning uncomfortably. The purification halo acted upon him, turning the slightly warm current into a scalding prickle. The purification power of the sun domain, while purifying the viruses on him, was also purifying the aura of death on him. Boom. Boom. Clusters of ice and fire exploded in the storm, and the powerful impact almost made the prophet clone unable to maintain the swirling hurricane in the air. The hair swept by the strong wind had twisted into black tentacles like pythons. They intertwined in the air, forming a huge black ball of yarn with many eyes and beautiful female figures of various sizes. Below the black ball of yarn, thick black tentacles extended into the inner side of the bronze door, striking and pulling as if in a tug of war, as if something in the underworld on the other side of the door was trying to drag it in. There's a feathered serpent in the underworld area behind this door, my father left it there. It will help us drag this out-of-control monster in. Phoenix explained, his face somewhat pale. The prophet clone nodded gently, then transformed the swirling, howling hurricane into a tangible restraint and invisible wind blades, immobilizing the huge dark ball of yarn in the air, attempting to cut it. Wah, please, let me go. Ah. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Please. The beautiful female bodies growing from the dark ball of yarn emitted pleading sounds mixed with moans. Tears streamed down their beautiful faces, their cheeks flushed from crying, and they panted continuously. The prophet clone continued his actions expressionlessly, but with little effect. This huge ball of yarn completely inherited the powerful vitality and eerily difficult-to-kill characteristics of the demoness of Undying. The marks cut by the invisible wind blades healed almost instantly. A moment later, he stopped, applying a psychiatrist's soothe to himself. Even in a state of absolute rationality, these constantly moaning and begging voices still stirred some fluctuating emotions and desires within him. His lower body had already begun to engorge. Troublesome. With a light sigh, the prophet clone immediately summoned a gust of wind, lifting his body high into the air. Dark clouds suddenly began to gather in the sky, layer upon layer, quickly completely obscuring the crimson moon. Streaks of silvery white lightning tore through the silent night sky, illuminating the sea and breaking the concealment, bringing an aura of furious destruction as they struck the huge ball of yarn covered with beautiful female bodies of various sizes. The lightning suddenly disintegrated, turning into countless tiny electric snakes that darted wildly across the dark ball of yarn and its tentacles extending into the bronze door. The strong numbing effect prevented it from resisting in time, and it was dragged a considerable distance by the feathered serpent on the other side of the bronze door, leaving less than 50 meters until it was completely dragged into the bronze door. The whooshing sound of wind rose again, and the suddenly violent strong wind, like an invisible hand, slowly pushed the huge dark ball of yarn forward. Sia also took 2 steps forward at this moment, leaning back and spreading her arms, as if embracing the sun. A grand, pure, blazing pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping the surroundings. The power of the sun domain continuously burned the figures of various sizes on the intertwined ball of yarn, while also stimulating all the eyes growing on it to close. With almost no resistance, the black ball of yarn, formed by intertwined dark tentacles, was directly pushed to the front of the bronze door. Then, the prophet clone awkwardly discovered that this ball of yarn was a bit too large, causing it to block the bronze door. Sia turned her head to look at Phoenix, whose face was growing paler behind her, and loudly reminded him. Break it apart, the door can't be maintained much longer. As she spoke, golden illusory flames instantly ignited out of thin air around her. These flames exuded a vast sun aura, forming a dense, continuous ocean, sweeping towards the dark ball of yarn like waves, engulfing the eyes and figures on it. The prophet clone controlled the surrounding wind, lowered his body, then clenched his fist, swung his arm, and merged his body with a peculiar power, a phantom rushing out from within him and colliding with the huge dark ball of yarn enveloped in golden yellow flames. A deep, majestic ancient Hermes word echoed around, death. As if a declaration, the aura of madness and chaos on the dark ball of yarn paused for an instant, then began an uncontrollable weakening. Sizzle. Sizzle. Illusory tearing sounds constantly echoed around, as if even the surrounding space had developed dense cracks. The golden yellow flames took on a rust-like crimson hue, and a pungent smell of sulfur permeated the air. This was a secret technique he developed based on the disciplinary knight's decrees and the devil's foul language. It had no direct destructive power, but it could cause beings without divinity to uncontrollably enter death. Even a demigod, if directly hit, would suffer severe damage. This blow successfully caused the ball of yarn, formed by intertwining python-like dark tentacles, to disintegrate, scattering many dark tentacles with eyes and naked female bodies. The bronze door also emitted a terrifying suction at this moment, like a giant beast inhaling forcefully. The huge black ball of yarn was directly sucked in by more than half. Only a scattered mass of dark tentacles remained struggling. Some wrapped around the bronze door frame, others extended outwards, coiling around the ship's railing, deck, and even the sails. The howling strong wind carried the prophet clone's body to Phoenix's side. He turned his head to the other party and said, "Can you close this door directly?" Phoenix was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes." As he spoke, he opened his palm forward, and the bronze door covered with mysterious patterns suddenly creaked and swayed. Without a closing motion, it simply faded and disappeared. Thud. Thud. Sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground rang out. The dark tentacles that had been coiling around the bronze door in the ship, struggling fiercely, now drooped powerlessly. At their ends, there was a neat, clean cut, as if severed directly by an incredibly sharp blade. Sia didn't even glance at these neatly severed tentacles. She walked directly to a still intact section of the ship's railing, leaned against it, and exclaimed, "Hey, he's gotten much smarter, hasn't he? He even knows to close the door directly and use the severed space to cut it, not only gaining some high-level characteristics but also weakening the part of its body that fell into the underworld. The prophet clone ignored Sia's teasing and gazed deeply into the ship's cabin. His spirituality was touched for a moment. Could it be the demoness card that could touch my spirituality at this time? Muttering to himself, he raised his hand in an opening motion, and a faint blue light shimmered. A blurry door, like a water curtain with no tangible feel, appeared before him. The other side of the door was a layered, dim, and somewhat unreal space. He gazed at the mirror world inside the door for a moment, then stepped directly in. The surroundings suddenly became profound. Everything here seemed unreal. Countless passages connected to each other, like a dense spiderweb, layered and endless. Chapter 425, KWM Chapter 424 The Magic Mirror of Desire. The prophet clone followed his intuition for a distance until a grayish-white card appeared in his line of sight. The prophet's intuition allowed him to immediately confirm that this was what had just touched his spirituality. Gently rubbing his fingers twice, he summoned an invisible hand to pick up the card from the ground. Only after the card was in his hand did he notice that it was covered in fine cracks, as if it were about to shatter. Did the sudden change just now damage the seal on it? Murmuring softly, the prophet clone extended his left hand, and his index and middle fingers gently rubbed the card twice. The touch was cold and rough, like stroking a stone. As spirituality continuously infused it, the grayish-white layer on the card fragmented and disappeared, revealing its original appearance. The front of the card depicted a beautiful woman seated on a magnificent throne, holding a scepter, with a forest, river, and fruits behind her. The woman on the card was incredibly beautiful, a beauty that even transcended gender. Her facial features, from any angle, seemed to possess points of attraction. Especially her blue eyes, noble and sacred, also carried a sense of familiarity. In the upper left corner of this card, a line of small text was written in ancient Fasak language, Sequence 0, Chaos Demonis. Seeing this makes me want to force a witch potion down Huang Tao's throat, but it's a pity that guy is already in the shape of a black emperor. Oh no, now he's in the shape of the primordial moon. The prophet clone sighed, put away the demonis card, and turned to return the way he came. Soon after, he exited the mirror world. He looked around and saw that Sia and Phoenix didn't seem to have moved from their positions. He casually remarked, "Aren't you going to scavenge? After all, it's a pirate admiral's flagship. There won't be a shortage of money or mystical items. This ship will sink in less than half an hour, so there won't be another chance." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the distant sea. Beneath the surface, a huge shadow was rapidly moving away. This pirate admiral's subordinates weren't very reliable, they didn't even investigate, directly piloting the stealth ship away. It's a tempting offer, but the battle just now damaged the ship's interior too thoroughly. It would take a while to find anything, and besides. She looked up at the dark clouds overhead, which showed no signs of dispersing, and left the rest of her sentence unsaid. The prophet clone also looked up at the gloomy sky and said calmly, "After the effect of concealment disappeared, I didn't use the power of the sun and shadow domains. The Storm Church won't discover the anomaly this quickly. Unless the Lord of Storms has been constantly watching the sea, but that's clearly impossible. After all, I haven't been struck by lightning yet." While they were speaking, the neatly severed, python-like black tentacles on the deck finally stopped wriggling. Specks of dark purple, mixed with a little light blue and crimson fluorescence, exuded from the tentacles, spontaneously gathering on the mirror that the prophet clone had thrown aside earlier. What's going on? Isn't this mirror an apprentice pathway item? The prophet clone noticed this immediately and murmured to himself in confusion. His eyes quickly became silver-white, deep, and unfocused. This situation lasted for more than 10 seconds. His eyes regained clarity, and he sighed speechlessly, looking at the mirror that had already begun to integrate some of Elena's characteristics. What's going on? Sia walked up to the mirror curiously and asked. The connection Elena established with this mirror hasn't been cleared, which caused these characteristics, originating from her, to spontaneously gather. This also includes some characteristics left by the pirates on this ship. However, the characteristics here are incomplete. Most of them were thrown into the underworld. If it hasn't transformed into an undead creature, perhaps someone could help retrieve them, but I don't think that probability is high. The prophet clone pondered and explained, his gaze curiously examining the mirror, wondering what kind of mystical item such a mixture of characteristics would form. After waiting for a while longer, all the characteristics contained within the black tentacles finally exuded. The black tentacles visibly turned grayish-white, losing their vitality, like a strip of air-dried cured meat. Specks of fluorescence around the golden mirror on the deck continuously swirled and gathered, like a brilliant galaxy. After the black tentacles lost their vitality, the speed at which these fluorescences gathered suddenly accelerated, as if an invisible suction force was pulling them. In just over 10 seconds, all the fluorescence had merged into the mirror on the deck. Enveloped in light, the mirror's volume continuously expanded until its long axis reached nearly 2 meters before it stopped expanding. The light gradually receded, revealing a dark-colored frame. The frame was inlaid with a circle of various colored gems, predominantly light purple, each about the size of a fingernail. Around these, light blue, crimson, and golden interwoven gems were sparsely distributed. The mirror surface was very dark, calm like a pool of stagnant water, seemingly reflecting nothing. Phoenix, who had finished his meditation, also walked over. He asked curiously, "What are its effects and negative impacts?" "I don't know, but I feel like it's going to be very outrageous," the prophet clone said casually, then half-squatted, touching the edge of the mirror frame with his left hand. His eyes suddenly became deep and unfocused, turning a blank white. After a period of time, his eyes regained clarity. He quickly retracted his left hand, stood up, and moved a step away from the mirror, saying rather speechlessly, "It's even more outrageous than I thought, both its positive and negative effects." "What is it?" Sia's curiosity was piqued by his actions, and she pressed for an answer. The prophet clone sighed, organizing his words, and said, "If you stay in front of this mirror for more than 3 seconds, it will record a blurry image of you. As the time spent looking in the mirror increases, the image inside the mirror will gradually become clearer. However, the person looking in the mirror cannot see these. They will only see a figure that is not entirely identical to themselves, one that is more perfect, more beautiful, and more charming than the person looking in the mirror. This is like a tempting bait. When people see a more perfect version of themselves, regardless of gender, they will hope that is their true self, and they won't be able to resist lingering in front of the mirror or using it. Anyone can cast curses or blessings on the images it records through this mirror." "What are its negative effects when used?" Phoenix asked curiously. The prophet clone shook his head and said calmly, "That is its negative effect. When you try to use it, it has already recorded your image. Blessings and curses are not fundamentally different, they are just a means for it to accelerate the recording of images. It won't directly cause people to lose control or suffer corruption, but as the usage time increases, the greater the influence of this mirror. The person whose image is recorded by it will gradually change their personality, preferences, and habits, even changing their gender and orientation. At this stage, they will either suffer greatly from conflicting self-cognition or completely identify with their changed self, becoming its puppet and a part of this mirror. What a malicious mirror. It truly lives up to being formed from her characteristics." Sia commented with a stiff expression. Phoenix nodded in agreement, sighing, "People driven by desire will find it very difficult to refuse this mirror." "Indeed. Let's just call it the mirror of desire, a mirror that arouses and exploits desire." The prophet clone spoke as if he had a sudden realization. Crack. Crack. Bang. The sounds of the ship's hull and deck breaking continuously rang out. The Nguyen's hull directly broke in the middle, instantly tilting and sinking into the sea at a visible speed. A whirlwind whistled up, carrying the figures of the few people into the air. The prophet clone summoned an invisible hand and directly grabbed the mirror that had slid off as the ship tilted. He turned the mirror face down and created a layer of white frost to cover it, preventing it from reflecting any living creature. In less than a minute, all that remained of the broken Nguyen's were its mast and the upturned bow, stubbornly protruding from the sea. The prophet clone looked at the sinking Nguyen's beneath his feet and sighed softly. "Let's return to the island first. As for this mirror, we'll discuss how to deal with it when we get back. It's just a useless mirror. You can keep it yourself or hand it over to the church. Besides, isn't chasing her your task? I don't think we just coincidentally met." Sia chuckled, her tone completely devoid of emotion. The prophet clone nodded gently. Then, holding the frost-covered mirror in one hand and placing the other on Phoenix's shoulder, whose hand was lightly on Sia's shoulder, the three figures quickly became transparent and disappeared. Only the ripples on the sea, not yet completely vanished, and that huge shadow remained, indicating that it had not been peaceful here earlier. West Balam, Paws River Valley. Leyton had already returned to the inn and in pace with Bugs Bunny. He was sitting at a small round table by the window, writing a letter to Lawrence Nord Abraham. "Good evening, Mr. Lawrence Nord Abraham. Among the 2 materials you needed, I found the Bizarro Baines accessory eye. It was part of a South Continent merchant's collection." He quoted a price of £4,500. "Since materials from this pathway are relatively rare, there's some premium. You can consider it as appropriate. I haven't received any effective news regarding the spirit world plunderer's tentacles. If you want to advance quickly, my suggestion is to hunt it in the spirit world. Beyonders of the apprentice pathway are too rare, which also leads to a scarcity of corresponding materials. If you have other ideas, you can reply directly to me. If you choose to trade, you can directly summon a knowledge rabbit. It will bring the item to you. The summoning incantation for the knowledge rabbit is, Spirit Wandering in the Void, friendly creature that can communicate, rabbit-shaped spirit favored by knowledge. When summoning them for a transaction, you need to add collaborator in the transaction at the end to specify certain knowledge rabbits, and at the same time, place this letter in the center of the summoning ritual to let the knowledge rabbit identify which transaction it is. The specific ritual process is as follows. Your friend, Altines. After writing the letter, Leyton leaned back against the chair, stretched his neck, then casually wrapped the pale yellow letter in starlight and threw it into the spirit world, entrusting it to a book messenger for delivery. Boss, I've cleaned that iron ring. Can you recognize anything? Bugs Bunny hopped over at this moment, holding a metal ring woven with grayish blue and dark gold, about the size of his chubby little waist. Leyton looked at Bugs Bunny with some surprise, not expecting him to actually clean the rusty ring bit by bit. Chapter 426, KWM Chapter 425 Accident. He slightly raised his hand forward, and the metal ring held by Bugs Bunny was directly lifted by an invisible hand, floating to his front. Looking at the metal ring, which had become much smoother and cleaner, Leyton's mouth twitched slightly. It was indeed cleaned, even polished down a layer. Was this the power of brute force creating miracles? Sighing inwardly, he brought the metal ring closer to his eyes, carefully discerning the already blurred patterns on it. The patterns depicted a giant bird soaring with outstretched wings in the sky, its body covered in feathers woven from flames and patterns. Beneath it, a winding long river crawled, and behind it, layers of illusory doors followed. On the upper and lower sides of the metal ring, a circle of mysterious symbols representing spirits and the undead was engraved, densely packed, like the souls of the dead worshipping this giant bird. Phoenix. The phoenix depicted on this must be Phoenix ancestor, Greg Race. Is this ring an item belonging to the phoenix? Or an item crafted by creatures who worshipped the phoenix at that time? As he pondered, his eyes suddenly deepened, resembling the sea before a storm, his gaze unfocused and a blank white. He used his divination ability to perform a certain divination on this ring, and soon, blurry images surfaced in his mind. It was a dim, gloomy sky, with an exaggeratedly large giant bird circling in the sky, stirring up gusts of whimpering gales, the wind also mixed with the roars and wails of vengeful spirits. On its right ankle, it wore a metal ring with intricate patterns, intertwined with gray-blue and dark gold. It continuously flapped its wings, seemingly rushing anxiously to a certain place. The scene quickly shifted, and many phoenixes appeared around, their pale flames almost merging into a single sheet, piercing through reality and surging into the illusory and distorted spirit world, forming an exaggerated, terrifying sea of fire filled with wails and roars. A terrifying to the extreme, exaggerated to the extreme figure flew out from the layers of illusory doors deep within the spirit world. His body was covered in feathers interwoven with pale fire crows and mysterious patterns, his eyes seemed cast from bronze, containing layers of illusory doors within them. Appearing with him was also an indescribable, pitch-black, illusory long river. It seemed to have burst forth from an indescribable, impenetrable mist, surging and flowing towards the end of all things, the cessation of all existence, a death that transcended death, indescribable, ineffable. The moment this terrifying phoenix appeared, carrying the pitch-black illusory long river, Leyton lost the ability to think. The flesh on his body rapidly cracked and became mottled. Between the cracks in his flesh, tiny, pale white downy hairs grew, and in the blink of an eye, these hairs grew into white feathers. His aura rapidly weakened, as if he was galloping on the path of death, reaching the end of his life in just a moment. His flesh and even the clothes on his body fell off in chunks, turning into mottled debris and rising dust. Death. Boss is dying rapidly. Crow Anu, standing on the coat rack, was the first to recover. He flapped his wings, somewhat flustered, circling the room. Bugs Bunny was stunned for a moment, then recovered at Crow Anu's voice. He almost instinctively pounced onto Leyton, burrowing into the clothes covered by the sage's robe, and fumbled out the small iron box containing the die of probability. Before he could even leave Leyton's body, his feet suddenly lost ground, and he fell directly to the floor. Bugs Bunny looked up blankly at Leyton. The figure who had been sitting in the chair had already dissipated, turning into specks of swirling starlight that permeated the room. The originally brilliant starlight now dimmed, and from time to time, specks of paleness darted out from it, while tiny, pale downy hairs continuously melted away and reappeared. The aura of death, decay, and corruption permeated these starlights, seemingly impossible to shake off. Bugs Bunny was only stunned for a moment before quickly recovering. He somewhat frantically took out the die of probability and said in an anxious voice, 6, quickly give me a 6. With that, he directly threw the die of probability from his hand. The milky white die rolled on the floor for 2 seconds before stopping, with 6 facing up. Seeing the 6 given by the die of probability, Bugs Bunny breathed a sigh of relief. He anxiously turned his head to look around, finding that the floating starlight was still dim. 1 6 is definitely not enough. He muttered to himself as if cheering himself on, quickly picked up the die of probability from the floor, and threw it again. Ding ding. The milky white die shook a few times on the floor before stopping again, still with 6 facing up. My turn. My turn. Crow Anu grumbled as he descended from the air. He extended a claw to grasp the die of probability, then flapped his wings to fly into the air and drop it. The die of probability rolled on the floor for 2 or 3 seconds before stopping again, with 2 facing up. "You stupid bird." Bugs Bunny looked at the 2 on the die of probability and grumbled loudly in dissatisfaction. He had never seen a number other than 6. He unhappily ran to pick up the die of probability to throw it again, but his feet slipped just as he was about to touch the die of probability, causing him to fall to the side. "You useless, stinky bird, stupid bird." Bugs Bunny complained loudly. He felt that if it weren't for the unlucky crow throwing a 2, he wouldn't have become unlucky himself. Clang. Crow Anu, who was about to descend from the air to pick up the die of probability, suddenly had a wing cramp, losing control of his direction and speed, and directly crashed into the bay window in front of him. He fell to the ground dizzily, unable to stand up for a while. Bugs Bunny had just gotten up from the ground when he saw Crow Anu, who had fallen into the corner, and sighed, shaking his head, looking quite speechless, saying, "Stupid bird." He took a deep breath, preparing to pick up the die of probability again, but suddenly noticed that the surrounding dim starlight suddenly brightened, and the aura of death, decay, and corruption also abruptly disappeared. Bugs Bunny's eyes lit up. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he saw the swirling starlight around him quickly dim again. Leyton, whose consciousness had fallen into slumber due to the influence of the river of eternal darkness, suddenly woke up. Before he could even figure out the current situation, a feeling of drowsiness struck him again. His consciousness became blurred, and he could only roughly feel himself accelerating towards the end of his life, entering true death. A strong sense of danger instinctively kept his consciousness barely awake, preventing him from falling directly into slumber as before. "I was contaminated, the corruption brought by glimpsing the river of eternal darkness. This isn't a problem I can solve on my own. I must seek help from knowledge more. The essence of knowledge, the root of mysteries, the light of civilization, the upholder of truth." Thoughts floated with some difficulty in his mind. He silently chanted the honorific name pointing to knowledge more in ancient Hermes, over and over again. By the third silent recitation, he finally felt a change. His consciousness saw a vast and boundless ocean of light, composed of countless pixel-like particles stacked together, encompassing everything, covering everything. Every tiny pixel was a piece of knowledge, flickering, swaying, operating in a highly regular manner. This was the materialization of knowledge, the collection of all knowledge, it was knowledge more. An understanding then appeared in Leyton's mind. The sense of drowsiness that had been sweeping through his consciousness disappeared at some point, and the trend of his life heading towards its end also stopped, as if frozen at that moment. In the hotel room, white feathers and many tiny appearances drifted down from the scattered, dim starlight. As they fell, they quickly became pale and withered, gradually turning transparent. Before they could even reach the ground, they completely disintegrated and vanished. The dim starlight began to cast out rays of brilliance, illuminating the entire room, dispelling the quiet night curtain that covered the specks of starlight, purifying the aura of decay, death, and withering. As his state recovered, these starlights became increasingly brilliant, dazzling so much that Bugs Bunny and Crow Anu simultaneously closed their eyes. Patches of starlight began to converge, forming a human figure interwoven with brilliant white and pale blue, yet it never transformed into a body of flesh and blood. Within his consciousness, Leyton gazed at the ocean of light gradually moving away from him, an irrepressible urge arising in his heart to rush over, to merge with it. This thought grew increasingly strong, and soon he could no longer control himself, rushing towards the receding ocean of light. Just as he was about to touch that ocean of light, a curtain woven from shadows quietly appeared, severing the connection between him and that ocean of light. The strong, uncontrollable urge in his heart then gradually subsided. Leyton quickly controlled the brilliant, dazzling starlight to condense his body. Wuxi let out a long breath. He clenched his fists, feeling the touch of flesh and blood on his body, and sighed in his heart. "I almost put an end to my own life. An easy life makes one reckless." Knowing that the ring had a long history and involved the phoenix, I actually performed a divination without any prior divination or preparation. After sighing, he looked down at the sage's robe on his body. The magical symbols and emblems drawn on it had dimmed considerably. Clearly, when he reset his state earlier, it had also been affected by the river of eternal darkness and Phoenix ancestor Greg Race, galloping far down the path to ruin. Collecting his thoughts, Leyton turned his head to look at Bugs Bunny and Crow Anu, who were nervously staring at him, not daring to speak. He chuckled and nodded lightly, saying, "I'm fine now." His gaze noticed the die of probability held in Bugs Bunny's hands, and the bay window behind Crow Anu, which had fine cracks appearing on it. As his eyes flickered, he had already recalled the events that had just occurred in the room. A moment later, his gaze deepened as he looked at the die of probability held in Bugs Bunny's hand. This die of probability had undergone some changes. The bad luck and good luck it brought no longer affected the person who threw it, but instead directly affected a certain area. This metal ring from the Phoenix, and my previous reckless action, was it an accident, or were they all under its influence? Leyton quickly collected his thoughts. He glanced at the die of probability in Bugs Bunny's hand and said, "Put this dice away for now. Don't use it casually anymore. Okay, boss. Bugs Bunny nodded solemnly. He felt that this dice was useless. Throwing a 6 didn't bring good luck, but the 2 thrown by Crow Anu could implicate him. After tidying up the room, which had become somewhat chaotic due to the recent incident, Leyton leaned back in the wooden chair by the window, looking at the grey-blue and dark gold interwoven ring on the small round table. The ring, which had been cleaned by Bugs Bunny, was once again stained with rust, as if it had been baptized by long years. It looked like an ordinary item with a long history. The spirituality it contained had long since dissipated over time, and it was precisely because of this that it affected my judgment, making me believe that peering into its past would not bring any danger. The scene I saw earlier was clearly incomplete. It was just that I couldn't bear the contamination from Greg Race and the River of Eternal Darkness, and was forcibly interrupted. As thoughts drifted, Leyton rummaged through the room for ritual materials. He prepared to sacrifice this metal ring to the grey fog, asking Klein to help him with divination. Anyway, he wouldn't truly die there. At most, he would explode once or twice and recover quickly. Klein's response to the ritual was quick. He seemed to still be awake after midnight today. Leyton leaned back in the wooden chair. The curtains in the room were drawn, and the gas wall lamp was extinguished, leaving only a thumb-sized candle flickering with dim yellow light on the small round table. Chapter 427, KWM Chapter 426 Klein's Divination. A faint, almost imperceptible premonition came to Leyton, and the next moment, a crimson light suddenly surged before his eyes, rapidly engulfing his entire vision. The crimson light quickly receded, and the scene before him had transformed into the ancient, unchanging palace above the grey fog, with him sitting in the high-backed chair belonging to White Tower. My spiritual intuition can already detect Sapphire Castle. This should be the residual image of knowledge more on me from just now. As thoughts flickered, he turned his head to look at the head of the mottled long table and calmly greeted Klein. Good evening, I didn't expect you to still be awake. Klein's expression paused for a moment, and he looked at Leyton speechlessly, saying, Even if I were asleep, your prayers would wake me up. You're not sleeping in the middle of the night and sacrificing a strange metal ring to me just to confirm if I'm asleep. As he spoke, Klein's gaze swept over the rusty metal ring he had placed on the table in front of him. He had already examined it just now, and it was just a very ordinary metal ring, at most, a very ancient one. Leyton leaned back slightly against the chair, turned his head to look at Klein, and chuckled. I'd like to ask you to help me divine its past. You should also be very good at divination, so is there anything special about it? Klein looked at Leyton with some suspicion and asked. Recalling his recent encounter, Leyton nodded with a somewhat pained expression, explaining with a touch of emotion. This is an item belonging to a phoenix. It lived in the Second Epoch, during the era when Phoenix ancestor Greg Race was still active. When I peered into the past through it just now, I saw Greg Race and the River of Eternal Darkness, and I almost just kicked the bucket. Klein fell silent for a moment, quite speechless, then retorted. So you think my divination here won't be affected? Of course not, but with the blessing of this grey fog, even if you explode into dust, you'll reform. Leyton shook his head, explaining righteously. I just won't die, it doesn't mean I won't feel pain. Klein said this with a somewhat gritted teeth feeling. I have a secret technique to block pain. Leyton said with a prepared smile. My fists are getting hard. If I weren't no match for him, I would have already gone face to face. He likes playing so much. Tomorrow, I'll ask Rhodes to play truth or dare with him. Klein remained silent, taking a moment to compose himself before leisurely speaking. Do you know about the Naturism sect and the Mother Tree of Desire? Leyton raised an eyebrow at Klein, and the corresponding memories surfaced in his mind. He chuckled, saying, No wonder you're still awake so late. As Klein's face gradually darkened, he curved his lips, withdrew his gaze, rested his right elbow on the armrest of the high-backed chair, and propped his chin with his palm, smiling as he said. The Naturism sect is a branch of the Rose School of Thought. Its leader is Zatwin, a saint of the Rose School of Thought. They worship the Mother Tree of Desire, which is the tree that holds the bound god. Demons and mutant are all pathways under its control. It holds some authority over fate, which is why it can glimpse the aura of Sapphire Castle on you. Klein listened in silence, sighing helplessly in his heart. Besides Amon, I have another enemy, and a true evil god at that, with more than one church. I must become a demigod as soon as possible, otherwise, I could attract prying eyes at any moment due to the aura of Sapphire Castle. Making a silent decision in his heart, he turned his gaze back to Leyton, and said with a slight hint of doubt in his tone. Is that Mother Tree of Desire and above the sequence existence that controls multiple pathways? Leyton nodded gently, saying calmly. That's right, but because of the characteristics of the demon and mutant pathways, and some missing beyonder characteristics, its condition is not good, and it can only barely maintain its position. It is precisely because of this that it is particularly active in corrupting this world. Heh, what a truly disaster-ridden world. Klein sighed, and following his intuition, he did not continue the topic. He reached out and picked up the gray-blue and dark gold intertwined metal ring, now covered in rust, from the table. His eyes flickered, and he turned to Leyton, saying, "Give me the secret technique for pain suppression." "No problem." Leyton responded with a light chuckle. His eyes instantly covered with a layer of deep blue, almost purple, radiance. In his mind, a pair of cold, indifferent, lashless eyes, containing countless brilliant stars, began to take shape. His gaze met Klein's, and the pair of eyes he had envisioned in his mind instantly reflected in Klein's eyes. Klein felt as if he had seen a brilliant galaxy, where every star was the condensation and concretization of knowledge. As he focused his attention on this brilliant galaxy, knowledge began to swarm into his mind, causing his thoughts to become hazy, like a computer lagging from too many open tabs. No wonder the hidden sage's knowledge pursuit would directly cause mystery prior to lose control and even go mad. Even this somewhat gentler, harmless, and non-dangerous knowledge infusion makes me so uncomfortable. Klein sighed in his heart, then began to organize the secret technique knowledge in his mind. This was modified by Leyton, so even Beyonder of other pathways could use it normally as long as they mastered the corresponding knowledge. Klein leaned back against the chair, and according to the knowledge in his mind, he shielded his pain. Then he stretched out a hand, allowing the rusty metal ring on the table to float automatically into his hand. He rubbed his forehead with the other hand, softly chanted the divination phrase 7 times, and then entered a state of deep sleep through meditation. Klein, now in a state of sleep, quickly entered a dream. His consciousness awoke within the dream, and he found himself in the perspective of the metal ring's owner. This is a scene from the second epoch. As soon as the thought flickered, Klein saw the dream change. The surrounding scene transformed into the spirit world, rich in color and full of symbolic meaning. He saw many phoenixes around him, seemingly observing something, waiting for something. As Klein's thoughts changed, the surrounding dream flickered again, and all the surrounding phoenixes disappeared, leaving only flickering pale flames, lingering far off in various parts of the spirit world. In the spirit world depths, layers of illusory doors suddenly appeared, and a soul-shaking cry, full of death and decay, more akin to a roar, rang out. Klein only felt his consciousness fall into a trance, as if he saw his own death and end. It was right before his eyes, silently watching him, waiting for him to approach it. The quiet spirit world suddenly stirred with a cold, wailing wind. An unimaginably massive figure flew out from the layered illusory doors. Its body was covered in feathers woven from pale flames and mysterious patterns, and its eyes seemed cast from bronze, holding layers of illusory doors within them. All concepts related to death converged upon it, forming a terrifying storm of pale mist around it. These pale mists obstructed Klein's vision, preventing him from being harmed by directly looking at the deity and being forced to interrupt this divination immediately. Klein stared intently forward. He watched the grayish-white mist rapidly spread outwards, as if even space itself was being segmented at that moment, a world shrouded in death. Is this the underworld? Greg Race is opening up the underworld. Recalling the reply he received from Azek when he consulted him about the messenger problem, he became even more certain that this area, now shrouded in pale mist and continuously expanding outwards, was the legendary underworld. I didn't expect the owner of this metal ring to have witnessed Greg Race opening the underworld. Perhaps it was once a demigod-level phoenix. As Klein's thoughts flickered, the dream scene changed again. This time, the phoenix directly entered the underworld. It moved swiftly through the underworld, and countless things came into Klein's view. Everything was so absurdly bizarre and indescribable. Klein felt his spirit being polluted by this place, irresistibly heading towards death. Just as Klein felt he was nearing the end of his life, he heard the ethereal sound of flowing river water. Before he could react, he once again saw the colossal figure of Greg Race, shrouded in pale mist. Its form enveloped the entire city, moving through a dense gray fog. Gray fog. This is the gray fog from Sapphira Castle. Klein stared in shock at the gray fog before him. That familiar sensation allowed him to instantly confirm that this was the gray fog beneath their feet during every tarot club meeting. A colossal figure covered in pale flames suddenly rushed out of the gray fog. Its movements were too fast, its body too large, so much so that Klein only saw the pale flames enveloping his head. The ethereal sound of flowing river water grew clearer in his ears. Before he could question it, he saw a vast, black long river emerge from the gray fog. The illusory river water entered his eyes, and Klein was slightly stunned. He seemed to see the eternal darkness that engulfed everything, the end of all things. He saw true death, absolute death. He felt nothing, not even a flicker of thought, his consciousness simply plunged into darkness. Inside the grand and ancient palace, Leyton watched Klein's body rapidly crack into fissures, from which tiny pale downy hairs grew. In the blink of an eye, these downy hairs grew into white feathers. These feathers quickly withered and fell from his body. Before they could touch the gray fog beneath his feet, they had already dispersed into a pale yellow dust. Klein's body crumbled and fell apart, as if he had stepped through death, walking towards the true end. Buzz. The surrounding gray fog quickly vibrated, surging like waves, and streaks of crimson light were swept up. Leyton quickly closed his eyes, sealing his perception of the outside world with his spirituality. He felt a strong sense of danger. This was Sapphira Castle's reaction to the aura of the River of Eternal Darkness. In that moment when he could neither see nor hear, a wailing gale swept through the palace, and the stirred gray fog directly engulfed the entire palace. After nearly half a minute, the space above the gray fog gradually calmed down, the crimson light slowly receded, and as the sense of danger disappeared, Leyton unsealed his senses. He turned his head to look at the head of the mottled long table, at the high-backed chair belonging to the fool. Klein's figure sat quietly there, seemingly still not fully recovered, his eyes somewhat hollow and bewildered, staring straight ahead. The metal ring he had been holding in his hand had completely weathered away, leaving only a small circle of mottled, rusty remains, which continued to shed fragments. In just a moment, it completely dispersed. This scene surprised Leyton. He had used it for divination before, but it had only caused it to be covered with a new layer of rust. Because the divination performed through it caused this ring to also be tainted by the aura of the River of Eternal Darkness, it directly reached its end. But the previous divination only caused its surface to be covered with a new layer of rust. Was it because it was reset along with me? Chapter 428, KWM Chapter 427, Rabbit Express, Mission Accomplished. Leyton narrowed his eyes, then he rose from his seat and walked in front of Klein, waving his hand in front of him and saying, "Still haven't come to your senses." Klein expressionlessly glanced at Leyton and said in a flat voice, "I saw a pale gray mist, and my intuition told me that they were the same as the gray fog here. The essence of this gray fog is the historical mist. Did you also see the tributary of the River of Eternal Darkness?" Leyton briefly explained, then curiously asked about the content of Klein's divination. "Is that the River of Eternal Darkness? Something similar to Sapphira Castle. At that time, I also felt the power of slumber, which should belong to the sleepless pathway mastered by the Evernight Goddess. Is this the fundamental reason for the existence of adjacent pathways? Do they belong to the same system at a higher level?" Although Klein spoke in the form of questions, his tone was very certain. "Basically, that's it." Leyton nodded gently. "What is the historical mist?" Having received the answer he wanted, Klein turned to ask about the historical mist. "Ah." Leyton pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I don't know much about it either. This belongs to the authority of history. You will understand when you become a scholar of yore." Klein nodded lightly, then raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Light instantly rose around him, transforming into a floating image in midair. This was what he had seen in his dream divination. The image lasted for less than half a minute before ending. Klein turned his head to look at Leyton, who had already returned to his seat, and asked curiously, "Why are you so interested in this period of history? Is it very important?" Leyton chuckled and said, "A mysticologist can draw power from the mystical knowledge they master to create magic or sorcery." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, pulling a not quite real black river from the void. Its source was invisible, and its destination unknown, as if a segment of the river had been interception from thin air. The river water looked pitch black, as if even light would be swallowed. Anything washed by the river would uncontrollably head towards its end, even death itself. The not quite real black river only appeared for an instant before Leyton made it disappear. Because it involved the River of Eternal Darkness, even if he was a Sequence 3 demigod, using this mystical reenactment was somewhat strenuous. River of Eternal Darkness. Klein immediately stood up from the high-backed chair, looking incredulously at the spot where the black river had just appeared. The palace section affected already had a huge gap. With a slight thought, this part of the palace immediately returned to its original state, as if it had remained unchanged since ancient times. Leyton shook his head, explaining with a slight disappointment, "It's fake, not even a phantom. Otherwise, this palace would have vanished completely just now, vanished entirely, and could not be restored even through the historical mist." Klein nodded lightly, rubbing his forehead wearily and saying, "Let's stop here for today. A battle just occurred not long ago, and my spirituality is a bit strained." As his voice fell, a deep red light instantly rose around him, then quickly disappeared. The ancient palace above the gray fog returned to silence, with no figures remaining. Mid-Seashire County, Constant City, inside a 3-story red building. Lawrence drew the study curtains and began to set up a ritual to summon a spirit world creature on the floor. After placing candles, essential oils, and other items, he drew an omniscient eye pattern on the floor with herbal powder, then placed the letter he received last night on top of it. After setting up the ritual, he reached out and gently rubbed the wick of a candle, and a dim yellow flame quickly shot up. Repeating the action, he lit the other 2 candles, then dripped 2 drops of essential oil and hydrosol into the candle flames. The flames on the candles instantly flickered, and the scent of herbs filled the entire room. Lawrence stepped back slightly and softly chanted in ancient Hermes. I summon in my name. Spirits wandering in falsehood, friendly creatures that can be communicated with, collaborators in transactions, rabbit-shaped spirit bodies favored by knowledge. As the incantation was chanted, the dim yellow candlelight instantly took on a brassy hue. A whooshing wind instantly swept through the room, carrying the herbal powder on the ground into the brassy candlelight, causing the flickering flames to instantly surge and expand, twisting into a passage connecting to the spirit world in midair. As the passage formed, a seemingly dazed, translucent rabbit emerged from within. It wore a gray-blue vest, with a bright-eyed rabbit pattern embroidered on its left chest. Its dazed gaze scanned the room, then fell upon Lawrence. After scrutinizing him for a moment, this knowledge rabbit slowly nodded, then reached a paw into its translucent body and retrieved a grayish-brown parchment and a white quill pen. It unfolded the parchment and handed it to Lawrence, its voice as flat as a voiceless phonograph. "Please confirm and sign." Lawrence, with a puzzled expression, took the parchment from the knowledge rabbit's hand and found that it was a notarized document, witnessed by the god of knowledge and wisdom. He briefly scanned its contents. Lawrence Nord purchases the Bizarro-Bane compound I collected by Mr. Pulluck Eggers for 4,500 gold pounds. Mr. Pulluck Eggers must ensure the material is true and valid. The transaction is witnessed by the god of knowledge and wisdom, executed by the knowledge rabbit. As the coordinator of the transaction, the knowledge rabbit will receive 4% of the transaction amount as remuneration, with Lawrence Nord and Mr. Pulluck Eggers each bearing 2%. The parchment depicted a holy emblem of knowledge and wisdom composed of an open book and the omniscient eye. Along the edges of the paper were scattered magical symbols and signs representing contracts and order, interwoven to form a peculiar pattern. Lawrence quickly finished reading all the contents of the notarized document. After confirming there were no issues, he reached out and took the quill pen from the knowledge rabbit's hand, writing his name below Mr. Pulluck Eggers' signature on the parchment. As he signed, the notarized document in his hand instantly turned into a brilliant golden color, dazzling like the midday sun. This state only lasted for an instant before the notarized document dissipated into specks of light. An invisible force simultaneously fell upon Lawrence, the knowledge rabbit, and Pulluck. After the notarized document took effect, the knowledge rabbit again reached into its translucent body and pulled out an adult palm-sized iron box, handing it to Lawrence. Lawrence took it and immediately removed the spiritual wall sealing the iron box, opening it to look at the materials inside. He then took out a crystal ball he had prepared earlier and performed a simple divination on the material, then smiled and nodded to the knowledge rabbit, saying, "No problem." The knowledge rabbit, somewhat dazed, performed a not quite standard bow towards Lawrence, then turned and entered the spirit world passage opened by the ritual. As the knowledge rabbit turned, Lawrence finally saw several peculiar symbols printed on the back of its vest, the special symbols from the Roselle diary, 8 characters neatly arranged vertically. Rabbit Express, mission accomplished. This was the unique script invented by Emperor Roselle. Lawrence was only slightly puzzled, and seeing that the other party had already returned to the spirit world, he no longer paid attention to this issue. Emperor Roselle held a high position in both the real world and the field of mysticism. It was not uncommon for some of the characters and symbols he invented to be printed on certain items. Lawrence looked at the vanished spirit world passage and the restored normal candlelight, sighing calmly, the materials are finally complete. The 4 distant coordinates in the spirit world depths were also set up 2 days ago. I can finally begin my traveler advancement. After this will be the secret sorcerer. By then, I can recite the honorific name of my ancestor. After murmuring to himself for a while, he put away the potion materials in his hand, quickly restored the room to its original state, and then began to prepare the traveler potion. Soon, a transparent, almost illusory potion appeared in his hand. Tiny specks of ethereal blue floated within the potion, miraculously outlining illusory door symbols. Gazing at the potion in his hand, Lawrence felt his spirituality seemingly cheering. He could even confirm that the potion he concocted was fine without divination, but the habit from his astrologer period still made him place his hand on the crystal ball on the nearby table again. A moment later, a brilliant azure glow flashed in the transparent crystal ball. His divination received a response, the potion was effective. He let out a long breath, walked to the chair by the desk, sat down, leaned back against the chair, closed his eyes to compose himself, and then began to pray as he did last time. The fool who does not belong to this era, the Lord of Mysteries above the grey fog, the King of Yellow and Black who holds good luck. I pray to you, I pray for your blessing. His prayer was quickly answered. Dense grey fog surged into his vision, quickly filling his entire sight. In the depths of the grey fog, a vague figure with a vast and profound aura leaned back leisurely. Lawrence felt as if the other party had glanced at him, a seemingly unintentional gaze, devoid of any emotion or will, yet possessing an unimaginable, indescribable majesty. Before he could recover, deep red light surged like a tide from the grey fog. This light condensed in midair into a tall angel with 12 pairs of dark wings and armor on its back. This angel flew out of the grey fog and instantly appeared before him. Its wings, layer upon layer, descended behind it, enveloping him and bestowing a blessing upon him. In just a breath's time, everything around him vanished abruptly. Whether it was the dense gray fog or the tall, ancient angel, they all disappeared in an instant, as if they had never existed. No matter how many times I see this scene, I am still shocked. An angel appeared so easily before me. Even during the Abraham family's peak, family members could not have seen those noble angels so easily. Lawrence sighed and exclaimed to himself. He quickly composed himself, adjusted his state to the best through meditation, and then drank the traveler potion in one gulp. The moment the potion entered his mouth, it was absorbed by his body, not even reaching his throat. Lawrence's mind suddenly became dazed. He felt as if he was infinitely rising, his consciousness breaking through the limitations of his body and entering the spirit world. 5 or 6 minutes later, Lawrence, sitting in the chair, suddenly opened his eyes. Brilliant light shimmered in his eyes, as if reflecting countless things. A moment later, the light in his eyes gradually receded, and the surging spirituality on his body also slowed down considerably. Even the wrinkles on his face seemed to have faded somewhat, and he appeared more energetic and younger. His figure, sitting in the chair, suddenly became transparent and disappeared, then reappeared on the other side of the room, then disappeared again, and then reappeared. In just a few breaths, his figure had appeared in every room of this 3-story building once. Finally, his figure solidified by the fireplace in the dining room. Gazing at the flickering crimson fire in the fireplace, an illusory book appeared in his eyes, and its pages rapidly turned. Chapter 429, KWM Chapter 428 Paws Valley Technical University. A moment later, the anomaly in Lawrence's eyes vanished, and he mused aloud, the number of demigod level beyonder abilities I can record has increased to 4, and their specific effects are close to sequence 4. When I become a secret sorcerer, I might even be able to record angel-level abilities. It's a pity that the Abraham family no longer has any angels, and even many of the sealed artifacts they preserved have been lost. Thinking of this, his tone gradually became low, as if an intractable knot. In the Church of Knowledge on the north bank of the Paws River Valley in the South Continent, the knowledge rabbits sat neatly at long tables, each holding a quill pen and rapidly transcribing content onto blank books. Since most of the common people in the South Continent still use Dudanese, to spread knowledge here, only books compiled in Dudanese could be used. Ordinary books could be printed directly, but books involving beyonder knowledge could only be copied by hand. For copying books, Leyton immediately thought of the knowledge rabbits. They were more adept at copying books than ordinary readers. Leyton leaned comfortably back in a long chair nearby, playing with the Demonis card that the Prophet clone had sent via the knowledge rabbit, a smile of unknown meaning gracing his face. Miracle, forget it. With the Black Emperor card, Klein definitely wouldn't want to use the Demonis card. I'll find a time to give it to Bernadette. After all, I made her Wheel of Fortune card disappear. As thoughts flickered, he noticed Luca Brewster had returned. He quickly composed his expression, turning to look at the other party, his gray-green eyes showing obvious pleasure. Leyton chuckled softly, then greeted the other party, saying, "Bishop Luca, it seems you had a fruitful trip." Luca Brewster chuckled, saying, "They agreed to our plan. As long as we can hold back the beyonders of other forces, in 2 months, there will only be one warlord force in the Paws River Valley area." He paused briefly, then continued, "Aside from the official forces of Lone and Intis, the major churches will definitely intervene. This involves their missionary work here, especially the Church of the Tyrant and the Church of the Sun. Some local forces in the South Continent might also get involved, such as the so-called House of Evolution led by the Primordial Moon's favored one, and the Rose School of Thought that believes in the Bound God and the Mother Tree of Desire." Leyton nodded gently, expressionless. After a moment of thought, he said, "We need allies. Emperor Roselle once said, 'The enemy of my enemy is my friend.' Besides the part of the numinous episcopate led by Mr. Pulluck, there is also the new church developing among the poor in the Paws River Valley. They are good partners, at least for now. We can temporarily cooperate with the Church of the Earth Mother, which is hostile to the Primordial Moon, and even the Sanguine. Also, the Moses Ascetic Order, which is hostile to the Steam Church, and even the War God Church, which is hostile to the Night Church. Forget it, those boors sometimes aren't very bright." As he spoke, a strange feeling welled up in Leyton's heart. He suddenly felt like the local concealment organizations were uniting against the Orthodox churches and invading external forces. Did Emperor Roselle say that? I have no impression of it at all. Luca Brewster fell into contemplation for a moment. He said too many things. Perhaps one of us remembered it wrong. Leyton explained with a faint smile, then changed the topic, saying, "By the way, Bishop Luca, do you know where the Sanguine in the South Continent usually gather? I want to talk to them, perhaps we can win them over." Luca Brewster shook his head slightly, saying, "I don't know. In the South Continent, the followers of the Primordial Moon are very active. This is an unstable factor for the Sanguine, and they rarely expose themselves. The active followers of the Primordial Moon in the South Continent are our best opportunity for cooperation. I will inquire with the Church of the Earth Mother later. They are very fond of converting those vampires, so they might have some clues." Leyton chuckled and mused, leaning back slightly in his chair, falling into brief thought. I can try asking Emlyn for help. The Sanguine must have their own way of contacting each other. The followers of the primordial moon are the source of his future advancement characteristics. Even if it's just a lazy vampire, he will have enough motivation to make the effort. West Balam is not peaceful. The people here have done their best to survive, which leaves them with little extra energy for learning. Perhaps when the Paws River Valley is completely, what Polluck and his people call liberated, which seems to be a term from the New Church. To be honest, I've always suspected whether those New Church people are actually the Aurora Order in disguise. They are similar in many ways, but also very different. Perhaps when the Paws River Valley is completely liberated, knowledge can spread better here. Luca Brewster spoke with a silent expression. As the person in charge of the Church of Knowledge's affairs in West Balam, expanding the Church's influence here had always been his goal. Leyton shook his head and said with a sigh, in this era, there won't be too many people willing to calm down and learn. After all, knowledge can't fill their stomachs or bring them the money necessary for life. After conversing with Luca Brewster in the church for a while, Leyton took the books copied by the Knowledge Rabbit and left. His figure flickered, and he silently arrived on the opposite bank of the Paws River Valley, where there was a night school jointly established by Polluck and Leo Master, representing the new church. It was a night school because most people had to work for a living during the day, leaving them no extra time for studying. This place was converted from several terraced houses, the area was not large, and the houses were somewhat old, with many stained glass windows damaged and never repaired. Leyton gazed at the street for a moment, then his figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared inside the principal's office. In front of him was Ethan, who was rubbing his forehead with a tired expression, still managing to flip through financial statements with one hand. Ethan somewhat belatedly sensed the spiritual fluctuations, and the fatigue on his face vanished, as he vigilantly looked at the figure who had suddenly appeared in his office. After seeing who it was, he finally breathed a slight sigh of relief, saying, "Why are you here?" "I've brought you some books," as Mr. Polluck requested. As he spoke, Leyton reached out and pulled at the air, directly dragging a stack of brand new books from the spirit world and neatly placing them on the desk in front of Ethan. Ethan casually flipped through them, looking at the ink on the pages that hadn't completely dried yet. He turned his head and asked in confusion, "Are these all newly copied?" Leyton nodded slightly, casually saying, "Books involving mysticism knowledge are all copied by hand. Even lifeless machines, if they print knowledge from the mysticism domain for a long time, are very likely to become out-of-control mystical items due to the potential contamination in that knowledge. However, isn't this school for teaching essential life skills and some survival skills? Are you planning to start training Beyonders?" Ethan sighed, saying, "You should have noticed, we are very short-handed. Even I have been assigned to temporarily serve as principal. Come on, I'll show you around our Paws Valley First Technical University." As he spoke, he rose from his seat, leading the way and introducing the school's situation. "Who came up with this name?" Leyton's mouth twitched uncontrollably when he heard the school's name from Ethan's mouth. Such a name instantly reminded him of Roselle. Someone from the Moses Ascetic Order. She said she got the inspiration from the biographical novels written by Emperor Roselle. We and the Moses Ascetic Order have always been in a cooperative relationship, and it was with their support that we were able to separate from the Numinous Episcopate. However, your Orthodox churches seem to naturally have hostility towards such concealment organizations, so we didn't reveal our connection with the Moses Ascetic Order at first." Ethan answered while observing Leyton's expression. Seeing that the other party had no reaction to the Moses Ascetic Order, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. "That's your freedom." To be honest, the Church of Knowledge has a high tolerance for churches other than those of the Tyrant and the Sun. Ethan nodded gently, his voice softening slightly, as he continued to introduce the situation in the school. "Initially, we planned to establish a school for everyone in the South Continent, modeled after the Church's night schools. However, considering the complex situation in West Balam, we simply divided the school into two types, night and day. The night school teaches basic knowledge and survival skills, while the day school trains Beyonders." At this point, Ethan paused for a moment, then said with a sigh of admiration, as expected of the Church of Knowledge, renowned for knowledge and wisdom, they actually found a way to become a Beyonder without relying on potions. However, the requirement for mastering knowledge is too high. Apart from Beyonders of the Reader, Mystery Prior, and Savant Pathways, it is very difficult for others to achieve certain results in a short period. As they spoke, they arrived outside a classroom where a class was still in session. Through the gaps in the stained glass, Leyton saw the sparse figures inside. There were about 10 to 20 people sitting and listening to the lecture, aged between 10 and 20. In front of the small blackboard was a beautiful woman in a classical warlock robe. Her brown hair was very thick, loosely draped, appearing somewhat disheveled. Most impressive were her gray-brown eyes, bright and sparkling like stars in the sky, yet as deep as the ocean, making her unfathomable. She is Glenn Palace, one of the 10 pillars of the Moses Ascetic Order, and also our initial collaborator. She is a very amiable woman. Although she looks very young, she always exudes a mature charm. Ah, she shouldn't hear that, or her cats will scratch your face. Cats. Leyton mused, his spiritual intuition suddenly stirred, and he turned to look behind him. A black and white cow cat and a lazy orange cat, both with similar plump figures, were standing one on each side of the railing behind him, observing him. Leyton narrowed his eyes slightly. He saw the light of wisdom in the eyes of these two cats. Two beyonder animals. It seemed they had consumed potions that primarily enhanced the brain. They didn't have a bookish aura, so they definitely weren't readers. Spectators. Or mystery priors. Or savants. The two cats observed Leyton for a moment, then spoke one after another. Another mystery prior. Someone from the Church of Knowledge isn't a reader. Leyton raised an eyebrow and chuckled, stepping forward to try and pet the two cats, but they skillfully dodged him. He naturally withdrew his right hand, looking at the two rather outgoing and cheerful cats in front of him with some curiosity, saying, "Are you savants?" Spectators prefer to observe from the shadows. I can tell a mystery prior at a glance, and savants all seem quite outgoing and cheerful. So, was Steam once a sunny boy or girl? The two plump cats sat on the railing, even skillfully crossing their legs, which was peculiar yet harmonious. The black and white cow cat on the left looked a bit goofy. Its black and white coloring made it look more like a husky than a fat cat. The orange cat on the right had some loose flesh, especially its belly, which looked like it was carrying a beer belly, but its eyes were very clear, seemingly a cat with a developed mind. Chapter 430, KWM Chapter 429 Bree and Ritz. As Leyton observed them, a deep blue glow flashed in his eyes, and his gaze penetrated beyond their appearance, revealing the faintly steaming vapor and continuously rotating gears behind these two somewhat plump cats. A savant, and not a low-sequence one at that. Could they be two bomb-crazy cats? As thoughts flickered, he saw the two cats stand upright on the railing, hands on their hips, and declare, "I am Bree. I am Ritz. We are artisans, masters of creating mechanical and mystical items. Bree. Ritz. Can you drive robots?" As Leyton spoke, a scene of a giant robot launching mechanical grappling hooks floated in his mind. Bree, the somewhat clumsy cow cat, tilted her chin slightly and said with an arrogant tone, "We are artisans, we can easily control any mechanical creation." Ritz, the orange cat, focused on the first part of Leyton's previous sentence. It said with a serious tone, "What is Britz? We are Bree and Ritz. Interesting cats. I'll try to persuade them to build a robot named Britz." As thoughts flickered, Leyton smiled and spoke to the two plump cats. Britz is a powerful robot. It can launch mechanical grappling hooks to pull distant targets closer and release powerful electric currents to attack enemies. Only true mechanical masters can create it. The orange cat Ritz's eyes lit up, and it said excitedly, "We are true mechanical masters." Bree, the cow cat beside it, directly slapped its head with a paw and said calmly, "A robot. Is it the combat mechanical puppet that Emperor Roselle mentioned in his books? Even if we build it, you, who don't understand mechanics well enough, won't be able to control it." Leyton chuckled. He didn't rush to explain but quickly reached out and patted the orange cat's head before it could react. In Ritz's somewhat dazed and unreacting gaze, Leyton chuckled and explained, "I don't need to drive the robot, but as artisans, don't you think such a robot is cool? Moreover, building such a precise and powerful robot can both help you digest your potion and significantly enhance your combat capabilities, isn't that right? The Savant pathway, before Sequence 5, has almost no direct combat ability. Given the functionality and scarcity of artisans, aren't you afraid of being kidnapped one day? Who dares to kidnap us?" The orange cat retorted disdainfully. "Ritz is right." The cow cat Bree nodded in agreement. Leyton was momentarily speechless, sighing internally for his alternate world Britz concept, then saw Bree ponder and nod again, saying, "However, digesting the potion is still very necessary." Ritz immediately stood up and declared loudly, "I'll make the attack system." Bree nodded lightly and said with a solemn tone, "Then I'll be responsible for the body and power system." Leyton inwardly sighed about the two unique kittens, then looked down at Bree and Ritz, asking with sincere tone, "Since you've adopted my suggestion, can you also adopt the appearance I provide for the robot? It's not impossible, but the design must be reasonable." The cow cat Bree rubbed her chin with a paw, assuming a thoughtful expression, and said, "It seems you two are getting along very well." A soft female voice sounded from beside him. Only then did Leyton realize someone had appeared beside him without him noticing. He turned his head to look at the person. It was Glenn Pallas, who had just been lecturing in the classroom. Leyton's gaze passed Glenn and looked at the classroom behind her. The students inside were quietly reading, but every now and then, a few curious glances would be cast towards the window. Bree and Ritz, on the railing beside them, quickly jumped down and stood on either side of her, like two personal bodyguards. Glenn casually brushed her hair, which had fallen forward, behind her head. Her eyes, deep and profound, looked at Leyton, a kindly smile gracing her lips, and she said, "I didn't expect to meet two knowledge devotees in such a short time. It seems the time is indeed near. My name is Glenn Palace. Ethan already introduced me to you." Leyton nodded slightly. His gaze lingered on her for a moment, then he smiled and nodded, saying, "Al Tynes, considered the person in charge of some of the Knowledge Church's affairs in the South Continent. I didn't expect the first member of the Moses ascetic order I officially meet to be a sage. Haha, your perception is very clear, but I shouldn't be considered the first member of the Moses ascetic order you've met. You stayed on Catilia's future for nearly half a year, didn't you? And before meeting me, you already knew Ethan, didn't you?" Glenn covered her mouth and chuckled twice. Her tone was somewhat playful when she mentioned Catilia, but she did not deny Leyton's words that she was a sage. A sage. Ethan's pupils suddenly contracted, and his gaze towards Glenn changed repeatedly. Ethan swallowed, asking somewhat nervously, "Why would you personally come to teach them? Didn't you invite me? I happen to be free, so I came to experience what it's like to be a teacher. Moreover, I am also very interested in this system called Spirit World Sorcerer. I feel it is highly compatible with the Mystery Prior pathway. It seems the system itself represents the will of the hidden sage." Glenn calmly answered Ethan's question. When she spoke the last sentence, her gaze deepened as she looked at Leyton, seemingly awaiting an answer. "How can a system based on knowledge surpass knowledge itself?" Leyton responded with a sigh. He had expected the other party to continue asking why the hidden sage had not spread the system to the Moses ascetic order, but Glenn directly moved past the topic. "Since it's a system promoted by the Knowledge Church, you should understand it better. You can teach them the afternoon class." "Just right, I also need time to explore this new system." Glenn spoke in a calm voice, yet it conveyed an undeniable sense of authority. Leyton nodded indifferently. After chatting with Glenn for a while, he continued to tour Paws Valley First Technical University with Ethan. After promising to teach classes there in his free time, Leyton followed Bree and Ritz to their home. The two cats dashed through alleys and across rooftops with an agility completely unsuited to their size, easily scaling walls and passing through narrow openings. Leyton casually pulled an illusory hat from the void and placed it on his head, concealing his form. His figure occasionally flickered, allowing him to steadily follow behind them. In less than 10 minutes, he followed Bree and Ritz to the back door of a clock shop, watching the two cats expertly climb the wall and leap into a room on the second floor. Leyton's figure instantly blurred and vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in the room on the second floor. The room here was very large, as if several rooms had been knocked together and renovated. Various machinery and parts were piled up haphazardly around. Bree and Ritz moved lightly through the cluttered room, clearing a small table that was barely clean, its surface covered with small biscuits of various shapes. Ritz, holding a pale yellow cup, walked to a strange machine that looked like a kettle, placed the cup down, and gently pressed a red button beside it. A buzzing mechanical sound started, and soon, dark brown, steaming coffee flowed into the cup. Ritz held the coffee cup with both paws and placed it on the small table filled with various biscuits. It enthusiastically greeted Leyton. "We only have a coffee machine at home, so you'll have to make do with coffee. Bree and I originally planned to invent a juice machine, but Glenn likes coffee, so we made it into a coffee machine." Leyton looked at the two cats busy with blueprints, casually picked up a biscuit, and popped it into his mouth. Amidst the crunching sounds, he asked with a slight curiosity. "You call her by her name directly?" "Yes, we're partners. Glenn took us in. In return, we make her some machines to improve her life, and occasionally help her craft mystical items. But she never uses those things, she sells them all for money and then buys alcohol. Some are also used to buy potion ingredients for us. We owe her a lot of money. Currently, we still have to work for her for 200 years to pay it off." Bree and Ritz spoke one after another, their hands never stopping. "There are too many things to complain about, I don't even know where to start." Leyton couldn't help but mutter to himself. He then picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip, using it to hide the expression on his face. This coffee is very good. Is your coffee machine for sale?" Feeling the taste of the coffee in his mouth, Leyton's eyes lit up. This machine even added milk and honey to the coffee, the flavor was perfectly balanced. As expected of artisans, it made me want to get a cat to raise. Bree and Ritz exchanged glances, then said in unison. "Yes, but only after we've built the robot Brits." "No problem." Leyton nodded lightly, then walked over to them, took 2 blank blueprints, and spread them flat on the ground. He always had a habit of carrying spellcasting materials with him. He casually pulled a handful of colored powder from a secret pocket in his brown trench coat. After evenly sprinkling the powder on the paper spontaneously formed a vivid, colorful drawing. On it were various views of a brightly colored robot. It had a somewhat round body, a fist with an embedded missile launcher on the left, and a giant claw on the right that was almost as large as its torso, connected by a retractable tube, each with a cockpit. Bree and Ritz also came over at this time. The two cats watched Leyton's recreated robot image from memory with serious expressions, shaking their heads and nodding, occasionally exchanging glances. This claw is too big, it won't work without a separate power system. And its shape is also very strange, many parts don't conform to dynamics. But the exterior design is good, even if it's just for show. Energy is a big problem. Maintaining the operation of such a machine requires a lot of energy, but it can't carry too much itself. That's right, unless we use beyonder characteristic as energy, but that will inevitably have negative effects. Listening to Bree and Ritz's discussion, Leyton reached out and rubbed his forehead. Indeed, once it involves their professional field, savants also have a tendency to lecture. No wonder many people from the STEAM church work at universities. Sighing inwardly, he looked down at Bree and Ritz, who were already discussing intensely, and tapped the small table in front of him with a finger. After attracting their attention, Leyton chuckled and said, "Regarding the energy problem, I have an idea. Do you know about the canon of purification?" Chapter 431, KWM Chapter 430 Class. Bree and Ritz exchanged glances, nodded, and said, "One cat, one sentence. We know, it's something from your Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. It requires 5 or more priests of light to pray to the deity for energy, and it can only be used 10 times before needing to be recharged again." Seeing their clear answer, Leyton nodded slightly, not too surprised, then chuckled and said, "We can completely use the main ingredients of the Priest of Light's potion as energy. As long as the characteristics are not lost, there's no need to consider recharging." Bree, while modifying the blueprint with a quill, said, "Priests of Light are sequence 5. Just one ingredient costs 4,000 to 5,000 pounds. Even if we sold ourselves, we couldn't afford it." Leyton smiled indifferently and then said, "If you have characteristics from the sun or storm pathways, can you turn it into an energy supply device? Just like how Priest of Light charged the purification cannon. It's not a question of whether we can do it. To achieve the effect you're describing, it would require at least demigod-level characteristics, or multiple Priest of Light characteristics." Bree's tone was helpless, such a wild idea was simply asking too much of a cat. Ritz nodded in agreement and said, "We are just mechanical experts. What you're talking about, at least an alchemist, or even a seeker of mysteries, could do." Leyton thought seriously for a moment, then pondered. "I understand. After you've created Blitz, I can give you some low-sequence characteristics to practice with. If it's achievable, I'll find a way to get a demigod-level characteristic." "Where would you get a demigod-level characteristic?" Ritz subconsciously looked up and retorted. "Of course, from the Church of the Lord of Storms and the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. The characteristics of these two pathways are concentrated in their hands." As soon as Leyton explained, he saw Bree and Ritz, the two cats, widen their eyes and look at him, then exchanged glances with each other, communicated with their eyes for a moment, and then tacitly moved back 2 steps. Leyton swept an exasperated glance at the two cats, then simply lowered his head to eat the biscuits on the table, occasionally sipping coffee. Around 3 in the afternoon, West Balham time, Leyton returned to Paws Valley First Technical University and went directly to the classroom where Miss Glenn had taught that morning. All the students from that morning were still sitting in the classroom, quietly flipping through the books in front of them. Leyton glanced around. These books were precisely the ones he had brought that morning. His gaze swept around the classroom, and his eyes quickly noticed Ethan, who was sitting by the window. He asked with some curiosity, "Why are you here too?" "As a warlock, I'm also very curious about this system of spell casting, and I'm hoping to learn 1 or 2 useful small spells. I've always tried to develop some spells myself." "All right, esteemed Mr. Tynes, please begin your class now." Ethan chuckled in response, then sincerely pointed to the small blackboard behind Leyton and said. Leyton shrugged, not caring whether the other party was there to listen to the lecture or to support him. He scanned the classroom, seeing curiosity, doubt, and even some anticipation in everyone's eyes as they looked at him. A class taught by an angel in the morning and a saint in the afternoon, no one would believe it if you told them. Sighing inwardly, he turned and wrote his name on the small blackboard behind him, giving a brief self-introduction. After his self-introduction, without waiting for questions, he immediately began his lecture. "I believe you all already know about the Spirit World Sorcerer System. As its name suggests, this is a system based on the spirit world. Related content will be explained to you by the clergy of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. I will simply introduce you to the spirit world. First, we can confirm that the spirit world truly exists. It is another world interwoven with various information, completely overlapping with the real world, yet not interfering with each other. One must rely on beyonder powers to break the barrier. The spirit world involves the transcendent I, the infinite I, and the cosmic I. It's difficult to explain this to you by force, you can only experience it yourselves as you have more contact with it in the future. Perhaps each of you will develop your own insights. A tall boy of about 17 or 18, sitting in front of Leyton, raised his hand hesitantly. After receiving Leyton's signal, he asked in somewhat unfamiliar Intis. Mr. Tynes, Miss Pars told us about divination this morning, and she also mentioned the spirit world, saying it's the source from which we receive revelations during divination. Sorry, I've said too much. What I wanted to ask is, for the spirit world, Beyonders are still exploring it, and there isn't a very clear conclusion, is there? Leyton was somewhat surprised by the question. After sizing up the other party slightly, he chuckled and said, in the Beyonder world, knowledge is not as freely circulated as you might imagine. In the Beyonder domain, knowledge itself possesses power, which also leads to limitations in its dissemination. Furthermore, knowledge is never something that can be obtained for free. Just like you now, you gain knowledge, but you also have to bear corresponding obligations. Hey, I've strayed too far. Back to your question. Regarding the spirit world, there must be a clear conclusion. After all, among the existing great beings, including concealment beings, there is one who is the dominator of the spirit world. The dominator of the spirit world. There's such a great being. Why have I never heard of him? Ethan frowned and looked at Leyton. He had been somewhat worried that the other party would heavily promote the god of knowledge and wisdom, attempting to gain the faith of these people. He hadn't expected the other party to steer the topic towards an unknown hidden being. Is this guy really not an Aurora Order spy infiltrating the church of the god of knowledge and wisdom? You will know in the not-too-distant future. His followers are not too many, and he is not currently proselytizing widely. Leyton gave Ethan a reassuring look, then continued. The system of drawing power from the spirit world cannot bypass him. You will inevitably come into contact with him and the organizations that believe in him in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, a slightly older young man, appearing to be 23 or 24, immediately raised his hand and asked, will this bring danger? Miss Pars mentioned to us this morning when teaching mirror divination that establishing contact with an unknown hidden being is a very dangerous thing. Leyton chuckled, following the other's words. Generally, no. In fact, when you encounter some trouble, you can even try to seek his help. Following the principle of equivalent exchange, you only need to pay compensation. This can be gold pounds, or some knowledge, or some mystical items, as long as it's equivalent to the help received. Of course, if someone commits an act of blasphemy, they will inevitably be punished by God. Mr. Tynes, can we know who he is? The boy who first questioned Leyton couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked again. Is this guy really a follower of the god of knowledge and wisdom? Promoting a hidden being so openly, it feels even more active than promoting the god of knowledge and wisdom. Ethan leaned against the wall, his eyes narrowed as he looked at Leyton. Remembering that Miss Glenn had said this morning that the other party was blessed of knowledge, he felt some suspicion. Leyton paused for 2 seconds. Seeing that Ethan had no intention of stopping him, he then answered the previous question. He calls himself the Fool, the great ruler who dominates the spirit world, and also the king of yellow and black who holds good luck, and even the eternal beacon pursued by every living being, residing above reality and the spirit world. Currently, there are 6 angels serving by his side. After introducing the Fool, the students in the classroom, including Ethan, fell into contemplation. Leyton's gaze swept around, sighing inwardly. I remember my original intention was to increase my anchors. How did it turn into promoting Klein's name? The Fool. Mr. Pollock once mentioned this hidden being to me. He said that members of the Aurora Order had extensively searched for his favorite and followers in Backlund. Ethan murmured softly to himself, then turned his head to Leyton as if seeking confirmation. Leyton nodded gently, confirming the other's guess. Yes, there are his favorite in Backlund. Miss Justice and Miss Magician, as well as Mr. Moon, and the future Mr. Star, are all in Backlund. Every member of the Tarot Club can be considered Klein's blessed, including himself. After a slight pause, he tapped the small blackboard behind him twice with his finger, making a thudding sound. After the student's attention returned to him, he continued. Let's continue with our topic. I will introduce you to several relatively safe and very practical spirit world creatures. The student's interest in the classroom was immediately piqued, and even Ethan straightened his posture slightly, appearing to be listening intently. Leyton didn't stop and immediately began. The first type of spirit world creature is called white paper. They are very weak spirit world creatures, appearing as nearly transparent, blurry bubbles. Aside from their inherent characteristic as spirit world creatures that makes them difficult for ordinary people to see, they have only one characteristic: they can bear a certain beyonder ability of the contractor, but it cannot be too strong or too complex. Weak spells don't mean they're impractical. This is just right for novice spirit world sorcerers. As soon as Leyton finished speaking, soft exclamations and some whispered discussions broke out in the classroom. How amazing! There are such spirit world creatures, truly like white paper used to record information. I really want to summon one of these white papers right now. After letting the students discuss for a moment, Leyton gently tapped the small blackboard behind him again. Once the surroundings quieted down, he began to introduce today's second type of spirit world creature. The second type of spirit world creature is called knowledge rabbit. They are also relatively weak spirit world creatures. They are quite friendly to humans and have a natural craving for knowledge, rarely refusing a summons. At the same time, they also possess a lot of knowledge, can speak and write, and are proficient in multiple languages. They can quickly extract key points from a large amount of knowledge. They generally do not refuse requests that offer knowledge as compensation. The textbooks in your hands were copied with their help. Their summoning incantation is, spirits wandering in emptiness, friendly creatures that can communicate, rabbit-shaped spirits favored by knowledge. The students looked at each other for a moment. They suddenly felt as if they were inferior to a rabbit. The boy closest to Leyton murmured softly. So, if I ask a knowledge rabbit to help me extract the key points from a textbook, and the compensation is the knowledge in the textbook, as knowledge it already possesses, it won't agree to my request. A very thoughtful young man, suitable to be a mystery prior. The hidden sage would be very happy to impart knowledge to you. Leyton sighed inwardly after hearing the other party's soft mumble. Chapter 432, KWM Chapter 431. What a coincidence. Thump thump. Tapping the small blackboard behind him twice, Leyton continued, knowledge rabbits are favored by knowledge and secrets, and being spirit world creatures themselves, to some extent, they are more suited to become spirit world sorcerers than humans, or rather, they are born spirit world sorcerers. Favored by knowledge and secrets. I've only heard of the god of knowledge and wisdom. A 16 or 17-year-old girl with some freckles on her face, sitting behind Ethan, whispered. Ethan turned his head to look at her, chuckling. He and the fool are both hidden existences not widely known. Ethan didn't lower his voice, and his words immediately attracted the attention of other students around him, and then someone curiously asked, are hidden existences not widely known more powerful than ordinary great existences? Leyton said with a smile, being not widely known has no direct relation to being powerful. This situation usually occurs because they rarely or never respond to believers, or perhaps they don't even have believers, or they possess a concealment authority that allows them to conceal their own existence, which also prevents relevant information from spreading. After explaining, he stopped talking, waiting for the students to ask questions out of curiosity. As soon as he finished speaking, the boy who had been very active raised his hand and asked, Mr. Tynes, what is concealment? It's an authority wielded by a deity, just like the Lord of Storm's storm or Death's death. It can conceal anything, even information. Leyton replied with a light chuckle. Mr. Tynes, which hidden existence do knowledge and secrets represent? Ms. Glenn Pallas said that we spirit world sorcerers actively pursue knowledge and explore secrets. Will we also come into contact with this hidden existence in the future? Leyton turned his head to look at the questioner, a young man wearing a classical warlock's robe with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses clipped to his nose. His bronze skin and deep eyes made him look somewhat eerie, with a mixed style of scholar and warlock, giving off an unconventional feeling. He gazed at the other party with a focused look, and some additional information quickly revealed itself in his eyes. His body temperature was slightly lower than normal, possessing a small amount of corpse collector characteristics, and his spirituality was much richer than normal, indicating he was a half-corpse collector who had inherited a small amount of traits. After discreetly withdrawing his gaze, Leyton chuckled as he answered the question the other party had just asked. One could say that the hidden existence represented by knowledge and secrets is the agnostos theos, also referred to as the erudite. He is the embodiment of knowledge, the light of civilization, and the ultimate answer to all secrets. The essence of our pursuit and use of knowledge is to draw closer to him. In a sense, every spirit world sorcerer has already encountered him the moment they step into the system, it's just that no one has noticed. He generally does not respond to any prayers, only those occasional flashes of profound wisdom attract his attention. The students in the classroom looked at each other, seeing confusion and curiosity in each other's eyes, as if this hidden existence was particularly unique. The freckled girl sitting behind Ethan curiously raised her hand and asked, doesn't respond to any prayers? Even devout believers don't get a response. This time, before Leyton could answer, Ethan spoke first. As the embodiment of knowledge, he doesn't care about the devotion of believers, but rather values the exploration and development of knowledge. When someone walks on the path of exploring knowledge, delving into secrets, and developing civilization, he is already with us. He is both benevolent and ruthless. When we walk on the right path, he will walk with you and me. When we deviate from the right path, he will abandon you and me without hesitation. You can consider him easier to approach than all known great existences, or you can consider him harder to approach than any great existence, because he is never in a place visible to our naked eyes. Knowledge and wisdom are the keys to glimpsing him, and he is never stingy with rewards for those who see him. Really? What kind of reward would it be? The girl behind Ethan excitedly asked. Rewards? Giving you each a set of test papers is certainly possible. Ethan is very skilled at propagating faith, In just a few words, he had already stirred up everyone's interest. Leyton sighed silently in his heart. He had no doubt that some students in the classroom would try to pray to the Fool and the Agnostos Theos tonight, even if they didn't know the specific honorific names yet. For the rest of the time, Leyton explained several more friendly spirit world creatures, as well as the rituals for summoning them and the precautions to take, and then concluded the afternoon's class. Alright, that concludes this afternoon's class. As a first-day greeting, you will receive a small gift on the day you truly become spirit world sorcerers. As soon as he finished speaking, students below immediately started asking, what kind of small gift? Leyton chuckled and didn't answer. His figure instantly became transparent the next moment, disappearing from the classroom. Disappeared. So amazing. Is this the ability of a Beyonder? Leyton's departure method completely ignited the longing for the mysterious world among these young people in the classroom. Everyone's eyes collectively turned to Ethan, who was sitting by the window, and questions came one after another. Ethan's expression paused. Looking at the boys and girls who quickly surrounded him, he composed his expression and began to patiently answer their questions one by one. Finally, he didn't forget to caution, do not casually attempt to pray to unknown existences, especially before you have a complete honorific name and the correct ritual. Any tiny error in detail could cause the ritual to target a different existence, which is quite dangerous. Regardless of whether the great existences we pray to are benevolent, a trivial influence on them could be a disaster for us. Inside a hotel inn in Pace, Leyton's figure quietly emerged in the room. He scanned the room with his gaze. Crow Anu was still patrolling the Paws River Valley area and hadn't returned. Only Bugs Bunny was sprawled on the desk, holding a quill pen, looking somewhat conflicted as he wrote something. Leyton walked over curiously, instinctively reaching out to pat Bugs Bunny's head, but it tilted its head to dodge, then said with a look of disdain, "Ugh, your hand smells like cat. Don't touch my head, you'll make me dirty. What kind of rabbit are you, to be so sensitive to the smell of cats?" Leyton silently grumbled to himself, then awkwardly withdrew his right hand. He lowered his gaze and glanced at the paper beneath Bugs Bunny's paws, which already had many Dudanese words written on it, and asked curiously, "What are you writing?" Upon hearing this, Bugs Bunny's expression immediately crumpled, and he muttered softly, "I'm thinking about what else can be planted here besides coffee beans. I went to Mr. Polluck's manor today, and their coffee bean planting technology is already very mature. Aside from using my own Beyonder abilities, I can't help at all." Leyton raised an eyebrow, not expecting Bugs Bunny to be troubled by this problem. He chuckled and comforted him, "Beyonder abilities are your own abilities. Using Beyonder abilities to boost coffee bean yield and quality perfectly aligns with the acting principle. If you're not satisfied with that, you could try helping Mr. Polluck improve the coffee varieties, for example, by making the coffee beans less bitter, so the brewed coffee has a milky aroma." Bugs Bunny's eyes lit up, and he immediately jumped up from the desk. "That's right, that's what I'll do. I want fruit-flavored coffee." Muttering happily for a few moments, Bugs Bunny then looked up at Leyton seriously and said, "Where did you pet a stray cat again? This isn't the fishy smell from that black cat on the future, it's more like a metallic smell, quite unpleasant." Leyton's mouth twitched. He somewhat suspected that Bugs Bunny might have been a dog before its mutation, otherwise, how could its nose be so sensitive? He cleared his throat twice, and after Bugs Bunny stopped muttering, he said in a deep voice, "Today, I met 2 artisans at the university. I plan to hire them later to help me create some tools to improve people's daily lives." Artisans. Bugs Bunny counted on his claws, realizing that those 2 cats were a sequence higher than him. A human-like look of dissatisfaction appeared on his furry face as he said, "Soon, I will also become a biologist. Then you'll have to work hard." They're preparing to build a powerful robot. Once they've finished building the robot, the feedback they receive should be enough to digest the potion on them. Leyton reached out and tugged at Bugs Bunny's ears, not forgetting to provoke him. Steam seemed to burst from Bugs Bunny's gray ears. Before it could get angry, Leyton reached out and pulled it onto his shoulder, saying with a smile, "Let's go out for dinner first. I noticed a Lenberg specialty restaurant today." At the mention of food, Bugs Bunny's mood instantly calmed down. Its eyes brightened, and it asked very curiously, "What's Lenberg's specialty? Is it delicious?" When Lenberg's specialty was mentioned, Leyton immediately thought of the Knowledge Church's exams. He replied with a strange tone. "Lenberg's specialty? That would be endless test papers. If you want to eat, we can go find Bishop Luke. I think he would be very happy to personally give you a stack of test papers." Bugs Bunny's gray face darkened, and he said somewhat irritably, "I asked about specialty cuisine, not the local church's specialty." Ignoring Bugs Bunny's grumbling, Leyton simply took a step forward with it, and his figure instantly became transparent, disappearing from the room. In Pace, West City, where the Knowledge Church is located. Leyton's figure appeared in an uninhabited alley. He turned his head to look at Bugs Bunny perched on his shoulder, and a deep blue glow flashed in his eyes. Relying on his mastery of the mind-body, he pulled Bugs Bunny into the conscious blind spot of the surrounding creatures. As long as it didn't actively interact with the people around it, no one would notice this strange rabbit. After making preparations, Leyton stepped out of the alley and walked towards the Lenberg specialty restaurant to his front. He had accidentally seen it earlier that morning while traversing the city with Bree and Ritz. As soon as he entered the restaurant, a young waiter, clearly of South Continent descent, immediately approached him and greeted him in somewhat unskillful Feniportian. "Hello, are you here for a meal? Are there still seats on the second floor?" Leyton nodded slightly in response. "Yes, please follow me." The young waiter showed a polite smile, gestured for him to follow, and then walked ahead to lead Leyton. Guided by the waiter, Leyton went straight to the second floor. As soon as he looked around, he saw a familiar figure, or more accurately, 3 familiar figures. It was Glen Palace and her 2 cats, Bree and Ritz, whom he had seen that morning at Paws Valley First Technical University. Seemingly sensing Leyton's gaze, 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously looked over. Nodding towards Bree, Ritz, and Glen Palace who had taken them in, Leyton turned to look at the waiter who was quietly waiting for him, and chuckled, "I saw a friend. I'll go sit at her table." As he spoke, he walked directly towards Bree and Ritz, and to their shocked expressions, he moved the 2 cats aside, then sat down on the chair himself. Leyton ignored the protesting gazes of Bree and Ritz, and placed Bugs Bunny, who was on his shoulder, in front of them. Then he turned to Glen and said, "What a coincidence, meeting again." "Not a coincidence. I wanted to see you, so we just happened to meet here." Glen blinked, chuckling mysteriously in response. She wore a deep brown knitted coat, and her brown hair was very thick and disheveled, covering her ears and shoulders. Her brown eyes were bright eyes, and when she smiled, her large front teeth would show, which added a unique youthful vitality while also showing her amiable side. Her gaze fell on Bugs Bunny without being affected, and a pleasant curve appeared at the corner of her mouth as she said, "I didn't expect you to also like adopting small animals." Chapter 433, KWM Chapter 432 Communication. The waiter who had led Leyton and Miss Glen to their table quickly approached them after seeing that they indeed knew each other. He handed a menu to Leyton and introduced it. "These are some of the dishes our restaurant offers. The first page features our specialties. Please take a look and see what you'd like. I'll be nearby, so feel free to call me if you need anything." With that, the waiter intuitively stepped aside. Leyton casually handed the menu to Miss Glen across from him and smiled, "Ladies first. Miss Glen, may I ask what you wish to discuss?" Miss Glen took the menu without ceremony. After selecting a few dishes, she handed the menu to Bugs Bunny, Bree, and Ritz, the 2 cats, who were glaring at each other nearby. Then, she looked up at Leyton, her deep eyes seemingly containing a dim galaxy, making Leyton feel as if he had no secrets before her. He shifted uncomfortably, leaning back in his chair. The silence lingered for a moment before Miss Glen chuckled softly, "You resemble Roselle in some ways. Although I still can't understand many of his thoughts and ideas, whenever I see you, I'm inexplicably reminded of him." "Roselle? You know him?" Leyton looked at Miss Glen across from him with a hint of curiosity and a peculiar feeling in his heart. In his subconscious, any woman Roselle knew was either his lover or a potential lover. The atmosphere in Intis made him feel right at home. "Your thoughts seem a bit impolite." Miss Glen reminded him calmly, her brown eyes seeming to pierce through his mind. Has she mastered advanced mysticism in the spiritual domain? Could her demigod ritual have used the blood of an angel-level mind dragon? Thoughts flashed through Leyton's mind. He quickly reined in his emotions, looked up at Miss Glen, and asked curiously, "Are you from Roselle's era?" It's very impolite to abruptly ask a lady's age. Miss Glen responded indifferently, casually sweeping the hair draped over her shoulders behind her. Leyton controlled his expression, nodding without any emotional change. "My apologies, that was rude of me." Miss Glen suddenly waved her hand, sounding a bit uninterested. "You really aren't the same kind of person as Roselle. He wouldn't miss any opportunity to flirt with a woman. To be precise, I'm not from Roselle's era. When he began to make a name for himself, I had already left the former Church of Craftsmen, which is now the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, and joined the Moses Ascetic Order." "Joined the Moses Ascetic Order? Why?" Leyton pressed curiously. Even though the Church of Craftsmen was heavily suppressed by the Eternal Blazing Sun Church at the time, it was still one of the Orthodox churches. Abandoning a proper position to join a wanted hidden organization was truly difficult for him to comprehend. Miss Glen's gaze became distant for a moment, as if she was lost in distant memories. She said casually, "On one hand, it was about advancement. On the other hand, I simply couldn't stand those stubborn church members anymore. If you've had deeper contact with members of the machinery hive mind, you'll find that they often act more stubborn and rigid than those arrogant sun believers, like rusted steel, foul and unyielding." Leyton leaned back quietly in his chair, not responding, until Bugs Bunny handed him the menu that he, Bree, and Ritz, the 2 cats, had ordered. Leyton took it and saw that they had chosen only dishes with strange names. 18th revision of fruit platter. Lucius's steamed fish. Lenberg sliced cake standard version. This naming style is really like my computer desktop. After silently complaining, Leyton gestured to the waiter and handed him the ordered menu. Then he turned to Miss Glenn and casually asked, "What do you think of Roselle?" Miss Glenn was silent for a long time, seemingly struggling with her words. After a prolonged pause, she carefully said, "He was a genius, a true genius, a genius ahead of his time. But sometimes I also think he was a wretch, a lunatic." A wretch, a lunatic. Did you have deep contact with him? A casual acquaintance shouldn't lead to such a strong evaluation. Leyton mused, pressing for more information. Miss Glenn rested her elbows on the table's edge and said leisurely, "He initially chose the savant pathway. With Steam's existence, he could at most become a Sequence 2 knowledge magister. For further advancement, he chose to switch pathways, becoming a Sequence 1 knowledge emperor of the hermit pathway. He obtained that knowledge emperor characteristic with my help. In exchange, he separated an extra sage characteristic for me and helped me complete the ritual required for my advancement. We were quite familiar, but only during that specific period. Later, he seemed to encounter some changes and underwent a significant transformation. I even suspect whether he was secretly corrupted by Steam or some evil god. A woman's intuition, no, that's not right, it should be a sage's intuition, quite accurate, Leyton thought to himself, then he skipped this topic and asked, "Why did you come to the southern continent, and why are you staying here as a teacher?" The cooperation between the Moses ascetic order and Mr. Pulluck shouldn't require an angel like you to come in person, should it? This is the will of the hidden sage. I'm also not clear about the specific reason. His changes are significant, even the Moses ascetic order feels somewhat unfamiliar with him now. We also don't know whether this is good or bad. To cope with potential changes, I decided to come and see for myself. As for staying here as a teacher, it's just a personal hobby of mine. Miss Glenn's voice was slightly hoarse as she calmly explained the reason for her presence here. After a brief silence, Leyton asked again, "In your understanding, what kind of existence is the hidden sage?" Miss Glenn's expression was solemn as she observed Leyton for a moment, then, as if unable to resist, she chuckled softly, as a blessed of knowledge, you should understand him better than I do. However, if you want my personal opinion, I can say this, he is a certain embodiment of knowledge and information in this world. To some extent, he can be equated with knowledge itself. His act of imparting knowledge to every mystery prior, in my opinion, is more like an instinct to spread knowledge. We, the Moses ascetic order, haven't really had much contact with him. He is very mysterious and hard to fathom. But these are all my previous impressions of him. As for now, he is even more mysterious and unfathomable, but I faintly feel that he is plotting something, waiting for something. Perhaps, at some point in the future, an existence named Hermit will quietly appear and spread his glory across the land. Is she testing me? Leyton lowered his eyes, curving his lips, and then, as if suddenly remembering something, he spoke with a realization, "I wonder if you've noticed anyone secretly promoting such a hidden existence in West Balam recently. He is described as the embodiment of knowledge, the glory of civilization, the ultimate answer to all mysteries." Miss Glenn chuckled softly, then said with a solemn tone, "It's not recent, it started several months ago. Most of those so-called new church members are disguised Aurora Order members. While promoting the true creator, they occasionally promote this erudite. In their propaganda, the two seem to be on equal footing. My original suspect was the god of knowledge and wisdom. They might have reached some kind of secret cooperation to jointly resist the storm and the sun, but thinking about it carefully, it doesn't seem right." At this point, her gaze burned as she looked at Leyton, her words unconsciously becoming more authoritative, displaying the cold oppressive power belonging to a sage. Whether it's knowledge, civilization, or mystery, these terms clearly point to the hermit and paragon pathways. Do you think that erudite could be the hidden sage? Without waiting for Leyton's answer, she quickly changed her tone, muttering in doubt, "But after the spirit world sorcerer system appeared, I started to suspect the god of knowledge and wisdom again. Could it be that he, under pressure or for certain schemes, intends to risk annexing a pathway that is not adjacent but also emphasizes knowledge? Until you appeared before me, a blessed of knowledge, yet a member of the god of knowledge and wisdom church. The secret alliance is not between the god of knowledge and wisdom and the true creator, but between him and the hidden sage, isn't it?" Leyton remained silent, not even blinking. After a long pause, he lowered his gaze and chuckled softly, "This is not for you or me to fathom. Let nature take its course. Let nature take its course." "Is that your answer?" Miss Glenn murmured. The sounds and food aromas in the restaurant instantly filled the air, and the previously isolated space merged back with the main dining area. "Here are your meals, please enjoy." It was still the same waiter who had led Leyton to the table. He spoke in broken phenoportion while swiftly arranging the dishes one by one. After the waiter left, Leyton looked at the meticulously arranged dishes on the table, which seemed to have been placed by someone with OCD. He felt as if these dishes were copied and pasted by the chef using a recipe so precise it specified exactly how many grains of salt to add down to the second. All Lemberg restaurants have one characteristic: as long as the dishes are the same, they will always have the same taste and the same presentation, no matter where the Lemberg restaurant is. The downside is that you won't have any expectations when you eat the same meal a second time. The advantage is that you can quickly distinguish between delicious and unappetizing dishes, and you won't fall in the same place twice. Miss Glenn fluently described the pros and cons of Lemberg-style restaurants. As she spoke, she casually picked up a glass of juice from the table and took a sip, then, as if remembering something, added, "Also, they don't advocate alcoholic beverages that can make people drunk." Correspondingly, their skills in squeezing fruit juice and brewing coffee are very proficient. A gospel for those with OCD, and coffee truly suits those who study late into the night. Leyton sighed inwardly twice, then began to taste Lemberg's specialty dishes. Puffed. Bugs Bunny, sitting with Bree and Ritz, the two cats, widened his eyes and spat out the dark green juice in his mouth, his face almost contorted into a frown. He mumbled, "What kind of juice is this?" "It's both sweet and bitter." Bree thought carefully for a moment and replied, "It seems to be Phainopata red glaze fruit, blended with coffee. People in Lemberg drink too much coffee. Brewing it with milk and honey no longer satisfies them. They are obsessed with various sour and sweet coffee flavors." Ritz added, continuing Bree's explanation. Sigh, Bugs Bunny sighed, looking at the cup filled with the strange dark green liquid in front of him, then swiftly swapped his juice with the one in front of Leyton. With a smack, Leyton's right hand landed heavily on Bugs Bunny's head, kneading it for a while before letting go. Then he looked at Bree and Ritz, asking curiously, "Why do you keep two animals of the same pathway?" "We were just adopted. We're not pets like the gray rabbit." Bree and Ritz refuted Leyton's question one after another. Bugs Bunny looked disdainfully at the two cats sitting with him, tilting his chin slightly, and said proudly, "Being a pet means you can freeload food and drinks, and someone takes care of you."